Chapter 1 Opening Bound Venture Money Losing System. I'm taking off. Seeing that the readers of this book are all big and handsome, do not accept rebuttal. Li Fei woke up from the dimly lit room, looking at the table full of bottles of sleeping pills and a diary with slightly wrinkled paper in deep thought. March 7th. Today the landlord came to demand rent again. March 8th. Damn it, the landlord's son even put laxatives inside the hotel water dispenser. March 9th. The fat landlord came again and cut off the water and electricity in the hotel. March 10th. Sleeping pills okay, last words okay, bank card, private money also mailed to parents. It's time to say goodbye to the world. Today is really a good day for closing my eyes. After reading the last page of the diary, Li Fei couldn't help but frown. One moment he was an otaku, drinking ice coke and eating fried chicken burgers, staying at home to catch up on dramas and read novels. Life didn't know how free it was. The next moment he had traveled into the body of this decadent young man, also named Li Fei, who was about to go bankrupt and commit suicide. Life is really up and down. It is really too miserable. If you want to cross over, you should cross over into one of those rich second-generation people, and then eat, drink and play all day long to pretend to be a girl. That's only cool and dashing enough to stand up to the identity of their own traveler. Ding! Detected that the host is about to go bankrupt and commit suicide. The entrepreneurial money-losing system has been bound. Entrepreneurial money-losing system, as long as you dare to lose money, the system will dare to give, is really a necessary medicine for home travel. The system rules are as follows. 1. The system funds can only be used for matters related to entrepreneurship, and cannot be used for the host's personal expenses. 2. The expenses of the business must not be higher than the normal market price. 3. The host may not engage in the following industries: lottery, gambling, stocks, funds, virtual currency. For details, please expand. 4. The host's salary is calculated as 1% of the total salary of all employees. 5. The system issued the task period. The host such as a full loss. The system will return 100% of the loss of funds, if not all losses. The system will return only 1% of the loss of funds. Other rules are as follows. Please expand to see details. Entrepreneurial money loss system? Li Fei was instantly ecstatic inside. Having just crossed over, he encountered the body's former owner trying to commit suicide, and directly the sky collapsed in the opening. Unexpectedly there was a system binding. Could it be that he was the chosen son? Now this heavenly riches finally come to their turn. The so-called system in hand. The world I have drops. The system task has been released. Please host in 10 days to lose $1 million. Seeing that the system task has been released, Li Fei was instantly thrilled. Lose 1 million within 10 days. As long as all of it is lost, then he will be able to get $1 million back? This earning speed is too fast. Can't be happy too early. Now can't guarantee 100% can earn this 1 million. However, Li Fei noticed that the system seemed to have a rule. That is, one's own salary is also paid. His own salary was 1% of the total salary of all employees. Doesn't this mean that as long as one recruits enough employees, then one's salary will be astronomical? The number of employees the host recruits must be within the normal range. It seemed like the system had seen through Li Fei's thoughts and directly applied a patch, but it didn't matter. Li Fei was already ready to go big and welcome this sky-splitting wealth. From now on, let me, Li Fei, live again with a bang instead of you. After Li Fei said that, he burned the diary, suicide note and so on, and flushed all the sleeping pills into the toilet. After doing everything, Li Fei very spontaneously drove a dilapidated van to his hotel. According to the original owner's memories, Li Fei drove to an urban village called Lake Haitang. After driving around in the cluttered alleys, he finally found his own guesthouse, Happiness Hotel. Looking at the small hotel in front of him and the worn-out billboard, Li Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Said hotel, in fact, is the village of a 5-story self-built house transformed into. The first floor is the hall as well as the front desk. 2, 3, 4 floors, a total of 18 rooms. The 5th floor living in the landlord's family. The landlord, called Wei Xiaoli, is a 40-year-old fat and tough woman, and very like to caddy, often looking for all kinds of reasons to find the original owner of the trouble. What guesthouse guests too noisy affect the surrounding neighbors' sleep? Some guests to the back of the building window through garbage and so on. The original owner of the weak character, in line with the principle of more than one thing is better than less, often without bottom-line compromise compensation. The place is in a remote location, poorly decorated, and slightly expensive, plus a difficult landlord. Directly buff stacked belongs to is. It is no wonder that the original owner has been losing money. Li Fei just walked into the hotel, saw the landlord is sitting on the sofa in the hotel lobby with a big grin, pointing at the front desk. Shin Qingzhu and cleaning Zhao Chunmei, 2 people scolded. The two who were being scolded were standing on the sidelines at a loss for words. "This is my last warning to you all. Hurry up and call your boss and have him come over to pay. If you don't pay today, you'll all get the hell out of here." The landlord was very imposing. At first, the original owner had only signed a 1-year lease agreement with the landlord due to a lack of funds. However, the renovation of the guesthouse had cost a lot of money in real terms. Now, the turnover of the guesthouse was not working and it had been losing money. The original owner obviously could not get the money to renew the lease for another year. Seeing this, the landlord naturally hit the idea of this guesthouse. The decoration of the guesthouse was still good, although the business is not good, but every day there are still so many guests to stay. Calculated this way, 1 month can also earn quite a lot. Therefore, the landlord intends to directly force Li Fei away and run this hotel himself. The house is their own. Decoration Li Fei also long ago for her to decorate a good. When the time comes, just recruit a cleaner to clean the house. No, there is no need to clean. When the hotel is very dirty, hire an hourly worker is not on the line? When you do the math, it seems to be much more cost-effective than renting out the house. The more the landlord thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible, so he started to look for trouble with Li Fei, wanting to drive him away and run the guesthouse himself. "Auntie, you can't sit here. You've disturbed our normal business," Shin Xingju said pitifully. This landlord was really too much. Not only did she disrupt the normal business of the guesthouse, she also physically abused both her and Zhao Chunmei. If she wasn't worried about losing her job if she fought back, she would have wanted to go up and grab the landlord's hair and beat the other party severely. "What? Not letting me sit here? This house is mine. Why can't I sit here? Cut the crap with me. What qualifications do you two stinking part-timers have to talk to me? If it wasn't for renting my house, could you two have this job?" After the landlord finished speaking, he walked to the vertical freezer, opened the freezer door and took 2 bottles of drinks out and handed them to his son at the side. "Here, ho-oh, drink. Mom, I want that one too. That big bottle of Coke is good too." The landlord's son, who was 7 or 8 years old, clutched the 2 bottles of drinks tightly with both hands, while his eyes looked very greedily at the large bottle of Coke inside the freezer. "Stop, you can't take it." Shin Xingju and Zhao Chunmei hurriedly ran over to protect the freezer. Seeing this, the landlord dragged the 2 of them to the side with force, while the landlord's son spat and kicked at the 2 of them. Today I can't cure you two." Seeing that the landlord could not pull the 2, raised his fat palms to slap towards the face of the 2. Chapter 2, Today I'll cure you of this bullying problem. In the landlord's opinion, Shin Xingju and Zhao Chunmei were just 2 lowly laborers, and now the 2 of them dared to defy her. The landlord? The landlord was so proud of them that he was not able to get away with it, but he wanted to raise his hand and give them a hard time, so she wanted to raise her hand to teach the 2 of them a hard lesson. The landlord suddenly felt someone pulling his arm. The slap did not fall after all. The landlord was astonished. How dare someone go against her? This violent temper of mine. I'm going to be furious today. The landlord turned her head and realized that the person who grabbed her arm was actually Li Fei. Her heart was a bit weak. After all, she had just taken someone's things and was caught in the act. However, on second thought, this Li Fei is a soft bone. What she said, the other party always looks like they are all coy. He looks like a very good bully. "Auntie, it's not even hot yet. Your fire is big enough," Li Fei said coldly. "What? You dared to call me Big Mom?" The landlord was a bit incredulous. All along Li Fei had given her the impression that he was a cowardly look, casually bullying her. How dare? How did he dare? Who gave him the courage? Was it Fish Liang? Look at you. Your skin is sagging. The bags under your eyes are falling off. The whole person is fat like a pile of. Calling you a big mom is already giving you face. Li Fei directly started the output. "Me? You dare to talk to me like this? There is no more King's Law. There is no more law. Li Fei, I officially notify you. Today you have to get lost. You are renewing your lease. I won't rent this house to you anymore," the landlord said hatefully. What's wrong with this Li Fei? Why is he so tough all of a sudden? Is this still the softball she remembered? The landlord was directly confused. So, she directly used the killer tactic. She will not renew the lease to Li Fei. Hearing this, Li Fei was not the least bit surprised. "Well then, I also formally inform you that I won't rent your house either," Li Fei said indifferently. Originally, he wanted to use the system funds to properly remodel this guesthouse, but after seeing the landlord's disgusting behavior, there was no need for that. He was going to lose money, but he didn't want to lose money unprincipled. People like the landlord. He didn't want to let the other party earn a single penny. Good, you have guts. The landlord didn't care about the situation and was even a little secretly happy. Finally, was his plan going to work? Wait, leave the stuff behind. Seeing that the landlord and her son were about to slip away, Li Fei went up and yanked the 3 bottles of drinks that the landlord's son was deadlocked in his arms. Wow! The the landlord's son, how, cried out with a wow sound, and then raised his leg to kick Li Fei. Obviously he was usually accustomed to being cross. Q. Li Fei was not used to him, and kicked the landlord's son out. Shocked, disbelieving, how dare he? Li Fei usually looks like a weak and bullying person. How could he dare to bully his own precious son like this? After the landlord froze for a few seconds, she directly sat on her butt on the ground and howled with a wow sound. Although she wanted to pounce on Li Fei and beat him up, but after seeing Li Fei's strong muscles, she realized that she was definitely not a match for him. Therefore, she directly chose to splash and roll plus call the police. 10 minutes later, several police officers arrived at the hotel. Officer, you have to do it for us. Such a big man like him even kicked my son with his feet. The landlord angrily complained about Li Fei's crime to the police officers who arrived. Officer, I didn't kick her son. On the contrary, it was her son who secretly put laxatives into our water dispenser. There's surveillance here. After Li Fei finished speaking, he pulled up the surveillance of the landlord's son secretly putting laxatives. Officer, I want to check the surveillance too. He just clearly kicked my son down. The landlord immediately panicked when she saw that Li Fei had pulled up the surveillance of her son's prank. Didn't you know if the kick was kicked or not by checking the surveillance? Li Fei said indifferently. He is too clear about the dead zone of his hotel's surveillance. And the reason why he dared to kick the landlord's son just now is that he saw that they were just in the blind spot of the surveillance. And he kicked out a kick strength is also very delicate. And let the landlord's son aid a defeat. And will not leave any trace on the body. The police after checking, really did not see Li Fei's crime, but instead saw the landlord's son to the water dispenser to put laxatives in the evidence. Panicked, the landlord directly panicked, but she still insisted on claiming that Li Fei kicked his son. Seeing the landlord so insistent, the police began to question Shen Qingzhu and Zhao Chunmei. When the police asked Shen Qingzhu and Zhao Chunmei, the two of them naturally shook their heads and said they did not see anything. The landlord saw the two open-eyed talk nonsense, directly angry again is but sitting on the ground. When the police saw the landlord's appearance, they didn't bother with her. This kind of nonsense they have seen a lot of people. Now things are very obvious. Li Fei did not kick the landlord's son. On the contrary, the landlord's son put laxatives into the water dispenser of other hotels. In the end, this drama to the landlord to compensate the victim Zhao Chunmei and hotel owner Li Fei 1,000 yuan each end. After seeing the landlord leading her son to leave, Li Fei smiled at Shen Qingzhu and Zhao Chunmei. Thank you just now. Luckily, the two of them testified for him just now. Otherwise, he would have to compensate the landlord several $1,000s. It was important to know that this amount of money was not counted in the startup expenses, which meant that he had to spend his own money. Li Fei simply didn't have much money left now. Boss, this is all what we should do, but have you really decided not to renew the lease? Shen Qingzhu asked nervously. If the boss wasn't going to renew the lease, didn't that mean that the two of them were about to lose their jobs? Zhao Chunmei on the side also looked at Li Fei seriously, afraid that Li Fei would say something about not renewing the lease. Well, it's decided. Li Fei nodded and replied. Although Shen Qingzhu and Zhao Chunmei had already been psychologically prepared, they were still very sad after hearing Li Fei's decision. The two of them's current salary was not high, but the work here was very easy, close to home, and the boss was nice. The key was that the boss never owed them wages. It wouldn't be too easy to find such a satisfying job again, but I'm planning to open another guest house next to it, so if you guys are willing, you can come over, Li Fei said indifferently. Originally, Li Fei had planned to find a random industry to start a business. In this era where competition was very fierce in all walks of life, it was simply too easy to start a business and lose money. However, seeing as Shen Qingzhu and Zhao Chunmei helped him just now, he decided that it would be better to open another guest house next to it and continue to employ the two of them. In this way, he can help them solve the problem of work, and the second can also be disgusted with the landlord, out of a mouthful of bad anger. As for how to disgust the landlord, Li Fei had plenty of ways. When Shen Qingzhu and Zhao Chunmei heard Li Fei say that he was going to open another guest house and still employ them, they were directly confused. You said that you are going to open another hotel, and you are going to open it next to the Happiness Hotel? Unbelievable. They really couldn't figure it out. Although the boss opened another guest house and continued to employ them, they were also very happy. However, this kind of behavior from the boss is very confusing. Opening another guest house, the rent plus the renovation costs and so on, was another large sum of money. It would be better to make amends and apologize to the landlord, put in a good word, and continue to rent this place. Li Fei didn't pay attention to the two of them, and directly gave the two of them a day off. Of course, the wages were paid as usual. After hearing the boss's words, the two of them directly revealed a look of surprise. There are still wages for vacation? In the end, the two of them still couldn't argue with their boss, and frankly accepted the paid vacation. After sending the two away, Li Fei began to think of a way. This hotel is also the blood of the former owner, so he can't cheapen the landlord for nothing. Subsequently, Li Fei walked out of the hotel and came to a scrapyard in the middle of the city village. Chapter 3, Today I'm going to sell all the stuff in this hotel. When Li Fei came to the scrapyard, he saw that the owner of the scrapyard was cozily lying on a recliner watching TV. Boss, do you accept furniture and home appliances? Li Fei asked directly. Collect, of course, but the price can only be collected according to the scrap price, the boss said casually. When Li Fei heard the boss's words, he also nodded indifferently, since he couldn't take the things inside the hotel himself, and he didn't want to leave them with the landlord. He might as well sell them directly to the scrap collection station. Of course, selling on a second-hand platform was the most cost-effective, so he could sell it for a lot more money. But Li Fei didn't have that much time left. The rent was due in 2 days, and it was simply impossible to sell it all in 2 days. How many do you have? The owner of the scrapyard opened his mouth and asked. A whole hotel, Li Fei said. With a pft, the boss who was drinking water directly sprayed out. Ha! When Li Fei brought that boss to the hotel, the other party was directly confused. The entire hotel's furniture and appliances are for sale? The other party was a bit in disbelief. Right, Li Fei nodded. To be honest, he was a bit reluctant to sell it all as scrap. After all, this was a guesthouse that the previous owner of his body had spent countless efforts to open up, and now he just lightly said that he would sell it all as scrap. However, the newly opened hotel certainly can't use these things. All the things in the new hotel, he must buy all new, buy good. Otherwise, how else would he lose money? So now these things, Li Fei directly and ruthlessly decided to sell all of them as scrap. That boss, hearing Li Fei's words, checked several more guest rooms in a row and found that there were quite a lot of things. Inside each guest room, there was a bed, a small sofa and coffee table, and surprisingly, there was also a TV. In addition to these, there was also a leather sofa in the hall, a coffee table, an upright freezer, a washing machine and so on. Now, all of these things are going to be sold to themselves at scrap prices? Developed. This is now developed. That boss directly began to estimate the purchase price, $3,000. Even though Li Fei had already prepared himself mentally, when he heard the boss's offer of $3,000, it was still a bit painful. Damn, these things were bought at the beginning for several dozens of 3,000, and now they can only be sold for 3,000? No, this is too low. Look at the TV, the upright freezer, and this leather sofa, all of them are good stuff. Li Fei started to talk to the boss about the price. Finally, when the boss increased the price to 5,000, Li Fei gritted his teeth and agreed. Afterwards, the boss called out a few workers and started moving things. Stop, who gave you permission to move things here? The landlord saw the workers start moving things and immediately came out to stop them. This is my stuff. I can do whatever I want with it. What do you care? Li Fei said coldly. Seeing Li Fei's tough attitude, the landlord could only helplessly retreat. Heartache. What a heartache. These things, the landlord originally intended to open his own hotel in the future. He didn't realize that Li Fei, this guy, was going to sell them as scrap? Wasteful. Simply wasteful. After spending an afternoon, everything in the hotel was finally emptied. Li Fei looked at the empty guesthouse and revealed a satisfied smile. However, these tiles had cost a lot of money in the first place. Thinking of this, Li Fei went to the building materials market to buy 2 more buckets of paint and hired 2 workers. Boss, are you sure you want to do this? The 2 workers were also shocked when they heard Li Fei say that he wanted them to mess up all this paint on these floors. What a good tile. Just to spoil it for nothing? Sinning ah. Li Fei nodded. These tiles were the ones that himself had spent a great deal of effort on personally decorating in the first place. Why should they be cheap for people like the landlord for nothing? For a while, paint was sprinkled everywhere on the bright floor tiles in the guesthouse. It was only after Li Fei and the others had been busy for more than 2 hours that all the floor tiles in the guesthouse were sprinkled with paint. The landlord was still sulking in her house. Those things were going to be hers. With those things, she would not need to spend any money to open the hotel. I didn't realize that this guy, Li Fei, would rather sell them at a low price to a scrapyard than leave the things to her. How could there be people with such a low pattern in this world? Just very angry. The more the landlord thought about it, the more angry she became, and she was ready to go downstairs to see what else was left in the hotel. Unexpectedly, she had just gone downstairs when she saw paint scattered everywhere on the floor inside the guesthouse. Ah! The landlord let out a pig-killing scream. Li Fei had actually spread paint on all the floor tiles within the guesthouse. Darn it! It was really too detestable. However, angry as she was, there wasn't much she could do. At first, these floor tiles were all decorated by Li Fei himself. Now, just spread the paint. Even if the police is useless. Li Fei, I'm not finished with you. The landlord shouted angrily. After sulking for a while, the landlord suddenly thought of a good idea and started laughing. Oh, You think you'll be fine if you sell your furniture and appliances to the scrapyard? Really too young, too simple. Afterwards, the landlord directly came to the scrapyard. Boss, the things you just collected in the hotel to sell? The landlord asked. That's right, she wanted to buy back all the things that Li Fei sold to the scrapyard. Sell. Of course, the owner of the buying station knew with a twinkle in his eye that a big business had come. What? $30,000? The landlord was directly shocked, although she didn't know how much Li Fei had sold these things for. But this was a scrapyard, so she didn't think that they were sold for much money. These are all good things. Look at this leather sofa. Look at these TVs, washing machines, and freezers. If you went to buy them yourself, 30,000 won't buy so many things, the owner of the scrapyard said. In the end, after pulling for more than half an hour, the landlord to 25,000 yuan price, all purchased these things. After acquiring these things, the landlord found a few workers, began to clean up the floor. After doing all this, Li Fei, at this moment has long come to the village neighborhood, began to look for a suitable house. To open a small hotel, there must be at least 20 rooms. According to the renovation cost of 30,000 per room, just the renovation cost alone could cost more than $600,000. Then there were also the salaries of the employees. According to the system requirements, this hotel could recruit up to 3 employees, a waitress, a receptionist, and a housekeeper. With 3 employees, it would add up to a maximum of $10,000 a month in wages. Then, Li Fei can receive 1% of $10,000 from the system every month. That is, $100 of salary? Too pitiful. I'm a hotel owner, and you're giving me a salary of $100 a month? Li Fei directly protested. Brother Tuzi, don't you think that a guest house with only 3 employees is too little? Think about it. The guest house must be open 24 hours. Right, then it must have shifts. Each shift is 12 hours. In that case, at least 6 people are needed. Also, the hotel would need 2 security guards, right? And then at least 1 finance person, right? There must also be a personnel, right? Otherwise it would look like our hotel is low. Considering that this is the first time this system has issued a mission, it can appropriately relax the requirements for the host. For this mission, the host can recruit a total of 10 employees. 10? Li Fei didn't hold much hope just now. He didn't realize that the Dear Brother Unity was so reasonable and increased his number of employees from 3 to 10 in one go. With 10 employees, the minimum salary needed per month would be around $40,000, so he could have $400 for himself? It seems like working half a day didn't do much good, but it was better than nothing. $400 was better than $100, right? In the future, one would have to open more companies and recruit more employees. Although there are only 10 employees now, then in the future there are 100, 1,000, or even 10,000, hundreds of thousands of employees? I will recruit hundreds of thousands of employees in the future. Just the employee's salary every month is estimated to be more than an astronomical figure. Doesn't that mean that the salary he can receive every month will also be an astronomical figure? Thinking of this, Li Fei was in a good mood again. Li Fei turned around and did not gain anything. However, when he came to a building opposite to the original hotel, he suddenly saw a bright light. Chapter 4: Hiring a Gold Medal Designer. This was a 5-story apartment building located on the street opposite the Happiness Hotel. Since this apartment building has just been built, the tenants have not yet started to live in it. Li Fei dialed the phone number left by the landlord, and when it rang, the other party answered the phone. When the other party heard that Li Fei was here to rent an apartment, he was very happy and promised to come over in 2 or 3 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Li Fei began to wait at the roadside. Not long after, he saw a man in his 50s walking over. The man had a dark complexion and a thin figure. "Young man, are you the one who wants to rent a house?" Lu Fugue asked. His building was newly constructed and only posted a rental advertisement in the morning. He didn't expect that this would be someone coming to rent his house. In order to build this house, Lu Fugue even borrowed a lot of money from his relatives. So, if he rents it out one day earlier, he can pay off the loan one day earlier. Li Fei nodded. He didn't tell the other party that he was going to rent a whole building. Or did he feel like going in first to take a look? The environment, decoration and so on were secondary. The most important thing was to observe the landlord's character. If he met someone like the previous landlord again, even if the house was suitable, he would have to think about it more. Lu Fugue took Li Fei into the apartment building and began to introduce his house. "Young man, look at this room. How spacious it is. All the houses are all just decorated. Beds, sofas and so on. You just need to bring your luggage and you can move in." Li Fei listened to the other party's introduction and began to look at it carefully. To be honest, he didn't care at all about the size and decoration of the house and so on. His own primary goal was to lose money. After visiting the place for a while, Li Fei realized that it seemed to be quite good. The environment was average, the location was average, the size of the rooms, the decoration and so on were also very average. However, wasn't what he was looking for such a house? If the house was excellent in all aspects, Li Fei would not want to consider it instead. What's more, the landlord is very good-tempered, and is very good at discussing everything. After Li Fei confirmed that the landlord did not live here, he directly decided to rent this place. This was also a lesson from previous rentals. Never live in the same building as the landlord. Not bad, I'm very satisfied with your house. I'll rent the whole house in its entirety. Li Fei spoke indifferently. The entire building was a frame structure with a total of 5 floors. There were 3 rooms on the first floor that were openable to make a hotel hall. The second, third, fourth and fifth floors had a total of 20 rooms. No more, no less. Just right. Ha! Li Fuguei was directly confused when he heard Li Fei's words. But soon, he reacted. He thought that Li Fei was only renting one house, but he didn't realize that he was actually renting his entire building. To know that if he wanted to rent out all of his houses, it would take at least half a year. Now that Li Fei can directly rent them all, he can save a lot of things. The most crucial thing was that he could have collected a lot more rent for the majority of the half year. I rented it to be a hotel, Li Fei said. Yes, of course. Lu Fuguei nodded his head vigorously. As long as you pay the rent on time, I don't care what you rent it all for. In the end, Li Fei and Lu Fuguei signed a 20-year contract. There's no way. The law stipulates that the longest lease contract period is 20 years. Although it is a 20-year contract, the rent is paid annually, so it is very convenient and flexible. The contract agreed that the rent would be $150,000 a year, but after the contract expired, Li Fei had the priority to renew the lease. Originally, Li Fei wanted to pay 4 or 5 years of rent at once, but he didn't expect the system to directly see through and reject his idea. Brother Tuzi, what about the deposit? Li Fei suddenly thought of this problem. The system settlement time is only 10 days, and the deposit is at least a year. Doesn't that mean he can't finish losing money no matter how? Regarding the deposit, please ask the host to settle it on his own. Li Fei was also speechless when he heard the system's words. Since he had to solve it himself, there were only 2 ways. The first was to use his own money as a deposit, and the second was to convince the landlord not to charge him a deposit. Li Fei directly chose the second one. After some tugging and pulling, Li Fei finally convinced the landlord not to charge his deposit. The landlord was in a hurry to rent out the whole place, so he agreed to Li Fei's request after thinking about it for a while. Since the deposit was only a small issue, after signing the contract, Li Fei quickly paid the landlord 150,000 yuan at once. Lu Fuguei looked at the 150,000 on the Alipay account, and immediately smiled into a bright chrysanthemum. The rent of 150,000 was very much out of Lu Fuguei's expectation. His mental price is 100 to 120,000. I did not expect this young man did not even return the price. Magnificent. Simply too magnificent. Finally, after Li Fei got the keys to all the rooms, he drove his broken van out again. He had to hurry to find a decoration company to open up the 3 houses on the first floor of the guest house and make it into a hall. Since he had money now, Li Fei naturally wouldn't be stingy. He directly drove to a relatively large decoration company. Walking in the door, a pretty little girl warmly greeted him. Hello sir, may I ask if you want to decorate? Li Fei nodded. Please sit down sir. These are our company's very powerful decoration designers. The little girl enthusiastically took out a booklet and flipped inside. It was the profiles of some of the designers of the decoration company. Li Fei took the booklet and flipped through it. The booklet was beautifully crafted. Inside was the profile of the decoration company as well as the introduction of some designers and the designer team. Li Fei looked at it and directly pointed to the gold medal designer Tang Eveningqing at the front of the booklet. She's the one. Ah, the little girl was a bit in disbelief, because Tang Eveningqing was the gold medal designer of their decoration company, and had won awards in many competitions. Among them, Tang Eveningqing's most famous battle was to get the champion in a home decoration program on CCTV. This gold, the average customers simply do not dare to point her by name. No other, too expensive. The design fee per square meter is 3 times more than other designers. Moreover, Tang Evening Harvest's design fee is not only expensive, it is the materials used in the decoration are very picky. She would never use cheap materials if she could use expensive ones. Therefore, only those merchants and tycoons who were renovating their homes dared to be so bold as to ask Tang Evening Harvest to design and renovate their homes by name. However, this young man in front of him was dressed in general, and his speech and demeanor didn't look like a tycoon who was hiding his identity. So how did he have the courage to ask Tang Eveningqing to design and decorate for him? Sir, Tang Evening Clear is the gold medal designer of our decoration company. The design fee is more than 3 times of other designers. The little girl decided to kindly remind the other party. When Li Fei heard this, he was even happier. Too right, I just want the expensive one. I won't even consider a designer that isn't expensive. The more expensive the design fee as well as the decoration cost, the faster I can lose money. When the little girl saw Li Fei nodding, she directly went to find Tang Evening Chung. Li Fei, on the other hand, drank tea alone. Not long after, the sound of high heels hitting the floor rang out. Li Fei looked up, but saw a slim figure walking towards him. The other party was wearing a professional suit. Her hair was coiled up, her features were exquisite, and her makeup was light. It's this gentleman. The little girl on the side introduced Li Fei to Tang Evening Chung. Tang Evening Chung nodded slightly, then sat down. Li Fei didn't want to talk nonsense and directly stated his requirements. Renovating a hotel? Hearing Li Fei's words, Tang Evening Chung and the little girl at the side were both stunned. Tang Evening Chung was already confused at this moment. Since her debut so long ago, there were countless rich people who had approached her to design and decorate. There were those who designed and decorated villas, those who designed and decorated landscapes and manors, and those who designed and decorated all sorts of luxury clubs and office buildings. Now, there is one more. The other party even asked her to design and decorate a small hotel. However, the customer is God. She naturally would not say anything more. Chapter 5, Trying to Recruit Employees. After Tang Evening Chung sat down, she began to understand Li Fei's requirements. Since the floor tiles of the hotel had already been laid, Li Fei didn't want to make too much fuss, so the floor tiles didn't need to be moved. Li Fei only asked Tang Evening Chung to design the guest rooms, corridors, halls and bathrooms of the hotel, and then soften them. Since he had to recruit another 8 employees, Li Fei asked Tang Evening Chung to change the 5th floor of the hotel into an office. After hearing this, Tang Evening Chung agreed very quickly, including the design costs. Tang Evening Chung quoted $400,000. $400,000? If there was no system, it was $40,000 that Li Fei was not willing to spend. But now that he had the system, Li Fei couldn't wait for the other party to ask for a higher price. As for Tang Evening Chung, as a gold medal designer, she would not be able to look at this kind of small order. However, the recent business of the decoration company is not very good. Anyway, idle is idle, and she also want to try this design direction about the hotel, which agreed. As for the design fee, designers of her level used to charge according to the whole project. Like some projects that totaled several $100 million, the design fee alone would be at least $3 to $4 million. Considering that the party at this time probably didn't have much money, Tang Evening Chung only proposed a design fee of $100,000, with the remaining $300,000 being the cost of the soft furnishings. Li Fei agreed in one breath. Of course, this $400,000 is only the design fee and some soft furnishing costs, is not included in the guest room things, such as mattresses, sofas, quilts, sheets, and toiletries, etc. But these things are not in a hurry to buy. Such as the hotel soft furnishings. He then go to buy is not too late. At that time, buy these things can spend out a sum of money. After fixing these, Li Fei came to an advertising company. He planned to make a billboard for his guest house. As for the name of the hotel, Li Fei had already thought of it. Let's call it the Not Good at All Hotel. I believe that as long as this billboard is hung out, people will not want to come to his hotel at all. No one to come, there is no turnover. Then he can realize a 100% loss. Thinking about the huge amount of $1 million that will come to him, Li Fei felt itchy and itchy. The owner of the advertising company was a man in his 30s, and when he heard that the name on the billboard made by Li Fei was called Not Good at All Guest House, he was dumbfounded. What kind of talent is this? Where would someone name their hotel this kind of name? This name is really afraid of their own money. However, the one who pays the money is the master. He is only responsible for making the bulletin board. Li Fei's requirement was that the billboard should be big and bright so that he could spend more money. Hearing Li Fei's requirements, the advertising company boss deeply inhaled a mouthful of smoke, directly recommended Li Fei billboards using acrylic crystal characters, but also luminous, including the installation only as long as $2,000. However, due to the complexity of the production, so it takes a little time to produce, Li Fei very quickly agreed to leave a deposit of $200 out of the advertising company. Busy day. Now the color of the sky has become late. Li Fei casually found a store and ate a bowl of noodles, and after settling the bill, he returned to his rented room. The house that Li Fei rented was located in an urban village in the south of Binjiang City, and the distance from the hotel was not very far. Li Fei decided that after the hotel was renovated, he would move directly to the hotel. One can save a little bit of rent. 2 less a guest room, can be a little less turnover. It was a win-win situation. The next day, Li Fei woke up from his bed full of energy. Today, he had to hurry to recruit various talents for his hotel. There were still 9 days left in the system settlement time, so he could get stuck on the last day of the settlement time to pay his employees. So, if he recruited the employees 1 day earlier, he could pay out 1 more day's salary. Li Fei simply washed up and directly drove the van to the Binjiang City talent market. Today was Tuesday, and there happened to be a job fair in the morning. When Li Fei arrived at the talent market, there were already a lot of people gathered here. Parking his car, Li Fei walked into the talent market. There were quite a lot of people inside, and there were quite a few recruitment booths. Li Fei and the staff indicated his intention, and one of the staff brought him directly to a booth. Luckily, this is Blue Star. The requirements for recruiting companies are not so strict, and the staff didn't check his business license and so on. Otherwise, it would have been really difficult for him. Coming to the booth, Li Fei frowned slightly. Here, it seems to be a bit remote. Other people's booths are located in the main traffic roads, and the job seekers can see it at a glance. His booth, however, was located in a remote corner, which could only be seen by those job seekers after turning a corner. This is very up. However, Li Fei didn't complain. When he was making the billboard in the advertising company yesterday, he also made a special exhibition board. The display board was very beautifully made. On it was written the various positions that the hotel needed to recruit and the salary and benefits. Although the system stipulates that the salary of his company's employees can't exceed the normal range, but there is no stipulation about employee benefits. There is a lot of room for maneuver. Li Fei thought about it all night last night and directly thought of a lot of invisible benefits, just like civil servants. Although the salary does not seem high, but the invisible benefits are really high. Li Fei decided to learn from it and give his employees some invisible benefits. Otherwise, the salary he gave to his employees was not high, and if the benefits were not good enough, and his employees resign in 3 days, it would be difficult for him. You know, his salary is linked to the total salary of his employees. When an employee quits, he has to go back to recruit again, and it will be very troublesome. The best thing was, after recruiting an employee, the other person would be able to stay down to earth and keep working. In this way, Li Fei could save a lot of heartache. Therefore, the invisible benefits given by Li Fei was called a good one. Double rest on weekends? Must have. Monthly 100 phone bill subsidy. 1,000 supermarket shopping coupons. 300 car allowance. 500 room allowance. All kinds of gifts on New Year's holidays. Not only these, paid vacations to understand. There are also a variety of free vocational training, regular health checks, 5 insurance and 1 gold, and so on. Finally, the staff lunch and dinner, of course, is also to have, not only have, but also free. Li Fei decided that after the recruitment process, he would go directly to a restaurant next to the hotel to order food, and set a standard of 6 dishes and 1 soup for each meal for his employees. As for the cost of meals, let's tentatively set $25 per person per meal. Seeing that the system didn't object, Li Fei smiled inwardly. Calculated like this, the employee's monthly salary was already very high. Li Fei believed that as long as the employees came in, they would never want to quit again. Just when Li Fei fantasized that there would be a large number of job seekers coming to enroll immediately, he didn't expect that after waiting for half a day, there was no one. This made Li Fei very depressed. I have opened such a good condition, you still do not come? In the end, Li Fei directly moved his booth to the aisle. It was because the previous booth was too remote. Not only remote, but also had to turn a corner to see it. Who would think that there was a recruitment booth at the corner? Just when Li Fei moved his booth to the aisle, 2 good-looking girls came over. Chapter 6 Finally recruiting the first wave of employees. Excuse me, is this place hiring? Lin Xiaoma asked with a slight nervousness. The one who came with her was her classmate and best friend, Su Xiaoxi. That's right, Li Fei replied enthusiastically. After waiting for half a day, someone finally came to consult. It was really not easy. Recruiting cleaning, receptionist, waitress, security, personnel, finance. Lin Xiaoma began to look carefully at the information on the recruitment display board. She and her best friend Su Xiaoxi graduated from a second-rate college in the city, majoring in finance and economics. Nowadays, not to mention graduates from second-rate colleges like theirs, it was difficult for graduates from many first-rate universities to find a good job. You know, there are more than 12 million college students graduating this year, together with those who graduated before and haven't found a job. This number is very huge. Therefore, they have also lowered their requirements again and again. Originally, when they first graduated, they wanted to find a foreign company. However, after submitting their resumes, they didn't even get an interview. If you can't get into a foreign company, you can always find a big local company, right? the interview is in. But in the process of waiting for the interview, after seeing dozens of first-class university graduates of the applicants, they decisively run away. The competition was just too tough. In the end, they can only focus on those small companies and small enterprises. However, it is these small companies and small enterprises. It is also more than one can pick. Bachelor's degree. Just enter the interview threshold. After that, but also to see whether you have a variety of certificates, over the English 4 and so on. Helplessly, the two of them wandered around the entire job fair, and after casting out several resumes with no news, they found Li Fei. Shinmo, this is a small hotel. Hey, are you sure we want to come here for an interview? Su Xiaoxi was a bit reluctant. She was a university graduate, but she wanted to work in a hotel. It was just too embarrassing. Although Lin Xiaoma was also a bit hesitant, she still made up her mind and walked in front of Li Fei. We're applying for the finance job. Nonsense. If they couldn't find a job, they couldn't even afford to pay the rent. Now even eating is going to be a problem. Do they still have to care about their face? Therefore, Lin Xiaoma directly decided that as long as this hotel wanted her, she would come here to work. Seeing that Lin Xiaoxi seemed to have made up her mind, Su Xiaoxi also walked over helplessly. Who let everyone be BFFs? Even if it was a fire pit, they could only jump together. Are you both interviewing for finance? We are just a small hotel here. The position of finance is only recruiting one person, Li Fei said truthfully. When Lin Xiaoma and Su Xiaoxi heard this, they were both a bit disappointed and were about to prepare to leave. However, there is also a personnel position being recruited here, so you guys can try it out. Seeing that the two were about to leave, Li Fei hurriedly called out to them. These two were the first wave of interviewees that he had waited for with great difficulty. Li Fei did not want to miss this opportunity. Personnel position? Can a finance and economics major also apply for personnel? Lin Xiaoma asked. After she saw Li Fei's affirmative nod, she was instantly confused. This was too hasty. However, finding a job across majors was a very common thing. It was naturally not unacceptable to her. In the end, Lin Xiaoma and Su Xiaoxi went through Li Fei's harsh vetting, and were directly employed at this hotel called Not Good at All. Su Xiaoxi was assigned to the personnel position, while Lin Xiaoma was assigned to the finance position. All of our wages here are paid according to the city's average salary, 3,500 for personnel and 3,500 for finance. Of course, this is only the internship salary. After you turn regular, your salary will be raised to $5,000 per month. You can be transferred after 1 month. Li Fei began to introduce it. 3,500 for the internship period, transferring after 1 month, and 5,000 after transferring? For this salary, Lin Xiaoma and Su Xiaoxi were neither surprised nor disappointed. How to put it? It was moderate. According to Li Fei, it was the average salary in the city. However, it was very good that people could take the two of them. As for our company's other benefits as well as treatment, you guys can take a look at this information, Li Fei said, and took a piece of information that had been printed at the advertising agency to the two of them. There are other benefits as well as perks? Lin Xiaoma and Su Xiaoxi didn't hold much hope. However, when Lin Xiaoma received the information that Li Fei handed to her, after seeing the various benefits and treatments that were densely written on it, she directly sucked in a breath of cold air. This is also too exaggerated, right? Double weekends? Monthly 1,000 yuan of supermarket shopping coupon subsidies, 100 phone bill subsidies, 300 car subsidies, 500 room subsidies? There are all kinds of gifts for Chinese New Year festivals, and paid vacations, 5 insurance policies, medical checkups, and free meals every day? If these are true, then, this job is simply their dream job. Double vacation. Hey, nowadays, many companies have only a single day off, and even some companies have only 1 or 2 days off a month. Going to work is tiring enough. Not enough rest time. People will be more and more tired, more and more passionless. And now, this hotel gave them double breaks. This is very nice. With double breaks, they could go home and see their parents during their double breaks. If it was a single holiday, there would be no time at all, and just the time spent on the road back and forth would take a day. The more Lin Xiaoma and Su Xiaoxi looked, the more excited they became. It was almost as if they couldn't wait, right now, to get started immediately. Then you guys are considered to be on board from now on. However, since the hotel is being renovated, it will take about 5 or 6 days. During this time, you guys can work from home. Of course, during the home office period, the salary will be paid as usual, Li Fei said indifferently. Lin Xiaoma and Su Xiaoxi were once again shocked upon hearing this. Directly working from home? Saying home office. It was actually just playing around at home. Right now the hotel was under renovation. There was nothing for the two of them at all. If any other boss let you come to work 5 or 6 days later, what could you say? Now the boss even let them home office, and also pay them? This kind of boss is simply too considerate, right? After leaving their phone numbers, Lin Xiaoma and Su Xiaoxi happily walked out of the job fair. Yes, Li Fei was even more excited. Finally, he had recruited his first batch of employees. It was one step closer to his million-employee plan. Chapter 7, A Hotel Makeover. The Million-Employee Plan. That's right, this was a very huge plan that Li Fei had made for himself. One must know that although the system funds were all lost, he could get the system's entire rebate. However, to lose all of it, it must be a very difficult thing. Since he was a child, Li Fei had always preached that one thing should be done with both hands. Therefore, he directly set up a million-employee program for himself. On the one hand, one should try one's best to achieve a total loss of the system's funds and strive to be able to get the full amount of the system's cashback. On the other hand, one had to try to develop the number of employees in the company. Li Fei set a small goal for himself. Let's start with 1 million employees. His salary is 1% of the total salary of all employees. If there are 1 million employees, then his salary will be the sum of 10,000 employees' salaries, calculated according to the average employee salary of $5,000. Then every month, he can have 50 million in the accounts. $50 million every month. What concept? At that time, even if he did not do anything, the system's loss of cashback funds cannot get at all, but also still can have a salary income of 50 million per month. Ha, think about it, happy to take off. However, it is not easy to have 1 million employees. Therefore, Li Fei's next plan is to open more companies with more employees. The first one opened a hotel, and Li Fei was already regretting it. If he had opened a factory of some kind and recruited dozens or hundreds of workers, he would have gotten a steady 4,000 or 5,000 salary per month by now. Unlike now, his monthly salary was only more than 400. However, it was useless to regret. Li Fei started recruiting employees again. Come take a look and see. There's recruitment here. Li Fei began to shout. It was really because his booth was so remote that people were reluctant to come over and take a look. Unexpectedly, his shouting attracted several people at once. Here is the information on our hotel's various welfare benefits. You guys can take a look. This time, Li Fei decided to take the initiative. Originally, when people saw that this was a small guest house, they were still a bit disgusted. However, when they saw these welfare benefits, one by one, they began to become excited. These welfare benefits were too good. If these invisible benefits were included, people's salaries would not be bad at all. I'll sign up. In the crowd, I don't know who opened their mouths first, and instantly people boiled over. I apply for security guard. I apply for front desk. Me, I apply for cleaning. Li Fei looked at the enthusiastic scene and smiled happily. In the end, Li Fei recruited 6 more people. And now, counting Shen Xingzhu and Zhao Chunmei, the previous employees of the Happiness Hotel, and the just recruited Lin Xiaoma and Su Xiaoxi, the 10 slots given by the system were all used up. These 10 places, including finance, personnel, 1 person each, 2 security guards, 2 receptionists, 2 cleaners, 2 waiters. As usual, Li Fei let a few of them come to work 5 or 6 days later. Of course, during the period is paid. After several people heard this news, they immediately revealed a look of disbelief. When Li Fei left the job fair grounds, it was already noon. His stomach was rumbling with hunger, so he had to go eat something first. Nowadays, his entire fortune only amounted to just over $7,000. The $7,000 included the $5,000 from selling the hotel furniture and appliances, the $1,000 compensation from the landlord, and his own original $1,000. So, Li Fei could only save some money. In the end, Li Fei drove his van to a fast food restaurant and spent $15 to have a full fast food. When Li Fei came to his hotel again, he found that the place had already started to be renovated. In one morning's time, the 3 houses on the first floor had already been smashed through. The second, third, fourth and fifth floors were also under construction. After watching for a while, Li Fei returned to his rented place. After returning to the rented house, Li Fei had nothing to do anyway, so he started to browse the various things needed to open a guest house on Peach Treasure, like mattresses, bed sheets and covers, toiletries, disposable slippers, towels and so on are all things you need to buy yourself. The hotel side of the decoration for another 5 days or so will be almost done. Now online shopping these things, express delivery is almost in 5 or 6 days or so to arrive. The system task is to lose $1 million in 10 days. Now, Li Fei had spent 150,000 on rent and 400,000 on designing the soft furnishings. He now has 450,000 left. Afterwards, Li Fei started to buy up mattresses, bed sheets and covers, toiletries and other items online. These things, Li Fei decided to buy good and expensive so that he could spend more money. Now, the first floor of the hotel was used as a hall. The fifth floor was used as an office for the staff, and the only real guest rooms left were the second, third and fourth floors. There were 5 guest rooms on each floor, adding up to only 15 guest rooms. Soon, Li Fei picked out the goods: 8,000 mattresses, more than 3,000 sofas, more than 3,000 LCD TVs, a set of more than 100 disposable toiletries, as well as bed sheets and bedding, quilt covers, a set of downs spent more than 3,000 again. Each of the selected, Li Fei is a one-time buy 15 sets. These things add up. Li Fei spent a total of about 270,000 yuan. Subsequently, Li Fei spent another 10,000 or so, bought a set of leather sofa and coffee table. For the employees bought 10 sets of ergonomic chairs, each more than 2,000. A total of 20,000 spent. Finance and personnel in the front desk are in need of computers. Right, their boss must also be one. Li Fei then bought 4 more computers, one more than 10,000 yuan. A hotel. The staff of the work clothes is also a must. Li Fei began to give the staff to pick up the work clothes. Fortunately, there are many kinds of work clothes on the internet, such as security, cleaning, front desk, finance, personnel and so on. After all the selection, different kinds of work clothes, Li Fei bought a total of 10 sets, spent more than 7,000. After buying these things, Li Fei only left $100,000. Time passes in a flash, and 5 days later, Li Fei has bought a total of 10 sets of different kinds of work clothes. At this time, the decoration of the hotel has been completely finished, and the business license has also been done down. When Li Fei drove the van to the hotel, Tang Evening Ching from the decoration company had been waiting for a long time. Li Fei, how to say, is a party, is a customer, should have the respect or have. It was the first time for Li Fei to see his guesthouse after the decoration. This small courtyard, how did it become so beautiful? Li Fei exclaimed. I just asked you guys to give a casual soft decoration inside the guesthouse. How did you guys renovate the guesthouse's small courtyard together? The key is, also decorated so beautiful. At this time the small courtyard has completely changed a look. Originally, the small courtyard is very messy, looks like a mess. Now the small courtyard, after Tang Evening Chang's simple decoration, had simply changed greatly. The entire courtyard was paved with turf, leaving a path in the center, and the path was paved with marble. Then, a lot of green plants were placed in the courtyard, which instantly elevated the mood of the small courtyard. Li Fei, accompanied by Tang Evening Ching, walked into the lobby of the hotel. Big change, simply big change. The whole hall already can't see a bit of the original appearance. After the renovation of the hall, very bright, plus some green plant embellishment, it is very nice. Subsequently, Li Fei followed Tang Evening Ching up to the second, third and fourth floors. These floors were all guest room areas. Inside all the guest rooms, the decorations were also very simple and cozy. Not only within the rooms, the corridors were also made with great effort. On the corridors, a lot of paintings were pasted, making the entire hotel's compelling style instantly rise a lot. When Li Fei came to the 5th floor, which was the staff office area, he was also taken aback. Of the several rooms on the 5th floor, Tang Evening Harvest had only kept 3 rooms. These 3 rooms, one was the boss's office, one was the personnel office, and one was the finance office. Then, the other few rooms were all opened up and made into an open office area. The more Li Fei looked at it, the more satisfied he was. However, there was a bit of worry. The hotel was decorated so well. What if the business was too good? However, on second thought, can't be, this must not be possible. This place is in such a bad location. Can someone really find this place? Chapter 8: The staff's first meal. When Li Fei came to the hotel once again on the second day, the employees had already arrived as well. After counting the number of people, there were a total of 10 people. Yesterday, Li Fei had also put up the signboard of the guesthouse. Not a good hotel at all. It looked very good. Originally, in the morning, the employees were still a bit afraid to come in. Not good at all guesthouse? Is this a name that a person could come up with? Who would give this kind of name to their guesthouse? Only after they called Li Fei and got his affirmative reply did they walk in. As soon as they came in, they were shocked by the hotel in front of them. Originally, they thought that the hotel they were about to come to work in was just a very ordinary small hotel, but they didn't expect that the environment here was so good. To be able to work in this kind of environment, that daily mood must be very beautiful. Today, everyone is just coming over in advance to familiarize themselves with the environment. Starting tomorrow, everyone will officially go to work. This is the location of the front desk. This is the laundry room. And this is the location where the security guards rest. On the 5th floor, there are personnel offices and financial offices. Li Fei led the employees and began to familiarize himself with the grounds. The boss had said that the work would not officially start until tomorrow. Therefore, After familiarizing themselves with the venue, the employees were planning to leave. Li Fei directly called out to the employees, "It's getting late. Let's eat before we go back. Our hotel manages meals, 2 meals a day." After the employees heard this, they immediately felt very cozy. Although it was just a simple meal, this boss was just very humane. Many of them had looked for quite a few jobs before, but there was no boss who could be like Li Fei, treating his employees so sweetly. The bosses that they had encountered before would not stop until they had squeezed the last bit of value out of their employees. After saying that, Li Fei called the restaurant next to him to order food. Next to the hotel was a Gone, Sichuan and Hunan small fry, which mainly did meals from the Gone, Sichuan and Hunan area. Yesterday, Li Fei went to the boss's wife, who was overjoyed to hear that Li Fei wanted to order 2 meals for his employees every day. 10 employees, plus Li Fei himself, so that's 11 people. 11 people, 2 meals a day. Li Fei gave a standard of $50 per person per day for food and beverage, so a day is $550 of turnover. $550 is equivalent to the consumption of several people at a table. The key is that people are stable. 550 a day. A year is nearly 150,000 turnover. Her family this restaurant, the profit can reach more than 40%. 150,000 turnover. She will be able to net more than 60,000 yuan. If the guesthouse had been open for several years, Li Fei's single customer alone would have made her a fortune. Therefore, when the boss's wife received Li Fei's call, she immediately asked the back kitchen to prioritize Li Fei's dishes. Nonsense, this was her biggest customer, so she naturally had to prioritize Li Fei in everything. Soon, a waiter from the restaurant walked into the hotel with 2 big bags of boxed lunches. It was also the first time for that waitress to come here, and when she saw that the environment of this hotel was so good, she still couldn't believe it. Before, this place was just an ordinary 5-story building, and everywhere was ordinary. Now, everything has changed a lot. The boxed lunch was delivered, and Li Fei and the employees started to eat it. With a food rate of 50 per person per day, one meal was 25. Li Fei saw that the boss's wife made them quite good food. There were 6 kinds of dishes in total, 3 meat and 3 veggies, and the flavor was not bad. Li Fei was also a bit hungry, so he took a big bite. When everyone had finished eating, Li Fei called out Lin Xiaoma alone. "As the finance, I'll leave our hotel's future funds in your hands." Saying that, Li Fei was about to transfer all the remaining 100,000 to Lin Xiaoma. In the future, there were a lot of places to spend money, such as the staff's salary, benefits, and the restaurant's meal expenses. In the future, Li Fei decided to leave these trivial things to Lin Xinyu to deal with, just like the cost of meals. Not every day there were 11 people coming to eat. The employees all had double breaks, so very often, in the middle of the day, only half of the employees might be on duty. If Li Fei were to calculate these, it would give him a headache just thinking about it. So Li Fei left all these things to Lin Xiaoma. Since he had recruited finances, he had to utilize them wisely. Li Fei was going to be motivated to become a big boss with millions of employees in the future. So from now on, he was going to start learning how to delegate some tasks to his own employees. After all, one's own energy was always limited. If he had to do everything himself, he probably wouldn't be able to finish it even if he was exhausted. Therefore, anything that could be given to his employees to do, he had to prioritize giving it to his employees. This 100,000, Li Fei also decided to hand over to Lin Xiaoma, the financial management. Anyway, this 100,000 can't be used for his own expenses. Then, why not just let Lin Xiaoma directly manage this finance? When he needs to spend money, he can just directly explain to Lin Xiaoma. Simple, easy and pleasant. At the same time, this 100,000 was also a simple test. If Lin Xiaoma couldn't even manage this 100,000, then Li Fei wouldn't dare to use her again. His own system funds would definitely increase in the future, and by that time, hundreds of millions of billions of dollars would have to be handed over to the financial director to manage. If Lin Xiaoma can pass this test, then in the future he can consider giving the other party a promotion and a raise. If not, then he or she would have to consider a new person. Lin Xiaoma thought that the boss had called herself for something very small, but she didn't expect that the boss would want to transfer a huge amount of $100,000 to herself at once, to let herself manage it. That's right, in her eyes, this 100,000 was really already a huge sum of money. Lin Xiaoma was a bit afraid to accept it. Believe in yourself. You are already the finance of our hotel. These money, you can definitely manage it. Li Fei cheered the other party. In the end, Lin Xiaoma still accepted the huge $100,000. As a finance, for the aspect of managing money, she was still a bit confident. Although, in some big companies, the finance would not be held by one person. Usually there is a cashier and an accountant. One specializes in money, one specializes in accounts. Doing so can minimize the financial loopholes. However, Li Fei's hotel is just a small hotel. He is too lazy to get any cashier and accountant. Moreover, Li Fei was not worried about Lin Xiaoma's embezzlement at all, because, even if Lin Xiaoma embezzled, it would still be counted as a loss. Li Fei loved the system too much. However, Li Fei wouldn't condone his own financial staff's embezzlement. These accounts, he is very clear in his heart. When the company scale expands to a certain extent in the future, he will be able to get some financial audit team. As for now, it was completely unnecessary. Chapter 9. Everything is ready for business. Later that afternoon, Li Fei was watching a TV show at home when he received a call from the courier. Something had arrived. Li Fei drove the van and rushed to the hotel. There was a lot of stuff. The courier piled it all up in the small courtyard of the hotel. So many things? Li Fei's head directly got big. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to move it by himself. I'm a man with a system. Going to move things in a miserable manner again? Simple. Just go directly to hire a few workers, right? Soon, Li Fei came to a labor market. This was the largest labor market in Binjiang City. Every day, there were a lot of people waiting for jobs here. When Li Fei drove the van here, there weren't many people waiting anymore. Carrying things, 500 per person, 6 people in total. Li Fei directly shouted out, 500 per person? This price was already very high. However, the crowd did not venture over. If the things that Li Fei asked them to carry were cement tiles or whatever, then $500 was not really good. Boss, what are you moving? How many floors in total? A laborer came over and asked. Moving some mattresses, chairs and such. 5 floors in total. Li Fei said. Boss, I'll go too. Hearing this, those who were still hesitant came over and started signing up. Li Fei picked 6 slightly older ones from the crowd. It couldn't be helped. These people were older and weren't competitive in the labor market. A little help is a little help, right? The 6 people who were chosen were filled with surprise. The boss had actually chosen them? They were all around 50 years old, and at this age, they were at a great disadvantage compared to people strong laborers in their 30s and 40s. Therefore, some high-paying jobs were not their turn at all. Now, a $500 job that falls directly on their heads? Just very unexpected, just very pleasantly surprised. When Li Fei pulled them to the hotel, the crowd was even more surprised when they saw these things. Just this much stuff, and you hired 6 people? This point of work, directly hire 1 or 2 people can quickly finish off. However, the crowd naturally will not say anything more. Anyway, each person was fixed at 500, so they would finish early and go home early. Soon, everyone began to carry up. Before handling, the express package should be unpacked first. Wow, this mattress is really good quality. After the courier was unpacked, one of the workers got a good look at what was inside. It was a mattress with a very elaborate workmanship. Although it was separated by a layer of transparent plastic film, one could still see inside. It was very high class at first glance. These mattresses, all the rooms on the 2nd, 3rd and 4th floors, put one in each room. Li Fei began to arrange the tasks for the crowd. A total of 15 rooms, 15 mattresses. 6 workers quickly moved all the mattresses up. The mattresses were not too heavy, and it was easy for 2 people to lift one. Unlike the work they were looking for before, it was all heavy work of moving rebar and cement. After the mattresses were moved, the people started to move the leather sofa and coffee table. Moving from the small courtyard to the 1st floor took even less effort. Finally, the crowd began to move the chairs. 2 chairs per person, from the 1st floor to the 5th floor. It didn't take much effort at all. It was just easy. After all these things were moved, there were only some small items like bed sheets and covers left. Soon, in an hour, all the things were moved. Li Fei is also very fast. Each person 500, direct settlement. However, he doesn't care about the money now. The money is in the hands of Lin Xiaoma. Li Fei directly asked the workers to send him the collection code, and he in turn sent these collection codes to Lin Xiaoma. Soon, the workers each received a 500 transfer. Beautiful, simply beautiful. In less than 1 hour of soy sauce work, they had earned $500. The corners of the workers' mouths rose one by one, directly numbing with laughter. Wait, moving all afternoon. You guys are also weirdly tired. You guys wait and go next door to that Ganchuan Siang small fry restaurant. Order a table of food and a few bottles of beer. Just put the bill on our hotel. A few workers were about to say goodbye to Li Fei and then go home, but they didn't expect Li Fei to open his mouth again, shocking the crowd once again. We just moved for less than an hour. Where are we tired? However, this was a little bit of the other boss's intention, so they were naturally happy to accept it. Immediately, A few people half-heartedly walked into the Gonchuanxiang small fry shop that Li Fei was talking about, explaining the reason for their visit. A few people were still very apprehensive. Is this true? Will the boss's wife directly blow us out? The boss's wife heard the words of a few people and made a direct call. Aha, okay, got it. Hanging up the phone, the boss's wife had long since changed into a smiling face. Several people. What to eat? Just order. In the end, the few workers simply ordered a few dishes, and one person came with another bottle of beer, spending a total of more than 200. The boss's wife, on the other hand, beautifully made another entry in the ledger. This ledger was specialized in docking Li Fei's not at all good hotel. A few months and a few days. The hotel and the restaurant ordered how many dishes? A total of how much money? All remember very clearly. Of course, People's Hotel side will also keep score. At the end of each month, everyone is to face accounts. The boss's wife naturally didn't dare to keep the books recklessly. If she dared to keep the books recklessly, and then lost such an important customer, she would probably cry to death. On this side of the hotel, Li Fei checked the hotel again and found that everything was ready. The business license was also done a few days ago. Now, everything is ready, just waiting for tomorrow's opening. Locking the door, Li Fei walked out of the small courtyard of the hotel. He was about to go back by car, but he saw the opposite side of the street. The Happiness Hotel has reopened. Happiness Hotel is the first hotel before Li Fei. The obese landlord smiled very proudly and lit a 500-ring firecracker. On the door of the hotel, there was also a banner that read "Good luck for opening." Li Fei kindly smiled. Oh, long expected that you will have this action today. With that, Li Fei made a call to one of the security guards of his hotel. Okay, got it boss. Zhao Peng hung up the phone. He was a security guard who had applied for a job at the not at all good guesthouse a few days ago. Zhao Peng was in his 30s and was in his prime. However, he had no education and no skills, so after he was discharged from the army, he could only look for some security-type jobs, even looked for a few companies, and found that the gap between these companies and their own imagination are very big. The first few companies, low wages, a lot of things, also not moving on a variety of training, meetings. Zhao Peng is almost bored to death. Finally, after being deliberately made difficult by the leadership a few times, he resolutely resigned. Unexpectedly, just resigned. Came to Li Fei's hotel here as a security guard. Although the salary here is not high, but the welfare treatment is good. Every month just a variety of subsidies. There are more than 2,000 it. Coupled with the 5 insurance and 1 gold. The wages here are much higher than those of large companies. The main thing is that the boss here is also too good. Not only will not intentionally make things difficult for them, and even to them that is called a warm and considerate. This is not. The boss just gave him a task. Let him go to the opposite side of the Happiness Hotel to stay for one night. Not only give him the room fee, but also give him overtime. Direct, double pay. This is very unexpected. Go out to find a hotel to stay one night can also be counted as overtime? Zhao Peng directly confused all. Chapter 10 Worry-free new employees. Fretful old employees. You mean to tell me that the room fee for one night at the Happiness Hotel is surprisingly $128? Li Fei asked. Yes, boss. Zhao Peng answered truthfully. Yesterday, he had been playing with his cell phone at home when he suddenly received a call from his boss. On the phone, the boss told him to go to that Happiness Hotel on the opposite side of the street to stay for a night. And the key thing was, the boss didn't just pay for his room, but also counted him as overtime and directly doubled his salary. It's very confusing. When Zhao Peng came to the Happiness Hotel, he saw the obese boss's wife. The other party heard that he was here to check in, and directly opened his mouth to ask for 128. 128? Just this Thai place. You want 128 from me? If it wasn't for the boss ordering himself to check in, 58 himself would have to think about it. Afterwards, Zhao Peng reluctantly checked in. Heartache. He is really heartache. 128. Just spent it for nothing. Looking at the fat smile of the obese boss's wife who received the 128 transfer, Zhao Peng forcibly resisted the urge to slap the other party. After transferring the account and checking in, Zhao Peng walked into the room where he stayed. Just after entering the door, he directly frowned. How to say it? Poor. Too poor. If this place was compared to their not at all good hotel, it simply didn't even match the shoes. Here, the entire room was filled with a faint smell of paint, although it wasn't obvious, but you could still smell it. Furniture and appliances are not all right. There is also the bed, a little turnover, each creaking endless. Torment, simply torment. Zhao Peng directly insomnia. When Li Fei heard Zhao Peng said, Happiness Hotel a night to 128, people are stunned. $128 can be really ruthless. Previously, when the former owner opened a hotel there, it was only $88 a night. Now, that fat landlord directly rose to 128. You're crazy about money, aren't you? Okay, since you set the rate of the Happiness Hotel at 128 a night, then, I will set the rate of my hotel at 88 a night. Although the system stipulates that he can't set prices indiscriminately and disrupt the market order. However, this is a guest house in an urban village, where all the ghost houses also don't have an accurate so-called market price. Here, there were 128s, 98s and 68s. What was even more exaggerated was that there were even those that were $20 to $30 a night. Of course, those $20 to $30 a night hotels, the conditions must be as bad as possible. So, this gave Li Fei a very flexible pricing power. Afterwards, Li Fei looked at the various photos that Zhao Peng had taken back for him. Sure enough, the landlord had bought back the furniture and appliances that Li Fei had sold to the scrapyard. Although Li Fei didn't know how much the landlord bought it back. However, it must be much higher than $5,000. Li Fei also noticed that the corridor of the Happy Hotel, the hall, and the room where Zhao Peng lived, there was a little trace of paint on the floor. Although the landlord had already tried his best to clean it, but paint is not that easy to clean off. Seeing this, Li Fei didn't want to pay attention to the Happiness Hotel. Speaking of the Happy Hotel, Li Fei was directly speechless. This landlord is really stingy to the home. That Happy Hotel sign are so worn out. Even do not want to spend money to change. It is really talented. Thoughts back to their own not at all good hotel. Today, all the staff in the hotel will begin to work officially. Finance, personnel and cleaning work time is from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Noon can rest for 2 hours. The front desk, waiters and security guards, then take the shift system. The day shift is from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and the night shift is from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. the next day. Once a week. The reason for this scheduling is also the consideration of the staff's dinner. Dinner is eaten around 6 p.m. This scheduling allows both day and night shift employees to have dinner. Considering that working night shifts was very harmful to one's body, Li Fei directly designated 2 guest rooms out, and he announced that the employees who worked night shifts could go to the designated guest rooms to sleep when there were no guests. In this way, isn't there 2 less guest rooms? Thinking about this, Li Fei also applauded himself for this decision. Originally, there were a few employees who wanted to quit when they heard about the night shift here. Now the boss even said that they could go to bed at night when there was nothing to do. Now, they directly dismissed the idea of quitting. Nonsense, the boss has done this. If they still resigned, it would be really too stupid. The benefits here were so good, and the boss was so considerate. If they resigned, they were afraid that they would never be able to find such a good job again. After Li Fei explained everything, he drove his van back to the rental house to move things. That's right, he was moving to the hotel today as well. This was a decision he had made before. That rented house was an attic of over 50 square meters, and climbing the stairs every day was exhausting. For a house like that, it still charged him $1,000 in rent every month. Then one might as well just live in a guest house, live in their own hotel inside. Every day someone to clean, not to mention. The main thing is not to spend rent. Driving back to the rented attic, Li Fei looked at all the things. It seems that there is really nothing valuable. The entire attic rental house. In addition to the former owner of some clothes, the most valuable is an old washing machine, and an old TV. Li Fei casually organized, packed out a few pieces of clothing, and some daily use things, such as hot water kettle, cell phone charger and so on. As for the luggage, Li Fei directly do not want hotel luggage, then these can be much better. After finishing packing, Li Fei took these things and traveled to his own hotel. Inside the hotel lobby. Wow, this chair is so comfortable to sit on. The front desk Xiao Mei found that the seat under her but was actually an ergonomic seat, and when she sat on it, it was very comfortable. Not only was the chair comfortable, even the computer, which was a big brand computer, was running at a very smooth speed. Now, there was no more worrying about the computer crashing because of watching a TV show. She was also in a hotel before when she was in front of the front desk. However, the chairs there were the kind of chairs that were very uncomfortable to sit on. It was hard and uncomfortable, and after sitting for a long time, she felt uncomfortable all over. There is also that broken computer. When you are bored at work, you want to watch a TV show, but it is still not moving. It will die. I'm speechless. Now well, the environment here uncomfortable, the work is also easy, the welfare benefits and super good, but also 2 meals. To be able to work here, simply feel too happy. On the side, Shin Xingju looked at Xiao Mei's carefree appearance. She was dying of worry. Shin Xingju was the first meta employee to follow the boss. Previously, when she was at the Happiness Hotel, she was alone, both as a receptionist and a waitress. Sometimes, it would also act as procurement and logistics. She never expected that the boss would choose not to renew the lease of the Happiness Guesthouse and run over here to continue opening the guesthouse. With the level of decoration and renovation of this guesthouse, it was conservatively estimated that it would cost $400,000 to $500,000, coupled with the rent of the house. and the boss hired so many employees. This expenditure is simply too big. The key is, the hotel. Until now there is no guest. Alas, really sad. How can we make the hotel more guests? Chapter 11. The first guest of the guesthouse. When Li Fei returned to his guesthouse again, it was already around 5 p.m. Boss, it's been almost a day. Our guesthouse still doesn't have a single guest. Just as Li Fei walked through the door, Shen Xingju spoke up with worry. Such a high-quality guesthouse. It only cost 88 a night, but not a single person came to stay. Can't figure it out. Really can't figure it out. Shen Xingju was almost worried. It's okay, after all, our hotel just opened. People don't know yet. Hearing that there was not a single guest for the whole day, Li Fei smiled inwardly, but on the surface, he had to comfort Shen Xingju in turn. After chatting briefly, Li Fei returned to the van and went to move his things. Originally, he wanted to hire a few workers to help him move his things. However, these things belonged to his own private belongings and were not items within the hotel, so the system directly rejected him. There was no other way. Li Fei could only bitterly move it alone. At this time, the employees inside the hotel also noticed the things in the boss's car, and all of them came out at once to help the boss move the things. Nonsense! If they don't behave at this time, when should they wait? Afterwards, the employees moved some things one by one and started to move upstairs. The room Li Fei chose for himself was located on the 4th floor of the hotel, in the innermost room, because the hotel didn't have an elevator. The rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors were usually the first to be booked out. If you live on the 4th floor, it will be quiet and not so noisy. After packing up the things, it was also time for the meal. The restaurant side had already delivered today's dinner to the staff. As usual, the dinner was 6 dishes and 1 soup, and the employees ate more flavorfully than one another. After dinner, the employees should be off work. The shift changed shift. Li Fei, on the other hand, returned to his own room in a happy mood. Directly lying on the soft bed, began to watch a TV series. The mattress of more than 8,000 really is much more comfortable than the hardboard bed in the attic of his own rental. Shaolin and his own wife just got off the train today. They are also one of the thousands of working people. This time, they came out from their hometown and came to Binjiang City, also because they heard that the wages here were high. Just after getting off the train, they took a taxi to this urban village called Lake Haitang. The reason why they chose this place is also to listen to the advice of the netizens. According to the netizens, most of the industrial parks in Binjiang City were concentrated around this area. So, they decided to come here first to find a house, after settling down, then go out to find a job. However, I didn't expect the train to be late, and when I got off the train, it was already more than 8 o'clock in the evening. It's so late today. It must be hard to find a house. It seems that tonight can only find a hotel to stay. Subsequently, Shaolin and his wife came to the Happiness Hotel. 128 a night? When Shaolin heard the obese boss lady's offer, he was directly shocked. However, what if this hotel was really good? Holding this mentality, Shaolin and his wife, under the leadership of the hotel's fat boss lady, took a look at the hotel's rooms. This is it? The room has a smell of paint, and the decoration is very general. Just this garbage house. You dare to ask for 128 a night? This is also too black. Afterwards, Shaolin directly pulled his wife to leave. He's not a cutie pie. He's not a cutie. 128 a night. This is treating me like a pig to be slaughtered. 99 a night. The obese boss's wife was anxious when she saw that Shaolin was leaving. Let's look again. Shaolin did not look back. Out of the Happiness Hotel. Originally, there was another guesthouse across from the Happiness Guesthouse, called What Not Good at All Guesthouse. They had just come this way, and they had seen the bright billboard of that hotel from afar. Shaolin took a look at it and decided that it was better to come to the Happiness Hotel first, because that guesthouse was decorated too well and looked expensive. That's why they chose the Happiness Hotel first. Just didn't expect that this Happiness Guesthouse didn't look good, but the price dared to be so high. Walking out of the Happiness Hotel, Shaolin decided that it was better to go to that Not Good at All hotel to take a look first. Anyway, look and do not pay. If too expensive, the big deal is not to live. That hotel, just look at the appearance. It is very good, especially the people of that small courtyard. No matter the mood or decoration grade is very high. Therefore, his mental price was between 128 and 150 a night. If it wasn't too expensive, he decided to stay at this not at all good hotel tonight, because the two of them have been sitting for dozens of hours on the train. Really too tired. Really do not want to save a few dozen dollars to toss back and forth. Walked into the small courtyard, stepped on the flat marble ground, looked at the surrounding greenery as well as flowers. The mood immediately became soothing. Even the fatigue of sitting on the train for dozens of hours seemed to have dissipated for the most part at once. Hello, we've come to stay. May I ask how much is a standard room here per night? Shaolin asked slightly nervously. It was his first time coming to such a high-grade hotel. This hotel not only looked upscale on the outside, but when he walked inside, it was also very upscale and luxurious. Hello, our standard room here is 88 a night. On the front desk of the evening shift is Xinxingzhu. Finally see the guests. She is simply excited. 88? Shaolin was even a bit skeptical that he had heard wrong. 88, even cheaper than that Happiness Hotel. The point is, the conditions here are several notches higher than the Happiness Hotel. But only 88? I can't believe it. Is not 188? And then the other side intentionally put that 100 said very light. Mislead himself as 88. As soon as he checked in, the other party said, here is 188, not 88. But he had heard that in the big city the schemes were one deeper than the other, making people unable to defend themselves. Yes, it's 88, Xinxingzhu repeated again with a smile on his face. This time, Shaolin was finally convinced that it was 88. Xinxingzhu then checked the two of them in, and then brought them to room 201 on the second floor. This bed is so soft to sleep in. Shaolin comfortably lay on the soft bed, smelling the fragrant fragrance emanating from the clean sheets and covers, and directly let out a soft hum in comfort. Virtuous. Shaolin's wife looked at Shaolin and directly laughed and scolded. After one night, Shaolin beautifully got up from the bed. Cool. Simply too cool. This mattress sleeping on it was almost like it had a kind of magic power that directly brought him back to his peak state once. Turning his head to look at his wife's smiling face in her sleep, Shaolin hemmed and hawed and started to go wash up. Coming to the bathroom, Shaolin couldn't help but let out a gasp. This is also too luxurious. The toiletries in the bathroom, shower gel, shampoo, and toothbrush and toothpaste, were all disposable. The key is, people, this is not the kind of very cheap disposable toiletries, but a big brand of disposable toiletries. Even the packaging are very sophisticated. However, the capacity is a little small. This kind of disposable toiletries, at times simply cannot be used up. Take it away. Take it away directly later. After Shaolin finished washing up, his wife also woke up. Taking advantage of the gap between his wife's washing up, Shaolin secretly swept that mattress. In the future, he would also buy one of these mattresses to make himself formidable night after night. $8,000? Shaolin was directly confused. A mattress costs $8,000? Can't afford it. This is really can't afford it. What kind of family willing to buy a mattress for $8,000? Chapter 12. This is really a treasure hotel. When Wei Xiaoli, the proprietress of the Happiness Guesthouse, saw that Shaolin and the others didn't even live in their own guesthouse and ran to the opposite side of the not good at all guesthouse, she was simply furious. A little bit of bad hotel, she is aware of. Isn't this Li Fei's guesthouse? Oh, this Li Fei also want to open the hotel in their opposite. Rob their business? Really dream. Is not the prices cheaper than their own here a little bit? Well, you said 88 a night. I said 80 a night. Wei Xiaoli gave up, directly to their own hotel prices, from 128 down to 80. Sin really sin. A drop of $48. This is to earn how much less money Thinking of here, the fat landlord Wei Xiaoli on Li Fei that is more hate to gnash teeth. In the morning, when Li Fei walked downstairs to the hall, found that last night even someone checked in. However, Li Fei was not the least bit flustered. Occasionally there were one or two guests. It was no big deal. Calm down. Must be calm. Boss, the price across the street has been lowered to 80 a night. At this time, Zhao Peng came over and said to Li Fei. Yesterday, Li Fei had instructed Zhao Peng to keep an eye on the opposite side. Hearing this news, Li Fei was not surprised at all. Reduce the price? Good. Let's see who can't hold out first. His own intention was to lose money, and if he could disgust the former landlord in the process, that would be even better. We'll lower it too. Let's go down to 68, Li Fei said directly. 68? In the hall, the employees who had just come to change shifts were all shocked after hearing this news. A hotel with such a good decoration, only charging 68 a night? One has to know that those hotels with very shabby decorations and very bad environments would cost 70 to 80 a night. However, since the boss has given the word, as employees, everyone can only do as they are told. Subsequently, the price of the hotel is not good at all, directly reduced to 68. In the morning, there is almost nothing in the hotel. Staying bored, Li Fei returned to his room again. Throughout the morning, Wei Xiaoli was bored sitting in the hotel lobby. Just as she was dozing off, two men walked into the hotel. There was business. Wei Xiaoli instantly woke up. Coming to stay? Wei Xiaoli greeted warmly. Boss, how much do you charge for a night's stay here? A man opened his mouth to ask. The two of them belonged to the same company. This time out, belonging to a temporary business trip, the company gave the money for lodging as well as meals, which was $100 per person per day. 100 per person per day. This was too stingy. There is no way. they can only come to the city village, thinking that the hotel here is estimated to be a little cheaper. 80, just 80, absolutely cheap. Wei Xiaoli opened her mouth. A man who was first nodded after hearing this. At 80, it was indeed cheaper. The remaining 20 bucks could still be used for dinner. Afterwards, they walked into a room under Wei Xiaoli's leadership. Only, before they even entered, they frowned. Why does it smell like paint? The man asked. Hearing this, Wei Xiaoli panicked in her heart. No, why don't I smell it? Well, there is indeed a smell of paint. Another man traveling with her said the same. Let's go somewhere else and take a look. The two men then walked straight out of the Happiness Hotel. A business that had come to hand flew away again. Wei Xiaoli was simply furious. When those two people walked out of the Happiness Hotel and saw the Not Good at All Hotel across the street, they were also stunned. Not Good at All Hotel? It sounded like a lot of fun. Afterwards, the two people walked into this Not at All Good guest house. Not yet walked into the hotel. The two were directly stunned by the scene in front of them. The first time I saw the hotel, I was surprised by the scene in front of me. I see as we're all very good. Look at people, this decoration. This green plants. It is very meaningful. Very poetic. The whole hotel environment and decoration are also very good. Just do not know how the price. Afterwards, the two walked into the hotel lobby. Sir, welcome. The two of them just walked into the lobby of the hotel. There was a very beautiful waitress who greeted them very enthusiastically. So enthusiastic. Here is estimated to be very expensive. No matter. Ask first, if it is too expensive. The big deal is not to live is. How much did you say? 68 a night? The two of them couldn't believe it. Such a good environment. Such a good decoration. And only charge 68 a night? Live. Must live. The two of them then checked in and stayed in a double room. After the two were led by a beautiful waitress to the room on the second floor, they were immediately stunned by the room's decoration. Good. This is also too good. The entire room was decorated very beautifully. Even the air exuded a light fragrance. Lying on the bed, it felt very soft and cozy. The entire bed sheet, the quilt, were also very clean and tidy. Time passed quickly, and without realizing it, night came. Gulp. The two were watching TV and chatting, when they suddenly felt a little hungry. Going out to eat something? One asked. The other nodded. However, they hadn't even put on their shoes yet when a waiter knocked on the door of the room. Opening the door, they saw that waiter holding two boxed lunches in his hand. Hello, our hotel provides dinner for free. Please enjoy. The two of them were directly confused. A 68-night hotel, you tell me, can still provide dinner for free? Unbelievable. They really kind of couldn't believe it anymore. This was exaggerated. In terms of this quality of decoration inside the hotel, this grade, and this level of service, even if it was 168 a night, it would still be overpriced. Now, people only needed 68 a night, and they also provided dinner for free. Opening the boxed meal, they were immediately attracted by the delicious meal. Fragrant, really fragrant. This boxed lunch was not a boxed lunch bought from some random fast food restaurant, but was a meal that was fried in a proper restaurant. The food was also delicious. Just this meal alone would cost at least $40 or so. Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. Subsequently, two people in this hotel encountered things directly sent to the company's group. Shocked. A hotel that is 68 for one night. The inside is actually like this, and it also provides free dinner. Subsequently, it was a series of pictures, all of which were taken from various angles of the guest house. Their company was headquartered in Shanghai City and had a branch in Binjiang City. Therefore, their company would often send people from the headquarters to travel to this side of Binjiang. Only, the company is good everywhere, is too stingy. Accommodation and meal costs, each person per day up to $100. $100 is not enough. Now, they even found this kind of treasure hotel. Naturally want to give colleagues a good promotion publicity. As long as you choose to stay here, $100, there are still left. Choose a double room, just 68. The average person is $34. Moreover, this place also provides free dinner. Now, even meal money are saved. That is to say, out on business for a few days, every day can save $66. Ha, simply beautiful. Chapter 13, Employees' First Reunion. Another single business in hand was yellowed. Happiness Guesthouse boss wife Wei Xiaoli simply furious. Although the paint on the floor of the hotel has been cleaned, however, it cannot be completely cleaned off. Therefore, the hotel room can still smell the faint flavor of paint. These days, Wei Xiaoli has been entangled in whether to renovate their own hotel. It seems, not renovation is not possible. Otherwise, the guests would all run to Li Fei's hotel. Finally, Wei Xiaoli directly bit her teeth and decided to refurbish it. However, to refurbish, we have to knock out all the original floor tiles. and then paste new floor tiles, one after another. The cost of money is more. However, in order to later, Wei Xiaoli can only bear the pain of spending money on renovation. When Li Fei saw that the fat landlord of the Happy Hotel was giving the Happy Hotel a big renovation, he was directly happy. Good guy, this is going to be a big money? Li Fei couldn't wait for the other party to do so. Returning to the hotel, Li Fei saw that the employees were preparing to get off work. Everyone has been working hard recently. Today, let's go out for a reunion, Li Fei said. Because the opposite Happy Guesthouse was under renovation, the business on his side might get better. In order to prevent this, Li Fei decided to go out directly for a group building. This way, it would also cost a little more money. Simply kill two birds with one stone. Originally, the employees were already ready to leave work. Their boss suddenly said that they want to go for a group building? Of course the employees were happy. Anyway, there are no guests in the hotel now. Li Fei directly closed the door of the store, took a taxi with the employees, and went to the nearby commercial street. Most of the employees are young people. These days have also long been familiar with, and now set out to build a group. The whole team's atmosphere is very joyful and harmonious. After getting off the bus, the crowd came to a hot pot restaurant. At this time, it was already getting late. When the crowd arrived at the hot pot restaurant, there were already quite a few people. Counting Li Fei, their group totaled 11 people. Li Fei directly ordered 2 tables. Soon, the dishes were served, and the crowd was hungry, so they started to shabu-shabu the hot pot. Just as the employees were eating vigorously, suddenly, a few employees in the hot pot restaurant came over with a large birthday cake. When the employees saw this, they were directly confused. Who was having a birthday? Today is your birthday. Send my blessings. A special day with a bright smile. While the hotel employees were confused, the hot pot restaurant employees stopped directly in front of Su Xiaoxi and started singing a birthday song. Li Fei was bored yesterday and looked through the employees' resumes, which made him realize that today was Su Xiaoxi's birthday. With the system settlement date coming up soon, Li Fei decided it was time to speed up the pace of losing money. That's why today's group building was created. However, the group building was also just the first step in losing money. After the birthday song, Li Fei directly took out a gift, a latest model of WoW for cell phone, worth around 5,000. This is a birthday gift for you. This is also one of our hotel's benefits. In the future, all employees will receive a birthday gift on their birthdays. Li Fei opened his mouth and said. The few employees on the side were directly shocked when they saw this. A birthday gift worth more than 5,000? That was equivalent to a month's salary for them. At this moment, Su Xiaoxi simply couldn't be more excited. She had long wanted to buy this WoW cell phone, but she was just a freshly graduated college student who couldn't even afford to pay her rent. So, she could only hope for a little bit. Now, the boss even gave her one directly, just very excited. Looking at the other employees with envious gazes, Su Xiaoxi was simply overjoyed. The other customers of the hot pot restaurant were also envious when they saw what was going on here. What kind of fairy company is this? When an employee has a birthday, they actually send such an expensive gift. If they weren't embarrassed, they all wanted to come over and ask if there was still a shortage of employees here. A meal is very enjoyable. After eating, Lin Xiaoma went to settle the bill, a total cost of more than 800. From the hot pot restaurant, Li Fei brought his employees to a mass market KTV. Li Fei directly chose the largest box, and ordered a lot of fruit platters and beer. The employees were all high at the moment, and one by one, they grabbed the mic and sang. Li Fei stayed for a while and felt that it was too noisy, so he went straight back to the hotel. The next day, Li Fei woke up from his bed. Opening the system panel, Li Fei realized that there were only 2 days left before the system settlement. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed. Time could pass so quickly. Right now, Li Fei still had $90,000 left to spend. That's right, although he had given all the money to Lin Xiaoma. Through the system panel, Li Fei could still see the system available funds. Today was the 10th, so Li Fei decided to directly send this month's salary to his employees first. When Li Fei notified all the employees of this news in the group, the employees couldn't believe it. The point was, they hadn't worked for a few days at all. Since they were recruited by the boss, due to the renovation of the hotel, they directly worked from home for 6 days. In total, they have only worked 2 days. After 2 days of work, the boss is going to give a month's salary. Family members, who understands ah? After waiting for 10 minutes, all the people arrived. Lin Xiaoma began to pay the employees. The first month is an internship, so everyone's salary is 3,500. There were a total of 10 employees, and the wages added up to $35,000. Then, Lin Xiaoma started to give everyone the benefits for the month. 1,000 supermarket shopping vouchers, 500 room subsidies, 300 car subsidies, 100 phone bill subsidies, Supermarket shopping vouchers are shopping vouchers from the largest supermarket in Binjiang City, RT Mart Supermarket. Of course, if the employees don't want the shopping vouchers, they can also exchange them for cash. The employees didn't expect the boss to actually be able to give them benefits. It wasn't like it was their first day on the job, and many times, the big pie drawn by the boss was impossible to realize. Now, the benefits that the boss had said were actually sent to them in no uncertain terms. It was just very touching. After the wages and benefits were sent out, Li Fei noticed that the system funds were only 36,000. This money, Li Fei decided to spend it all today. He wouldn't leave the money to be spent on the last day. If something unexpected happened, then he would probably cry himself to death. Right now, there was just the meal bill from the restaurant side left to settle. System, can I transfer 1 month's meal fee to the restaurant owner in advance? Li Fei asked the system. It's possible. This situation is in line with normal business behavior. Hearing the system's affirmation, Li Fei was happy. People's restaurants were also small businesses, and since the system allowed for the possibility of transferring a month's worth of meal fees in advance, then Li Fei was also happy to do so. Subsequently, Li Fei asked Lin Xiaoma to transfer $10,000 to the restaurant owner's wife, then wait for the end of the month to clear the accounts, and if the meal cost was not enough, make up for it. What if the meal cost more? Naturally, Li Fei would not let the restaurant owner's wife return it. If he returned it, he would lose a lot of money if he failed in his mission. So, the extra meal fee will be used directly as the next month's meal fee. Sure enough, after Lin Xiaoma finished transferring the money, the system panel prompted that only $26,000 was left in the system's available funds. The point of paying wages in advance is indeed a bit poisonous. The subsequent wages of all employees are all changed to the 10th of the next month. P.S. Transferring the meal expenses in advance is equivalent to going to the network card to charge the network fee, and the moment you charge it, it's equivalent to the money already spent. Chapter 14, Spending all the system funds. The Ganchuan Xiang small fry shop next to the hotel. At this moment, the boss's wife was arguing with the boss. The owner of the restaurant, Old Wang, went back to his hometown a few days ago and handed the restaurant over to his wife. Unexpectedly, he just went back for just a few days, and his wife made such a big trouble for him. His wife even directly promised the hotel next door to provide 2 meals a day to the hotel staff. Originally a good thing, but the hotel's money has to be settled at the end of the month. This is bull ********. Who knows if your hotel will go out of business when it opens? In case you can't keep it open and just close down, then owe me the meal fee. I do not want to come back. Thinking of this, the old king and looked hard at his wife. Sure enough, the hair is long and the knowledge is short, so shallow reasoning do not understand. While the two couples were arguing, the hotel's treasurer, Lin Xiaoma, walked in. Seeing that the restaurant owner's wife seemed to be quarreling with the boss, Lin Xinmo felt a bit embarrassed. Boss lady, I'm here to transfer your meal expenses. Lin Xinmo just wanted to hurry up and transfer the money to the boss's wife so she could bugger off. The restaurant owner's wife didn't react a bit. Didn't she say that the bill would be settled uniformly at the end of the month? Why did she come over to settle the bill now? Could it be that the two of them had quarreled, and the hotel owner had heard it, and people didn't want to order food from them anymore? Thinking of this, the restaurant owner's wife immediately had a bad time. This was a super large customer who spent nearly $100,000 a year. Now, people were going to go to another restaurant? The restaurant owner, Old Wang, seemed to have thought of this as well, and immediately didn't dare to squeak. It's over. It's over. I should have known to keep my voice down, but now I've directly offended one of my biggest customers. Now think about it. Even if people owe a month's meal fee, so what? This is a year in their stable consumption of more than 100,000 super customers. As long as the consumption of a year, even if less than a month's money, then their restaurant is also earned. What's more, people may not be in arrears with their meal charges. Regret. Really a million regrets. Thinking of this, Old Wang could not wait to bury his head into his crotch. It's like this. Our boss has decided that all future meal charges will be paid in advance to you guys, and then reconciled at the end of the month. After all, you guys are also running a small business. It's not easy. Lin Xiaoma continued. The restaurant owner's wife and the restaurant owner were in a bit of disbelief when they heard this. The other hotel owner must have heard their quarrel and made this decision. What a good boss this was. I heard that the guesthouse owner was previously the owner of the Happiness Guesthouse, and then he didn't get along with the landlord before he opened the not even a little bit bad guesthouse again. Looking at the other party's clothes, they don't look like rich people either. Since people are willing to pay for their meals in advance, this makes people very touched. For a while, the two couples in the restaurant were touched badly. At the same time, they also decided that in the future, all the dishes that were sent to the no-good hotel would be the freshest. the most delicious, and the largest portion. When Lin Xiaomo returned to the hotel, Li Fei found her again. Buying a coffee machine? When Lin Xiaomo heard Li Fei's words, she directly did not understand. We're just a hotel here. It's not like we're a big company. There's no need to buy a coffee machine at all. Well, buy a coffee machine. Since we need to buy it, we need to buy a good one. Also, buy a bigger LCD TV for the hotel lobby, so that the employees can still watch TV when they're bored. Just buy a 100-inch one. Then buy 2 more high-class massage chairs, which will allow the employees to relax when they take a break. The budget is 26,000 in total. Pick carefully, not more or less. Just spend it. Li Fei instructed seriously. It was the first time Lin Xiaoma had received such an outrageous task. However, she was good at spending money. Her biggest dream was to spend money. That was why she had majored in finance and economics. Afterwards, Lin Xiaoma opened her Taobao and began to pick out the items. 100-inch TV. 14,000. Okay, place the order. Massage chairs, 5,000 apiece. 2 in total. Okay, order. Coffee machine, coffee beans, a total of 1980. Okay, order. It's great. It's just great. Who dares to think that their job is to spend money to buy things? This feeling directly intoxicated Lin Xiaoma. Unable to extricate herself. Boss, all bought. Lin Xiaoma came to the boss's office and opened her mouth. Li Fei was usually in the boss's office on the 5th floor. After hearing Lin Xiaomo's words, Li Fei really realized that he only had more than $80 left in his system's available funds. Ha, cool. With this $80, he could spend it by going out and buying some drinks and snacks or whatever to give to his employees. Thinking of it, Li Fei came to a small supermarket and carefully selected half a day. Just enough to spend all the $80+. The weather is so hot. Everyone have a drink and an afternoon snack. Li Fei carried a large bag of things and walked in to say to the employees. The employees were all very happy to see that their boss had actually gone to buy things for them personally. Li Fei didn't go to eat, but instead found Lin Xiaomo again. He wanted to reconcile the accounts with Lin Xiaomo. After reconciling the accounts, Li Fei also had a clearer perception of Lin Xiaomo's business ability, meticulous and accurate. These were the 2 comments Li Fei gave to Lin Xiaomo. More than $100,000. The other party remembered every dollar clearly. Good. In the future, he could reuse Lin Xiaomo more, now that there were still 2 days left before the system settlement. Next, Li Fei only had to spend all the hotel's turnover. This way, he would be able to accomplish 100% loss. Chapter 15. Another wave of guests just got annoying. Li Fei woke up from his bed just after 10 a.m. the next day. Yesterday, he had already spent all of his system funds. In other words, lost them all. Now, the only uncertainty was the hotel's turnover. The system settlement time was only left for today's last day, so today was the most crucial day. Originally, Li Fei was planning to directly close the store and not operate today, but he didn't expect to be directly opposed by the system. This kind of chicken-stealing behavior. The system is not recognized. Li Fei was also speechless after hearing the system's words. Brother Tongzi, don't be so harsh. There was no other way. Li Fei could only respond carefully. Now, there are 2 groups of people who have come to stay in the hotel. The turnover is 88 plus 68, a total of 156 yuan, plus today's turnover. One only needs to spend all this money before the system settles tonight. Li Fei had originally thought that losing money would be difficult, but he didn't expect that he had already achieved quite a lot in his first mission. However, the more critical the point in time, the less careless one could be. The system settlement time was at 11 p.m. Li Fei could only hope that a few lodging guests would never suddenly appear near 11 p.m. However, this kind of thing was unpredictable. Li Fei decided to think of a way. With that, he could hire a few temporary workers first. At that time, even if there were suddenly lodging guests, he could settle these extra money to the temporary workers in the form of wages. If there were no sudden guests staying today, one would not panic. At that time, one would owe them a day's salary and settle it for them tomorrow. I'm really a little resourceful. Thinking of this, Li Fei felt very excited and thrilled. Immediately, he could become a millionaire. When Li Fei came to the hotel lobby, the employees had already come to work. The 100-inch LCD TV that Lin Xiaoma had bought yesterday had also been installed. Li Fei was directly stunned by the speed. Only when asked did he realize that, like this kind of big customer, people are sent straight downwind, so it's very fast. At this moment, the employees are sitting together to watch TV seriously. When the employees saw their boss come out, they immediately wanted to disperse, pretending to find something to do for themselves. Li Fei directly stopped the crowd. It's fine, there are no guests staying now anyway, so let's continue to watch. In the future, everyone be casual. We don't have that many rules here. the employees felt a sense of happiness when they heard their boss's words. In the past, when they worked in other organizations or companies, their bosses couldn't wait to install a monitor above their heads and supervise their work throughout. If they were a little lazy, their bosses would directly criticize them. Now, their boss not only do not criticize them, but also cheerfully encourage them to continue to watch TV. So, happiness is a matter of comparison. If they are just out of the society of college students, may feel that all this is a matter of course. However, many of them had changed several companies, and this was the only one that made the employees feel happiest. While the employees were chatting, a few guests came to the hotel. This wave of guests added up to a total of 4 people, seemingly from the same company. Boss, is it true that the accommodation here is only 68 for you guys? Boss, I heard that your accommodation here also includes dinner? When Li Fei heard a few people ask this, he originally did not want to answer, because today was the most critical day. It was better to have no guests at all. Now that so many guests came all of a sudden, it made him feel a bit flustered. Yes, we are here for 68 a night, and dinner is also included. Shin Xingju responded with a smile. Surprisingly, it's true. Hiss. After those few guests who came to check in heard Shin Xingju's answer, their eyes immediately lit up. They were all sent by the company on business trips. Since they often came to Binjiang City on business, if they could find a cost-effective place to stay, they could save a lot of heartache and money in the future. Yesterday, I heard from a colleague that there is a treasure hotel here, which only costs 68 a night, and dinner is also included. The most crucial thing is that the environment here is called a great. Not only is the decoration good, the service attitude is also quite enthusiastic. Now it seems, really is not false at all. Afterwards, Shin Xingju checked in the 4 guests. The 4 of them had booked a total of 2 standard rooms, just 2 to a room. The price/performance ratio should not be too high. When the 4 of them walked into the room, they really found that the environment here was exactly the same as the photos uploaded by their colleagues in the group. No, the reality looked even better than the photos. Immediately, a few people started to publicize it in the group. Their company was an elevator company, with sales, after-sales maintenance and other one-way services, so it often required them to travel. Among them, Binjiang City is one of the most important sales places of their company, so the number of employees who come to Binjiang City for business trips is also the largest. The main thing is that the company gives them accommodation and food money only $100 per person per day, which is very stingy. In the past, they could only go to find some small hotels to stay and eat some cheap fast food. For that, $100 was just enough. However, those cheap hotels that they used to stay in were very poor. Not only the environment is poor, the service attitude is even worse. The soundproofing of those hotels is also bad, often noisy that they cannot sleep for a whole night. So, in the past, when they had to travel on business, everyone had a difficult look on their faces. Now it's better. Now, it turned out that they had found such a treasure hotel. Not only is the environment good, the service attitude is better. Dinner is also included, and the key is that the price is still cheap. Now 2 people live in one room, only 68. One person counted only $34. 100 of the accommodation and dinner money. Not only can not spend, but also can save $66. Haha, just very nice. Chapter 16 Temporary Worker Program. Li Fei had nothing to do anyway, so he decided that it was better to go and find some temporary workers first. If he went late and didn't find any temporary workers, he would really cry to death. Afterwards, Li Fei drove the van and went directly to the previous labor market. When Li Fei arrived at the labor market, there were already very few people. That's right, people came out at 5 or 6 in the morning to look for work. Now, it was almost noon. Just when Li Fei thought he couldn't find anyone, he suddenly saw the workers who had carried things for him earlier. Li Fei walked over smilingly. Those workers originally thought that they couldn't get any work today, and they were getting downhearted and ready to go back. But they didn't expect to meet Li Fei as a great benefactor again. The last experience was still fresh in their minds. He just let them move a little bit of light stuff, and directly gave them $500 each. Moreover, they were also treated to a meal. This was the easiest and highest paid job they had found since they closed that day. At this moment, Li Fei came looking for them again, and a few of them immediately revealed bright smiles. Li Fei smiled and scattered a huazi each, then chatted with a few people. This time, he just wanted to find a few temporary laborers, and he hadn't thought about the specific things to do yet. However, this time, the wages may not be able to be settled. I don't know if people are willing to do it. Li Fei opened his mouth and set out his thoughts. Several people heard, not just maybe delayed one-day wages. This is simply a small matter. They can't trust others. But Li Fei, that's no problem. Immediately, 6 of them followed Li Fei to the hotel. After arriving at the hotel, several people asked Li Fei what he wanted them to do this time. Li Fei looked at the hotel. It seems that there is really no work that they need to do. Now almost noon. Work is not in a hurry. Everyone is hungry. You first go to the next door restaurant to eat a meal. When the 6 workers heard this, they were directly confused. No, we are here to work. This work has not yet been done. You directly let us go to the restaurant to eat first? Just very confused. In the end, Li Fei persuaded the 6 workers to the restaurant next door. The owner of the restaurant, Lao Wang, saw Li Fei for the first time, and immediately felt embarrassed. Yesterday, they quarreled and must have been overheard by Li Fei. He was so generous that he chose this restaurant of theirs to provide lunch and dinner for his employees, but he didn't know what to do and maliciously speculated about Li Fei. Thinking about it, he really wanted to slap himself. Li Fei didn't seem to care about any of this and smiled as he greeted old Wang. Boss, make them a table of good food and put it on the hotel's account. Li Fei opened his mouth and said, No problem, no problem. Old Wang hurriedly said with a smile as if to curry favor. Yesterday, people Li Fei directly let the finance transfer over $10,000. This boldness, he is quite admired. In the future, even if Li Fei's hotel really owes him a month's meals, he won't force anything more. Soon, Lao Wang made a big table of good food for the 6 workers, considering that they still have to work in the afternoon, so they didn't serve beer, and served a bottle of drink for each person. A large table dishes, a total of 320, 0 directly erased, counting 300 well. The old king was happy to make a note in the account book. 6 workers, a meal eat very enjoyable. Only, they did not forget their own work. They were here to work for Li Fei. After the meal, they found Li Fei. Li Fei looked at the 6 workers in front of him, but his head was also a bit big. What kind of work should he let them do? Li Fei naturally will not say, There is no work for you to do today. You go back. The wages will be settled as usual. It would be a bit insulting to do so. Afterwards, Li Fei looked at the road outside the hotel yard. Holy, why is this road so dirty? Our task today is to just clean this road in front of the hotel, Li Fei said. Cleaning the street? The 6 people's brains went a little down directly after hearing this. If you asked us to clean the hotel and move things, we could still understand these. However, now you are actually asking us to clean the street in front of the hotel? Even if the street is dirty, it should be the responsibility of the sanitation department. We can only say that we can't understand the thinking of the rich. Since their employer had given the word, they could only do as they were told. Li Fei saw a few people started to clean the streets, but also repeatedly urged a few people to pay attention to safety. Although this was not the main road of the city center village, but occasionally there would be vehicles traveling over. Li Fei thought about it and felt that safety was still the first priority. He directly let 2 people stand at the 2 ends of the road, responsible for guiding the vehicles to slow down, and let the remaining 4 people clean the street. Said to clean the street, in fact is to pick up the garbage. Simply do not be too easy. Seeing that several people started to pick up the garbage seriously, Li Fei smiled with satisfaction and returned to the hotel. Hiring 6 of them this time, Li Fei gave a wage of 300 per person per day for 7 hours. This wage was only slightly on the high side and did not exceed the normal range, because some temporary laborers who went to work at construction sites could earn 300 or 400 a day. The system obviously referred to these. As for the arrears of wages and settling them tomorrow, the system had also made a determination that this was also reasonable. Thinking of this, Li Fei directly opened his mouth and asked, Brother Tuzi, then if I always default on an account in advance in the future when it's close to the time the system settles the account, is that okay? If that was even possible, then it would be fine, as long as one's company owed a sum of money in advance first. Even if there were excess funds transferred moments before the system settlement, one wouldn't have to worry about it. When the time comes, you can just pay back these excess funds that have been transferred in. This kind of behavior is unreasonable. For details, please see Article 122 of the relevant regulations. This hiring of temporary workers is not explicitly stated in the article, so this system can turn a blind eye to it. Looking forward to the host rat bit. After hearing the system's explanation, Li Fei instantly understood. What an almighty temp. In that case, he had found a bug? In the future, as long as the system settlement is approaching, he will find some temporary workers over? However, after thinking about it, Li Fei gave up this intention. In the future, the difficulty of the system would definitely get higher and higher, and the system amount would also get bigger and bigger. At that time, it wouldn't be a sudden extra few hundred or few $1,000s, but an extra tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions. How many temporary workers' salaries would be needed to offset this? It seemed that this method could only be used this once. Chapter 17, System Quest? Simple and easy. The 6 workers hired by Li Fei were very dutifully cleaning the street when they were suddenly stopped by an older woman. You guys hurry up, this street is my responsibility. The big mom was a sanitation worker in the middle of the city, and she was in charge of this area, the street in front of Li Fei Hotel. She usually came to clean it every 2 or 3 days. Today, she was about to come over to clean it when she saw 5 or 6 worker-like people cleaning it. All of a sudden, the big mom panicked. Are they here to take my job? That's why there was that scene at the beginning. Those 6 workers had just cleaned for more than an hour, and now they couldn't even if they wanted to. The owner of the hotel had given them $300 each to clean, so if they didn't do it, wouldn't that mean they wouldn't get the $300? Thinking of this, the 6 workers were anxious. So, both sides started to quarrel. Hearing the quarrel, Li Fei walked over. When he asked about the cause, Li Fei directly laughed. Thought it was a big deal. Just this? It's fine. Since they won't let you clean, you guys go straight back, Li Fei said to the 6 workers. Go back? When the workers heard this, they immediately felt their hearts thump. It's over. The 300 yuan a day sauce job was just messed up by this big mom. Although they had already cleaned for 1 hour, they had agreed to clean for 7 hours. And now if they went back, even if the hotel owner didn't pay them, they couldn't say anything more. Even if they go to fight and argue, the hotel owner will give them at most $50 each. And that's the end of it. They still want to take Li Fei's work again. If they really go and fight with Li Fei for the wage, they will not use them later. They have to cry to death. Just when several people put down their tools, turned around and intended to go back, Li Fei opened his mouth. I forgot to say, your salary is still 300, or tonight, at the latest tomorrow, all transferred to you. Ha! A few people were very surprised. After just 1 hour of soy sauce work, people were still willing to pay them all their wages? Touched. Really touched. They've been working for so many years, but this is the first time they've met such a benevolent boss. Not to mention, in the future, if this boss has any use for them, they will definitely have no second thoughts. Afterwards, several people went back with tears in their eyes. After finishing these things, Li Fei returned to the hotel. The wages of the 6 workers totaled $1,800. Right now, the turnover of the guesthouse was $292. In other words, as of 11 o'clock tonight, the hotel's turnover will be less than 1508, 1,508. With the current conditions of the hotel, it is basically impossible to reach this kind of turnover. Thinking of this, Li Fei laughed out happily. Boss, drink coffee. Xin Xinzhu carried a cup of coffee and handed it over. Is this the coffee ground by the new coffee machine we bought? Li Fei took a sip and thought it was not bad. Xin Xinzhu nodded. She was a senior figure who had followed Li Fei from the Happiness Hotel, and she had seen the various conditions of the hotel getting better day by day. Now, the boss even directly let them employees realize the freedom of drinking coffee. Simply don't be too happy. This is not the kind of instant coffee, but to buy the authentic imported coffee beans, freshly ground coffee, that grade is certainly not the same. Drinking freshly ground coffee, it feels very emotional, high level. Suddenly, she remembered the old days in the Happy Hotel. In the past, their conditions were really bad. Not only do not care about food, the entire hotel is only 2 employees, although the work is not very tired, but often by the landlord of all kinds of verbal abuse, just very angry. Sometimes she is also very curious. Her own boss, this is rich. How before and after the contrast all of a sudden so big. Happy hotel time, their own boss that is called a frugal. Now the boss, spending money is called a big spendthrift. There is only one truth, that is, his own boss got rich. Thinking of this, she let go of her heart. Li Fei drank coffee very comfortably, chatting and joking with his employees from time to time. Time unknowingly came to more than 6 p.m. It was time to eat again. Not long after, the waiter from the restaurant came over with 2 bags of boxed lunches. The employees were also a bit hungry, so they directly opened the bags and took out the boxed lunches inside. There were 2 boxes of boxed lunches per person. 1 box was full of dishes, and 1 box was rice. There were 5 or 6 kinds of dishes, so everyone could pick their favorite dish to take. Of course, some of the employees got acquainted with each other, so they each took 1 kind and put it on the table to eat together. In this way, 1 person can eat 5 or 6 kinds of dishes. And it's Ness. Xiaopeng was quick on his feet and grabbed 3 boxed lunches and put them in front of Li Fei. Boss, these are your favorite dishes. If you start late, they'll be gone. As for Xiaopeng taking 3 boxed lunches at once, of course the crowd didn't have an opinion, nor did they dare to have an opinion. People are taking it to the boss. What? You're not convinced? Li Fei immediately threw Xiaopeng an appreciative glance. Not bad, not bad. The young man is very discerning. In the future you can focus on cultivating it. Of course, these boxed lunches were also to be delivered to each of the guests upstairs. These jobs were usually done by the waiters. A beautiful waitress first reserved a boxed lunch for herself, and then took a 4-person boxed lunch and delivered it to the upstairs guests. After eating, Everyone lazily lay on the sofa and started bragging and farting. Comfortable. This life is so damn comfortable. Watching TV, drinking coffee, lying on the sofa chatting and farting. It's just great. The point is, if they don't, the boss won't be happy when he sees it. It would be weird. Li Fei returned to his office after eating. It was getting closer to the system settlement time. He had to keep a close eye on it at all times. He had already notified the front desk that if a guest came, he should be notified in time. 8 o'clock. No guests. Good. 9 o'clock. Still no guests. Ness. At 10:30, the front desk suddenly reported that there were 5 or 6 guests coming in at once. These guests had booked a total of 3 standard rooms, which added up to $204. That 204 plus the 292 from the previous days added up to a total of $496. There are still 10 minutes left to settle the bill. Li Fei decided to spend the $496 first. Fortunately, he had reserved a backhand and hired 6 temporary workers in advance. Otherwise, he really couldn't think of a place to spend the money for a while. All the money from the hotel business was transferred to a bank account that Li Fei had opened specifically. Li Fei directly withdrew all the money from this card, a total of $496, all transferred to a representative of the temporary workers. Time passes by. Fortunately, the hotel did not come back to people to stay. Li Fei finally took a long breath. Ding! System settlement completed. System remaining funds 0. Congratulations to the host for completing this mission. This round's mission funds of 1 million yuan will be returned to the host in full. Please pay attention to checking. The host's salary for this round totaled $500. Due to the host's excellent completion of the system's mission, the system specially rewards the host with a bottle of body-strengthening liquid. Please pay attention to checking. Ding! The next round of system tasks will be open soon. Ding! The next round of system tasks will be open soon. System mission, please ask the host to lose $2 million within 15 days. System current funds, 2,000,000. System settlement time, 14 days, 23 hours and 59 minutes. That's done? Simple and easy. Looking at the bank cards 1,000,000 and $500 arrival prompt, Li Fei was directly happy. Chapter 18 Security Company beckons. Completing the task of system loss, Li Fei earned $1,500,000 in one go. More than $1 million. In the past, this was something he wouldn't even dare to think about. This money was too easy to earn, right? Moreover, the system had even rewarded him with a bottle of body-strengthening liquid. Looking at the bottle of light blue potion that suddenly appeared in his hand, Li Fei was both excited and scared inside. To drink or not to drink? Whatever. Drink the system shouldn't harm himself. Gulp gulp. Li Fei directly tilted his head and drank the entire bottle of body-strengthening liquid. Instantly, he felt a warm current being born in his body, which began to slowly spread out to his entire body. It was only after 10 minutes that Li Fei's body returned to normal. Now, he realized how perverse this bottle of body-strengthening liquid was. In the past, Li Fei always felt that he was a little bit weak in the kidneys. Yuck! It was emptiness. Sometimes he would get tired of lifting something slightly heavy, and would break out in a sweat. Now, he felt like he could carry 100 pounds of weight in one hand without a problem. Just very strong. Sure enough, it was his own system dad, and it was too good to be true. Now that the system's new mission had been issued, after being excited for a while, Li Fei began to study up on the new mission again. The new task was to lose $2 million within 15 days. As usual, Li Fei directly transferred all the $2 million to Lin Xiaoma. This is the benefit of having finances. When you need to use money, a phone call can be solved. The point is, the compulsion to do so is high. People who didn't know thought that they had a lot of money. Regarding this system mission, there were 2 options in front of Li Fei now. The first was to continue to invest the $2 million into the hotel, such as increasing the degree of decoration of the hotel, laying expensive carpets for the hotel, buying food delivery robots, replacing all the hotel tiles with big brands, and so on, or directly buy a bus to take employees to and from work and so on. In short, want to spend the $2 million, simply not too easy. The second is to find another project to continue to start losing money, but this is more troublesome, not as provincial as the first. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Fei decided to implement the second program, because his salary is linked to the total salary of his employees. That is to say, the more employees, the more one's salary. Now that the number of employees in the hotel had been capped, the only way to recruit more employees was to open a new map. That is, to continue to look for other projects to start up. This time, Li Fei definitely wouldn't consider industries that used few employees. He focused his attention on labor-intensive industries. However, he only had $2 million to work with at the moment, so what industry was he going to invest in? Li Fei's first thought was to invest in some factories. However, If he invested in factories, 2 million was not enough. At most, 2 million can only acquire a small factory, which is only a dozen or 20 workers. Even if there are 20 workers, each with a monthly salary of $5,000, this is only $100,000. 1% of $100,000 is only $1,000 less. Too little. To open a factory, they have to open a bigger one. How to say there must be a few hundred people kind of. A small factory with a few dozen people. Li Fei is not interested in that at all. There is. Li Fei immediately thought of a good way. That is to directly establish a security company. His own security company did not intend to take the elite route. He intended to just quantity not quality. Those security companies on the market nowadays, the requirements were higher than one another. Security certificate, veteran priority, healthy body without tattoos, taller than 1.75 meters, cannot be nearsighted and so on. You are recruiting security guards, not special forces, $4,000 or $5,000 a month of wages. How so much more than the requirements? Li Fei's the security company. He decided to directly let fly. Thinking of this, Li Fei called Lin Shinemu. Shinemu, you are usually more skillful on the internet. Later you help me to check if there are any security companies in our Binjiang City that are going to close down or transfer. Boss, I was wrong. I won't surf the internet during work hours from now on. Lin Xiaomo was instantly anxious. When the boss said that she slipped online, he was definitely knocking her in disguise. As for the words that followed, it was just an excuse to say something random. I'm not blaming you. Normally at work you do what you need to do. Surf the internet when you need to. We don't have that many requirements here. I am planning to open a security company. That's why I let you search the internet. Li Fei was speechless. This way. Lin Xiaoma directly breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought that her boss was knocking her, but it seemed that she had overthought it. After so many days of contact, she also understood the boss's character. Since the boss said so, he must have thought so. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoma happily returned to her office to search for the things her boss had explained. Li Fei, on the other hand, began to wait uneasily. More than half an hour later, Lin Xiaoma knocked on the door and came in, happily saying, "Boss, our Binjiang City really has a security company that is about to go out of business. It's in the western part of the city at No. 108, Happiness Road." But, when Li Fei heard Lin Xiaomo's words, his face was immediately overjoyed. Great. Now it would be fine as long as he went to acquire the other party directly. The reason why he went to acquire the other party instead of building a security company from scratch by himself was also decided by Li Fei after careful consideration. To build your own, you need to rent office space, apply for all kinds of licenses and formalities, etc. In short, it's very troublesome. If he went directly to acquire that security company, he would save a lot of trouble. This time, the number of employees of the security company, the system is very generous to give him a cap of 20,000, a cap of 20,000 slots that couldn't be used up at all. 20,000 slots, and that was only for this current security company. If he went to open a few more branches in the future, would the number of security quotas increase again? The more Li Fei thought about it, the more excited he became. And after Lin Xiaoma finished talking about the address of the security company, he hurriedly went out. Lin Xiaoma, on the other hand, had an innocent look on her face. I haven't finished yet. It is rumored that the security guards of this security company are collectively asking for wages. However, at this moment, Li Fei had long since arrived outside the hotel and got into his van. Hit the fire, go out. Once again extinguished. I wipe Lu, the key time of their own van is so not give power. Change the car. Busy after this period of time must go to change the car. In the end, Li Fei's van still led his employees to push to a car repair store. The store owner was sitting on a chair listening to a novel. When he looked up, he saw a scene that made his jaw-dropping shock. A broken van was in the front, and behind it were 5 or 6 people pushing hard. The key is, these push car only 2 men, the rest are all women. There are a few very beautiful women. My old Lu so old and single. This open van beggar even let so many women give him a cart? Sin this is really sin. Boss, fix the car. Li Fei stepped out of the car and said anxiously. The store owner old Lu glanced at Li Fei obliquely. He is only a little bit more handsome than me. I really don't know what these women see in him that they would willingly give him a cart. Old Lu also looked at the cart of several women. Each skin white delicate, looks also very standard. Not to say the national color, that is also very durable. However, he quickly turned his attention to repairing the car. After all, making money is still the first place. After making money, you can only marry a wife. I don't know why, but it is very angry. Later on, I want to ask him for more money to repair the car. After some operation of the old loo, the van was quickly repaired. Li Fei left $200 directly after the departure. This $200 can only spend their own money, the system's funds can't be used. However, now Li Fei has long been $1 million. 200 small money, naturally, does not matter. As for the employees, Li Fei let them all take a taxi back to the hotel. Of course, the car money should naturally be reimbursed. Once again embarked on the journey to acquire the security company, Li Fei's heart at this moment is also very excited. This was a security company with a quota of 20,000 places. If the 20,000 quotas were all filled, the employees' salaries would add up to 100 million per month, so his own salary would also be 1 million per month. Could this not be exciting? Of course, with his current strength, he definitely couldn't recruit that many employees. It was very good to be able to recruit all 200 right now. However, as long as one step at a time, a security company with 20,000 employees was close at hand. Chapter 19 Acquiring Iron Blood Security Company. According to the address that Lin Xiaoma had said, Li Fei searched for half a day before finding this security company that was about to close down. Iron Blood Security Company. This name, as soon as I heard it, was the kind of sweaty company that squeezed its employees to the extreme. Iron Blood Security Company opened in the street. Although this is a suburb, but this road is really a lot of companies. A whole street, a company next to a company. There are security companies, loan companies, luxury goods recycling companies, and sell alcohol, real estate agents, internet cafes and so on. In short, it's very busy. However, the prosperity was only on the surface. In fact, the security company in front of Li Fei was about to close down. When Li Fei arrived here in his broken van, there was a large group of security guards surrounding the security company's entrance, making a lot of noise and not knowing what was happening. Excuse me, what happened here? Li Fei very politely asked a security guard who was around 40 years old and handed over a huazi. Young man, you're here to look for a job, right? I advise you to look elsewhere. The ING bosses here have all run away, and those of us who are here haven't been paid this month's wages yet. Wei Dafu exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said with great exasperation, asterisk. There are such shameless bosses in this world? These bosses who leave their employees to run away have a count of one. All of them are scum. One is more ruthless than the other when squeezing the employees, and one is faster than the other when running away. Li Fei said angrily. Wei Dafu was empathetic when he heard Li Fei's words. Tastefully, this young man was very much to his liking. Just as Wei Dafu was about to continue discussing with Li Fei about the philosophies of life, work and bosses, he realized that Li Fei had disappeared at some point. At this moment, Li Fei squeezed through the crowd and came to the door of the boss's office. There was really no boss to be found in the office. Only an assistant-like little girl was blocked by the crowd in the boss's office. Whoa, I'm just a small assistant. It's useless for you guys to make things difficult for me. That little assistant directly cried helplessly. She had just graduated this year and had only come to work for this company. Where had she seen this kind of scene? We don't care if you're the boss's assistant or not. Since you're the boss's own sister, you have to be responsible for us. That's right. A father's debt is paid by his son. A brother's debt owed by his sister is paid by his sister. Little girl, I advise you to hurry up and call your brother to come over and pay us our wages. Otherwise, we'll be rude to you. Tang Fei really wanted to cry to death. She hadn't found a suitable job after graduating from a second university this year, so she thought of coming to her old brother's security company first to casually deal with it for a while, working over here while looking for a suitable job for herself. Unexpectedly, this only worked for less than a month. Encountered this situation. She is a fresh graduate girl. Where to see this battle? Those who want to pay the security guards one more than a vicious. She is about to despair. Older brother, my dear brother, this is how you screw your own sister, isn't it? Tang Fei was simply furious. Speaking of her brother, Tang Tianji, Tang Fei had a belly full of fire. The whole day hangs like, take the money given by the family. The name is to start a business. I don't know. Not afraid of the rich second generation to eat, drink and play with things, afraid of the rich second generation hesitation, to go to business. This is not, counting this security company. Her brother Tang Tianji has failed to start a business 3 times. The first time with a group of friends to open a bar. 6 months after the bar yellow. The second time to learn from experience. They opened a supermarket, closed down. The third time, opened this security company, bankrupt. Can you contact the owner here? I'm here to acquire this security company. Li Fei walked into the office and opened his mouth. All of a sudden, the entire floor was quiet. Acquire a security company? Who sent this savior? At that moment, the group of security guards did not scream, did not make a scene, began to obediently stand aside and listen up. They know that no matter how much they scream, they can't get a penny. they might as well listen to what Li Fei said first. If Li Fei can acquire this security company, their wages may be in order. Tang Feier was upset when Li Fei suddenly appeared and said he wanted to buy the security company. This made her feel very surprised. As long as Li Fei acquired the security company, wouldn't her brother have money? And wouldn't he be able to pay his employees? Then wouldn't he be saved? Afterwards, Tang Feier began to call her old brother. The other party hung up and called again. Finally, after a dozen consecutive calls, the other side picked up the phone. Brother, our company has money, Tang Feier said happily. Half an hour later, Tang Tianqi drove an Audi A4 to Iron Blood Security. Are you saying you're going to acquire this security company? Tang Tianqi was extremely skeptical. This made him have to be skeptical. Taking a closer look at Li Fei, dressed in general, with some oil stains on his clothes, the broken van parked at the entrance was probably his, right? This, how to look at it is not like a rich person. We've been fooled, my dear sister. We've been fooled. This must be some kind of security guard hired to trick you into calling me over. It's all over now. We can't run away even if we want to. Do you have a sister who is so mean to your brother? Tang Tianqi felt the sky spinning in his brain for a moment, about to faint at any moment. That's right. Name your price, Li Fei said with great confidence. He only hoped that the other party's opening price wouldn't be too outrageous. As long as it wasn't too expensive, he himself could accept it. Are you serious? You really want to acquire the security company? Tang Tianqi was a bit in disbelief. In the end, under Li Fei's repeated confirmation, Tang Tianqi offered a price of $400,000. This $400,000 included the security company's office and staff dormitories' 1-year rent, which was roughly worth $250,000, as well as his own company's brand value of $50,000, and another $50,000 was the cost of various facilities, and the last $50,000 was the channel fee that he had mastered. The so-called channel fee is the target customer groups of some security companies that he has mastered. Of course, this was just an excuse for Tang Tianqi to ask for a little more money. If he really had these channels, his security company wouldn't have gone bankrupt and closed down. Li Fei estimated and felt that it wasn't too bad, so he nodded his head quickly and agreed. Originally, Tang Tianqi was already prepared to bargain with Li Fei, but he didn't expect Li Fei to be so quick. Then it was very unexpected and pleasantly surprised. In the end, both sides signed the contract. Li Fei pressed his handprint, while Tang Tianqi stamped his company's seal. Subsequently, Tang Tianqi began to stare at Li Fei. The meaning is very clear. The contract is also signed. The money should be paid out, right? Only to see Li Fei take out his cell phone and start making calls. Aha, right. Li Fei hung up the phone. Send me your bank card number. I'll have my finance transfer it to you. Li Fei opened his mouth. Tang Tianqi was directly confused. Li Fei still had a specialized finance? Awesome. His own such a big security company didn't even have a finance. He had to let his sister work part-time as a finance. Now, his sister Tang Feier's position has been the security company's assistant general manager, part-time finance, part-time logistics, part-time receptionist. Chapter 20, Li Fei's Big Pie. After signing the contract, Tang Tianqi wasn't in a hurry to leave. He was waiting for the transfer to arrive. It was long, torturous. A few minutes later, with a ding sound, the text message prompted that the transfer was successful, arriving directly at $400,000. Happy, excited. Originally, he thought he was going to lose his money again this time. I did not expect the peak turnaround. Appeared to Li Fei. The other party did not hesitate at all. Directly spent $400,000 to acquire their own security company that is about to close down. Ha, there are still people in this world who are even more of a loser than me. Tang Tianqi. Thinking of this, Tang Tianqi was in a beautiful mood. Older brother. Let's go. Older brother, I'll treat you to a rub at the Cloud Sky Hotel. Tang Tianqi opened his mouth. Wait, Mr. Tang, isn't it time to settle our wages? The security guard saw Tang Tianqi about to slip away and stopped him. Tang Tianqi then remembered that he still owed his employees a month's salary. His security company had a total of 50 security guards, and each guard was paid $3,500, adding up to $175,000 in wages. This $400,000 had just arrived, and all of a sudden he had to shell out $175,000 to go. It was really heartbreaking. However, this money he had to give. In the end, Tang Tianqi transferred $175,000 to Tang Feier with extreme reluctance, allowing his sister Tang Feier to send this money to the employees. Brother, did you forget about my salary? Tang Feier asked. Sure enough, he was his own brother. This was intended to make himself available for nothing. Careless, I'll transfer another $3,500 to you, Tang Tianqi said awkwardly. This time, 400,000 went straight out nearly half, and Tang Tianji was in no mood to buy dinner. After Tang Tianchi left, Li Fei on the other hand didn't leave together. He was going to wait for Tang Feier to finish paying the security guards, and see if he could recruit them all over. The security guards saw that they were finally going to be paid, and one by one, they began to line up to receive their paychecks. Finally, after the last security guard finished receiving his paycheck, Li Fei called out to the crowd that was ready to leave. "Big guy, now that this security company has been acquired by me, I wonder if you guys would like to continue to work here." When the crowd heard Li Fei's words, they were a little hesitant. It was really because they were all scared by Tang Tianji. What if Li Fei took over and closed down as well? Would they be able to meet such a kind person willing to take over next time? Those who are willing to stay. 5 insurance and 1 gold. Double weekends. 1,000 supermarket shopping coupon subsidies per month. 500 room subsidies. 300 meal subsidies. 100 phone bill subsidies. And paid vacations and so on. Li Fei saw that the crowd did not take care of himself, and directly threw out the king bomb. The crowd originally intended to leave. 3,500 a month. Where to find such a job? But now, the situation has changed. Li Fei saw that everyone stayed, and was directly happy. Sure enough, this kind of weighty temptation, ordinary people really can't carry it. Double weekends off? Is it true what you said? The monthly 1,900 various subsidies are not a big cake? How long is paid vacation? Really pay 5 insurance and 1 gold? Li Fei quietly looked at the crowd of questions and began to carefully explain to the crowd. After hearing this, the security guards directly opened their mouths wide in complete disbelief. Li Fei had actually said the truth. He wasn't joking. Double rest on weekends? It doesn't feel too reliable. We are just a security company. If people's employers see that our company's security guards have double rest on weekends, they will directly not hire us. Yes, the security guards of other security companies only take 1 day off a month. Work 12 hours a day. The price is still cheap, and the security guards are all strong. So people would definitely prefer to hire the security guards of other security companies. Alas, young man, at a glance you have never opened a security company. You are still too young, too whimsical. That is, security companies rely on other companies and units to provide security guards to earn commission. Your security company security guards in double rest, welfare benefits and so high. Other people certainly do not dare to use and cannot afford to use a weekend double rest. Although you can let the security guards to transfer the rest, but other employers may not be willing, because people also want stability. Otherwise the security guards will change every day. How can that work? Li Fei quietly listened to the words of the security guards, but inwardly there were no waves. Can I not understand this? But, do you believe me when I say I have a system? Regarding this point, everyone doesn't need to worry. Li Fei cleared his throat and began to say. All of a sudden, all the security guards all stopped talking and started listening quietly. They wanted to see what Li Fei had to say. Now, what kind of security industry in Binjiang is clear to everyone, right? 12 hours a day is the most basic requirement. The salary is not high, and there is still a lot of bull ********. May I ask, who stipulated that security guards have to work 12 hours and can only take 1 or 2 days off a month? From now on, I am going to break these broken rules, re-establish the new norms of the security industry, the new system. From now on, I will have the final say on the rules of the security industry. Li Fei started disliking in a domineering manner. Sporadic applause rang out. Then, it erupted into loud applause. Although everyone kind of didn't understand, it was a relief. I'll sign up. Me too. Count me in. Ha ha, it's only cool to follow such a boss. I'll join too. Soon, all 50 security guards joined Li Fei's new security company. So, Li Fei had to re-sign the labor contract with them. It's just that he didn't know about that either. Li Fei looked towards Tang Feier. Tang Feier had planned to leave this place. Anyway, her brother's company had been acquired by others, so there was no reason for her to stay here. Speaking of which, the days she stayed here were still very good. Every day, she listened to the security guards greet her, and sometimes the security guards would even bring her some snacks or something. Except for today. Of course, today, the attitude of these security guards almost scared her. However, it was understandable. After all, at that time, her brother owed people wages that he didn't pay. Now the security company is still missing an assistant. Are you willing to stay? Of course, all the benefits that should be there, Li Fei asked. Tang Feier began to think about it. These days, she had been staying in the security company, and she had gotten to know some of the security company's mode of operation very well. If she really did what Li Fei said, the security company would probably close down even faster than when her brother was there. However, the way Li Fei spoke was extremely confident, which made her very curious. After a short period of thinking, Tang Feier agreed. She would like to see how Li Fei would realize the words he just said. Chapter 21. What a chosen loser this is. All 50 security guards agreed to stay, making Li Fei very happy. 50 talents was just the beginning. His goal this time was to recruit 200 people first, then expand step by step, and finally use up the 20,000 people quota given by the system. Imagine, what is the concept of having 20,000 security guards in Binjiang City? When you only have 200 security guards, you can only listen to the rules. When you have 2,000 guards, you can modify the rules. When you have 20,000 guards, you are the rules. But 20,000 guards is still something for later. Currently, we still need to recruit 200 people first. Right now, there were still 150 people to recruit. Li Fei definitely wouldn't go and recruit them himself. He had become the boss. If he still did all the work himself, how silly would that be? So, Li Fei decided to call Su Xiaoxi and Lin Xiaoma over. Calling the two of them over didn't mean that Li Fei had any thoughts about them. Li Fei didn't want to talk about feelings. He only wanted to get money now. Su Xiaoxi was recruited by himself in the name of personnel, and there was no place for her in the hotel. There are only a few employees in the hotel, and now the employees are very satisfied with their salaries and benefits, so they won't quit easily. Therefore, the hotel does not need personnel. The reason why he called Lin Xiaoma to come with him was that Li Fei realized that Lin Xiaoma was very serious and meticulous. He decided to cultivate Lin Xiaoma. The development platform at the hotel was still too small, so it was better to come here. Since Su Xiaoxi and Lin Xiaomor are both coming here, the hotel will recruit a finance and a cashier. A finance and a cashier can just fill the vacancies of Lin Xiaoma and Su Xiaoxi, and the hotel will still be full of 10 people. If he could pull 2 wolves out of the system, he definitely wouldn't pull only 1 wool out of the system. Li Fei applauded his own wit. The next day, when Li Fei arrived at the Iron Blood Security Company, Lin Xiaoma, Su Xiaoxi and Tang Fei had all arrived. Lin Xiaoma continued to serve as finance, Su Xiaoxi as personnel, and Tang Fei as assistant general manager. As for the general manager candidate, Li Fei decided to take on the role himself first, and then find a suitable candidate to take on the role of general manager after the subsequent stabilization. Subsequently, Li Fei held the first meeting of the Iron Blood Security Company. The meeting was held in the parlor sofa area. Su Xiaoxi, your next task is to continue recruiting security guards for the security company. At least 150 more security guards need to be recruited. As for the requirements, age 18 to 65. As long as there are no obvious physical defects, then recruit a cashier and an accountant for the hotel side. The accountant must be careful and conscientious. Li Fei began to instruct. The few people on the side were directly confused when they heard Li Fei's words. Recruiting 150 more security guards? Big brother, these 50 security guards we currently haven't found an employer yet. The security company relies on sending security guards to other companies or organizations to earn a commission, which is usually 10 to 20%. That works out to $800 to $1,000 per month per guard. However, this is only if the guards have an employer. If the security guards do not find an employer, the security company will have to support them. A salary of $3,500 a month is a fixed expense. Now, add nearly $2,000 for benefits. In other words, if the security company can't find enough employers, it has to keep the guards. With 200 security guards, that's over $1.2 to $1.5 million a month in fixed expenses alone. Crazy. His own boss must be crazy. The security industry is not like it used to be. Now everyone is on the inside. All kinds of fights for working hours, fights for the quality of the security guards, fights for who pays lower wages, works more, and is more cost-effective. Iron Blood Security Company's group of weak chicken security guards, taken out is really not enough for others to fight. His boss must not have gone to the other security companies in Binjiang City, where the security guards are all fit veterans. Iron Blood Security Company's security guards, awak are lazy, day after day confused. How to compare? Simply cannot compare. If you were an employer, who would you use from these two security companies? Naturally, Li Fei wasn't worried that no one would use his own security company's security guards. No one? It's better if no one uses them. If no one uses Iron Blood Security Company's security guards, I can lose money better. I understand what you all said, but continuing to recruit security guards is our company's development strategy, and this is something we must stick to, Li Fei said indifferently. Come on, what company's development strategy is taken out? A few employees did not persuade anything. They could only go and execute it. Su Xiaoxi worriedly came into an office and opened the computer, wanting to post some recruitment information on the job site. Pressing the boot button, that computer instantly let out a heavy buzzing roar. What followed was a long boot-up screen. Su Xiaoxi didn't know how long she had waited before a web page finally opened. This broken computer? Far worse than the hotel's new computer. It was simply one heaven and one earth. It was not easy to post the job information. Su Xiaoxi found Li Fei. Boss, the computers here are too slow. Not only are they slow, they're also stuck. Can you move the hotel's computer over to use it? Move the hotel computer over? What's the point of bothering with that? Why not just buy a few new computers? Go find Lin Xiaoma and ask her to buy 5 new computers. The configuration of the computers we bought last time is still a bit poor, and it's not smooth enough to play games. This time, if you want to buy one with a little better configuration, buy the $20,000 one. Li Fei opened his mouth and said, "Ah, buy a few more? With a higher configuration?" Su Xiaoxi was a bit skeptical that she had heard wrong. What kind of chosen loser was this? Not favorable. She was very unfavorable to this company of her boss. According to her boss's approach, it's estimated that it won't take more than a few months to go bankrupt. Alas, sad if her boss goes bankrupt, she won't be able to find such a good job anymore. Chapter 22, A Sea of Job Applicants. Su Xiaoxi felt as if she should do something. If she did nothing, where would she find such a good job after her boss's company went bankrupt? Subsequently, Su Xiaoxi decided to take the initiative. Wasn't her boss going to ask her to recruit 150 security guards? With such generous conditions offered by her boss, what kind of security guards couldn't be recruited? Just as Su Xiaoxi froze, her phone rang. Hello, is this the Iron Blood Security Company? Are you recruiting security guards there? Also, I see that the 1000 supermarket shopping coupon subsidy, 500 room subsidy, 300 car subsidy, 100 phone bill subsidy, as well as the 5 insurance and 1 gold, and double rest on weekends written on your recruitment information are all true? Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Su Xiaoxi nodded. Well, it's all true. Interview? Let's do it this way. Come over for an interview tomorrow at 10 a.m. Su Xiaoxi had just hung up the phone when another call came in. It seems like this job posting is very appealing. Don't look at the base salary of only 3,500, but the benefits are really good. The key is, but also to pay 5 insurance and gold, double weekends, and paid vacations. A common security company. These 3, which one to take out? Do not let people shocked? Not long after, Su Xiaoxi's phone was busted. Enthusiasm. People looking for work were just too enthusiastic. Not only on the phone, but in a short period of time, dozens of resumes had been submitted to the recruitment website. Now, these resumes are still increasing rapidly. With 150 people, it really shouldn't be too easy to recruit all of them. Therefore, Su Xiaoxi decided that she would make a good selection. After the security company was busy, Li Fei drove the van back to the hotel. When he passed by the Happiness Hotel, he saw that the tiles in the Happiness Hotel had all been replaced. This action is really fast. Wei Xiaoli probably didn't spit out a lot of blood. The entire hotel to change all the tiles once. No 8 or 9 million is not estimated to come down. Li Fei natural very happy to see Wei Xiaoli continue to blood money to the hotel inside the investment. Right. Continue to invest in it, and then continue to play price war with me. I can't wait for my hotel to lose a little more. Afterwards, Li Fei returned to his own hotel, which is not good at all. Just walked into the hall. Li Fei saw several guests came to check in. What is the situation this is? Boss, these guests are all employees of that elevator company. Now our hotel has almost become a special business trip hotel for their company employees. Shin Qingju said happily. It's not a big problem. It's really not a big problem. Isn't it just that the hotel has some more guests, the loss, or will continue to lose money? Now there are 10 employees in the hotel. After the regularization, each person's salary of 5,000, plus about 2,000 welfare benefits. Every month just to the employees' expenses is about 70,000 yuan. There is also the catering costs. All employees plus the guests of the catering costs. Every month is about 15 to 20,000. The rest is electricity, water and other messy expenses. A few $1,000s a month. That is to say, the fixed monthly expenditure of this hotel is nearly $100,000. Monthly expenditure of $100,000. The hotel to do every day of 3 or 4,000 turnover can barely reach the break-even point. The hotel has a total of 15 rooms, excluding the 2 rooms for employees to rest on the night shift and their own one, can be used for guests to stay in the room is only 12 rooms. Even if the hotel is fully staffed every day, the turnover for one day is only $816, which is about $20,000 a month. That is to say, just the hotel, every month can be a steady loss of about $80,000 to themselves. Just very cool. Of course, Li Fei knew that this was just a benefit that the system had given himself due to his first mission. If the system didn't give himself a cap of 10 employees, he really wouldn't be able to lose that much. The next day, inside the Iron Blood Security Company, around 9 a.m., a long line formed in front of the Iron Blood Security Company, a huge crowd of 300 to 400 people. This is still Su Xiaoxi evening when rushed to the recruitment information off the shelves. If not off the shelves, to come to the scene of the applicants are estimated to be more. I wipe Lu, that is not that who. He is not an Anxia security company work it. How to also run to us here to apply for a job. Really hey, next to that person is old Zhao. He has been in Manhwa security company for several years. Now also run to us here to apply for a job. TSK, you guys look, there are several veterans in this group, and several retired special forces. I can't imagine that even retired special forces are here? What's so strange about that? In terms of this kind of welfare treatment from our Iron Blood Security Company, who wouldn't want to come? The crowd of security guards from the Iron Blood Security Company also nodded their heads after hearing this. He had really gotten lucky. If he hadn't been in Iron Blood Security Company before, would it be his turn now? Look at the group of applicants outside, each and every one of the strong and lean, on their own this week chicken physique. How to compete with others? Some people may question. Their group of security guards are not afraid of the group of powerful people outside to come in later. Iron Blood Security Company will have no place for them? No, they weren't worried at all. Yesterday, all of them signed a labor contract. The labor contract said very clearly that it would be renewed once every 3 years, and as long as they didn't make any big mistakes, Iron Blood Security wouldn't dismiss them for no reason. Just very cool. Inside the personnel office of Iron Blood Security Company, Su Xiaoxi, Lin Shima and Tang Fei were sitting at their desks, interviewing the group of security guards who had applied for the job together. There were just too many people applying for the job, and Su Xiaoxi couldn't keep herself busy on her own, so she directly called Lin Shima and Tang Fei over as well. That way, it was much faster for the three to interview together. One for each. Retired veteran, height 178, no criminal record, hard-working, very good. You can enter the retest, Su Xiaoxi said. The man was overjoyed to hear that he had entered the retest. He was originally working for Yuanhua Security Company, and had deliberately taken the day off to come over today. If he hadn't gotten into the retest, he would have lost a day's pay. However, he was happy that he had made it to the retest. As long as I can successfully apply for the job, not to mention taking a day off, even if I take 4 or 5 days off, it's not a loss. I'm sorry, your height doesn't qualify, Lin Shilma said to a job applicant. That person was 169 in height, and when he heard this, he immediately revealed a disappointed look. But it couldn't be helped. They only recruited 150 people, but now there were 300 to 400 people. People must be the best of the best. Who let himself is not tall enough. Afterwards, he could only walk out silently. Now it was already 12 noon. Although the interview was going fast, but it couldn't help that there were too many people coming for the interview, and there was still a long queue outside by now. With a ding, Lin Shimo received a text message from her boss. She then walked out of the personnel office. Shinmu, what are you doing? Su Xiaoxi asked. I'm going to get lunch. The boss knew about the interviews this morning and prepared lunch for all the interviewers. Lin Xiaoma opened her mouth and said, Not only Su Xiaoxi and Tang Fei, even those interviewers waiting in line revealed a look of surprise after hearing this. They just came for an interview, and the other boss even warmly prepared lunch for them? It was magical. They weren't new to society, and they had encountered quite a few bosses, but none of the bosses could treat them with such sincerity. Touched, very touched. Now, not to mention that people give them such high benefits. Even without these benefits, they would want to come to this security company. Chapter 23, All Hired? Happiness comes too suddenly. Fifth brother, why don't we go back? It's so hot right now, and there are so many people in line. I'm getting a little hungry. Old 6, hold on. The more this time comes, the more you have to hold on. Think about it, the benefits they give are so good. As long as we can enter the Iron Blood Security Company, we won't have to worry about our future life. But I'm hungry. Fifth brother, as you know, I have low blood sugar, and I get hungry when I don't eat for a long time, and right now I feel like the ground in front of me is starting to shake. While the two of them were talking, a pretty girl led a group of security guards from the Iron Blood Security Company towards them. Come, 1 boxed lunch per person, 1 bottle of drink per person, don't take more than 1 a security guard said. Surprisingly, there's still rice? Old 6 was instantly energized when he saw this. He then couldn't wait to take a boxed lunch and a bottle of drink. Opening the cap of the drink bottle, he took a sip. Hiss, it was so damn refreshing. All of a sudden, he felt all the pores in his body open up. It was his body breathing, shouting, and moaning in relief. Without this bottle of drink, without this meal, he might have collapsed at any time. On the other side, Lin Xiaomo led the crowd of security guards and began to lunchbox lunches and drinks to the people in line one by one. These people were just some interviewees. It wasn't like they had joined the security company already. Yet, their own boss was able to treat them so well. Thoughtful. His own boss was really too thoughtful. Those who came for interviews were originally a bit annoyed. When would such a long queue be their turn? Unexpectedly, the other person, Iron Blood Security Company, had sent them boxed lunches and drinks. All of a sudden, they all quieted down. After handing out meals to everyone, the interview continued. Although Lin Xiaoma, Su Xiaoxi, and Tang Fei were also very hungry, but with so many interviewers waiting, they were too embarrassed to eat first. Gritting their teeth, they continued the interview. The entire interview lasted a total of 7 or 8 hours. Now, it was getting a little dark outside. Finally, Su Xiaoxi finished interviewing the last person. Ah, it's finally over. Too tired, Su Xiaoxi said. Lin Xiaoma and Tang Fei also felt the same way. Afterward, they started packing up their things and preparing to leave work. With a ding, Lin Xiaoma's cell phone rang again. Our boss said that we've worked hard on the interview, so let's go out for a good meal, and the meal and taxi money will all be reimbursed. Lin Xiaomo said happily. When Su Xiaoxi and Tang Fei heard this, they were instantly overjoyed. Let's go eat barbecued meat. No, 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 roast pork isn't good. Let's go eat hot pot. I think Western food is also good. I've wanted to go for a long time, but Western food is too expensive. In the end, the three of them went for a hot pot meal. At this moment, inside the Far China Security Company, the general manager of the security company, Song Jiwen, had a very ugly face. Today, he had received several complaint calls from his clients, saying something about their Manhwa security company's security guards absenting themselves from work without any reason during work. Outrageous, really outrageous. Deduction of wages. Wages must be deducted. If we don't deal with it seriously, this group of people won't turn against the sky in the future. He then called over the supervisor in charge of attendance. A customer complained that our security company's security guards have unexplained absenteeism. What's going on? Mr. Song, there was no absenteeism. They all took a leave of absence. Taking leave? You can't even take leave. How many times have I said it? Customer first, customer first. You're approving their leave? Deduction of wages. All those who took leave today all have 500 deducted. Song Jiwen spoke indifferently. 500? Mr. Song, isn't this too much deduction? How can they learn from their mistakes if they don't deduct a little more? This group of people really don't have the slightest bit of gratitude, and they don't think about who feeds them. Without everyone, where is the little family? Dedication, dedication. This is something I've emphasized in meetings for how many times? This group of people just won't listen. Song Jiwen was very angry. Moreover, didn't they give them 1 day of vacation time every month? Can't anything be dealt with all while on vacation? I see. It's still too lax in management. From tomorrow onwards, management should be strengthened. Anyone who arrives late and leaves early will be docked a day's pay. Those with low customer ratings and complaints will all be deducted 500. Song Jiwen continued. That supervisor, in turn, nodded his head and wrote it down one by one, and would start enforcing this new rule tomorrow, at 10 a.m. the next day. Inside the Iron Blood Security Company, Su Xiaoxi, Lin Xiaoma and Tang Fei were already sitting in the personnel office waiting. Today was the retest, and of course, the final round of interviews. Iron Blood Security Company will not be like other companies. The first round of written tests, the second round of interviews, the third round of retests, and the final assessment. Iron Blood Security Company's interview. There are 2 rounds is enough. Today, the people who came to retake the test were not as many as yesterday. There were only about 220 people who came for the retest today. Selecting 150 people out of 220 should be much faster. Afterwards, Su Xiaoxi and the 3 of them started interviewing. Within the people who came to the retest this time, there were a lot of very good interviewees. There were more than a dozen who were actually retired Special Forces soldiers, which was a pleasant surprise and unexpected. So, these people were just going through the motions, and Su Xiaoxi had already settled on them. There were also some people who had very good physical qualities and good personalities, very positive, and Su Xiaoxi left them behind. While several people were being interviewed, Li Fei walked in. Li Fei wanted to come over yesterday, but he was too involved in playing the game yesterday and directly forgot about it. Today, he remembered that there was going to be a retest over here and rushed over. He drove the van to the entrance of the Iron Blood Security Company, and just got out of the car, and was directly stunned. These people are here to apply for security guards? A clear color of sturdy young men. Among them there are many applicants. The eyes are very resolute. At a glance is the veteran. Li Fei's original request was 18 to 65 years old. His intention was to recruit more middle-aged and old people in their 40s and 50s, but he didn't expect that all of the applicants this time were all the elite of the elite. This made him feel very surprised. In fact, before they came to the interview yesterday, they had already been selected online by Su Xiaoxi for a round. Yesterday's interview was another round of selection. Therefore, those who were able to stay until now were all elites. When Li Fei walked into the office, Su Xiaoxi and the girls had already interviewed quite a few people. A few of the interviewees were already in very good condition, but they didn't expect to be eliminated anyway. It hit them hard. We're so good. Why didn't we pass the retest? That's right, we're not convinced. Su Xiaoxi was also very helpless. You guys are very good, but there are others who are even better than you. It's like the 100-meter race final. The winner is just that one person. There's nothing anyone else can do even if they're better. After the other few eliminated people heard this, they were also very frustrated. Just when they were about to leave, Li Fei called out to them, "Wait, I think you guys are very good. All of you are hired." Ha! Several people were already ready to leave, and they didn't expect that the shocking reversal would come so quickly. In the end, Li Fei told Su Xiaoxi that the retest was directly cancelled. Everyone present, all hired. Su Xiaoxi opened her mouth wide in surprise. All of them? There are more than 220 people here. If all of them are hired, counting the previous employees, the total number of employees will be more than 270 at once. 270 people? Li Fei smiled even more happily after hearing that. More is better. More is better. With one more employee, I can receive a little more of the salary that the system sends me. After hearing Li Fei's words, those who were still waiting outside for the retest were all excited. All of them have been hired? This happiness came too suddenly. Chapter 24. This mission is simple again. Zhang Long and Zhao, who returned from Iron Blood Security Company to Yuanhua Security Company with a few retired Special Forces soldiers. Today, they were supposed to take a leave of absence to go over for a retest. Unexpectedly, before it was their turn to be interviewed, their boss decided to keep all of them. Now, a few of them were overjoyed. All 7 of them were retired Special Forces soldiers. After retiring from the military, they came to Yuanhua Security Company. Originally, with their physical qualities and professional skills, it would not be too much to say that they would be a manager, but a captain or something in Far East China Security Company, right? However, Far China Security Company is very pitiful. The management of the security company, almost all of them are Song Jiwen's direct line. These people don't have a lot of skills, but their ass-kissing skills are top-notch. They fawn on the top, but are very strict on the bottom. They would have tolerated it if it was just like that. The key is, this company belongs to the kind of shallow water. The existence of the temple small demon wind big. Bull asterisk regulations a whole lot. Heart tired. Really too tired. This is not. They heard of Iron Blood Security Company's recruitment information. Directly on leave to go to the interview. Although Iron Blood Security Company belongs to a very small security company, in Binjiang City is not much fame, not to mention an Yuanhua, Anxia this kind of powerful security company then. However, they give good welfare treatment 1,000 supermarket shopping subsidies, 500 car allowance, 300 meal allowance, 100 phone bill subsidies, and 5 insurance, double weekends, paid vacation. These benefits individually take out one is nothing, but these benefits together is very exaggerated. The key is that the boss treats their group of security guards that is really good. Who goes to a company to interview? The interview company will prepare lunch and drinks for you? No, they've never heard of it. Not to mention preparing lunch and drinks for the interviewer. Many companies can't even afford to prepare lunch for their own employees who have been employed for several years. Now that the Iron Blood Security Company had taken them in, they were just ready to come over and resign. A few people just walked into the office building of Yuanhua Security Company. They met their top boss, Captain Hu. Captain whose name was Hu Dfa. He had a center-parted hairstyle, a white face, and always liked to smile. However, this guy is very dark and ruthless behind his back. Stop, I heard that you missed work yesterday? Captain Hu asked knowingly. It's not absenteeism, we've already taken a vacation. Zhang Long said. Taken leave? With whom? Talk to me? If you didn't talk to me, it doesn't count as leave. 500 deductions per person. 500 deduction per person? Captain Hu, you're going too far, aren't you? Our monthly salary is less than $4,000, and you're going to deduct 500 from us for taking a day off? Zhang Long, Zhao Hu and the few people behind them all became angry. What? Are you guys not convinced? If you're not convinced, then get lost. Far East China Company lacks everything but people. Captain Hu cursed. He really gave this group of them a face. Thinking that he was a retired Special Forces soldier was a big deal, wasn't it? Far China Security Company really didn't lack retired Special Forces. Say that again? Zhao Hu was furious and said that he was going to rush over and shovel Captain Hu's face. Captain Hu didn't look very imposing on a regular basis, but he was still very weak in the face of such a group of retired Special Forces. This is the decision of the above. If you guys don't like it, you can go to the top and make trouble. In the end, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu went through the separation procedures at the personnel. After completing the separation procedures, they went to the finance office to receive their paychecks, and sure enough, they found that $500 had been deducted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of world is this? Zhang Long sighed helplessly. This was $500. They were planning to send it home. Not to mention $500. Normally, they would have to spend $50 carefully. Originally, Zhang Long had also planned to stay in the dormitory of Manhwa Security Company for one night tonight, and report directly to Iron Blood Security Company tomorrow. Who knew that Captain Hu, that dog, had somehow come to the dormitory and just wouldn't let them stay here? In the end, the crowd could only pack their bags and leave the Yuanhua Security Company. Inside the Anxia Security Company, and Zihao was leisurely lying inside the wide and comfortable boss chair playing a game. Mr. There is something I need to report to you. Within our security company, more than 30 people have left at once. The assistant walked into the office and whispered, "Look at my snakeskin walk and pull out my head back. Hey, can't hit, just very angry." The assistant then realized that people are playing the game, playing obsessed. It did not listen to what he said. "Brother, this is not a 2 people resigned, but more than 30 people resigned together. This matter has been very serious." However, when the assistant saw General Manager and who was seriously playing the game, he directly sighed. "Old General and this son. Alas, forget it. Love what you want. It's not like it's my company anyway." Afterwards, the assistant walked out of the General Manager's office. The next day, Li Fei once again came to Iron Blood Security Company. Now that everything was on track on the hotel side, there was no need for him to worry about it anymore. As for the Happy Hotel on the side, Li Fei had now completely disregarded it as a rival. Li Fei directly promoted Shen Xingzhu to become the manager of the hotel and increased her salary to $8,000 a month. He also specially instructed Shen Xingzhu to not be good at all about the price of the hotel's rooms, and to always be $10 cheaper than the opposite side of the Happiness Hotel. Although Shen Xingzhu very much did not understand her boss's idea, she still did as she was told. Okay, now there is no need for Li Fei to worry about the hotel side. He just needs to spend all the hotel's turnover the day before the settlement. Now his mind was completely focused on the Iron Blood Security Company. Now his system funds were 2 million. He spent 400,000 on acquiring Iron Blood Security Company, leaving him with 1.6 million. Then he purchased 5 computers at $20,000 each, spending another $100,000. Now the system funds were only 1.5 million left. Li Fei calculated that the salary of 270 security guards plus benefits was 1.45 million per month. In other words, as long as he paid the security guards this month's salary, he was pretty much done with this mission. Haha, just great. This is too easy. I haven't even powered up yet. No, it's too unchallenging to do that. Moreover, if I were to pay out all of this money as salary, the subsequent operation of Iron Blood Security would be a bit difficult. So many security guards, eating and sleeping, as well as purchasing some security clothes, daily necessities and so on, all need money. Therefore, Li Fei decided to delay the payment of the security guard's salary for a while, and wait until his next system mission. In this way, it would also make the next system mission a little less difficult. It was a win-win situation. This time, the system mission was 15 days, and the next system mission would be 15 days later. It wasn't too late to be paid after 15 days. Chapter 25, Heavenly Orders Smashed Down. Good morning, Mr. Li. Good morning, Mr. Li. As Li Fei walked all the way, all the security guards of Iron Blood Security Company greeted him very enthusiastically. This was simply too much enthusiasm. After coming to the general manager's office, Li Fei opened the newly bought $20,000 computer. Not bad. It was very fast and ran very smoothly. But now is not the time to play games. Li Fei's main business now is how to spend this 1.5 million. Today, all 270 security guards within the Iron Blood Security Company had arrived. When Li Fei walked in, he saw that the security guards were wearing very inconsistent clothes. Some security guards were wearing security uniforms issued by Iron Blood Security Company. Some security guards were wearing security uniforms issued by Yuanhua Security Company. And some were wearing security uniforms issued by Anxia. What was even more exaggerated was that quite a few people did not have security uniforms. This was definitely not okay. Afterward, Li Fei called Lin Xiaomo over. Shine more our security company's uniforms need to be standardized, or else it's too unseemly. You usually like to shop online, so you should go online and buy some security clothing later. The clothes should be bought in several more styles, then buy 2 sets of each style per person, right? Li Fei instructed. Boss, I will never shop online during work hours again. Lin Xiaomo was on the verge of crying. At this moment, she was very unsure if her boss was knocking her or not. I don't mean to blame you. You can do whatever you need to do when there's usually nothing going on, as long as you don't delay your normal work, Li Fei said breathlessly. Originally, these things should have been left to the assistant to do. Lin Xiaomo was finance after all, and letting finance manage money again and letting finance spend money was a big no-no. But now it was just the early stages. These things didn't matter. Later on, Li Fei would have to pay attention to these things. Lin Xiaomo on the side only put her heart down when she heard Li Fei say so. However, she was still a bit uneasy. It seems that in the future, when you shop online, you can't be so blatant. You still have to carry some boss. Afterwards, Lin Xiaomo returned to her office and started to check the security clothing on the internet. There are many kinds of security clothing on the internet, including security uniforms, security coats, security t-shirts, and training uniforms. Shoes include combat boots, leather shoes, labor insurance shoes and so on. Lin Xiaomo picked a few good clothes and shoes, and once again came to Li Fei's general manager's office. Aha, not bad, not bad. Li Fei saw that the several types of clothes that Lin Xiaomo had picked out were very good. However, are there any that are a bit better in quality and a bit more expensive? Li Fei was still a bit slightly less satisfied. These clothes and shoes were quite good. The only drawback was that they weren't expensive enough. If Lin Xiaomo knew what Li Fei was thinking, she would probably vomit blood. You want something more expensive? Boss, just these clothes and shoes combined. A set would cost more than 800. Lin Xiaomo exclaimed in shock. In the end, Lin Xiaomo was very helpless and looked for a few more expensive clothes and shoes that would cost around 1,000 for a set. But he didn't expect Li Fei to directly decide on it. To be honest, although these clothes and shoes were more expensive, the quality wasn't too far off from the ones before, but she was too embarrassed to say so. If she said that, wasn't it obvious that her boss was stupid and had too much money? In the end, Li Fei let Lin Xiaomo buy towels, wash basins, a full set of toiletries and other daily necessities for each of the security guards. After some operation, the security guards' clothes and shoes, a set of more than 1,000. Li Fei bought 2 sets for each person. 270 people, add up to spend 540,000 yuan. There are also towels, wash basins, a full set of toiletries, bedding and so on, adding up to a set of more than 600. 270 people, all of a sudden spent another 160,000 yuan. Just in a few minutes 700,000 was spent. This kind of spending speed directly stunned Lin Xiaomo. Dear, I noticed that you ordered 540 sets of these things. Did you order the wrong ones? A customer service on the side of Halo sent a message to Lin Xiaomo inquiring. That's right, it's 540 sets. Lin Xiaomo replied back. 270 people, 2 sets per person. That's 540 sets. Lin Xiaomo calculated again in her heart and realized that there was no mistake. On the other side, inside an online store, Hao, the owner, Zheng Yukai, looked at the customer service with a nervous expression. This Tmall store of his mainly dealt with some security uniforms and security shoes. It was supposed to be fretting about the poor business recently. It was only yesterday that he was ruthless and bought the through train service. Didn't expect. Today came a big order. A customer, directly to his store within the security coat, security t-shirt, security uniforms, as well as security boots, leather shoes, labor insurance shoes to buy a whole. The key is that the customer does not know whether the order is wrong. Directly ordered 540 sets. I wipe Lu, these things add up to a set is a small one. $000. 540 sets is 540. 000 540. 000 business, which makes him directly nervous. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He did not dare to hold too much hope. He was very afraid of the customer service said that the guests ordered the wrong kind of words. If so, it would be a waste of joy and excitement. Customer service is a young girl, just graduated this year. She directly repeated Lin Xiaomo's words again. No mistake, it's true? Zheng Yukai was instantly happy to hear this. A business of 540,000 was made in one go. With this one, he could at least make more than 200,000. Originally, he wanted to lower the price of his goods a little bit more today, because he noticed that another store's goods were even cheaper than his, and it was only more than 800 for their set. The key is that everyone's quality is similar. Why should he be $200 more expensive than others? Just when he was ready to lower the price, he received the customer service said someone ordered 540 sets of this message. This time he did not dare to adjust the price. To adjust also have to wait. And so the goods over the sale of late to consider. People just bought 540,000 things. You foot after the lower prices. Like words? When this Tmall store is he borrowed money to buy down. A total of more than 300,000 spent. At that time, the family is still very opposed to their own it, saying that the risk is too great. It is better to open a C-store first. Fortunately, he insisted. Otherwise, where would have met such a large single? Subsequently, Zheng Yukai rushed to contact the clothing factory side to be sure to make this batch of goods to their overnight rush. If this is because of the inability to ship on time, people cancel this order. He estimates that he will really cry to death. Inside the general manager's office of Iron Blood Security Company, Li Fei, who had just spent $700,000, was in a great mood. Now, there was only $800,000 system funds left. He had to think about how to spend this $800,000. First of all, the security guards' meals were the most pressing issue, so the cost of meals must be set aside. With a daily meal standard of 50 yuan per person, 270 people, 15 days of food and beverage costs is 200,000 yuan. Since meals are also provided on the day of recruitment, it is a total of 15 days. Then there is the question of accommodation for the security guards. Now the dormitory rented by Iron Blood Security Company was only enough for 50 people to live in. All of a sudden there were 220 more people, so they still had to go rent some more dormitories. Li Fei asked Tang Fair and heard that there were several neighborhoods nearby that had many houses for rent. So Li Fei drove the van to a nearby housing agency. Chapter 26 Renting 40 houses at once and mainlining a ho-ho cross. Housing like Jean Housing Agency. Li Fei stood at the entrance of the agency and looked up at the agency's doorhead. The doorhead was good. It looked like a regular housing agency. So Li Fei walked in. Hello sir, are you here to see the house? Just as Li Fei walked in, a female salesperson greeted him. I'm here to rent a house. Li Fei opened his mouth and said. Hearing Li Fei say rent a house, the female sales face immediately became less enthusiastic than earlier. As a housing agency sales, their favorite customers were those who came to buy a house. If they close a deal, their commission is very high. Saying that it takes 3 years to open a business and 3 years to eat it is of course a bit of an exaggeration, but if you successfully sell a house, you can get more than $20,000 in commission alone. But the commission for renting a house is not that high. If you rent a house, the agency can get up to 1 month's rent commission. But this commission is the company gets. When it's their employees' turn, they only get about 20% of the company's commission. Take a house with a monthly rent of $3,000 as an example. The company can receive a commission of $3,000, and they can only get a commission of $600. While this was happening, another person walked in, seemingly a house buyer. The saleswoman directly transferred Li Fei to one of her colleagues. Xiao Mei, this one is here to rent a house. Take a look. After saying that, the saleswoman enthusiastically went to greet another customer. Xiao Mei was also very speechless, but it couldn't be helped. Who let herself be the newcomer? While others were the top sellers here, the sales champion naturally had some privileges. Even if she told the manager would only make peace with it. In the end, she herself would offend the other party instead. Unable to help, Xiao Mei could only smile and stand up, taking Li Fei to see the house to be rented. This was one of the reasons why everyone was not very willing to take on those clients who were renting apartments. Not to mention the low commission. Since people were coming to rent a house, they had to take them to see the house. Some clients who are just renting a house are even more picky than those who are buying a house. But these houses for rent are not together, east and west of a house. You take your time to take customers to see the house. If they encountered such clients, they could only consider themselves unlucky. Xiao Mei only hoped that Li Fei would not be such a person. Xiao Mei walked out of the agency and saw Li Fei's war-damaged van. After thinking about it, she still got into the van. In the car, Xiao Mei gave Li Fei navigation, and Li Fei drove the van to a nearby neighborhood. That neighborhood was very close to the Iron Blood Security Company, and after work, the security guards would be able to walk home, and it would be very nice. However, Li Fei's requirements for the house were still a bit high. He wasn't afraid of being expensive. He was afraid of being bad. That's why he decided to take a look in person. Mr. Li, this house is a total of 120 square meters, 3 rooms, 2 halls, 2 baths, monthly rent 2,800. What do you think? Xiao Mei asked. Li Fei didn't say anything and started visiting alone. Xiao Mei saw this and her mood sank to the bottom of the sea. It looks like people are not satisfied with this place. Alas, again, I have to take this customer to continue to look at the house. I'm afraid that after looking at it for half a day, people will say that they are not satisfied with a single word. Not bad, I'm satisfied with this place, Li Fei said. This place was well decorated, with a TV, washing machine, refrigerator, sofa, bed and so on. Li Fei was also very satisfied after looking around. You mean you can sign? Xiao Mei asked very happily. This time, she seemed to have good luck. The first house that she brought the customer to see, the customer took a liking to it. There's no rush first, I have to look at the others. For a house like this, I want to rent about 40 sets, Li Fei said. Ha! Xiao Mei was directly stunned after hearing this. To rent around 40 sets? Boy! She immediately began to calculate. Calculating at 2,800 for just one set of houses, her commission would be 560, and for 40 sets of houses, her commission would be over 22,000. Getting rich, this is getting rich, ha ha ha. Xiao Mei then looked full of joy and took Li Fei to look at a few more houses. After looking at 3 more houses, Li Fei decided not to look anymore. The actual condition of these houses was more or less the same as the pictures uploaded by the agent. There was no big difference. Afterwards, Li Fei and Xiao Mei went back to the agent and started to sign the contract. Just after walking into the agency, Xiao Mei found the saleswoman sitting on a chair sulking with a not-so-good look on her face. The other side saw Xiao Mei with Li Fei walked in. Also a little regret. It seems that Xiao Mei's order is made, although it is only a small list of renting an apartment, but it is also 500 or 600. Just now I was happy for nothing, thinking that the customer who came later was a big customer to buy a house, but the other party was not sincere to buy a house at all, and she brought that person to see a few minutes before the other party left. This is really depressing. While the saleswoman was sulking, she realized that something was wrong. What was the situation with the 40 units that Xiao Mei was talking about? 40 sets? Li Fei wanted to rent 40 units at once? When the saleswoman heard this, her whole body was bad. She just wanted to go home to her mom. 40 houses. The commission alone was more than $20,000. How could she just transfer it to Xiao Mei for nothing? Regret. She really regretted it. In the end, Li Fei and Xiao Mei signed all the housing lease contracts. The landlords didn't come. They all entrusted the house to this agent. So the contract signed by Li Fei and the agent is legally valid. This time, Li Fei rented a total of 40 houses. Almost at once, he rented out all the finely decorated houses near Iron Blood Security. With 40 houses, the monthly rent totaled 112,000, and the commission of 112,000 to the housing agent. Li Fei spent another 224,000 at once. Originally, the general requirement for renting a house is to pay a deposit of 3. Li Fei currently does not have that much money. More importantly, if he had to pay a deposit, Li Fei would not do it. If he gave a deposit, he would never be able to complete his system mission. Therefore, Li Fei's request was that there was no deposit. The first time he paid a month's rent first, the second time he paid 3 months' rent directly, and the third time he paid a year's rent. The key was that Li Fei could guarantee long-term rent, and after the third time, the rent can be paid annually. Li Fei was such a big customer. It was really nothing to make this request. In the end, the owner of the housing agency personally agreed. After everything was settled, Li Fei left the place. As for the subsequent negotiation with the landlord, it was left to the agent to deal with. Chapter 27, Finding Food for the Employees. After Li Fei left the housing-like brocade housing agency, he started to look for a place where he could feed the 270 security guards and a few office employees again. His first thought was to build a cafeteria of his own. But when he looked at his system funds and saw that he only had 576,000 left, he realized that it wasn't enough at all. So he was helpless. The system funds could not withstand his spending. At 576,000, if he were to build a staff cafeteria, he would definitely be able to do so. But Li Fei had to think long-term. The 270 security guards were just the beginning. His goal was to recruit enough security guards to reach the 20,000 limit. So now was not the time to build a cafeteria. So Li Fei could only use the second option, which was to find a restaurant to deliver food to the security guards like the hotel. Originally Li Fei thought of the hotel next to the Ganchuan Xiang small fry restaurant, but that restaurant has been to the hotel staff and guests to provide meals, surely not have the energy to provide the security company side. And security company this side is full of 270 people. To provide meals to so many people, certainly have to find a larger hotel. Afterwards, Li Fei drove the van and started to stroll. Along the way, the hissing roar of the van's engine made Li Fei very worried. He was really afraid that his van would completely shut down at the next moment. When he was done with this period of time, he would have to go buy a car anyway. System Dad, can I use system funds for the car buying money? Li Fei asked with anticipation. I'm sorry host, since you buy a car to use to drive yourself, so by car money please solve it by yourself. I wipe Lu, that I give the staff to find a house, look for restaurants that provide meals, also in the service of the company. Buy a car money, why let me own out? Li Fei is very reluctant. This system is not to pay you a salary. You can use your own salary to buy a host. Don't push more. Please focus on driving. Li Fei directly without a big language. Okay, buy a car, buy a house, save enough deposits to realize their own wealth freedom. Looks like you still have to rely on yourself. This time, the Million Employee Program is even more urgent. Kaiwei Hotel. The Kaiwei Grand Hotel is still a bit famous in Binjiang City. It's not that it's famous for how upscale it is, but it's that the food here is better. The key is that the per capita consumption here is not too expensive, about $100 or so. However, he was asking the other party to make staff meals for himself, and he only had a budget of 25 per meal, so he didn't know if the other party would agree. Li Fei decided to go and ask first. Setting up the navigation, Li Fei pressed his foot on the gas and drove towards the Kaiwei Grand Hotel. With a boom sound, a thick black smoke came out of the van's exhaust, and like a steel monster, it sped towards the front. Welcome Guang Lin. Sir, inside please, Li Fei. Now that it was past mealtime, there weren't a lot of people inside the hotel. Only a few hotel employees were chatting in boredom. Li Fei walked up and found a single waiter who had fallen behind. You are looking for our manager? The waiter asked in surprise. Li Fei nodded. The waiter curiously sized up Li Fei for a moment and eventually led Li Fei to the manager of the restaurant. Ordering food? Sir, how many people do you want to order for? The manager asked casually after hearing Li Fei's intention. More than 270 people I think, but we only have a budget of 25 per person per meal. Li Fei replied. Puff. The manager was drinking water when he directly sprayed out a mouthful of water. More than 270 people? It's quite a lot of people, but a budget of only 25 per person per meal. It's a bit insufficient. What kind of place is Kaiyu Grand Hotel? People who come here to eat. The minimum per capita spending starts at 100. A budget of 25 is too low. The key is that he is just a manager. If this is a big order with a lot of oil, he might even be praised by his boss. But at 25 per person per meal, after costs and so on, there's not much left in the tank. If you take this order, you might even be scolded by the boss. It would be better to do more than one thing. A budget of 25 is indeed too low. You'd better ask elsewhere. The manager thought about it and replied. The manager's answer was expected by Li Fei. Originally he was just here to try his luck. Thus, Li Fei walked out of the Kaiwei Grand Hotel. It seemed that the program of finding a big hotel had to be passed. Li Fei drove the van again and strolled around. Now, he had really become a veritable street sneak. The Conscience Diner? As Li Fei drove the van and strolled around, he suddenly saw a place called Conscience Grand Cafeteria. By the looks of it, it was a cafeteria-type restaurant. Seeing the name, Li Fei planned to go in and ask. The cafeteria was quite large, and the interior was decorated in a nice style with a good environment. Li Fei walked to the place where he took his meal and looked at it, and found that there were a lot of dishes. Just a little hungry, Li Fei bought a 3 meat and 1 vegetarian dish, a total of $18. After playing the meal, Li Fei just ate a bite and realized that the meal here was not bad. After quickly finishing his meal, Li Fei found the owner of this place. The owner of the cafeteria, Zhang Song, was a 35 to 36-year-old middle-aged man with a slightly chubby body type. This Conscience Canteen had been open for half a year, but the turnover was very unsatisfactory. Blame it on their own hot-headedness to come out to start a business. This time it is estimated to lose a lot of money. He rented the store as 3 connected to the store through a year rent of 150,000, and utilities and other costs, such as labor costs, a year just the cost of 278 million. However, the cafeteria has been open for half a year. A few days ago, the statistics of the turnover of the first half of the year found that only a little more than 200,000 yuan. That is to say, the canteen's annual turnover is only 300,000, which 300,000 also deducted 100,000 or so of the cost of foodstuffs. So calculated, he worked hard for a year, but also a loss of 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. This is still the ideal situation. If he encountered other conditions, he estimates that he will lose more. Difficult. Doing business is too difficult. While Zhang Song was worried and thinking, a young man walked over. Boss, can you deliver the meals here? Li Fei walked over and asked. Home delivery? Zhang Song was about to go ballistic at the sound of it. Still delivering to your door? I'm losing money down to my pants and you're asking me to deliver to your door? Well, because we'll be ordering more. Li Fei hurriedly added. How much more? Zhang Song hurriedly asked. Fortunately keeping his temper in check. He almost lost his temper just now. almost 270 plus people's meals. How much? 270 plus people? Zheng Tsong was directly stunned. This cafeteria of his was now just about 50 people per day, with a turnover of less than 1,000 per day. The other party directly wanted to order meals for more than 270 people at once? Well, more than 270 people. A meal rate of $25 per person per meal, 2 meals per day. If it's suitable, we'll order it for a long time, Li Fei said. Hiss. Zheng Tsong couldn't believe it. Such a heavenly order just fell into his hands? More than 270 people, 25 per person per meal, 2 meals a day. The key was long-term stability. Zheng Tsong immediately turned on the brainstorming, began to calculate mentally. 500 a day. A month is more than 400,000. A year is nearly 5 million. His previous half year of exhaustion. The turnover of the cafeteria is only more than 200,000. And now, people directly send a big list of more than 5 million a year to his mouth? I can't believe it. This happiness came too suddenly, right? Chapter 28, Gold Master Dad came to my rescue. Ha ha ha. With a big list of over $5 million a year, Zheng Tsong was simply so happy that he was suffocating and trembling. Saved. His conscientious eatery was finally saved. Now not only was he saved, he might even be able to leap over the Dragon Gate, soaring to great heights all of a sudden. $5 million a year. After removing about 20% of the cost of the ingredients, there was still nearly $4 million of profit as well. Considering that the current staff is too busy, one can recruit a few more staff and chefs. Even if he recruited 2 more waiters, 1 deliveryman, 2 chefs, these people's wages for a year is about 350,000 yuan. Then one's net profit would still be more than 6 million. Feel free to mention any requests you have. As long as we can fulfill them, we will definitely try our best to satisfy you. Zheng Tsong's tone of voice became flattering, even using a title like you. He was 35 or 36 years old, and Li Fei was only in his 20s. However, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. As long as he could save his conscientious big eatery, not to mention calling a few times you, it wasn't impossible to serve tea to this young man in front of him. There aren't many requirements. It's just that the ingredients you use must be fresh, and the cooking oil must be better, as long as you can ensure that the quality of the meals is over the top. In order to ensure the safety of our employees' food, we will send specialized employees over to check it every day. Li Fei made his only request. Sending specialized employees over to check every day was also Li Fei's impromptu idea, and he was going to have Su Xiaoxi go online to recruit after he went back. That way he could recruit a few more employees again. Ha ha, I'm such a genius. Dietary safety is more important than the mountain. The food cannot be delicious, but cannot be unsafe. Of course, a balance between the two would be the best. That's why he decided to come out and look for it himself. He had read a lot of online stories about restaurants using gutter oil, using inferior ingredients, and so on. Whenever he saw this, he was very angry. Part of the restaurant cannot make money with their own conscience? Do you have to engage in these crooked ways? No problem, no problem. Don't worry, you've also seen our signboard, right? Conscientious big cafeteria. In terms of ingredients, you can rest assured that it's absolutely safe. After hearing Li Fei's request, Zheng Tsong rushed to make all kinds of assurances. This was his gold master's father, so he naturally had to deal with it carefully. Hearing Zheng Tsong's assurances, coupled with the fact that he would send his own employees over to supervise, there shouldn't be any major problems. So, Li Fei decided to just work with Zheng Tsong. Looking at the system settlement time, there were still 14 days left. A total of $189,000 was needed for the 14 days of meals. Although the security guards also had double holidays, Li Fei initially thought of using that method from the hotel. Also the first money to the cafeteria to transfer over to the end of the month when the two sides reconciled. The extra money was kept for the next month, and the lesser amount was made up. However, this is a big problem. There are only a few people at the hotel, so of course it's fine. But the security company has 270 people now, and will continue to expand in the future. So many security guards, and then use this method is too risky. When the time comes, the accounts will be too difficult to calculate. It would be better to simply send food to the employees on double breaks, and the employees would not have to cook for themselves even if they were on double breaks. This way he can still spend a little more money. The accounts will also be good. It is simply a win-win situation. Win on win. In the end, Li Fei asked Zheng Tsong for his bank card number and directly asked Lin Xiaoma to transfer the money to the other party. With a ding sound, Zheng Tsong received a message that his bank card had received the money. 189,000. Gorgeous. What kind of ING gold master father was this? He hadn't even sent a meal to the other person's staff yet, and the other person's money had been transferred to him first. This is the cost of 14 days of meals. Since we made one less meal at noon today, let's add the cost of the noon meal to the evening one, Li Fei said. Understood. Understood. Guarantee to make the meals for your company's employees delicious and sumptuous. Zheng Song smiled back. After everything was done, Li Fei drove back to the Iron Blood Security Company. After returning to the Iron Blood Security Company, Li Fei once again opened the system panel and inquired about the system funds. $387,000. Not counting today, there were still 13 days left. $387,000 was simply not enough for him to spend. Now the food, accommodation, clothing, daily necessities and so on for the security guards of Iron Blood Security Company were all taken care of. Li Fei relaxed all of a sudden. Afterward, he let Tang Fei go and assigned the accommodation issues to the employees. Just now, the agent side had sent over the keys to all 40 houses. Tang Fei was originally surfing the internet in her office. She had been very curious about Li Fei's acquisition plan. Moreover, after returning home last night, her brother Tang Tianji had given her a task. Her brother wanted her to carefully observe all of Li Fei's movements, and as long as Li Fei had any major movements, she had to report them in time. As for the reason, it was very simple. Tang Tianji wanted to see how Li Fei could lead the Iron Blood Security Company after acquiring the company and take the share of the security market in Binjiang City. Now the share of the security market in Binjiang City is basically occupied by the two largest security companies, Manhwa and Anxia. The other security companies are small shrimp, can only drink the rest of the soup of others barely survive. As for the Iron Blood Security Company, it is not even a small shrimp. Tang Fei was also very curious about Li Fei's next move. With her family's 20 years of business atmosphere, her business vision, Li Fei's first step after acquiring Iron Blood Security Company was to streamline costs. What her own old brother had done before had been so bad, which had caused the security company to be too costly and uncompetitive. Secondly, it was to eliminate those original unqualified security guards and replace them with new ones who were physically fit and capable. Finally, it's about being more rolled up than others. Other security companies are not engaged in what 1 day off a month, 12 hours a day shift? Also engage in what customer satisfaction scoring mechanism, rating does not meet the standard on the deduction of wages. Iron Blood Security Company then they do more volume. Only in this way, Iron Blood Security Company can barely survive in the situation surrounded by strong enemies. However, what made her plummet was that Li Fei's maneuvers were completely different from what she thought. Not only did Li Fei not streamline his costs, but he also began to spend heavily. He bought 5 computers for $20,000. There are also employees' clothing, daily necessities and so on, bought are also very good quality. And Li Fei also did not replace the original lazy security guards in the company. Later, he recruited 220 security guards at once. In short, every step of Li Fei was beyond her expectation. Couldn't figure it out. She really couldn't figure it out. Now, the boss even asked her to go and distribute houses to the security guards? Hearing that her boss had rented 43-bedroom finely furnished houses for the security guards to live in for free in one go, this shocked her even more. After rationalizing her thoughts, Tang Fei began to distribute the houses to the employees. Chapter 29 New and old employees sparring directly at each other. Giving us free accommodation? The crowd of security guards were directly shocked upon hearing this. However, after they saw the large string of keys in front of Tang Fei, they too had to believe it. Didn't the company already give us a monthly housing allowance of 500? And now it's renting us a house for us to live in? Assistant Tang, why don't you go ask the boss if we don't have the 500 housing subsidy after we live in the house? Hearing the words of the crowd, Tang Fei also felt that it made some sense, so she found Li Fei. Li Fei was catching up on the drama and walked out directly after hearing this. Don't worry everyone, the company rented the house is for everyone to live in. No matter if you live in it or not, the housing allowance will be sent to you every month. The security guards finally put their hearts down when they heard this. Afterward, Tang Fei began to divide up the houses for the crowd. There were a total of 43 bedroom suites, and if 2 people lived in each room, 240 people could live there. However, the 50 security guards at the very beginning of the security company were living in the previously rented staff dormitories. We also want to live in the building. Now live in the dormitory conditions that is called a pour. A single room to live 6 people. There is no bathroom. Want to go to the toilet also have to go to the public bathroom. That's right. The company cannot favor one over the other. How to say that we are also the company's oldest employees? To be divided also have to be the first to give us these old employees to share. That's right. New employees go and line up. The old employees directly put on an attitude that the old man who came first is very reasonable. Hearing this, those new employees were not happy again. On your physical quality, walking is a lazy posture. Out of this company there is no one want you or a problem. You still give us a pose on the spectrum? If you don't like it, let's go out and have a go. So, the two sides at once on the sword. However, there are only 50 old employees and more than 220 new employees. In addition, the new employees are all fit and strong, lean and tough, not to mention 220 people. Even 22 people will have no problem to beat them. All of a sudden, the few voices on the old employees' side were drowned out by the new employees. Tang Feier was very speechless as she looked at the chaotic situation in front of her, and directly began to swing for the fences. You guys might as well fight first, and I'll come back after we've split a winner or loser. At this time, Li Fei walked out and directly called a halt to both sides. Li Fei simply roared, and the situation that was still very chaotic was stopped by him all of a sudden. Everyone was still very respectful to their boss even though they were still arguing and making a mess. If they were fired because of this little thing, then they could regret it to death. Only renting 40 houses is something I didn't think through. Let's do it this way. Tang Feier first counts the number of employees who are willing to live in the houses that the company rents for them. After the statistics are done, how many houses are missing? Just go rent as many more sets as you want. Still need to rent? This was too spoiled for this group of employees, right? Tang Feier really couldn't figure it out a bit. In the end, she could only go and count helplessly, but the results surprised her. The people who had been arguing over living in the newly rented house just now were now humbled one by one. Hey, I'll just live at home. My house isn't very far from here anyway. The old staff dormitory is okay too. It's not like you can't live there? It's not like we can't live there. It was fine before. That's right. The company's new rented house is better left for those who need it more. To be honest, the boss's voice just now woke them up. The company had already given them such a good welfare treatment. If they still didn't know enough, it would be a bit too much. Although the boss said that if it wasn't enough, he would go rent it again. Can you really ask the boss to rent another house? If you can live at home, try to live at home. What's wrong with being far away? We're all from the same city, and we're all security guards, so it's inevitable that we know each other. If you don't live at home and have to come to take advantage of the company, everyone's eyes are bright. At that time was found out, the embarrassment is your own. So, the matter of house sharing was solved successfully. A total of more than 30 people live at home. The rest of the people are all living into the company to rent the building inside. Now, the old employees also moved into the building, each smiling and happy. Just a moment ago, everyone was still quarrelsome. All of a sudden, they were in harmony again. Just after the house was divided, the employees were about to leave work, when they saw a van driving to the door of the company. Afterward, a young man began to walk in with bags and bags of boxed lunches. It's time to eat. Eat before you leave work, Li Fei said. Hearing about dinner, the security guards were overjoyed. Dry rice people, dry rice souls. At noon, they just casually bought a few loaves of bread to deal with it, and now they were all hungry. When they first came here, it seems that they heard the personnel say that the company manages meals, but at noon they waited and waited, just did not wait for the opening of the meal. All of them thought that the company is certainly not tube meal. After all, people have given them 300 monthly meal allowance, even if no meal is reasonable. Now, just as the crowd had accepted that the company didn't care about meals, a food delivery truck drove over, and then sent the delicious boxed meals directly to their hands. Smelling the tantalizing aroma of the rice, the crowd ate it prettily. Really fragrant. Ruwashi wait, you post another job posting online. Recruit 3 food supervisors. Salary 3,500, turn 5,000. Benefits are the same as other employees. After dinner, Li Fei called in Su Xiaoxi and instructed, food supervisors? Su Xiaoxi even suspected that she had heard wrong. We're not a food processing plant. How could we need food supervisors? Only after hearing Li Fei's explanation did she understand. What was a good boss? This was a good boss. In order to let his employees have a safe diet, he had to spend so much money to recruit food supervisors. In fact, it is possible to not need this position at all. There are so many security guards in the company. Wouldn't it be fine to ask any one of them to go and check? But the boss didn't do that. This is too responsible. This is a boss should have the responsibility. Luo Yang is a newly graduated college student. The other students have already found a good job, but he has not yet landed it. At the moment, he was anxious. Hello, I see your company is recruiting telemarketing. Is it still recruiting? Recruitment full. Luo Yang hung up the phone with disappointment. He couldn't even remember how many calls this was out. Iron Blood Security Company is recruiting food supervisors. Monthly salary of 3,500 during the internship period, 5,000 after regularization. Benefits, 1,000 supermarket shopping coupon allowance per month. Originally, when he saw that the other party was just a security company, he was already planning to turn off the web page. But after seeing the welfare treatment behind, he was directly stunned. This welfare treatment was too good. Seeing this, Luo Yang hurriedly contacted the other party according to the contact information left by the recruitment information. Hello, may I ask if this place is recruiting food supervisors? Luo Yang asked nervously. Chapter 30, Employee Competition. Those who can, those who can't. It's so simple and the interview was successful? Until this moment, Luo Yang still can't believe it. The voice on the other end of the phone was a very nice voice, and the person simply asked him a few questions, and after learning that he had just graduated from university and usually liked to be more serious, he decided to hire him directly. Happiness came too suddenly, all of a sudden made him feel a bit like peeing. Coming out of the bathroom, Luo Yang picked up his cell phone and happily opened the Takeout software. He was also a person with a job now, so naturally he had to spend a good wave of money. The system settlement time counted down to the 13th day. Li Fei got up from his hotel bed. Originally, when he rented an apartment, he was thinking of renting a set for himself as well, but he didn't expect the system to directly reject his request, unless he was willing to go and live with the employees. Then Li Fei was definitely unwilling. It would be better to continue living in the guesthouse if he lived with the employees. It seemed that the business about the guesthouse, one could not throw it away yet. How to say it? They still want to continue to operate the hotel, bigger and stronger. When the time comes, it will directly become a national chain of 5-star hotels. The most important thing is that all 5-star hotels should reserve a super deluxe presidential suite for themselves. This suite is the only belongs to their own special room. In which city, they go directly to which city's 5-star hotel to live. Thinking about it this way, it seemed like one didn't even need to buy a house. Even if one bought a house, it would definitely not be as comfortable as staying in one's own hotel. If you live in your own hotel, your room will be cleaned every day. And there will be food delivery service when you are hungry and water delivery service when you are thirsty. Isn't this better than buying your own house? Thinking of this, Li Fei directly made merry. However, now can only think about it. Not to mention the national chain of 5-star hotels, is a 3-star hotel, is not now their own can get their hands on. At more than 10 a.m., Li Fei came to Iron Blood Security Company again. Boss, our security company is currently spending money every day. But we don't have a profitable project yet. Do you think we need to hurry up and go out to expand our clients? Li Fei had just walked into the office when his assistant, Tang Feier, came over and asked, expand customers? Li Fei originally wanted to refuse, but he was directly reminded by the system. It seemed that his plan to directly swing for the fences would not work. It was also right. If he could really swing for the fences, his money-losing mission would be too easy. Let's do it this way. Let's have a competition first, and based on the results of the competition, we'll elect the manager, captain, and other positions of the Iron Blood Security Company, Li Fei said casually. Right now, the security company only had Li Fei as a general manager, Tang Feier as an assistant, Su Xiaoxi as personnel, and Lin Xiaoma as finance. There wasn't a single position regarding security yet. Therefore, it was necessary to elect a security manager as well as a security supervisor and security captain. When the time came, just leave anything to them. As the boss, you only need to grasp the direction of the big money loss. If you do everything yourself, then even if you die of exhaustion, you will not be able to get busy. Selection of people. We must select those who can lose money. He often heard people say that the mind is simple and limbs are developed. That's why this decision was made. Directly get a competition. The better the competition results, does not mean that the more developed limbs, the more developed the limbs, the simpler the mind is not. Selecting security managers and security captains based on a competition? When the security guards heard this news, they directly boiled over. Great, this is only fair. Whoever has a good score will go on to become the manager and captain. This way, everyone is also convinced. Unlike Manhwa and Anxia, their two companies wouldn't be like this. Instead, whoever was close to the boss would be appointed, and whoever had friction with the boss would directly suppress you. It was just very angry. Brother Zhang Long, this time maybe you can become the manager. A security guard came and said, Zhang Long's various achievements were top-notch. In the past when people were in the special forces, they were very powerful. Everyone was convinced. Not necessarily, everyone has a chance. Zhang Long responded with a smile. In fact, he was laughing inside. Most of the people in their batch who came out from Yuanhua Security Company were some retired Special Forces soldiers. Even if they were retired Special Forces soldiers, they were not treated well by their bosses in Far China Security Company. They thought that when they came to Iron Blood Security Company, they would be suppressed at every turn, just like before. I did not expect. The boss came directly to a fair competition. It is very nice. This is the right thing to do. Who has the ability to Huan? Do not serve on the results to speak. This competition is divided into physical fitness, speed, endurance, fighting for major items. The final will be based on the total results of everyone. selected the top 10. The first place will become the security manager of Iron Blood Security Company. The second place will become the security supervisor. And the third to 10th place will become the security captain. The security manager's salary is 15,000 per month. The supervisor's salary is 12,000 per month. And the captain's salary is 8,000 per month. Tang Fei introduced everyone. When the security guards heard this news, they became even more excited. Then, a big competition for the Iron Blood Security Company began. The competition was chosen to take place in a small playground behind the security company. The security guards were all pumping their fists, eager to go up and compete right away. However, the group of old security guards were hiding in the last position, acting as spectators. "Oldly, why don't you guys go up and compete?" a security guard asked. "Our Oldly is very old. It would be troublesome to go up and have a bump. The opportunity is still left to you young people." "Boss, the results are out. Zhang Long won the first place, Zhao Hu the second, Dynasty the third, and Mahan the fourth. From 5th to 10th place in order are Wang Chang, Zhao Lishu, Deng Yulong, Li Jixin, Guan Bao, and Gong Xiaobing. Tang Fei reported seriously. Li Fei nodded in appreciation. "Then let Zhang Long be the security manager, Zhao Hu be the security supervisor, and all of the 3rd through 10th place be security captains." Tang Fei carefully noted it down. "But boss, our Iron Blood Security Company is no longer considered a small security company. Shouldn't we set up a marketing department as well as a training department?" Tang Fei thought for a long time and felt it was better to say it. The marketing department and training department were very necessary departments. The marketing department could go out and expand the security company's business. That is to say, find the Gold Master Father. Otherwise the security company had so many people, it was impossible to eat the northwest wind. The training department is also very necessary. The training department can often train the security guards, so that they always maintain a good condition, so that they can bring a better reputation to the company. Li Fei helplessly agreed. Really he had no reason to refuse. Otherwise the system would have to baba again. Yes, the marketing department and training department can each have a manager and a supervisor. As for the department employees, you can just watch it. Why don't we just add another logistics department? In the future, we can buy things back in advance, and it's much more convenient to use them directly when needed. The logistics department also has a manager and a supervisor. How about this? The managers and supervisors of the security department, the marketing department, the training department and the logistics department are all chosen in the order of this ranking. The first place can be prioritized, then the second place, and so on. After all of these positions are chosen, then the top 10 will be chosen as security captains from the remaining people. Li Fei began to command. Tang Fei listened attentively, and afterward went off to carry it out. Chapter 31, a brand new platoon. Everyone be quiet, huh? The situation has changed this time. Tang Fei came in front of the security guards and spoke. "Ha? The situation has changed?" The security guards directly exploded when they heard this news. We knew it. Sure enough, what giving positions based on ability is all fake. I told you, people choose the manager or supervisor and so on certainly will choose their own people. How will let us be it? Tang Fei speechless look at the security guards. Big brothers, you are also too able to make up the bar. I have not said anything. It's not what everyone thinks. It's that our boss has added a few departments. Now, our company has 4 departments: security department, training department, marketing department, and logistics department. Each department has a department manager and a department head. Now, starting from the first place can prioritize their position. Tang Fei said. What? The change came too fast and too sudden, right? So that's how it was? Now, those who got the results directly laughed. Ha ha ha, great. I got a 7th place finish. Originally thought I could only be a captain. Now it seems like I might be able to be a supervisor. I came in 4th place. Wouldn't it be possible for me to be a department manager as well? I'll go for the security department manager. Zhang Long opened his mouth and said, okay. Tang Fei carefully memorized it. What do I choose? Brothers, give a reference. Quick. Zhao Hu in 2nd place asked anxiously. Of course it's the marketing manager. Marketing manager is a very important position. No. The marketing manager is not as powerful as the training manager. You're all wrong. And count the logistics department manager as the most comfortable. Zhao Hu listened to the words of the crowd, more confused. In the end, what to choose? He hesitated for a moment to open his mouth and said, I choose the training department manager. Zhao Hu's temper is relatively hot, moving to go out with people to practice a little. He also understood the flaws in his character. So the marketing department and the logistics department weren't really suitable for him. I'll choose the marketing department manager. Dynasty had thought about it long ago and answered directly. The marketing department manager was one of the core figures within a security company. He had previously worked as a security guard at Manhwa Security Company, and had once seen the marketing manager of Manhwa Security Company from afar. He had seen the marketing manager of Far China Security from afar once. At that time, the marketing manager of Manhwa Security Company even dared to face the other executives of the company. But the other executives did not dare to be angry. No other. Is that people? This position is important. Security company security guards can have food to eat. Rely on others' marketing department to find them the gold master. Father it. He. I'll choose the logistics department manager. Mahan was happy. Such a good position. The previous few people even did not choose. Brain dead. Right? This is the logistics department manager. Seeing that the department manager positions had all been chosen, Tang Feier directly began to choose the department head. I'll pick the head of the security department. 5th place Wang Chang said. I'll choose the head of the logistics department. 6th place Zhao Lishu said. I'll choose the marketing department head. 7th place Deng Yulong said. I choose the head of the training department. 8th place Li Jixin said. After Tang Feier wrote it down, she began to select the top 10 from the remaining people. The rest of you, the top 10 among you come out. Soon, Guan Bao, Gong Xiaobing and the others came out. From now on, you are the captains of the 10 security squads. Guan Bao is the captain of Team 1. Gong Xiaobing is the captain of Team 2. Right now, the marketing department, the training department and the logistics department are all short of people. The marketing department still needs 10 people. The training department needs 10 people and the logistics department needs 5 people. Still picking according to grades. If there are those who are not willing to come to these departments, they will be deferred to the next one. Tang Feier said seriously. Soon, all the people from these departments were also selected. What surprised Tang Feier was that all of this group of people actually prioritized the marketing department, followed by the training department. The logistics department was the last to be filled. This made her very surprised. She had thought that everyone would prioritize the logistics department, while Tang Feier's side was selecting people for various positions. Li Fei's side wasn't idle either. That's right, he was out to buy a car. Now that he was a millionaire, he naturally had to drive a car that fit his status. If he still continued to drive that broken van every day, it would seem too low level. Moreover, money is not something to be looked at. The money rewarded by the system is not to be used to improve the quality of life. Li Fei watched the car expert for one night last night, and the more he watched, the more excited he became. At first, he just chose a car of about $300,000. In his opinion, a $300,000 car is already a very good car. In the past, not to mention $300,000 cars, even $130,000 cars, he can only look at. Now that he is about to buy a $300,000 car, he is also very excited. However, later read some other people's comments, said $300,000 car might as well add a little more configuration, and so on, adding to the end. Li Fei even chose $1 million luxury car. He is now only a total of 1 million. Naturally, cannot spend all. After thinking about it for half a day, he decided to make a compromise and buy a car with $500,000 to $600,000. When he completed a few more system missions in the future and had more employees, then he would go buy a luxury car. Driving the van to the car city, Li Fei walked into a Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Sir, welcome. A beautiful saleswoman with a very good temperament welcomed him. Although she saw that Li Fei's dress was ordinary, her good professionalism still made her not slow down the young man in front of her. I'm looking at the latest Mercedes-Benz E-Class. Li Fei opened his mouth and said. The beautiful saleswoman was shocked at his words. There was something in it. This kind of customer who came up to look at a certain car by name, the chances of buying it were very high. Subsequently, the beautiful saleswoman brought Li Fei to a Mercedes-Benz 2024 E-Class in front of him. Li Fei looked at this white Mercedes E-Sedan. The more he saw, the more he liked it. He sat in it again to feel it and found that the car was also very spacious. Not bad, I'll buy it. Li Fei's first words as he walked out were very domineering. Although psychologically prepared, the beautiful saleswoman was still more or less surprised. Subsequently, it was to choose the configuration and talk about the price. This is his own money. Li Fei naturally can cut a knife as a knife. In the end, they gave him some concessions. Li Fei happy bad. Subsequently, the beautiful sales with Li Fei signed the purchase contract. After everything was done, Li Fei drove his newly bought car directly to the nearest gas station. Chapter 32, Departing in Search of the Gold Master's Father. After Li Fei drank the body-strengthening liquid a few days ago, he obviously felt that the muscle lines on his body were more pronounced and the extra flab was gone. Therefore, his previous clothes were a bit loose. so after buying the car, Li Fei decided to go buy some more suitable clothes. Driving his newly bought Mercedes-Benz, Li Fei came to one of the biggest shopping centers in Binjiang City, Futelong Shopping Center. The price of the clothes here was generally around 1,000 and the quality was also very good. It was perfect for Li Fei. Walking into a men's clothing store, Li Fei picked out a few suitable clothes for himself. After changing, he came to the mirror and looked at it. He felt satisfied. The main thing is that his body is perfect now, with well-proportioned lines and hard abs, directly next to a few shopping guide girls to look silly. After checking out, Li Fei walked out. Wow, gosh darn it, this little brother's body is too perfect. The body is indeed perfect. It's the looks that are almost interesting. Che, there is no such perfect person in the world. Don't say it. Look at the photos I took secretly. Now there's something to watch at night. Please share. After fixing everything, Li Fei drove back to the hotel. Wow, boss, is it really you? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Boss, this is too handsome for you. Just as Li Fei got off the car, the employees of the guesthouse ran out. There were those who gathered around the Mercedes-Benz car and looked and touched it and looked at it again. And there were those who gathered around Li Fei and sighed at his figure. The truth is that the clothes Li Fei wore a few days ago were too loose, so he couldn't notice anything at all. Now after Li Fei changed into suitable clothes, he felt it all at once. After Li Fei put the clothes he bought and some other things in the hotel, he drove to the Iron Blood Security Company again. Boss, the personnel of each department have all been assigned. Tang Feier walked in and said, hiss. Tang Feier stared at Li Fei for a few seconds before moving her eyes away. It seemed like her boss hadn't gotten a facelift either. She had just changed her clothes. Why had she changed so much? Well, hard work. Li Fei nodded and went back to playing the game. After Tang Feier walked out of the general manager's office, she found Dynasty again. Now Dynasty was the department manager of the security company's marketing department. Dynasty, whether or not our Iron Blood Security Company can go out and grab this piece of cake this time, it depends on your marketing department, Tang Feier said seriously. Don't worry, Dynasty responded with a smile. That's right, their marketing department decided to take the initiative this time and head to an upscale neighborhood to take that neighborhood's security order. Afterwards, Dynasty set off with 2 marketing department employees and headed to the Riverside Moon neighborhood. Riverside Moon is a very high-grade neighborhood in Binjiang City. The whole neighborhood is built near the river, and the residents of the upper floors can see the beautiful river view through the windows. Therefore, the price of housing here is also very high. Now the river on the Bright Moon neighborhood is about to recruit security companies to move in. So, at once, there are a number of security companies heard the news rushed over. The ecology of the security industry in Binjiang City is already relatively perfect and mature. Now, whether it is a neighborhood, shopping malls, factories, office buildings, concerts, sports games, and even armed escort, etc., are basically prioritized to go to cooperate with the security company, because we all find that they go to recruit security guards is not as direct in security companies to cooperate to save energy and money. If you recruit security guards by yourself, first of all, there is no guarantee of quality. If you recruit your own security guards, you have to train them yourself, which is very troublesome. The key is that most of the people come here for the soy sauce post, and if they don't get along well, they may just take the bucket and run away. The security guards that you recruit yourself have different physical qualities and professional skills, which are far less professional and stable than the security company's security guards. Even if the security company's security guards have left, they will immediately add new people, which will not cause the problem of no security guards for several days. Secondly, there is the problem of security guards leaving their jobs. This is also the reason why these organizations are looking for security companies to work with them. Find security companies to cooperate. Even if the security guards leave, they do not have to care. There will not be any leaving disputes and so on. Not to mention compensation. These are all handled by the security company itself. In short, directly find security companies to cooperate, although there are bad places, but obviously more benefits. This is the reason why Binjiang City has developed so many security companies over the years. There was really a strong demand, and the market was huge. Just everyone jumped in and realized that the market had already been divided up by the 2 largest security companies, Yuanhua and Anxia, leaving them with a little bit of soup at most. At this moment, at the entrance of Jiangshan Mingyue neighborhood, several security companies gathered here. Of course, they were waiting for the property manager of Jiangshan Mingyue district. Usually it was the property manager who had the final say on which security company to cooperate with. Yo-ho, isn't this Dynasty? Why, I heard that you went to some Iron Blood security company after leaving your job. The head of the marketing department of the Yuanhua security company said smilingly. Iron Blood security company? A garbage company that I've never even heard of. Don't do it for a few days and then close down. It'll be a shame to try to go back to far China at that time. Another far China employee also sneered. After hearing this, Dynasty was about to punch these pussies on the spot. Mother asterisk 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 her. I tolerated it in far China. I've come to Iron Blood Security Company. I'm still tolerating it. You know why our company is called Iron Blood Security? That's because the security guards that come out of our company are just hard. Not only are they physically hard, their fists are even harder. The few employees of Far China immediately pissed themselves in fear. To be honest, although they were from Far China Security, they were a bunch of weaklings who sat in the office all day. The other dynasty was a retired Special Forces soldier, and if they really did it, they wouldn't be able to beat him up enough. Calm down, calm down. Everyone in gas makes money, and gas makes money well. That's right, come on, have a drink of water to suppress the fire. Next to a few unknown small security company people say so on the mouth, heart happy bad. This group of Manhwa and Xia security company people, really angry. Every time they came out and encountered this group of companies, all of them had their eyes facing the sky, and their tone of voice was even more beat up than one another. If it wasn't for Far East China and Ansha backing them up, would they dare to be so crazy? The few employees of Far Eastern China were now incomparably honest, each hiding in the corner with a harmless appearance. It was fine for them to bully others, but these few fierce people from Iron Blood Security Company really dared to beat them up. Luckily, a few people from the security company next to them stopped the dynasty, or else a few of them would inevitably have to be beaten up and bleed a little today. Chapter 33 Fair and Open Bidding. While the crowd was in disarray, a BYD SUV car drove over. Before the car even stopped, the crowd instantly and enthusiastically greeted it. Manager Wang, you can come. Hard hard hard. Manager Wang drove hard all the way. Manager Wang smoking. After Manager Wang got off the car, he looked at the crowd that surrounded him, waved his hand and the crowd immediately stopped talking. This feeling of power is mesmerizing. This time, the above is going to let us open bidding, and it must be fair and open and just. Manager Wang said. Understand, understand. Come on Manager Wang smoke. Manager Wang wait free. I in the Cloud Sky Hotel booked a luxury box. Manager Wang let's go rub a meal together at night, and go to the bathing center to take a bath. This is our security company boss's collection of rainy day dragon well tea leaves. Manager Wang you give it a taste. In the end is it authentic or not? Dynasty looked directly dumbfounded at this moment. This is also okay? He thought that when everyone came together this time, the property owner would examine the offer given by their company, the quality of the security personnel and so on, and finally hire them on merit. So this is how it is? However, think to understand, really want to let him go to flatter, go to treat gifts to smile. He is also not willing to why grovel when you can be honorable? He Dynasty also do not believe, this world can really know fair? Afterwards, Dynasty followed the crowd to an office. Manager Wang, your color is getting better and better lately. The head of the marketing department of Yuanhua Security Company took the initiative to walk up and climbed up at this time. He didn't take the initiative to come over at the gate at that time. Nonsense, he was a person from Yuanhua. Could he be the same as that group of people from the mud-legged company, who surrounded Manager Wang at the gate to offer their attentions? It's Supervisor Pan. Manager Wang responded indifferently. These people from Yuanhua and Ansha were the most annoying, relying on the fact that they were from a big company. They always put up a front. Where were the people from those small companies as deferential? The point is, these people from the big companies are not at all cooperative. If it wasn't for their company's face, he would have scolded him. What is his status and position? A mere supervisor. Also dare to talk to me like this. No more nonsense. Now start. Manager Wang was also too lazy to bother with Supervisor Pan, so he simply started directly. Subsequently, the crowd of security companies began to introduce themselves. For example, how many well-trained security guards their company has, how strong it is, how capable the security guards are of hard work, what unpaid overtime, owner scoring mechanism, service with a smile, and so on. In short, the main fight is a role. What you have, I also have to have. I also have to be more than you have a bright spot. Anyway, the later the more exaggerated. In the end, those people even said what gratuitous for the owners to throw garbage. Owners on call. Owners have something to do when the owners can go for the owners to pick up their children to and from school, and so on. Anyway, these things are not theirs to do. Their marketing department just take the order. Let the security guards to do the specific work can be the single took, dry or not. Is your security department thing? Dynasty at the moment listening to all confused. This is also to roll it. What on behalf of the owners to transport children to and from school have come out. Before he left, Tang Fair had also instructed him that if the other security companies were very rolled up, their Iron Blood security company would have to be even more rolled up. However, his own boss came out against it, saying that other people's roles were other people's business, and that his Iron Blood security company would never go down that road. And the boss repeatedly instructed him, must adhere to the principle, adhere to the bottom line. The principle is not to work overtime, and the bottom line is not to roll inside. Can this work? Dynasty is very unconfident at the moment. Soon, it was his turn. Dynasty stood up very nervously and began to speak about the Iron Blood security company. Although our Iron Blood security company is a newly established security company, our company's strength is very strong. Iron Blood Security Company currently has 66 retired Special Forces soldiers, 108 retired veterans, and 96 others who are also very good security guards in the industry. Moreover, our Iron Blood Security Company advocates not working overtime and working happily. Only by not working overtime and working happily can the security guards be more committed to their work. Ha ha ha. Dynasty hadn't even finished speaking when the crowd on the side directly burst out laughing. No overtime work, happy work? This was brain dead. Everyone is engaged in involution and spelling service. Your company says something about not working overtime and working happily. Just very funny. Even the property manager, Manager Wang, had his eyebrows furrowed and was clearly angry. No overtime? If I recruit you guys, then I am not receiving benefits. And everyone else will say that I am receiving benefits. Pass. This kind of security company is the first to pass. After the introduction of all the security companies, Manager Wang is also a little tired. Directly put down a sentence to wait for the notice and left. Subsequently, the security company personnel are also ready to leave. Iron Blood Security Company is really brave, also engaged in what not overtime culture. Pan Hao, will put my words here today. If Iron Blood Security Company doesn't close down within a year, Pan Hao, will eat 2 pounds of live. Pan Hao, the head of the marketing department of Manhwa, sneered. You're not finished, are you? Dynasty was truly enraged. When Pan Hao said that the Iron Blood Security Company would close down within a year, didn't he mean that he would lose this job within a year? This job was the best one he had ever found. Moreover, the boss had made him the marketing manager. What a great deal of trust that was. Not for anything else, just for the sake of the boss. Today Dynasty not Pan Hao's face into a pig head. Dynasty is not a man. The more I think about it, the more angry. Dynasty directly swung up the chair towards Pan Hao, smashed over. Pan Hao brought a few weak henchmen to see the situation is not right. Directly slipped away. Pan Hao was still pretending to be a pussy a moment ago, but now he directly panicked. He fled. He chased. He shat his pants. Please, don't hit the face. Pan Hao pleaded. Too late. Dynasty then opened his bow left and right, directly slapping Pan Hao into a pig's face. You are you. You are you. Soon, a police car drove over. That's right. It was a few of Pan Hao's men who called the police. Officer, you guys have to do something for me. You guys see how hard he beat me up. It's just that you don't have to hit so hard even if you're treating your enemies, right? Pan Hao cried out. After beating Pan Hao, Dynasty was incomparably happy inside. Cool. So damn cool. If he was allowed to make the choice once more, he would still beat the other party severely. No, to beat him even harder. Chapter 34, I'll get you the best lawyer in Riverside. Dynasty was detained? Li Fei was directly confused when he heard this news. What is the situation this is? I heard that it was Dynasty who beat up one of Yuanhua's marketing department supervisors, and I heard that the beating wasn't light. Tang Feier said. Let's go and take a look. Li Fei said. After all, it was his own employee, and when something happened to an employee, he as the boss should have stepped in. Afterwards, Li Fei and Tang Feier came to the police station together. Boss, I'm sorry, I've caused trouble for you. It was really Pan Hao's words that went too far, saying something about the Iron Blood Security Company going bankrupt within a year. I was really hot-headed at the time, and that's why I rushed up. It was only at this moment that Dynasty began to be afraid. Impulsive. He himself was too impulsive at that time. Impulsiveness is the devil. Now that he had come to the police station, he felt afraid. If he left a record, it would be over. But there is no medicine for regret. This time is finished. Even if there is no record, his boss probably will not want himself. Who would want an employee who fights? It's okay, you did a very good job. If it were me, I would have gone up and beat him up too. Li Fei comforted Dynasty. Bankruptcy? How am I going to quickly recruit enough 20,000 employees if the security company goes bankrupt? This was a company with 20,000 employee quotas. With 20,000 employees, one could receive a salary of $1 million per month. If Iron Blood Security goes bankrupt, that means I won't get $1 million a month. Isn't that infuriating enough? Well played, boss. The other party called back and said that they want to settle. They They want Dynasty to compensate him $50,000. Tang Feier came over and said, $50,000? Li Fei and Dynasty exclaimed at the same time. This is too much. Dynasty was on the verge of crying at the moment. $50,000. Where was he going to get $50,000? His family is not a rich family. His parents are farmers. There may be a little bit of savings, but not much. Even if he had $50,000, if he lost it just because he beat up someone else, his parents would probably be furious when they found out. The first thing Li Fei thought of after hearing the 50,000 yuan compensation was whether he could use system funds for compensation, and found that the system directly rejected him. Cannot use system funds. However, Li Fei did want to help Dynasty. After all, this was an employee who went to fight for the company. It was right up Li Fei's alley. System, then can I use the company's name to hire a lawyer for Dynasty? Li Fei asked the system once again. It is possible to hire a lawyer to defend one's employee. Hearing the system's answer, Li Fei was instantly relieved. The other party insulted his own employees and cursed his company for going bankrupt. Is he still justified? Surprisingly, he still wants 50,000 yuan of compensation. Wanting to eat. Afterwards, Li Fei once again said to Dynasty, don't worry, it will be fine. I will find the best lawyer in Binjiang to fight the lawsuit for you. Ha! Dynasty and Tang Feier on the side were both dumbfounded in unison. Their own boss was going to hire a lawyer to fight the lawsuit? Tang Feier, do you know which is the most famous law firm in our Binjiang? Li Fei asked. He hadn't dealt with lawyers either, but Tang Feier seemed to have a pretty rich family, so she should know. The most famous law firm in Binjiang should be Inca Law Firm. Tang Feier said truthfully, let's go hire a lawyer. Li Fei said decisively. He figured out that, not to mention that the system wouldn't give him the system funds to make compensation. Even if the system promised to do so, he wouldn't make compensation. He would rather spend more money to hire a lawyer. Soon, Li Fei and Tang Feier arrived at the Inca Law Firm. Inca Law Firm was a well-known law firm that could be ranked in Binjiang. No, even in the whole country. However, well-known is well-known. The charges are also quite high. Those who dared to look for Inca Law Firm were not some big bosses and some company executives. Hello, welcome to Pacific Century Law Firm. The receptionist was a little girl with a sweet smile. Upon learning that Li Fei and Tang Feier were here to look for a lawyer, the receptionist brought them to a parlor. Song Tangjing was a gold medal lawyer of PCG Law Firm, and there were dozens of lawsuit cases that he had fought through his hands. Not 100. He has not lost a single case. In short, it is very powerful, but people charge that is also very high. Beating cases? Song Tangjing couldn't help but ask curiously. Yes, it's an employee of our security company who beat up a marketing department supervisor of Manhwa Security Company, but it was the other party who provoked it first. Tang Feier added. Far China Security. As a renowned lawyer, if he hadn't heard of Far China Security, then he had been around for so long for nothing. Just as Song Tangjing was about to refuse, Li Fei spoke up. 200,000. We'll pay 200,000 for the lawyer's fee this time. Li Fei still had 387,000 in system funds right now. Anyway, there was no urgent need for money on the side of the hotel and security company now, so spending 200,000 on a lawsuit was no problem. Originally, he wanted to use 100,000 to ask the other party to appear in the lawsuit, but when the other party heard about Manhwa Security, they obviously backed off a bit, which was why Li Fei increased the cost to $200,000. $200,000. After Song Tangjing heard this, it was obvious that he was a bit moved. This kind of small lawsuit to beat someone up was the easiest. 200,000 for a lawyer was already high. A lawsuit like this kind of beating people also didn't require him to do much preparation, to investigate anything. In short, it wasn't complicated at all. 200,000 basically take is very easy, like that kind of big case, although the lawyer's fee is very high, but it is very complicated, and the other side of the lawyer is also very powerful. We had to each come up with their own skills to fight. It is full of all kinds of games, as well as the battle of wits. In one case, a lot of hair can fall out. Not in this case. Being beaten is just a small marketing department supervisor of Manhwa Security. Manhwa boss simply will not be for this kind of small shrimp to use their own resources to invite famous lawyers. In other words, he had a very high chance of winning this lawsuit. Okay, I'll take this case. Song Tangjing decisively took the case after thinking clearly. After that, both parties signed the proxy contract, and then Li Fei let Lin Xiaoma transfer $200,000 to Song Tangjing directly. The opposite side of the Song Tangjing after receiving $200,000 transfer is also to Li Fei impressed. Listening to Tang Feier, the person who hit him was just a marketing manager of Iron Blood Security Company. who had just joined the company a few days ago. If replaced by other bosses, it must be a direct dismissal, so as to make cuts. However, for Li Fei to spend $200,000 on a lawyer for such an employee was admirable. Chapter 35, easily handled. The dynasty intact. After Song Tangjing took over this case, directly began to let his intern lawyer to visit. After all, how he is also a gold medal lawyer. This kind of small cases do not need their own personal appearance. Send a trainee lawyer enough. Don't underestimate his trainee lawyers. That is graduated from the top 3 universities of the country's top talent. In other words, in the Inca law firm, placed in other lawyers, that is also a loud figure. The so-called visit is to ask Manhwa and Dynasty former colleagues, and then investigate their experience and so on. After all, to fight the lawsuit, we must first find the other side of the black material as well as their own defense of the aggrieved place. In this way, their own defense to beat people have a reason to have to do it. Unexpectedly, his own trainee lawyer had really found something. That Manhwa was very arrogant before. When Dynasty was still in Yuanhua, Manhwa often abused as well as bullied Dynasty. I heard that Manhwa also has unclean hands and feet. The words of the trainee lawyer made Song Tangjing's eyes light up. Good. Very good. This Manhwa, with a stain on his own behavior, thought that Yuanhua definitely wouldn't be able to protect him, coupled with what he usually did, as well as often abusing and bullying Dynasty. This would make it possible for Dynasty to do something about it. Afterwards, Song Tangjing began to act. I've changed my mind now. I don't want 50,000 anymore. I want 100,000. Manhwa heard that the few people in front of him were here to talk about the matter of the Dynasty beating, and directly opened his mouth and said, beat someone and still want to end it easily? No way. I'm going to make you pay a heavy price. Mr. Pan, we're not here to talk about reconciliation. Here is a piece of information. Please take a look. Song Tangjing directly took out a piece of information. I don't care what kind of information 8 material you have. Before Manhwa could finish, his eyes directly widened. Shocked. How did these people know these hidden things about themselves? Their own embezzlement of company funds, charge the bottom of the employee's benefit fee, so secretive things. How will be found? He was shocked. If this were to let the boss of Yuanhua know, he would not break his legs? What do you guys want to do? Have something to say? Kneeling, Manhwa went straight to his knees. First of all, we want you to withdraw the charges against Dynasty and sign a letter of understanding. Secondly, we need you to apologize to Dynasty and compensate our client's moral damages in the amount of 5,000 yuan. Song Tangjing said indifferently. He himself had charged Iron Blood Security $200,000 in legal fees this time. Just settling alone would be a bit too boring. Therefore, Song Tangjing directly put forward this request of having Manhwa apologize to Dynasty, and also have him compensate for the mental damages. In this way, he could emphasize and demonstrate his ability and value as a gold medal lawyer. Manhwa was really sad and wanted to cry. I'm the one who was beaten up, and you guys still want me to apologize to Dynasty and compensate for the mental damages? However, in case he didn't agree, losing his job would be the least of it, and he might even have to be put in jail for a few years by the boss of Yuanhua. I promise. Manhwa could only compromise. Manhwa's compromise was expected by Song Tangjing, who then told Li Fei the news. 2 days later, in front of the police station, Li Fei and a dozen or so security guards from the Iron Blood Security Company had been waiting for a long time. Originally, all the big guys were going to come, but they were rejected by Li Fei. If so many people came to the entrance of the police station, how would you let the uncles of the police station think? In the end, Li Fei only brought Zhang Long and Zhao Hu and a dozen of them. These people are all the security guards who have worked in Yuanhua before, and they are also very familiar with Dynasty. Originally, when we heard that Dynasty beat up Manhwa, we felt very relieved. This Manhwa was really not a thing. In the past, when they were in Yuanhua, they were not less angry with Manhwa. Why would a marketing director dare to bully a security guard in the security department? That's the weirdest thing about Far East China. From top to bottom, all management is one layer over another. The boss replaces all the department managers with his own cronies, and the department managers replace all the supervisors with their own cronies. The marketing manager is usually very favored, so the marketing department is one of the most powerful departments in Far East China. As the head of the marketing department, could Manhwa not walk sideways? The security department manager and supervisor also turned a blind eye to Manhwa's behavior. After all, offending Manhwa was offending the marketing manager. Whether to choose to offend the marketing manager, or choose to sacrifice the security department staff, that still need to choose? The security department is short of everything, but not short of security guards. What? Are you not convinced? So, the security guards of the security department and the management of the conflict is getting bigger and bigger. This is the most fundamental reason why Zhang Longzhao who dynasty Mahan they decided to leave far China and come to Iron Blood Security. Otherwise, just a little bit higher benefits. People these retired special forces are not necessarily willing to come over. They all knew about Dynasty's detention and Panhouse 50,000 settlement offer. Just when they are all desperate, think the boss will certainly fire Dynasty to do cutting time. The boss is willing to spend 200,000 yuan to hire the city's best lawyers to fight for the Dynasty lawsuit. This made the crowd all move to the core. Previously, the boss gave them so good benefits. Let them live in the building for free. Free to eat 2 meals. Although they are also touched, but just generally touched. When the boss did that, he was probably just trying to buy people's hearts. But now, the boss was willing to take out $200,000 to hire the most powerful lawyer for Dynasty, which was very powerful. Even if it was Song Jiwen, the old president of Manhwa, asking him to take out $200,000 to hire a lawyer for his employees, would he be willing to do so? Obviously, Song Jiwen couldn't wait to fire such an employee quickly, but Li Fei was willing to do so. Doesn't this show that his boss is a righteous person? While the crowd was pondering, Dynasty walked out. Boss, what can you let me say? From now on, this life of my dynasty is yours. Dynasty directly wanted to kneel down to Li Fei. If it wasn't for the fact that his boss spent $200,000 on a lawyer, he would definitely have to go in. After going in, he will have a record, and it will be difficult to find a better job in the future. In the end, he can only go to work black jobs and live a hard life from then on. Don't say that. Since you are an employee of Iron Blood Security, you are our family. Can I let my family be bullied by others like this for nothing? Li Fei's words were very powerful and infected everyone present at once. Family. They were their boss's family. It was just very warm and touching. In the future, if anyone else dares to say a single bad ing word about Iron Blood Security, we'll go up and beat him up as well. Chapter 36, Receiving Dynasty. After Li Fei received Dynasty, he directly led the crowd back to the Iron Blood Security Company. Li Fei and his group had just walked into the security company when they were instantly warmly welcomed by the crowd of security guards. The pa-pa-pa-pa applause was endless. Relief, this time was really too much relief. That dog Pan Hao. As long as it was a Yuanhua security guard which one hadn't suffered his anger? As for the original security guards from Anxia and other security companies, they also felt the same way. Although they have not suffered from Pan Hao's anger, but they have also suffered similar to Pan Hao such a dog management of anger. One could only say that Dynasty had fought well, hitting the heart of all the security guards present. Relieved, too relieved. The key is that after hitting the person is still fine. The other party still has to compensate us for the mental damages. I can only say awesome. Overbearing. Such a boss is called overbearing. Ha ha. In the future, when I go out to blow my brains out, I will say that I am from Iron Blood Security Company, and see who dares to mess with me. Before Li Fei went to pick up Dynasty, he had already asked Lin Xiaoma to contact a nearby big hotel. Today at noon, the Iron Blood Security Company had chartered the venue. That hotel's business had been relatively slow lately, and after hearing Lin Xiaoma's words, the boss directly smiled. After Lin Xiaoma left a deposit of $10,000 for the boss, she returned to the Iron Blood Security Company. Today at noon we'll all go to the Wan Yuan Hotel to have a big meal, Li Fei said. ******** Wan Yuan Hotel? Hiss, Wan Yuan Hotel can be old expensive. I heard that a few people casually eat a meal also have to be 700 or 800. *********. Boss atmosphere, boss powerful, boss mighty. From today onwards, I am the boss's shaking head war general. That's right, the direction of the boss's finger is the battlefield where we advance. Afterward, over 270 security guards from the Iron Blood Security Company set off for the Wan Yuan Grand Hotel in great numbers. Where are the captains of the teams? Gather your team members for me at speed and line up in the order of 1 team and 2 teams. Zhang Long was directly enraged at the sight of the disorganized team and immediately called out to a few captains. Subsequently, the group of security captains directly went to gather the team. Soon, the originally chaotic security team instantly became regular and orderly. The entire security team formed a column, followed by the marketing department, training department, and logistics department. The security guards were wearing very good quality security uniforms and black combat boots bought by the boss. The black uniforms were slim and straight, and the spirit of the whole person was very sufficient. The majestic sound of the black combat boots stepping neatly on the ground was also very pleasing to the ears. It was now just afternoon, and although this place already belonged to the suburbs, there were still a lot of people in cars coming and going on the road. People were instantly attracted by this sight, and immediately took out their cell phones to take all kinds of pictures, because the contrast was too strong. If this was a team of soldiers, then there was no excuse. However, this was just a team of security guards. In everyone's impression, most of the security guards were lazy people who were confused all day long, although a few high-end neighborhood security will be a little better, but that's not as strong as this pair of security guards. Look at the security guards here. All of them have a firm face, straight body, consistent pace, slogan shouted loudly. They're awesome. They're awesome. If only we could have such security guards in our neighborhood. That would be great. When Li Fei and the employees of the Iron Blood Security Company arrived at the Wanyuan Hotel, the hotel manager had been waiting for a long time. After all, this was a guest of honor. As the hotel manager, it was necessary to greet them. However, when that manager saw that the security guards were coming, he was directly shocked. Not to say that ridicule others, but the security guards that kind of have me invincible. Give up, my own aura is too full. Directly to him to be subdued. Is this a ING security guard? No one would not believe that this was a group of soldiers. Afterwards, the manager carefully and respectfully brought Li Fei and the security guards to the inside of the hotel. Wanyuan Hotel had a very large banquet hall, and the manager directly brought them to the banquet hall. The entire banquet hall was very large and was usually used as a wedding venue or a large company's annual meeting. In fact, it was said that the entire banquet hall was chartered. However, recently, the business of Wanyuan Hotel was very cold. So wrapping up the whole banquet hall and wrapping up the whole hotel was almost the same. When Li Fei arrived at the banquet hall, the waiters were all in place. Afterwards, the manager directly started arranging for the food at Li Fei's signal. Right now, Li Fei still had 187,000 system funds. This time, for the chartered dinner, each table could seat 9 to 10 people, so a total of 28 tables of dishes were ordered, and the budget for each table was $2,000. This time, he spent another 56,000 at once. Now, Li Fei was left with only 131,000 system funds. It didn't stand the test of time. It didn't stand the test of time at all. The food was soon served. The employees of the security company had been hungry for a long time, and all of them took a big bite. Sitting at a table with Li Fei were Tang Feier, Lin Shimo, Su Xiaoxi, Zhang Longzhaohu and others. While they began to slowly chat while eating, "Boss, will our company not be able to receive orders this time because of my beating?" Dynasty said worriedly. "Can't get orders? It's better if we can't receive orders." Although Li Fei thought so in his heart, on the surface, he still had to pretend to comfort Dynasty. "It's okay, with such fierce security guards in our security company, it's their loss if they don't use us." Although the boss said so, but the security company's crowd still mood a little gloomy. "Hello, you are the boss of Iron Blood Security Company, right? I'm Wan Xin, the owner of the $1 Million Hotel." Just when everyone was almost done eating, Wan Xin, the owner of the Wanyuan Hotel, walked over and asked. Li Fei nodded doubtfully. "To tell you the truth, just now when the security guards of your security company walked into our hotel, I was instantly attracted by the well-trained security guards of your security company. It's like this, the contract of a security company that our hotel previously cooperated with has expired, and now we are also examining several security companies. I wonder if your company is interested in cooperating with our hotel?" Wan Xin asked. "Cooperation? Just now, everyone was still worried about finding an order for the security company, but now isn't this golden father coming to the door? Interested? We are very interested." The group of employees of Iron Blood Security Company all looked towards their boss with excitement. Li Fei was very unhappy at the moment. Originally, he had brought his company's employees out to eat quite happily, and was about to finish eating and go back to the company. This Wanyuan boss ran over to say a call, but also to find their Iron Blood Security Company cooperation. It is very angry. He couldn't wait for the security company not to get the order as soon as possible. However, People's Gold Master Father took the initiative to open his mouth. He simply had no reason to refuse. Otherwise, the system would directly warn him. "But, our security company belongs to the one that was just established, and the security guard's training level is still not up to that high of a standard." Although he couldn't directly refuse, Li Fei still wanted to talk about his security company's weakness problem. Wan Xin was more relieved to hear Li Fei's words. If Li Fei had opened his mouth with all sorts of bragging about how great his security company was, he would have instead belittled the other party. Now that Li Fei took the initiative to speak about his security company's shortcomings, it showed that he was sincere. To find a partner, sincerity is the most important thing. Otherwise, it would be a headache to fight with each other for a little bit of small interests in the future. It's okay, I've decided. I'll hire your security company's security guards, a total of 10 people. Wan Xin decided down quickly. Chapter 37, Tearful, Iron Blood Security surprisingly received orders. Li Fei was directly confused by this maneuver by Wan Xin. In the end, he was very very helpless and signed an employment contract with Wan Xin. 10. This Wan Xin hired 10 security guards from Iron Blood Security at one time. Each security guard was $6,000 per month. And all of a sudden, Iron Blood Security scored $60,000. Li Fei was speechless. Big brother, didn't you say that your hotel business is not good? Why do you still need to hire so many security guards? Originally, the business of the Wan Yuan Hotel was very good before, and then due to the frequent disturbances, the business became worse all of a sudden. These people are very thieves, and do not hit not smash. Is deliberately disgusted you? Today to abuse customers, tomorrow there are a few people in your hotel loud noise and so on. Wan Xin is really by this group of people to get a big head. The most detestable thing is that the security company's security guard that he hired before is simply useless, just very angry, taking his salary, one by one all are some wooden stakes, hit and dare not go up to fight, scolding also dare not go to scold people, will only stand aside to watch the fun. So, Wan Xin in a fit of pique before the security company security guards all resigned. The reason why the contract expired, but also do not want to tell the family these ugly things. Now since he had cooperated with Li Fei's Iron Blood Security, he naturally had to tell the truth. Li Fei listened helplessly. Had he known that he wouldn't come to this hotel to eat? What is this thing called In the end, Li Fei simply handed over the whole matter of cooperation with Wan Yuan Hotel to Tang Feier. Wan Xin found Tang Feier again, looking at this young girl in front of him, how to see how unreliable look Mr. Wan, don't worry. Iron Blood Security is dedicated to serving you. This kind of thing to our Iron Blood Security you put 100 hearts. This is our Iron Blood Security's Security Department Manager, Zhang Long. Zhang Long is a retired Special Forces soldier. Manager Zhang, you can pick 10 security guards for Mr. Wan. Tang Feier said to Zhang Long, don't worry Mr. Wan, isn't it just a bunch of rowdy punks, dealing with this kind of people? Our Iron Blood Security Company is the best at it. Zhang Long directly gave Mr. Wan a peace of mind. As soon as Wan Xin heard that Zhang Long was a retired Special Forces soldier, all of a sudden, his entire face was about to turn into a chrysanthemum smile. Ha ha, good, retired Special Forces are good. As long as Iron Blood Security could return his hotel business to normal, he would give the other party a big red packet. Qin Zhenghu, Sun Jingxin. Zhang Long directly started to order soldiers on the spot. This was the first order that Iron Blood Security had received, so he naturally wanted to hit the ground running. Therefore, Zhang Long directly ordered 10 of Iron Blood Security Company's most powerful security guards. These 10 people were all retired Special Forces soldiers, and they were very flexible and alert. Not to mention dealing with a few disruptive punks, they were more than capable of dealing with a few enemy agents. Mr. Wan, don't look at them as young, they are all retired Special Forces soldiers who have been to war. Hiss. Wan Xin directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air after hearing Zhang Long's words. So powerful? Then isn't my $6,000 monthly salary underpaid? However, it's better to see the effect first. If it's really as powerful as Zhang Long said, it's not too late for him to increase his salary again. On the other hand, Jianshan Mingyue neighborhood, within the owner's committee group, picture, video, asterisk. Where was this taken? This group of security personnel is simply too powerful, right? Neat. This pace is also too neat. Yes, not only the pace is neat, the key is that this face has a solemn killing atmosphere. See, people like this security personnel is the real security personnel. Such excellent security personnel is in the entire Binjiang City is also one of the existence of the second. Which security company's security guard is this? Yuanhua or Anxia? It seems to be from Iron Blood Security. Iron Blood Security? It's probably some newly opened trash security company. I only recognize Yuanhua and Anxia as security companies in Binjiang. You are too one-sided. Just for the spirit of the security guards, which point is not better than the Far East China and Anxia? That's right, Yuanhua and Anxia's services used to be fine, but they've gotten bigger and bigger in the past few years. Members of the owners committee, I have a proposal. How about we use this Iron Blood Security for the security of the Zhangshang Mingyu neighborhood? Agreed. +1. Today was the day when the security company of the River on the Moon neighborhood entered the field. After the final, careful selection by the property manager, Manager Zhang, the final winning security company was an unknown security company called Loyal Security. However, when the owners saw the security guards of Loyal Security, all of them were shocked. This is your Manager Zhang carefully selected security company? These security guards are all standing without standing posture and sitting without sitting like. Look at this group of security guards, age from 20 to 50 years old all have. Wearing security clothes also wrinkled, but also dirty and worn. Where does this fit in with the high-end positioning of the River Bright Moon neighborhood? With such security guards, how can the owners trust them with the security of the entire neighborhood? Then, the owners began to protest. Inside the property office, Manager Zhang was sweating profusely at the moment. The reason why he finally chose Loyalty Security Company was because the owner of this security company promised to give him 5 Ws in favor fees after it was accomplished. He had thought that the owners wouldn't even pay attention to something as small as security. That's why he dared to finally choose Loyal Security. Just didn't realize that the security guards of this Loyal Security were also too crotch-pulling. Surprisingly directly let the owners rage. Jiangshang Mingyue district can be different from other districts. The house price here is more than 50,000 per square meter. Casually a set of houses are 8 or 9 million, or even tens of millions. Therefore, the owners who can live here are not rich or expensive. He wouldn't dare to mess with these owners. Replacement. Our owners strongly request for the security to be replaced. That's right, even this kind of security can enter the Riverside Moon neighborhood. What's wrong with your property? Alas, really tired of heart. The property manager, Manager Zhang, had a hard time coaxing the owners away and directly sat paralyzed in his chair. Just to collect this $50,000. Easy for me. Manager Zhang just sat down. The office came a few people. When he saw these people clearly, Mr. Zhang immediately stood up. These people are not ordinary owners, but members of the owners committee. Auntie Zhang, Uncle Wang, Sister Lu, sit, please sit. Manager Zhang hurriedly invited the few people to sit down, and also took out his dragon well tea to brew it for the crowd. This time we're here to ask for the replacement of the security company. Yes, we, the members of the owners committee, unanimously agreed that Iron Blood Security Company will be used for the security of Jiangshang Mingyu. Manager Zhang was directly confused, although he was already mentally prepared to replace his Loyal Security. After the replacement, he planned to use Far China Security. Yuanhua side had also promised to give him a lot of favors after it became a success. However, now the owners committee was actually going to use Iron Blood Security? However, there was really no way for him not to carry out their decision. The owners committee is elected by all the owners, not to mention that they appointed a security company, or even directly replace him as the property manager is also a matter of minutes. No, is directly replace the entire property company? People also have the power. Chapter 38, Holding a Security Guard Competition. The uneventful days slipped by so slowly. On this day, Li Fei was seriously playing a game in his office. Boss, good news, good news. The Jiangshang Mingyue neighborhood has also decided to use our Iron Blood Security Company's security guards. Li Fei was in Manager Zhang's office chasing dramas when Tang Fei directly ran in and said, Li Fei directly froze. Li Fei directly froze. Why is there bad news one after another? Wan Yuan Hotel had just hired 10 of their security guards, and now the Jiangshang Mingyu neighborhood was going to hire their security guards as well? Without understanding, it was very incomprehensible. How many security guards will be hired? Li Fei asked. 12. A full 12 security guards. And the price given by the other party is $7,000 per person per month. Tang Fei said happily. $7,000 per person per month. That's another $84,000. Headache. Li Fei was having a huge headache at the moment. Their Iron Blood Security Company only had a total of 270 security guards. This was only a few days' work, and all of a sudden, 22 people had been hired away. If things continue like this, how can he still lose money? Spend. Continue to increase spending. This is the best way that Li Fei thought of. After Li Fei hired a lawyer, the system funds had only 131,000 left. Now, after hiring Iron Blood Security's security guards for the Wanyuan Hotel and the Bright Moon on the River neighborhood, he was able to get close to 150,000 at once. It was also fortunate that this money would only arrive a month later. But then, this trend was scary. Now, the system settlement time was about to finish in 2 days, so it was time to hurry up and spend the remaining $131,000. Afterwards, Li Fei called out to Tang Fei who was about to leave. Everyone has worked hard during this period of time, and now that the weather is so hot, you go down later and tell the logistics department to go and buy more various beverages, fruits, and pure water. Right, buy 2 more upright freezers. Okay, Tang Fei replied and left. The crowd of security guards who had just finished their workout were as if they had just finished a sauna, each sweating profusely. These days, Zhao Hu from the training department had practiced them miserably. Zhao Hu, this guy looks like a silent, practicing people is to the death practice. On such a hot day, the security guards stood for hours, not even allowed to move. This is not, just now also fainted at it. There are cold drinks here. Is this free for us? Boss atmosphere. Quickly look, there are still fruits to eat over there. All of them are free. Zhao Hu looked at the crowd, immediately shouted, all just finished sweating. Wait and then drink. Don't worry, we understand. Li Fei was still thinking about spending money. In the past, he felt that spending money was a huge pleasure. Now, he realized that he was wrong before. When you treat spending money as a task to accomplish, it's not enjoyable at all anymore, especially when there are so many rules for this money. Those cold drinks, fruits wouldn't cost much even if they were provided every day. Now, Li Fei still has about 130,000 to spend. Now the employees are wearing, eating, and living places are all taken care of. The only thing left to do is to buy buses to transport the employees to and from work. But 130,000 won't buy a bus. After thinking about it, Li Fei suddenly had another idea. Since he is the Iron Blood Security Company, why not organize a competition for the security industry? However, it would be boring to organize a competition just by oneself as a security company. Since we are going to organize a competition, why don't we just make the battle a little bigger? With that, directly invite all the security guards in the city of Binjiang to participate. First prize 1, prize money 20,000, second prize 3, prize money 5,000, third prize 10, prize money 2,000. The rest were all participation prizes of $100 each. Since he only had 130,000 left, the number of participants would have to be kept below 750. The more Li Fei thought about it, the more he felt that this method was very good. It was a win-win situation to watch and spend money. The truth was that he was a bit tired of chasing dramas and playing games every day lately. How exciting it would be to organize a match directly. The most crucial thing was that as long as Iron Blood Security couldn't get good results in the competition, then wouldn't Iron Blood Security's reputation stink? You organize your own competition and you can't get a good result yourself. Who would dare to use your security company's security guards in the future? Ha ha. Thinking of this, Li Fei directly laughed out. However, in order to make your security company's security guards unable to get the results, you have to put in some effort. There, directly invite those very powerful security company's security guards. I heard that there are a lot of retired special forces in Yuanhua and Ansha. When the time comes, directly invite them to compete. Afterwards, Li Fei called out to Tang Fei and asked her to create a program out, organize a competition, and invite security guards from outside security companies. Tang Fei was directly dumbfounded by her boss's brain circuits. Big brother, what were you thinking? Even if we were to hold a competition, why not just hold it within our Iron Blood Security? Why invite the security guards of other security companies as well? If the first prize, second prize and third prize of the competition are all obtained by the security guards of other security companies, then how embarrassing, how humiliating. The point is, the first, second and third prizes add up to $55,000. How heartbreaking it would be to have it taken away by someone else. Can't figure it out. She really can't figure it out. However, when the boss explained, she, an assistant, had to carry it out even if she couldn't figure it out. Afterwards, Tang Fei began to write up the program. As she wrote, Tang Fei was directly inspired. Yeah, I can call out Zhang Long Zhaohu and let them give me a reference. Let's see what items the security guards of Iron Blood Security Company are good at, and I'll set up more competition items. Since we're the organizer, you can't say anything if we do something shady, right? Afterwards, Tang Fei directly called out to Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, and the three of them began to discuss. And Tang Fei directly led Zhao Hu in the next training program, focusing on training these competitions. Originally, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu didn't care to do this, but once they heard Tang Fei say that this was a big matter concerning the survival of the Iron Blood Security Company, they didn't dare to take it lightly. Right, if they lost the match, they wouldn't just lose their own faces, it would be the face of Iron Blood Security. The competition was the day after tomorrow, and a day of intensive training should have some effect. The key was that Tang Fei had directly added all of the security guards' training programs from the last few days to the competition. Steady, steady, steady this time. After Tang Fei had done all this, she smiled faintly, hiding her accomplishments deeply. Chapter 39, 800 hard eyes per person. Mr. Song, the Iron Blood Security Company said that they are going to hold a security competition, and they want to invite our company's security guards to participate in the competition. Do you think we should go and participate? Inside the office of the old president of Yuanhua Security, Song Jiwen was leisurely sipping tea when his assistant walked in and asked, a competition? Song Jiwen smiled contemptuously. Recently this Iron Blood Security seemed to be very jumpy. First, the other party's employees assaulted their own employees, and they had to make their own employees apologize and compensate them. I heard that they spent 200,000 yuan to hire Song Tangjing, which made the beating party become the victimized party. but this is nothing, Manhwa after all, just a small supervisor. They do not need to use their own resources for such a small person. Later on, it was the contract of Jiangshang Minjiu that was taken down. Jiangshang Mingyue is the focus of this year to take down the neighborhood. You know, Jiangshang Mingyue is the wind vane of high-grade neighborhoods in Binjiang City. Who took Jiangshang Mingyue? Who will be in the heart of the owners of high-grade neighborhoods to play a big advertisement in the future, and then go to other high-end neighborhoods to negotiate contracts? It will be much easier. At that time, you only need to state that they are on the river on the Bright Moon Community Cooperation Security Company, which high-grade neighborhoods do not look at you a few eyes. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and then you'll be able to get your hands on one. Manhwa. It is Manhwa this waste. He deserved to be beaten. Should not have sent Manhwa to talk about the contract of the river on the Bright Moon. Notify personnel. That marketing department head Manhwa. Directly dismissed. Song Jiwon said directly and coldly. Mr. Song, is this appropriate? The assistant was very incomprehensible. Manhwa had just been beaten up, and was also falsely accused of apologizing and compensating the assailant. It was just that the company didn't comfort him, but now they were so desperate to fire Manhwa. Only, the assistant had just asked a question, and was directly glared at by Song Jiwon's icy cold eyes, directly scared to pee. Mr. Song, do we participate in that competition? The assistant asked. Participate? Why not? Directly send our company's ace security guard over to participate. Song Jiwon replied with a grim smile. Aren't you organizing a competition? Then I'll send my ace security guards over. When the time comes to get all the first, second and third prizes back, I'll make you lose face to your grandma's house. And Xia security. Competition? Of course we have to go and participate. How can we be absent from something so lively? And Zihao stared with clear and pure eyes and said. The assistant was directly speechless after hearing this. My little lord. You really don't know the dangers of society. It's obvious that people are making a trap waiting for us to get into it. There is no need to think about this competition. It must be full of people's Iron Blood Security's best projects. We go to participate. In case we cannot get a prize, it would be a great shame. However, he did not dare to say so, saying this to himself. This small one will certainly be angry, to smash things. If he said that, isn't he saying that Mr. Little is stupid and can't see through this? Since he decided to participate, then he sent a few weak security guards to go to the meaning of it. At that time, even if you lose, you can also find excuses. We don't have no strength, but we didn't go on the ace security guards. The other security companies had also received Iron Blood's invitation. Originally, they were not going to attend. What a delay in making money for themselves. But as soon as they heard that both Yuanhua and Ansha had gone, they had no choice but to attend as well. Otherwise, they would appear to be out of place. Will you still be able to mix in the Binjiang security industry in the future? You can only go to the meeting. However, you can't send your strongest security guards to attend. The strongest security guards are all working. Take a day off to earn how much less money? The most important thing is to send a couple of security guards directly. This day, that is, the day of the system settlement day. Iron Blood Security's first field day had officially begun. This time, there were more than 600 fellow security guards who came to participate in the competition. Although there was a slight difference from the 800 people that Li Fei had predicted, the difference was not large. It was still the first time for these security guards to come to Iron Blood Security. It was also fortunate that Iron Blood Security was in the suburbs and lacked everything else, just not a place. Not far behind Iron Blood Security, there was a large square. Today is a working day. There are basically no people in the square. This is not a ready-made competition venue. In order to organize this competition, Li Fei also let the logistics prepare a lot of things. For example, mineral water, drinks, fruits, melon seeds and so on. Of course, cleaning and sanitation must also be followed. Li Fei again hired the previous 6 temporary workers, mainly responsible for cleaning the plaza. This time, each person was paid 500 per day, and as usual, they were settled the next day. Last time, Li Fei was able to complete the task thanks to these temporary workers. The day after the settlement, Li Fei transferred all the remaining final payment to the people. Several people trusted Li Fei, not to mention the next day. Even if it was delayed for 10 days or so, there was no problem. At this moment, the security guards who had come to participate in the competition had all entered. The most eye-catching ones were Yuanhua's security guards. These security guards all had a straight posture and resolute gaze, worthy of being Yuanhua. However, when Li Fei saw the few security guards from Ansha, he was directly confused. This was too much different from Yuanhua, right? All of them were wilted and depressed, like they hadn't woken up. As for the security guards from other security companies, they were even more desperate. there is also a security company that has sent 10 or so 50-odd grandpa security guards. You say you are here to participate in the competition? Li Fei was really afraid that they would accidentally flash their backs. Luckily, Yuanhua's security guards looked okay, and should be able to take all the first, second and third prizes. When the time comes, their own Iron Blood security organizes the competition, and the shame of being a dowry for others is kind of impossible to get rid of. However, as long as you can lose money and make Iron Blood security unable to receive orders, what's the point of suffering a bit of shame in the short term? It was estimated that in a few days people's attention would be drawn to another hot news. The match was about to begin, and Tang Feier directly transformed into the host. This time, Tang Feier had put in a lot of effort. All of the competition items were what Iron Blood security was good at. There was no way, if they didn't cheat a little bit, if they didn't get the rankings, Iron Blood security would really fall into the abyss of doom. For the sake of Iron Blood security, even if a little sacrifice. So what? What's the harm in letting her, Tang Feier, take the blame? However, not all of the items were what Iron Blood was good at, so there had to be some places left for others, or else it would be too much. The competition started soon. The first event was directly an eye-popping competition. Push-ups. That's right, it was the simplest competition of doing push-ups. There is no time limit. It's all about who can do more. The last one to fall down is the champion, who will directly get 5 points. The second last one to fall down will get 3 points, and the third last one to fall down will get 1 point. After all the competitions are over, the ranking will be based on the number of points. The first, second and third prizes will be decided. Chapter 40, is there a more shady competition than this? Next, please welcome our contestants to the stage. As soon as the host, Tang Feier's words fell, the security guards who had come to participate in the push-up competition were all in place. Asterisk 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 asterisk, isn't that Zhang Long? He also came to participate in the push-up competition? It's really Zhang Long. I heard that guy can do more than 1,000 push-ups at a time. Who the hell can beat him? Shady. This is simply shady. While the audience under the stage was talking, the contestants on the stage were struggling to do push-ups. At the beginning of the 100 push-ups, everyone did them very easily. Those who dared to participate in this competition were all very confident in themselves. Especially the few security guards from Yuanhua Security did it very easily. However, after 200, there were only a few people left on the field. At 300, there were only 2 people left on the field. One was Zhang Long, and the other was one of Yuanhua's security guards. The security guard was already desperate at the moment. He knew Zhang Long, even if he did more than 1,000, it would be a breeze. How the hell can he compete? But before he came here, Mr. Song had said that whoever lost the match would have his salary deducted. He was about to cry. When he reached more than 330, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and surrendered directly. On the contrary, Zhang Long was still looking relaxed. It didn't look like he had just done more than 300 push-ups. In this round, Zhang Long directly took 5 points. In the second round, the competition was the arm wrestling. It couldn't be helped. Tang Feier originally wanted to organize some more intense and ornamental matches, but the venue didn't allow it. Coupled with the fact that Iron Blood Security had a few security guards who were very good at arm wrestling, she just set up this competition. Then, it was time for the contestants to take the stage. Asterisk 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 asterisk, isn't this Zhao Hu? Damn it, this is too obvious. Shady, simply shady. Even the security guards competing on the field were speechless. In the security world, Zhao Hu was famous for wrenching. Zhao Hu had also often sparred with the security guards of Yuanhua when he was in Yuanhua, and not one of them was a match for him. I surrender. A small security guard from an unknown security company in his 30s fought against Zhao Hu and directly surrendered. After the first round ended, the winners group all added 1 point, and the winners group drew lots to face each other again. In the end, the result is also no suspense. Zhao Hu got the first place, directly into the account of 5 points, plus a good number of points before the group stage. 12 points at once. The first 2 rounds of the tournament had caused the crowd to doze off, so Tang Feier directly released a big move. The third round of the competition was directly compared to fighting. That's right, real-life fighting. Although the contestants would wear some protective gear, after all, this was a real fight. At that moment, the audience under the stage were all energized as well. At this moment, it was just in time for the rush hour, and there were more and more onlookers in the park. With Tang Feier's command, the match officially began. The fighting competition used the same method of elimination of the losers group and advancement of the winners group. For every victory, 1 point could be gained, and for the ultimate overall champion, another 5 points would be added directly. That's why this round was very crucial. Some people could brush up to 10 or 20 points in this round. For this competition, the crowd of security guards from Iron Blood Security had prepared a lot a day in advance. A lot of tactical drills had also been conducted. There were more than 30 security guards participating in this competition, all of which were elite security guards of Iron Blood Security. Moreover, for the sake of accidents, Tang Feier had directly carried out a backdoor operation, absolutely avoiding the possibility of Iron Blood Security team members being drawn together. At this moment, Li Fei under the stage was directly confused. How could it be? Both rounds of the competition were won by Iron Blood Security. It was just speechless. These security guards of Iron Blood Security are so fierce? What kind of monsters have I recruited? Wow! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Along with the crowd's exclamations, Li Fei looked towards the field. Sure enough, it was Dynasty who had directly knocked a retired Special Forces security guard from Manhwa out of the ring, and Zhang Long Zhao Mahan and the others won the match easily. Li Fei directly cried in anger. Why? Why is it like this? I didn't organize this tournament for the purpose of letting you guys win. Although he knew that Zhang Long Zhao and the others were a bit powerful, he didn't expect these guys to be so fierce. They beat up those few security guards who were also retired Special Forces soldiers from Manhwa to the point where they couldn't find their way out. You guys are so powerful. How could you willingly come to such a small company as Iron Blood? I really can't figure it out. After a day of competition, the results were out. In this competition, the first prize winner was Zhang Long, who had a sole share of 20,000 RMB. Zhang Long had gotten more than 40 points in total, steadily suppressing the second place by like 10 points. It was simply not too exaggerated. The second prize went to Zhao Hu, Dynasty and Mayhan, each of whom received 5,000 RMB. All three of them had about the same amount of points. All of them had more than 30 points. The third prize went to 10 people, including Wang Chang, Dang Yulong, Zhao Lishu and Li Jixin, each of whom received a prize of 2,000. There were a total of 10 people who won the third prize. Among them, there were 7 people from Iron Blood Security. Only 3 people from Far China got the third-class prize. It would be an exaggeration. TSK, Iron Blood Security, this is too fierce. The first, second and third prizes were almost all taken by Iron Blood Security. What Yuanhua, Anxia, all of them can't work. In the future, we'll have to look at Iron Blood Security. Our neighborhood security is Far East China, but to be honest, it's really not good. Under the stage, the security guards of Yuanhua listened to the comments of the onlookers, and each of them wanted to drill into the ground. Shameful. Too shameful. Next, is our participation prize. All the security guards who came to participate this time can receive a participation prize of $100. After the first, second, and third prizes were awarded, Tang Feier said, "Holy, there's a participation prize? He, getting $100 for nothing. Gorgeous. Watching the fun again and getting money. Cool." The security guards of those small security companies under the stage heard that there is a participation prize of 100. All of them showed their teeth and smiled. After Li Fei awarded the prizes on the stage, he found a place with less people and sat down. In this competition, the first, second and third prizes were almost all taken by Iron Blood Security. What happened was completely out of his expectation. However, the only thing worth being happy about was that after the prize money was paid out this time, he was left with just over $10,000 of system funds. The hotel side's turnover these days was only over $6,000, and Li Fei had already used all of it to buy some match supplies. The system settlement time is tonight at 11 o'clock. Li Fei has to spend the $10,000 quickly. As for the $3,000 for hiring 6 temporary workers, Li Fei decided to give them tomorrow. This would be a good precaution to prevent a sum of money from suddenly appearing, and he could then transfer it to the temps as wages. Chapter 41, The Last Crucial Moment. Hey, Mr. Li, what are your orders? Zheng Song of the Conscience Cafeteria received a call from Iron Blood Security's Li Fei. This made him extremely shocked. Li Fei was his biggest and most important Gold Master father to defend. Was there something going on with the Gold Master father calling him? Or was it that the Gold Master's father had some kind of dissatisfaction with the meal he had sent to the security company? Zheng Song thought of many possibilities at once. Iron Blood Security's Mr. Li Fei Li was his biggest Gold Master, and the key to his ability to soar. He must serve Li Fei well. There's not much going on. It's just that our security company held a competition today, and everyone is rather tired. So I decided to give everyone an extra meal. So tonight's dinner will trouble you to prepare more by heart. Dinner will be prepared according to the standard of $60. Later I will let the finance transfer the money to you, Li Fei said very plainly. Zheng Song was relieved when he heard that it turned out to be like this. He had thought that he had done something wrong somewhere. Extra meals, to raise the dietary standard to 60. Hiss, really ho. A meal of 60, 270 people is 16. 200. The 60 here already includes the original 25. It's just that Li Fei newly added 35. Zhang Song then started thinking about how to add a meal at night. Soon he had an idea. We can only make a few more dishes, then go out and buy 40 or 50 roasted chickens and ducks, as well as drinks, beers, fruits and so on must all be arranged in place as well. Inside the Iron Blood Security Company, all the people were overjoyed. Cool, it's been a long time since I've had this much fun. In this competition, Iron Blood had directly compared to Far East China. Watching the expression of Far East China's group of people who were defeated was simply too good to be true. In the past, I didn't even have a chance to talk to them, not to mention comparing them to Yuan Hua. What kind of status are you? Iron Blood. And what qualifications do you have to talk to Yuan Hua? Now everything was different. The current Iron Blood can already vaguely level the playing field with the security giant of Binjiang City like Yuan Hua. The delivery boy is here. Everyone is eating. I don't know who had sharp eyes and noticed the food delivery boy at once. With a single voice, Iron Blood Security instantly boiled over. Soon the crowd came out to eat. Holy, today's meal is extraordinarily sumptuous. Surprisingly, there's roast duck and beer. Simply my favorite. I still like to eat roasted chicken. This roasted chicken is so fragrant. The food delivery boy was drooling as he watched. My God, the security guards of this security company of yours eat too well. Hearing that people's benefits were also very good was infuriating. He wanted to join Iron Blood Security. It's just a pity that he's too weak. It's better to go deliver food. Little brother had no choice but to continue to deliver food. Delivering food, of course, was still for the security guards of Iron Blood Security. Right now, Iron Blood Security had security guards at both the Wanyuan Hotel and the River on the Moon neighborhood, and he needed to deliver the meal there. From Iron Blood Security, it's time to eat. The food delivery boy walked into the Wanyuan Hotel and directly roared. Soon, 10 or so elite security guards rushed out from inside the Wanyuan Hotel. Asterisk. I've been hungry for a long time. The hotel's meal can be really hard to eat, or our Iron Blood's meal is delicious. Nonsense. The hotel staff meal is something that people can eat? Holy, how come today's meal is so scrumptious? There's even roasted chicken and duck beer and fruit. Dry rice. The few waiters of the Wanyuan Hotel on the side directly shut themselves up when they saw this scene. The boss of Iron Blood Security had also spoiled his employees too much. He had sent them to the hotel to carry out security tasks, and he still managed to take care of their meals? One should know that the hotel was giving meals to its employees, but the other boss still insisted on delivering meals to his own employees. Thoughtful. Simply thoughtful. After delivering the meals to the security guards of the Wanyuan Hotel, the food delivery boy drove the van to the Riverside Moon neighborhood again. Iron Blood Securities. It's time to eat. The food delivery boy felt like a zoo feeder. Every day's job was to watch this group of security guards wolf down their food. Coming. Little brother, eat some together. No. Delivery little brother where dare to eat. This is people. Iron Blood Security ordered more than 60 luxury meal. Come on, eat quickly. Anyway, so many can't be eaten. Alright then, I'll barely eat a little. The food delivery boy decided not to be reserved. He had been hungry for a long time. Asterisk. Don't grab the chicken thighs. Save some for me. After getting off work from Iron Blood, Li Fei returned to the hotel. The time had already come to more than 9 p.m. Right now, Li Fei had already spent all 2 million system funds, just waiting for the settlement at 11 p.m. He would be able to get the full cashback of 2 million. However, it seemed like he still had a paycheck this time. This time, Li Fei had recruited a total of 276 people, of which 270 were security guards, 3 food supervisors, 1 assistant, and 2 accountants plus cashiers on the hotel side. A month's salary for 276 people is 1.38 million, so his own salary is 13.8 million. Although the security company employees' salaries are not paid, the system gives a 1% rebate of the employee's gross salary, so Li Fei is able to receive it. Li Fei has already received the rebate for the employee's salary on the hotel side this month. Not bad. I never thought I would have a day when my salary would break 10,000. Time passed by minute, and this time, it seemed that everything went very smoothly. Ding! The system settlement time has arrived. The system is in the process of settlement. System remaining funds, 0. Congratulations to the host for completing this round of system tasks. Congratulations to the host for receiving the full reward for this round of tasks. 2 million. Due to the host's excellent completion of this round of system tasks, the system rewards the host with a bottle of face value enhancement potion. This round, the host received a total of $13,800 in wages. The next round of system tasks has begun. System mission, please ask the host to lose $5 million within 15 days. Remaining system time, 14 days, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Subsequently, Li Fei felt his cell phone ringing the following, picked it up and found that there was 2,013,800,000 in the account. After buying the car, Li Fei had only 400,000 left. Now there is another 2,001 million in the account. Li Fei all of a sudden has more than 2,4 million of his own funds. Now, naturally, Li Fei was very swollen. Spending money. It was depressing to spend the system's money every day without a single penny for himself. Now, he could finally spend his own money in style. However, before spending money he had to look at the system rewarded face value enhancement potion. With a thought, a bottle of lavender-colored mysterious potion appeared in Li Fei's hand. Without hesitation, Li Fei directly drank it all in one gulp. After 10 minutes, Li Fei walked into the bathroom. Coming in front of the mirror, Li Fei was directly shocked by himself in the mirror. Handsome. This is too damn handsome, right? At this moment, although Li Fei's appearance was still the same as before, his overall facial features were directly much more three-dimensional. Moreover, the skin was even better. Sword brows and starry eyes. A beautiful face in full bloom. That's what was said about Li Fei at this moment. If this goes out for a walk, how many young ladies as well as young women must be charmed to death? Li Fei muttered. Ladies and gentlemen, since the first two missions of the protagonist are relatively simple, and the protagonist is also steady, so succeeding twice is a normal phenomenon. The 2 times of success. The system directly sends body strengthening liquid and face value enhancement liquid, also in order for the protagonist to keep up with the level of the hikikomori. In the plot afterward, the protagonist might not be so smooth all the time, and there will be successes and failures afterward. After all, the more the system mission goes on, the harder it will get, and it's not up to the protagonist alone to decide. So, if you see the protagonist fail, please don't get angry. Hikikomori. Chapter 42. A wave of crazy consumption. Early the next morning, Li Fei got up from his hotel bed in a refreshed state. Cool. After the completion of the system mission, he had scored $2 million at once, which made his bottom line even stronger. Although some divine hero novels moved billions and billions of dollars, even tens of billions of dollars to spend, but that was just a novel after all. In reality, a person with more than $2 million is able to directly realize wealth freedom. Of course, if you say more than 2 million is not enough to buy a car or a house, that's true. However, as long as you don't touch the cow and horse 3-piece suit, more than 2 million can really live a lifetime in style. However, Li Fei obviously wouldn't be satisfied so simply. He is a man with a system, and to be satisfied with more than $2 million directly, that would be too unprofitable. Shopping. Directly go shopping. A few days ago, Li Fei was suffocated when he spent the system's money every day, but couldn't use it on himself. Now that he had money, of course he had to go shopping and have a good time. Afterwards, Li Fei directly drove his Mercedes-Benz E-Class sedan to a large shopping mall. Walking into the mall, Li Fei started to wander around. Soon, he noticed a watch store in front. Vacheron Constantin. It seemed that this brand's watches were still very good. Originally, Li Fei wanted to buy a Patek Philippe watch, but when he heard that the price of that watch was millions of dollars, Li Fei said that he couldn't afford it. He still first live. Steady development. One can have a few million employees and then crazy consumption it. Now, buy a watch of 200 to 300,000 will be very okay. When Li Fei walked into the watch store, the beautiful shopper in the store greeted him warmly. Sir, welcome to Vacheron Constantin watch store. However, when the shop assistant looked up and saw Li Fei's appearance, she directly froze. Handsome. This man, he was too handsome. This bright and godly eyes. This high nose. Simply comparable to Pete Takeshi Kaneshiro. Ah, how much is this watch? Li Fei stopped in front of a watch and asked. Oh, this watch 268,000 yuan. The beautiful shopper came back to her senses and hurriedly answered. Can I try it on? Li Fei asked politely. Of course. The guide wore a glove on her right hand and carefully took out the watch that Li Fei had his eye on. The shop assistants of high-end watch stores like them were required to wear a glove, which could well prevent the sweat or fingerprints on their hands from getting on the watch. After Li Fei put on the watch, she carefully scrutinized it and found that it was indeed very beautiful and fit her temperament. This watch, I'll take it, Li Fei said directly. The shopper was simply ecstatic after hearing this, and then went to write the invoice and swipe the card for Li Fei. After buying the watch, Li Fei went to buy a few sets of high-end casual clothes and shoes. These alone are not enough. He also needs to buy a few sets of high-grade suits. After all, his current identity was the boss of Iron Blood Security, and he would inevitably attend some events. Therefore, suits were necessary. Sir, this suit is $30,000 a set. Inside a high-end suit store, the sales clerk said with a smile. Wrap it up for me, as well as all the sets that I tried just now. Li Fei said indifferently. Okay, sir. The salesman directly smiled. Big customer. This is a big customer. He purchased 3 sets of high-grade suits in one go, adding up to more than $100,000. Subsequently, Li Fei went to eat a big meal again. Before this trip of spending money ended completely, after counting, Li Fei spent more than $400,000 in total. The feeling of spending money was very cool. After finishing the meal, Li Fei returned to the hotel. Wow, boss, did you have a facelift? How did you become so handsome all of a sudden? The receptionist Xiao Mei was simply a bit unbelievable. Not only Xiao Mei, but also the others were attracted by Li Fei's appearance. How come they hadn't realized that their boss was so handsome before? Ha ha, low key, just doing a little medical beauty, Li Fei said in a muddled manner. If he didn't say so, others wouldn't believe him. It was really that his change was a bit too obvious. In the afternoon, Li Fei once again came to Iron Blood Security Company. Sitting inside the office, Li Fei began to ponder. This time, the system mission was still 15 days. However, the system funds already amounted to 5 million. In other words, the system tasks would become more and more difficult in the future. Therefore, his own center of gravity would have to change as well. Li Fei's focus in the future would have to be on the action of hurriedly expanding the number of his employees. As long as the number of his employees was large enough, then he would be able to have a very stable salary income. Of course, Li Fei wouldn't swing for the fences. If he could complete the system mission, of course he would still try to complete it. After all, after completing a system mission, there was a full cashback. The two were not in conflict, just different focuses. The system funds increased again to 5 million. Li Fei was thinking about what he would do to maximize his earnings. The first option is to increase the hotel and Iron Blood security infrastructure investment, as well as to buy buses for employees to transport to and from work, etc. Spend 5 million is also very easy. The second option is to continue to expand the number of employees of Iron Blood Security. The third option is to expand the number of employees of Iron Blood Security while acquiring another factory. The first option could not increase the number of employees, so Li Fei directly ruled it out. Then, it was time to choose between the second and third option. These two options had their own advantages and disadvantages. In the end, Li Fei chose the third option. Actually, the second option was more secure and safer, but Li Fei felt that it was too monotonous and boring. The point was, even if the security company was made even bigger, there was still a ceiling on the number of employees. Therefore, it was only wiser to expand the new map and open up new routes. Acquiring a factory was a small attempt by Li Fei to open a new map. In the future, not only hotels, security and factories, he would also try to enter the takeaway industry. Inside the takeaway industry nowadays, the takeaway boy and the takeaway company were not in an employment relationship. The takeaway boy belonged to an individual, and the takeaway company belonged to a cooperative relationship. It's very pitiful. Li Fei decided that after he entered the takeaway industry, he would definitely rectify the current takeaway companies. He would not only pay 5 insurance and 1 gold to his takeaway workers, but also give them higher wages and more respect. But these were all things for later. To start a takeaway company, you couldn't even make a wave without tens of billions of dollars. After organizing his thoughts for a while, Li Fei sought out the two big players, Tang Feier and Lin Xiaoma. You want to acquire a factory? Tang Feier and Lin Xiaoma exclaimed at the same time. Boss, you haven't even organized the current Iron Blood security yet, and you're going to acquire another factory? Don't you know that dispersal of troops is a major military taboo? Moreover, this is no longer a dispersion of forces. This is already cross-industry development. Now Iron Blood security development momentum is strong. It is to concentrate on good plowing Iron Blood security time off. Now to go across the industry to enter the manufacturing industry. It is very unwise. On the matter of entering the manufacturing industry is so decided. Wait for Tang Feier to check whether there is any factory in Binjiang to be transferred. The price of about 2 million can be. Li Fei instructed Tang Feier. Right, I'll transfer another 5 million over to you. Later you settle the money for the 6 temporary workers from yesterday, Li Fei said to Lin Shinemore again. After hearing this, Tang Feier and Lin Xiaoma knew that it was useless for them to persuade any further, so they could only go and carry it out. Chapter 43 Acquisition of Bright Factory. Binjiang City North Industrial Park. Li Fei, Lin Xiaoma and Tang Feier were currently standing in front of a factory called Bright Stainless Steel Water Cup Processing Factory. Boss, this factory is the one I found that best meets your requirements, Tang Feier said. Go in and take a look, Li Fei said impatiently. Hello, visitors, please register. A few people hadn't even walked into the factory yet. They were directly stopped by the security guards at the entrance, and a big yellow dog on the side was also staring at the few people. If the few people didn't cooperate, they might want to rush over and bark furiously at the few people later on. Is this factory ready to be sold? we are here to talk about the acquisition contract. After writing the message, Li Fei then asked. When the security guard heard this, he immediately replied with a standardized upright posture. Yes, the factory director's office is over there. I'll take you there. This person was in existence that was very likely to become the new boss of the factory. He or she had to serve carefully and leave a good impression on others. Thus, Li Fei several people were led by the security guard and managed to arrive at the factory boss's office. Hello factory manager, we saw on the internet that you are interested in selling this factory. This is our boss of Iron Blood Security, Mr. Li Fei Li. Just after entering the door, Tang Fei hurriedly opened her mouth to explain her intentions and introduced her boss to the other party. Yes. I'm selling this factory. Please have a seat. Li Jiang, the owner of the Bright Factory, hurriedly said. This factory was bought by him at a cost of over $1.8 million, and later on, he also spent $400,000 to $500,000 to upgrade the factory's machines and open 2 other styles of stainless steel water cup production lines. Originally thought that with his excellent business acumen, not to say among the big brother of this industry, at least a year to earn a few $100,000 should not be a problem, right? I did not expect. Do business will be so difficult, especially after the opening of the 2 new production lines. The production of stainless steel cups simply cannot sell when the head is hot. Have to go to engage in what the production industry now is really too late to regret. If God gives him a chance to start over, he will give himself 2 slaps in the face for making this decision. How much do you plan to sell this factory? Li Fei asked directly. Tang Fei and Lin Xiaoma on the side were directly confused after hearing this. Boss, how can you open your mouth and ask like this when talking about business? If you ask like this, doesn't it make you look like you're very eager to acquire this factory? Then they will certainly give you a hard price. General, even if you want to buy each other's factories, but also to go to the first carefully to visit the factory all over, and then everywhere to pick faults, so that in the price of the other side of the price of the offer down, you are good. Directly open the mouth to ask the price. Really convinced. I bought this factory for more than $1.8 million, and later spent another $400,000 to $500,000 to upgrade the machines. To be honest, I have invested very much emotion and energy into this factory. Li Jiang began to brew up emotions as he spoke. Seeing this, Tang Fei and Lin Xiaoma on the side directly revealed an expression that said it all. See, the other party must be raising the offer by saying this. What with putting in so very much emotion and energy? Wasn't it still about wanting to sell it for more money? Li Fei, on the other hand, was happy at the moment. Right, that's it. You directly give me a high price, and save me the trouble of thinking about how to lose money again. $1.8 million. You guys give me $1.8 million and the factory will be sold to you. Li Jiang gritted his teeth and said, $1.8 million was his bottom line. Moreover, this factory was indeed worth $1.8 million. As for the extra $400,000 to $500,000 he spent, it was his own mistake, and he didn't need to let others bear the losses caused by this mistake. One size fits all. In this aspect of being a human being, Li Jiang still has no problem. Li Fei was directly confused. Big brother, you brewed for half a day. I thought you would ask me for 2.5, more than 2.6 million. The result is this? However, the system did not allow him to take the initiative to raise the purchase price. In the end, Li Fei acquired the factory for $1.8 million. Afterwards, Lin Xiaoma transferred $1.8 million to Li Jiang. After signing the contract and receiving the $1.8 million, Li Jiang immediately felt much more relaxed all over. Afterwards, Li Jiang took a few people to visit the factory. The factory is not very big. The whole factory is divided into a 3-story office building, a production workshop, a very small staff canteen. Among them, there was also a packaging workshop behind the production workshop. However, although the current scale of the factory was not very large, the land next to the whole factory was very wide. To be more precise, the location of the factory was very remote, and beyond that, it was all barren land. Seeing this, Li Fei was even happier. Good, now he even had the land to expand the factory in the future. Of course, he was not satisfied with such a small factory. With the current scale of this factory, even if it was expanded further, it would be limited to 80 to 90 workers. Therefore, the expansion of the factory is very necessary. Only if the factory was expanded could he recruit more workers. Good. This place is very good. Li Fei said 3 good in a row, obviously very happy. After acquiring the factory, Li Fei several people returned to Iron Blood Security once again. Right now, it was more important for Iron Blood Security to hurry up and expand. This round of the system has a total of 5 million funds. The acquisition of the factory has already spent $1.8 million, and currently there is still $2 million left. Li Fei decided to take out about 2.8 million to expand the number of security guards in the security company. The remaining 400,000 used to expand the number of employees on the factory side as well as to maintain the normal operation of the factory. According to the cost of a security guard of about 5,000, 2.8 million can expand the number of security guards by 560. Of course, this is the ideal situation. In fact, he still had to keep some money to maintain the normal operation of Iron Blood Security Company. Originally, Li Fei's previous idea was to pay 270 security guards during this round of system missions, but then he thought that he had to continue expanding the number of security guards this time, so he might as well just pay all the employees according to the 10th of the next month. It would be very simple to do so. Otherwise, today send this batch of employees' wages, and tomorrow send another batch of employees' wages. The financial aspect will be very troublesome. If the finance is a little bit wrong again, causing his loss plan to fail, it would be a wrongdoing. Not only the Iron Blood security side, but also the hotel and factory side. Also according to this point in time to pay wages. Chapter 44, Continuing to expand security guards. You're going to continue to expand the number of security guards in the security company? Without understanding, it was very incomprehensible. Right now, Iron Blood Security had only just made a good start, but the vast majority of the security guards had yet to find employers. Isn't the priority now to hurry up and find employers and orders? In the face of the employees' incomprehension, Li Fei nodded and said, "Of course, to do this we need to make Iron Blood Security the number one in Binjiang City. Right now the scale of Iron Blood Security is still too small to be the first." All of a sudden, the following employees were all agitated after hearing this, especially Zhang Longjiaohu and the others. When they first chose to leave Far China Security, they were also very reluctant. After all, Far China Security was worth 100 Iron Blood Security, both in terms of strength and status. Some of the colleagues who were still in Far China couldn't believe it when they learned that they had chosen to join Iron Blood. You didn't say anything when you left Yuanhua to join Anxia, but you actually joined Iron Blood Security? It was unbelievable. What kind of trash company was Iron Blood Security? It wasn't even worthy of Far China's shoes. However, when they heard the boss say that he wanted to make Iron Blood Security the number one in Binjiang City, Zhang Longjiaohu and the others were directly excited and almost cried out. They didn't doubt at all whether what the boss said could be realized or not. They would only unconditionally believe in the boss. Since the boss said so, he could definitely make Iron Blood Security the number one in Binjiang City. Su Xiaoxi, next you continue to recruit security guards for Iron Blood Security. Let's set the number at 330 for now, Li Fei said. Okay boss. Personnel Su Xiaoxi nodded in response. Since the number of security guards is going to be expanded, the logistics side should also be prepared according to the number of 600 security guards, especially the security uniforms, shoes, daily necessities as well as some water, drinks as well as fruits and so on. How much money do you guys need? Directly ask the finance for it, Li Fei once again instructed. No problem, boss. Logistics manager Ma Han hurriedly nodded his head in response. All along, his presence as the logistics department manager was the lowest. If it continued like this, wouldn't it seem like their logistics department was useless? This was good, since Iron Blood was expanding. There were still more places that needed their logistics department behind them. Now the role of the logistics department will be emphasized. I'll see who dares to say that our logistics department is too idle and useless in the future. After dismissing the meeting, Li Fei directly headed to the Conscience Canteen. According to Iron Blood Security's previous recruiting speed, not to mention recruiting only 330 people, it wouldn't take more than a few days to recruit more than 3,000 people. Therefore, he had to go to the Conscience cafeteria for a bit, so that Zheng Tsong could make preparations in advance. Coming to the Conscience Grand Cafeteria again, the place had changed a lot. Li Fei still remembered the first time he came here. It felt very dead. Now, the cafeteria was very lively. The number of employees here had also increased quite a bit, and the variety of meals had also increased by several types. At the moment, Zheng Tsong was sitting on a chair sipping tea. Mr. Li, you came ah. Zheng Tsong has just sipped a mouthful of tea, and was about to comment on a few sentences. A look up and saw Li Fei has walked to his front. Zheng Tsong hurriedly stood up and pulled out a chair for Li Fei to sit down. This is his own nobleman, benefactor. If it wasn't for Li Fei, he probably wouldn't be able to eat right now. Ever since Li Fei's Iron Blood Security Company chose to order food from him, his Conscience Canteen instantly turned from a loss to a profit. Not a small surplus, but a large, extraordinarily large surplus. Now that the cafeteria's business was booming, he was already considering whether to buy a large flat or a villa at the end of this year. This time, our Iron Blood Security is ready to expand the number of security personnel. This time, we are ready to directly expand to 600 people. so the meals provided by the cafeteria side should also be prepared in advance. And the expansion of personnel on the Iron Blood side is just a matter of these days. Li Fei stated the purpose of his visit this time. Expansion? Zheng Song was ecstatic inside after hearing that, and all of a sudden, it was expanded from 270 people to 600 people. This was almost a doubling. 600 people. What a concept. 25 a meal. 2 meals a day for one person. That's $50. 600 people a day is $30,000. A month is $900,000. A year is 10 million. The business of 10 million a year. The other Mr. Li did not even blink an eye. So to their own. Developed. Zheng Song this time can really meet the nobleman. Touched, grateful, thankful. At this moment, Zheng Song's inner excitement simply can't be expressed in words. Mr. Li, brother Li, from now on, you are my own brother. Zheng Song directly almost knelt down. With a business of $10 million a year, after removing all kinds of costs, his pure profit could be at least $6 or $7 million or more. You have to know that the costs of rent, utilities, labor, and so on are all fixed. A business of $1 million a year is so much cost, and a business of $10 million a year is still so much cost. So, after Li Fei increased the budget for ordering food from him, his pure profit was even higher. Li Fei was directly speechless after hearing Zheng Song's words. You Zheng Song are 30 or 40 years old. Call me a young man of about 20 years old as your brother. Is this appropriate? However, Li Fei didn't bother to dwell on this. Just when Li Fei was ready to leave the Conscience Grand Cafeteria, Zheng Song hurriedly called out to Li Fei, Mr. Li, please wait a moment. I have prepared a little gift for you. Saying that, Zheng Song directly trotted into his office with quick steps. That's right, inside this cafeteria, Zheng Song also got himself an office. Now that the cafeteria business was booming, how could he not get a decent office? Not long after, Zheng Song walked out with a beautifully packaged box. This is? Li Fei was a bit confused. Mr. Li, this is a bottle of red wine that I specially bought when I went to Magic City a few days ago. This bottle of wine is originally from France. I hope you will like it. Zheng Song said apprehensively. He had long wanted to send Li Fei some kind of gift to express his feelings. However, Li Fei's strength must be very strong, and the general gift is definitely not seen by others. Especially like what car watch and so on, these mundane things. Li Fei must be to see or lazy to see. After thinking about it for half a day, Zheng Song thought of sending Li Fei a bottle of high-grade red wine. This bottle of wine, but he spent more than 100,000 to buy down. But the heartache of a few days it. Li Fei looked at the red wine lying quietly inside the exquisite box and was speechless. Big brother, what you send me is not good. Send me red wine. This red wine looks very expensive. So expensive things, after drinking is not ultimately to pee out? Spending this money is not worth it. With this money, you send me a car. A watch is also better than this. However, since people sent their gifts, Li Fei naturally accepted them happily. Chapter 45, setting off to look for a house. After Li Fei put the red wine in the trunk, he drove to the agency again. The housing agency. This time, Li Fei just walked in. The female salesperson of the real estate agency stood up from her chair with a miso and came over to greet Li Fei with great enthusiasm. Last time, she missed such a big customer as Li Fei, and regretted for several days. This time, she had to grasp this opportunity no matter what. Li Fei naturally didn't bother with her, and walked straight to Xiao Mei, who was writing something on the side. Seeing that Li Fei was not willing to take care of her, that pin crown could only helplessly sit back in her own position. What a wrong step. Xiao Mei, who was beside her, felt someone approaching and looked up to see Li Fei directly. She thought that Li Fei had come over because of some problem with the previously rented house, and asked with a smile, "Hello, is it the previously rented house you are not satisfied with?" Li Fei shook his head. "No, this time I plan to rent 55 more houses." Ha! Now not only Xiao Mei, but also the other sales of the agency were all shocked. Renting 55 more houses? A commission of 600 for one house. 55 houses would be a commission of more than $30,000. Their annual base salary is only about $20,000. They have earned a higher commission than their annual base salary in one go. Envy, really envy. Especially that salesperson from the agency. She was staring viciously at Xiao Mei at the moment. Originally, Li Fei was her client. Xiao Mei was also directly confused after hearing Li Fei's words. Right now, most of the empty houses that were used for rent around the area had been rented by Li Fei. You want to rent 55 more houses? Xiao Mei did not know whether to be happy or sad for a moment. She was happy that she had more than $30,000 commission to take, but she was worried that it was really not that easy to find 55 houses. After all, Li Fei has requirements for houses. Must be well decorated. Large 3 rooms and 2 halls. At least more than 120 square meters. However, people are really generous. As long as the rent wasn't excessive, people didn't even bother to return the favor. Right now there are still a dozen of these houses being rented out in our agent's hands. As for the rest, don't worry, I'll go out and look for a house right now. Xiaomei's eyes were very firm. Okay, you know all the requirements. I'm still relatively relieved that you're doing your job. After saying that, Li Fei left his phone number before leaving the housing agency. Today is the 5th day that Qin Zhenghu and the others have come to work as security guards at the Wan Yuan Hotel. Sure enough, what Wan Xin said was right. This hotel doesn't know what kind of people it has provoked. There are always some punks who often come to cause trouble. These punks probably have more than 10 to 20 to look like, but they come to make trouble is not one up. If one up, then it becomes a mob. These punks every time are 2 or 3 people to make trouble once. The next time to change into another 2 or 3 punks to make trouble. The so-called trouble is also a small fight, scolding the customers who come to eat. Others are eating when sitting down to eat together and so on and so forth. Like Wan Xin, such civilized people. Dealing with this kind of shrewd punks really do not have much of a way. But Qin Zhenghu and these people are different. Not to mention just a few punks. That is, those mob big brother came and how. As usual, they will be knocked down. You dare to make trouble in the hotel. I dare to beat you down. It is so brave. The punks didn't take the new guards seriously at first. In their opinion, these new security guards will still choose to wait and see and paddle in the water after they make trouble. After all, these security guards only get a few $1,000s a month. What do you fight for, are you? But they were wrong. For the first time, when they insulted a few guests, a few security guards rushed in directly, and in a few shots, they were all knocked down by a few punks. Tough. These new security guards are too tough. Later, they came to make trouble a few times, once more than once beaten by the heavy. Now they no longer dare to step into the inside of the Wan Yuan Hotel. But just because they don't dare to come doesn't mean they'll stop. Well, even if we don't step into the Wan Yuan Hotel, we still have a way. Immediately, they set their sights on the several chefs working in the hotel. That's right, this time, they're going to stop these chefs halfway home from work and beat them up. If one meal doesn't work, then 2. I'll see if you guys still dare to work at the Wan Yuan Hotel in the future. How can a hotel operate without its chefs? Boss, why aren't these chefs off duty yet? Alongside a silent and uninhabited road, a group of a dozen or so gangsters were hiding inside the bushes. That's right, they were here to block the chefs of the Wan Yuan Hotel. At this moment, the night was already deep. It was probably already more than 11 p.m. According to reason, the chefs of the Wan Yuan Hotel should also be off work, right? After waiting for more than half an hour, the chefs hadn't come over. However, this group of people can suffer. At this time in the summer, inside the bushes, it was simply a mosquito's base camp. Boss, why don't we go back? Look at this bag all over my body, all bitten by mosquitoes. Yes boss, I can't stand it anymore. Hold on a little longer. Maybe the hotel is working overtime today. Boss comforted the crowd. Another 10 minutes later, just as the crowd was about to collapse, they spotted 4 or 5 figures. That's right, looking at this appearance, it was undoubtedly those chefs from the Wan Yuan Hotel. Brothers, here's your chance. Follow me and charge out. The leader of the boss directly pulled on his face scarf and covered his face. The crowd of little brothers also all pulled on their face towels and covered their faces. Charge. Kill. Just after rushing out, that boss realized something was wrong. Calm. These chefs were too calm. Just when that boss was about to show his lustful power, a group of security guard-like people directly killed over. That group of gangsters' legs unconsciously softened directly after seeing these security guards. The image of being beaten up a few days ago was still in their minds. Damn it, isn't it just a dozen or so security guards? We are nearly 20 people. We still can't beat them? In the crowd, there were a few punks who hadn't seen the power of these security guards and were very unconvinced. Only, a few moments later, they all knelt down. That's right, the few of them were directly knocked to their knees by the others in a few moves. Misunderstanding? It's all a misunderstanding. The gangster boss was really about to cry at this moment. The group of security guards directly came up and gave everyone a beating without saying a word. At this moment, all the gangsters were kneeling on the ground with their hands holding their heads. Each one of them had a bruised and swollen face. Obviously they hadn't been beaten up much. Chapter 46, Going to the Bright Factory. Have you heard? The Iron Blood security side is going to start recruiting again from tomorrow. This time it's going to be more than 330 people. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 330 people. I've heard that Iron Blood Security's regular salary is $5,000, and the benefits and treatment are even better. Yes, they have 2 meals a day. Each meal is 25 meals. Not only these, the boss also gave the staff to rent a 3-room, 2-hall building as a dormitory. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is it really that good? Inside Far China Security, The crowd of security guards began to gossip. In the past, Iron Blood Security was really just a newly opened small company in their eyes, but now it was different. According to the reliable news that came back, Iron Blood Security was very impressive in the industry in terms of both salary and benefits. Not to say that it's the best, but it's 100 times better than Manhwa Security, which is like Far China Security, which doesn't move and deducts their wages. I suddenly remembered. I have to go back home tomorrow. Hiya. I have a friend who is getting married tomorrow as well and wants me to come over. Outside the Iron Blood Security personnel office, a long line had already formed. Old Lu, you're here too. The one who spoke was a security guard from Manhwa Security. Old Zhao, didn't you say you went back home? Old Lu asked. He temporarily decided not to go back. Old Zhao gave an awkward smile, but in no time, they didn't feel embarrassed anymore, because within the people who came here to apply for the job, Far China Securities absolutely accounted for the majority. Everyone looked at me, I looked at you, and all of them smiled heartily. The Iron Blood Security side was vigorously recruiting, and Li Fei wasn't idle either. After the light factory had already been acquired, he hadn't even visited it once himself. Afterwards, Li Fei drove his windy Mercedes-Benz sedan alone to the bright factory. This time, the security guard at the entrance, Old Li, recognized Li Fei at a glance. This was the big boss who had acquired their factory, and with that racy Mercedes, how could he forget? Good day, boss. Li Fei's car had just stopped at the factory gate. The security guard Old Li directly gave a not-so-standard salute. Li Fei looked at Old Li's tan skin that was full of signs of age, as well as the sighing scruffy beard, and also smiled. Are you the only one in the security office? Li Fei asked. No, there is also my wife. I'm in charge of security. My wife is in charge of cooking for the workers, and the two of us add up to $5,000 a month. Old Li said. Hearing Old Li's words, Li Fei was directly shocked. This former boss was also too stingy, spending one person's salary to directly employ two employees. However, like this kind of small factory, husband and wife gatekeepers are very common. Usually uncle and aunt in their 50s and 60s, just pay some wages. The grandfather is responsible for guarding the gate, and the mother is responsible for cooking for the workers. Some bosses also let people to clean the factory yard health. Even cleaning money are saved. Anyway, there are not many workers inside the factory, so when you cook, you can call a few people over to help out, and you can make do. Li Fei smiled and nodded to the old guard Li, and drove the car into the factory. Li Fei first went to the production workshop. When he arrived at the production workshop, he was immediately shocked by the harsh environment of the production workshop. Everywhere was the roar of various machines and the dust of iron shavings flying in the air. In front of the machines, each and every worker was working seriously. At this time, a workshop director-like person hurriedly jogged over from the office building and greeted Li Fei. Hello boss, I am our workshop director. My name is Chen Hao. Chen Hao, the workshop director, greeted Li Fei with a flattering smile on his face. He had also met Li Fei on the day he acquired the factory and naturally recognized this big boss who acquired the factory. However, he is the direct line of the previous owner of the factory, and now that the factory has changed its owner, his future days will definitely not be as favorable as before. This is not. Just yesterday there are a few factory employees are very unconvinced of his management. Oh, these bottom cattle and horses. See the factory changed the boss even support froze up. Wait for me to sit firmly after the position. See how I pack you. Chen Hao secretly measured Li Fei, found that the new boss of the factory looks very young appearance. Must be a rich second generation with little social experience. Want to start their own business kind. Against this kind of person, Chen Hao had plenty of ways to deal with him. First of all, must be a low profile, and then fierce bragging about how the other side how powerful can be. After mixing well, often invite each other to eat, drink and sing K or something. Chen Hao did not believe it. The area of a young man. I cannot handle it? Li Fei looked at this workshop director, very young looking, wearing a very clean and tidy. Boss, this place is really too noisy and dirty. Why don't I take you out for a spin? Chen Hao, the workshop director, said with a smile. It was really too noisy here. He had a lot to say to this new boss. Obviously this place was not suitable. Li Fei nodded and followed the workshop director out of the production workshop. Boss, look, this side is our packaging workshop. Right now, both the production workshop and the packaging workshop are also managed by me. Some time ago, I also went to a very large enterprise to study and further my education for a period of time. There, I learned a lot of things. The 6S management that our factory uses now was proposed by me. In addition, I also added the wolf culture to our factory. Finally, he even introduced that he is currently studying in the adult undergraduate class, and at the same time, he is also learning English by himself. and he is going to apply for the 4th grade of English in the next stage, and so on. Chen Hao introduced his achievements all the way. In his opinion, he was so good that the new boss would not say he would reuse him, but at least he would not replace him as the workshop director. At this moment, Li Fei kept listening to Chen Hao's words of success management, wolf culture, adult undergraduate degree and grade 4, etc. And he started cursing inwardly. Damn it, my goal is to lose money. I can't afford to keep such a talented person like you. If I leave him behind, how can the factory still lose money? Let's do it this way. Let all the line managers and above inside the factory come to the meeting, Li Fei said indifferently. Okay, Chen Hao replied happily. Great, looks like the new boss is ready to reuse him? Chapter 47, Crookedly Quitting Chen Hao. Is everyone here? Li Fei asked as he looked around. Boss, all have arrived, Chen Hao said fawningly. Although the several people on the side were very ashamed of Chen Hao, they didn't say anything more. Good, next I will announce the latest personnel appointments of our bright factory, Li Fei said indifferently. It's coming, it's coming. Chen Hao's entire body began to tremble with excitement. This time, his goal was to at least keep his position as workshop director. Of course, it would be even better if he could be made factory director. However, it was also extremely likely that the new boss would promote him to become the factory director, because within this group of people, the new boss seems to be the only one who is closest to himself. The crowd looked at Chen Hao's villainous appearance, and all of them felt extremely helpless. Originally, they thought that after the factory changed its boss, there would be some big changes. Now it seemed that it was difficult. If the new boss promoted Chen Hao to be the factory manager, it would be even harder for them workers. Everyone had already discussed that if someone like Chen Hao really became the factory manager, everyone would resign. With a salary of about 5,000 a month, where can't they find such a job? Why stay here and suffer from Chen Hao's frustration? This Chen Hao has no other skills, only on a variety of sloppiness, on the bottom of a variety of cold face rebuke. Not only that, he put forward those what wolf culture, success management, simply useless. It just looks good. We work all day long or tired to death, but also every day to engage in what success management. This is not bull asterisk 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 it. Now I announce, remove Chen Hao's workshop director position. Workshop director by this to serve, Li Fei said, directly came to an old worker, appointed the other party to become the new workshop director. Me, Li Bin was directly confused. He was just a small lineman, and all of a sudden he was promoted to workshop director? This was too sudden. Yes, you're the new workshop director, Li Fei said with certainty once again. On the other hand, Chen Hao on the side had his face turned green. Originally, he thought that he was absolutely stable this time, but he didn't expect that the new boss would directly remove him from the position of workshop director, and that Li Bin, before as a small under his line leader only, this kind of bottom small role, also deserved to be the workshop director? Does he know what success management is? Does he speak English language? Does he have an adult undergraduate certificate? I'm not convinced. I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I be removed from the position of workshop director? Chen Hao questioned very unconvincingly. Just on the basis that I am the boss of this factory, Li Fei said indifferently. Brother, you can only blame yourself for being too good. You're so good. How else can I lose money if I use your factory? Now, I can only aggrieve you as well. Regarding the removal of Chen Hao's workshop director position, Li Fei was still a bit intolerant, but considering his big plan to lose money, he still made up his mind. Good. I don't know who said yes, and all of a sudden everyone began to applaud. Relieved, really too relieved. This Chen Hao used to do whatever he wanted based on the fact that he was the factory owner's direct descendant, and he was all sorts of oppressive and abusive to the factory's employees. Now that the new boss directly removed his position, let's see how he can still be arrogant in the future. Chen Hao saw here, knew that he was finished. There was no more room for him in the bright factory. Afterwards, Chen Hao left the factory in disgrace. There is no way he used to be the workshop director, to be as imposing as possible. Now that he was removed from his position and allowed to become an ordinary worker, he couldn't pull this face Li Fei did not expect that everyone would support his decision so much. For a time he was very confused. What is the situation Isn't this Chen Hao a very powerful character? Why are you all so happy and excited after I removed him from his position? Could it be that this Chen Hao is a scourge, and by removing him from his position, he is hitting the right target? All of a sudden, Li Fei began to panic. However, now that the words had been spoken, it was impossible to undo them. Li Fei can only think of remedies. Right, the factory director's candidate is still undecided. As long as he picks an unreliable person to be the factory director, the factory will steadily lose money. Subsequently, Li Fei pointed to a very inconspicuous young man in the corner. From now on, the factory director will be him. Yes, 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 this kind of person is the marginal character inside the factory. Usually estimated that even the relationship with everyone cannot be handled well. Letting this kind of person be the factory director. How could one's factory not lose money? With a buzz, the crowd in the conference room directly exploded. Ma Liang actually became the factory director? Isn't this Ma Liang the one who was always suppressed by the previous boss? Hiss, the new boss is really bold. He even dared to appoint Ma Liang to be the factory manager. In the crowd, Ma Liang's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He had directly dropped out of school and came out to work before he even graduated from secondary school. A person like himself with no diploma. The new boss dared to directly ask him to be the factory manager of the Bright Factory? In the past, when he first came to this factory, he had also given the boss a lot of suggestions, like redesigning the appearance of the cups, improving the production process, increasing research and development and so on. However, the boss simply do not pay attention to himself. What's more, he said, "You're a junior college student. You're worthy of giving me advice." But the new boss is different. He has not yet seen his own talent in the case. He dared to directly boldly appointed himself. This boldness is not ordinary people can compare. Touched, thankful, grateful. Alright, the factory director and workshop director appointments are decided. As for the appointments of other positions, I'll leave it all to the new factory director. The next thing is about the wages of the factory employees as well as their welfare benefits. From now on, all the workers in the factory, their monthly salary is guaranteed at 5,000, plus production commission, plus 1,000 supermarket shopping vouchers per month, 500 room subsidies, 300 car subsidies, and 100 phone bill subsidies. And of course, there's 5 insurance and 1 gold too. In addition, all workers all adopt the double rest system, and strictly follow the 8-hour workday. The factory must provide employees with 2 free meals every day. Every time Li Fei said something, all the workers underneath sucked in a breath of cool air. 5 insurance, 1 gold, and 2 free meals, plus nearly $2,000 in other benefits. This was simply too much to think about. What's more crucial is that the boss directly let them take double holidays, work 8 hours a day, and gave them a guaranteed salary of 5,000. What does this mean? In the past, they worked hard every day to work overtime to catch up with the work, working 12 hours a day, at most 1 or 2 days off a month. A month of support is only about 6,000. Now, 8 hours a day, but also double weekends, a month can receive a minimum of $5,000. The key is that 5,000 is only the minimum wage. If the output goes up, the wage will be higher, plus all kinds of benefits. It's almost 7,000. This is simply too much. Some people have even calculated. Before we have to work 350 hours a month, only $6,000. Now, if we work at most 180 hours a month, we can get a guaranteed $5,000. If we calculate it this way, our hourly wage has gone up by more than $10 all of a sudden. More than that, it's more than doubled. Chapter 48 New Rules of Bright Factory. Wan never expected Ma Liang had become the director of the Bright Factory. All of a sudden, all the employees of Bright Factory exploded. It wasn't that everyone was not convinced that Ma Liang was the factory manager, but everyone was too damn convinced. Ma Liang was just a small line manager before. However, being a line manager was really condescending. Ma Liang has been working at the Bright Factory for 4 or 5 years, not to mention designing several best-selling water cups, but he has also improved the production process, making it more efficient. Just for this, you at least have to give people a raise in wages, right? But no, the former boss just verbal praise a few words, said some pretty words. In the end, only promoted Ma Liang as a small line manager. Everyone felt unfair for Ma Liang. Why can a person like Ma Liang only be a line manager, while a person like Chen Hao can be a workshop director? Look at the new boss. It is courageous, responsible. The first thing is to resign Chen Hao. The second thing is to promote Ma Liang as factory director. As for the new workshop director Li Bin, everyone is also very convinced. He is a veteran worker in the factory and treats the employees in a very friendly manner. To have such a person as the workshop director, that's what it's all about. All of a sudden, all the employees in the factory were very happy, just like the new year. There is one more thing to announce, and that is to the factory staff meeting is the new workshop director Li Bin, said here. Li Bin deliberately paused. The employees all listened very carefully. Could it be that there are any new policies in the factory? Could it be the cancellation of some bull success management? Or is it that it's going to give everyone a wage increase? That is, the new boss has decided that in the future, everyone will have a guaranteed monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, and there will be a monthly supermarket shopping voucher subsidy of 1,000, a 500 room subsidy, a 300 meal subsidy, a 100 phone bill subsidy, and 5 insurance policies and 1 gold. Moreover, in the future, our Bright Factory will implement the weekend double rest, 8 hours of work every day. In addition to the factory will also provide everyone with 2 meals a day free of charge. Li Bin looked down at the employees who were listening attentively and opened his mouth. With a buzz. When the employees heard this, the inside of the workshop exploded at once. This was real? Exaggerated. This was too exaggerated. When these benefits were casually taken out 1 or 2, the employees could be overjoyed. And now that so many benefits were announced all at once, the employees couldn't believe it. This was the kind of benefits and treatment that they, the group of machinaires, could enjoy? The welfare benefits of those enterprises and institutions are also at this level, right? Moreover, it seemed that the new boss had decided to pay 5 insurance and 1 gold for them. Units that don't pay 5 insurance and 1 gold and units that do pay 5 insurance and 1 gold, that's a far cry. People to pay 5 insurance and a gold unit. Those employees, as long as they can work steadily enough 15 years, after retirement directly can receive a pension. There is a medical insurance card. The factory will also be monthly to the money inside. The future to buy a drug or go to the hospital to see a doctor or something, do not have to pay for their own money. Not only these, the payment of Provident Fund can also be used to buy a house. You should know that the interest rate of CPF loan is much lower than the interest rate of commercial loan. In this way, you can save a lot of money when you buy a house. In the factory workers, which cannot have a desire to buy a house in Binjiang City. However, the wish is still a wish. To buy a house in Binjiang City, it is as difficult as heaven. Now, this wish seems to be a lot closer, and it can be realized. Can this not make people excited? In short, it was very cool. After 10 minutes or so, everyone gradually quieted down. Line leaderly. No, that directorly. So in the future we're going to continue to get that 6-something ace? That's what people call 6S. So uneducated. Cut. I don't care what bull asterisk this S that S it. Anyway, Chen how that was also resigned. Let us cancel 6S. Li Bin listened to the murmurs of the workers, but also a big head. It seems that the new boss did not explain this to himself. He used to be just a line leader. Every day just need to quietly do their own work. At most go to see what problems they line of other workers. Help to solve it on the line. Where to think about these things bad. Seems like this workshop director is really not good to be cough. Although Chen Hao is not a good person, but this 6S still has some redeeming qualities in my opinion. Of course, we can't copy the 6S management from outside. If you have any comments or suggestions, you can come to me for discussion. Let's strive to get a set of 6S management methods out that is suitable for our Bright Factory. Li Bin thought seriously and finally said, the employees had originally planned to let Li Bin cancel this 6S management, but people had said so. They had no choice but to do as they were told. The other factory had given them such high benefits. If they were to nitpick, it would be too much. On the other hand, Ma Liang stood at the gate of the Bright Factory, looking at the direction the new boss drove away. His heart was also mixed. He had become the director of Bright Factory? It was simply too magical. However, since the new boss trusted himself so much, then he had to go all out and strive to make Bright Factory bigger and stronger. In the past, he hadn't been reused, and he had a lot of ideas in his heart that he couldn't realize. Now that he had been promoted to become the factory director, wouldn't he be able to carry out those ideas in his heart? Thinking of this, Ma Liang came to the office building and walked into the factory director's office that belonged to him. With that, Ma Liang found a piece of paper and started to write down some of his next plans. First of all, the most important issue is to hurry up to find sales. With sales, Bright Factory can have cash flow, in order to carry out the following series of plans and reforms. Secondly, it was to improve their product types as soon as possible. The Bright Factory now produces a few models of water cup models are a little too old. If they do not follow the trend, sooner or later to be eliminated. Then it was time to set an output target for the employees. Although the new boss stipulated a guaranteed salary of 5,000, but the employees cannot be bad. If everyone sucks, how can Bright Factory develop? Now with double weekends and 8 hours a day, the weekly working hours had been compressed to the limit. The only way to make Bright Factory better and healthier is to improve employee efficiency. Therefore, it is very necessary to set a production index, reach the target, and you'll receive a guaranteed salary. But if you can't reach the target, sorry, don't complain if your salary is deducted. Although the boss said there is a guaranteed salary, but the boss did not say you cannot deduct wages. You can't reach the target. It's not too much to deduct your salary, right? This target must make the majority of employees to work hard to be able to get, but as long as the employees are slack, cannot reach the target. In this way, the employees will work harder in order to reach the target. At the same time, Ma Liang decided to exceed the target part. Employees can enjoy per piece commission. In this way, the employees would work harder in order to get a higher salary. In this way, wouldn't the problem of Bright Factory's output be solved? Chapter 49 Iron Blood Security's newly recruited employee joins the workforce. Iron Blood Security's recruitment was already coming to an end. At this moment, Su Xiaoxi could hardly believe it. Smooth, this recruitment went even smoother than last time. The vast majority of the security guards who applied for the job this time were security guards from large security companies such as Yuanhua Ansha. The security guards' qualifications were all very good. After all, they had all been selected by large security companies such as Far China Ansha, so how bad could they be? Therefore, any security guards from these large security companies who jumped over, she directly decided to hire them. This instantly saved a lot of trouble. It's just that what she didn't expect was that among the security guards who came to apply for the job this time, the security guards from Far East China and Ansha could account for so many. It was simply too much. Far East China and Ansha are both benchmark companies in the industry, and the management is doing a great job of losing people's hearts and minds in order to make these security guards come and jump into the industry regardless of what they do. But these are not the problems she should consider. She only needed to accept these security guards as they were. Old Zhao, your kid came to Iron Blood as well? Zhang Long knew that new security guards were being recruited today, so he rushed over early. Unexpectedly, he encountered so many acquaintances. This was simply too damn familiar. He even wondered if he had gone to the wrong place and came to Yuanhua. But after looking at the signboard of Iron Blood Security, he was relieved. Zhang Long, ah no, it's Manager Zhang. Zhao Gang hurriedly changed his words. Although everyone used to be the same in Far China, but the other Zhang Long was now well developed and had directly become the security department manager of Iron Blood Security. It would be a bit inappropriate to call him by his first name again. Hey, it's the same as whatever you call him. The same. Zhang Long said this on his lips, but his heart was directly happy. In terms of seniority, physical fitness, and comprehensive skills, Lao Zhao was not much worse than himself. But now, he directly became Lao Zhao's manager. This is the opportunity. This is the choice is greater than effort. If people Lao Zhao came first, their own later, then the two of them would have been directly reversed by now. Zhang Long chatted with Zhao Gang for a while, and then finally went to greet the other former colleagues and also the current colleagues. When the crowd of former employees of Yuanhua Security and now the new employees of Iron Blood Security saw the shiny security manager name tag on Zhang Long's chest, it was false to say that they were not envious. Previously, they had even mocked the choices of Zhang Long, Zhao Hu and the others. They even threatened to say that Iron Blood Security was some kind of garbage company. I will never join such a garbage company in my life. I didn't expect. The reversal came so fast. I can only say, people Iron Blood Security is really give too much. The corrective 5,000 salary, plus nearly 2,000 of the benefits, and 5 insurance and 1 gold, package housing package 2 meals. I heard that there are many other invisible benefits, such as the freedom of fruits, drinks and so on. This kind of temptation is really too big and too charming. Can only say, the law of true flavor never out of date. Just as the crowd was laughing and joking, Li Fei returned to Iron Blood Security Company. When the crowd saw their own boss coming in, they immediately became serious. Li Fei looked at these newly recruited security guards, one by one, 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 one by one. My original intention was just to open a trash security company that takes in the old, weak, sick and disabled. I really didn't want this group of fierce security guards. Li Fei was in a very difficult situation at the moment and wanted to cry. But the recruitment has been recruited. He cannot dismiss people. Forget it, I'm tired, just let it be. Fortunately, Iron Blood Security is still not much popularity. No matter the neighborhood, shopping malls, office buildings and other places are not very willing to hire Iron Blood security guards. I heard that there are less than 30 security guards employed by Iron Blood Security so far. Ha. Thinking of this, Li Fei's mood was relaxed again. Let's do it this way. Today is the first day for you newbies to join Iron Blood Security. I don't have much of a gift, so let's just give out 200 red packets per person, Li Fei said casually, sending red packets to newcomers. This was the way he had deliberately asked the system and got it certified. Ha, one more way to spend money in the future. Ha. The group of newcomer security guards were directly confused when they heard this. In the past, they had always heard those who had joined Iron Blood Security say how much better it was here, and they were very contemptuous of these people. You are the ones who went out from Yuanhua. Can you not be so spineless? But now, the other boss came up and wanted to give them newcomers a 200 red packet. This kind of behavior is very inviting. Finance? Where's my finance? Li Fei shouted. Boss, we hire. Lin Xiaoma hurriedly ran out from the finance office. Just now she was reading a certain red book and was mesmerized, when she was shouted over by her boss. "Fetch the money. Send red envelopes, 200 per person," Li Fei said. The new staff side was handing out red envelopes. Li Fei was very engaged in watching. Originally, this kind of red packet he went to receive a system is also no words, but nowadays the $200 for Li Fei is just a sprinkle. He really can't look at it. Therefore, Li Fei ultimately did not make the matter of personally going to claim the red packet. Okay, I'll go over right away. While this was happening, Li Fei received a call from Xiao Mei on the agent's side. It seemed that there was a change in the matter of renting the house. Subsequently, Li Fei drove straight to the address Xiao Mei mentioned. This was a newly developed apartment building, not too far from Iron Blood Security, and it was only about 10 minutes by car. However, it seemed to be quite remote. When Li Fei arrived, Xiao Mei on the agent's side had been waiting for a long time. "Is this an apartment?" Li Fei asked. "Yes, because the 55 large 123-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartments you requested have been in very short supply lately, and the most I could find was 20 or so. The rest of those 30 or so units are just impossible to find. The apartment building here is something I found by chance, and it's also for rent. Why don't you take a look first?" Xiao Mei looked at Li Fei with great anticipation. Originally, she thought that she could make a big profit again this time, but she didn't realize that it was so hard to find 55 sets of large 3-bedroom apartments. If she couldn't find 55 large 3-bedroom apartments, wouldn't it mean that she would lose this order? This is more than 30,000 large single If this yellow, she can cry to death. The female salesperson in the agency was even more pleased when she found out about it. Whenever she returned to the agency and saw the other party's complacent look, Xiao Mei was saddened. What kind of mentality does this kind of person have? Xiao Mei was also speechless. "Alright, go and take a look first. If it's suitable, it's not impossible to rent the rest here," Li Fei said indifferently. His own purpose was just to spend more money. As long as he could spend more money, it would be fine if the employees could live comfortably. Whether it was a large 3-bedroom apartment or an apartment building, it didn't matter. Chapter 50 Renting 90 Finely Decorated Apartments Directly. "Mr. Li, this is our apartment building. All of these apartment buildings are well decorated, so you can directly move in with a handbag." Xiao Mei began to take Li Fei on a tour of the apartments. Walking into an apartment, Li Fei took a serious look. Not bad, not bad. An apartment was about 40 to 50 square meters. All of them were well decorated, and all of the furniture and appliances were fully equipped. No matter the size of the area or the degree of decoration, this place was very good. "How much is the rent here?" Li Fei asked the question he was most concerned about. He was afraid that the rent here was too cheap, so how much less money would he lose? "The rent here is $1,600 per month. The water bill is $6, and the electricity bill is $2. If you are not satisfied with this place, we can go and look at those small 2-bedroom houses. Those houses are more cost-effective than the apartment buildings." Xiao Mei hesitated for a moment or told the truth. The rent here was $1,600, and it was still commercial water and electricity. Far less cost-effective than going to rent some small 2-bedroom apartments. The other side is a civilian electricity. 1 degree of electricity is only 0.48 yuan, nearly 2/3 cheaper. After saying that, Xiao Mei nervously looked at Li Fei. "Yes, very good. Rent all the rest here." Li Fei directly decided on it. Originally, the plan was to rent 55 sets of large 3-bedroom apartments, but now only 20 sets were rented, and if all the remaining employees rented apartments, they would need to rent at least 90 apartments. An apartment here could house 2 employees, and an employee was calculated to spend $800. If you rent a 2-bedroom apartment, it will cost you $2,000 a month, but you can live with 4 employees, and each employee will only spend $500. Obviously, renting an apartment is more expensive, and the fact that apartments are also more expensive in terms of utilities would fit in perfectly with his plan to lose money. With 90 apartments, he could spend a lot more money. It was perfect. Xiao Mei had been ready to accompany Li Fei to look at those small 2-bedroom houses again. When she heard that Li Fei had decided to rent this place, she was pleasantly surprised. If one were to rent this place, one would have to rent at least 80 to 90 apartments. With 80 to 90 apartments, she would be able to get about $40,000 just from the commission. Adding the other 20 or so large 3-bedroom apartments that had already been rented, her commission would reach a terrifying 60,000 plus. When Li Fei decided to rent 90 apartments at once, she directly alarmed the property manager of the apartment building. The property manager was worried about how to rent out all the apartments in the building, but when he heard that Li Fei wanted to rent 90 apartments at once, he simply smiled. It was really a case of someone giving you a pillow when you doze off. "Mr. Li, in order to express our sincerity, we are willing to give you a month's rent free," the property manager said with a smile. "Ha, Li Fei was still immersed in the joy of having spent another sum of money. When he heard the property manager's words, he was directly confused. No, there are so many ways to express sincerity. Why are you giving me a month's rent waiver? Can't you treat me to a bath or send me some expensive gifts? Am I someone who needs you to give me a month's free rent? Li Fei's heart was like 10,000 grass mud horses running over at the moment. He was not allowed to take the initiative to raise the price or refuse the favor given by others. In the end, Li Fei had no choice but to accept it. This time, Li Fei rented a total of 90 apartments, and the monthly rent totaled $162,000. There were also 25 large 3-bedroom apartments with a monthly rent of $75,000. Plus the commission paid to the real estate agent is $237,000. Originally, Li Fei could have spent $474,000 without any problems this time, but the apartment site even gave him a month's rent waiver, causing him to spend only $312,000. That's pretty much the pits. Inside the Manhwa security company, General Manager Song Jiwon's face was horribly gloomy. Are you saying that more than 100 elite security guards have run off to Iron Blood again? Song Jiwon asked through gritted teeth. If it was ordinary security guards jumping ship, he was indifferent. However, those who jumped ship were Far China's elite security guards, and that was where Far China's foundation was. Why did other people choose Far East China? Wasn't it because they were interested in Far East China's elite security guards? Now, Far Eastern's elite security directly ran more than half. Song Jiwon immediately panicked. Don't look at Manhwa as the giant of the security industry in Binjiang City, but it would be a matter of minutes before it collapsed. Increase wages. We also increase wages, Song Jiwon said helplessly. Iron Blood's move was really vicious, directly using high wages and benefits to attract talent. This group of security also really didn't have a bit of backbone. When others gave them a little bit of sweetness, they just ran their asses over. Bah! However, after cursing, Song Jiwon still maintained a little bit of sanity. Isn't it just a wage increase? Manhwa can also increase it. From today onwards, all of Manhwa's elite security salaries will be increased to 5,000, and the benefits and treatment will all be the same as Ironblood's, Song Jiwon said indifferently. Mr. Song, this will make our Manhwa's financial statement this year ugly, the assistant whispered. Simple, just directly lower those ordinary security guard salaries collectively, Song Jiwon said lightly. Mr. Song, hiya, the assistant said fawningly. Song Jiwon took a drag on his cigar, slowly exhaling smoke, his eyes looking out the window at the unrivaled river view. For a moment, he only felt that life was as lonely as snow, and that he could not survive in high places. Iron Blood? Oh, give me shoes or not worthy. Just you also want to fight with me? Boss, good news, good news. Li Fei just walked into Iron Blood security. Dynasty directly greeted him with a smile. What good news? Li Fei asked breathlessly. He was now most afraid of hearing the 3 words good news. The 10 security personnel that our Iron Blood sent to the Wan Yuan Grand Hotel were warmly praised by the owner of the Wan Yuan Grand Hotel, Wan Xin. And, Mr. Wan also trumpeted our Iron Blood in his circle of friends, and several hotel bosses came to find our Iron Blood today to sign employment contracts with us, Dynasty said with his hands in the air. Dynasty recently went out every day to run the business, just met those in charge. The words have not said a few words. Others heard that he is Iron Blood, directly rejected him. Iron Blood? Haven't even heard of the small company, like our kind of high-end real estate, but will not use your kind of small company. There is no way. Now most people still only look at the security company reputation. You say how your strength, how strong. People do not give a damn you. But now, the order actually came to his door by itself. Can this not make him excited? Chapter 51. I want the security guards that Far East China doesn't want. Li Fei was directly confused when he heard Dynasty's words. How many security guards were hired this time? Li Fei asked. A total of 5 hotels came this time, and more than 60 of our security personnel were hired at once, Dynasty said cheerfully. Li Fei was directly confused. Counting the previous 3 dozen people, there were now more than 100 hired security personnel? Scary. This trend was too scary. One had to stop this trend. Now the problem was simple. The reason why these hotels were willing to hire Iron Blood security personnel wasn't because these security personnel of Iron Blood were too tough. Just when these retired veterans stood there, the momentum immediately came out. Employing such security personnel, the hotel can save a lot of heart. In that case, I can't take the elite route with Iron Blood security. This matter is also to blame oneself. Li Fei at first only told the personnel to say to recruit how many people, and then did not care about anything. Personnel must be in all the applicants inside the selection of the best. The security personnel recruited in the end were all elite security personnel, right? Since this is the case, Li Fei decided that this time, he has to do it himself. This time, I need to recruit the weakest of the weak. Li Fei just looked at his system funds. Now he still had 288 million system funds available. Anyway, the employees would not be paid until the 10th of next month, and by then it would already be the next round of system missions. Then this time, Li Fei decided to ruthlessly recruit some weakling security guards over. Figuring all this out, Li Fei went directly to the personnel office and found Su Xiaoxi, who was reading novels online. Su Xiaoxi was also very embarrassed when she saw that she had been caught reading a novel online by her boss. Li Fei didn't care about that and spoke directly. Our recruitment will continue, so later you'll publish another job posting to continue recruiting 900 security guards. This time, the interviews will be conducted by me personally. Li Fei left the personnel office after he finished speaking. Finished, he was caught by his boss groping for fish at work. He also said that he would personally conduct the recruitment work this time. It seems that in the future, you can't be so bright when groping fish. All of a sudden, Su Xiaoxi began to panic inside. Manhwa Security Company. Going to lower our wages? We're just 3,500 a month, and you're going to lower it for us? Excessive. This is too much. You guys are also too unreasonable. Usually you don't move to deduct our wages, and now you're going to give us a pay cut. Strike. We want to strike. When a group of ordinary security guards heard that the company was going to lower their wages, they directly became angry and stated that they were going to strike. Strike? Oh, as you guys like. Anyone who strikes will be directly deducted 500, and their wages will be delayed for a month. Those who do not strike will have their wages paid on time. The manager of the security department snorted and said. When the security guards heard the manager say this, they all lost their temper at once. In that case, who would still be willing to be a standout? When the time came, others would take the benefits, and they would suffer the sins themselves. That security department manager saw that the crowd was out of temper and directly left with a contemptuous smile. Oh, really is a group of clowns. They just use a little small means. This group of people directly into a scattered sand. Asterisk. Can't you guys have some backbone? Can't we unite for once? Easy for you to say. A strike is a 500 wage deduction, and a 1-month delay in paychecks. That's right. I haven't finished paying for my flowers this month, and I promised to buy my girlfriend a gift. So if I delay my paycheck for a month, my girlfriend will definitely break up with me. While the crowd was arguing, a security guard ran over with great excitement. Look, Iron Blood Security has started recruiting again. Che, what does this have to do with us? Iron Blood has recruited twice in a row. Which time is not only recruit those elite security. We these rookies, people do not want us. That's right, the first time I also went to apply for the job. Even the interview did not give me the opportunity. Speaking of this, they had a belly full of fire. Why did they only recruit those elite security guards? And their group of rookie security guards didn't count as security guards? This time is different. This time they directly relaxed the conditions. Everyone can go for an interview. And this time they are recruiting 900 people at once. That security guard continued. Asterisk. Really? This time, the crowd boiled up all of a sudden. If this was true, wouldn't that mean that all of them could join Iron Blood? I had long heard that the boss of Iron Blood Security Company treated his employees that well. Their wages were high, their benefits were good, and they also had double time off, food and lodging, and 5 insurance policies. This kind of job is their dream job. It is like Manhwa. The management does not move to deduct wages. Afterwards, all the security guards of Manhwa directly went to submit their resumes. The next day, Iron Blood Security. Li Fei looked at the crowd of people who came to apply for the job in front of him, and the corner of his mouth smiled. This is the right thing to do. This time, the security guards who came to apply for the job were far worse than the previous 2 times. The previous 2 times, almost all of them were elite security personnel, very dry and tough. But this time, those who came to apply for the job were all weak security guards. One by one, their eyes are dull, standing posture pulling crotch. At a glance is in those soy sauce position cultivated for a long time in the workplace fish king. Right. This kind of employee is my dream employee. Afterwards, Li Fei began a quick interview. Not bad, you very much meet our Iron Blood's requirements. Congratulations on joining us, Li Fei said happily. I'm qualified? You guys recruited me? That security guard couldn't believe it. Who was it that said that Iron Blood Security's recruitment conditions were very strict? Could it be that he had some outstanding qualities that he just hadn't realized yet? This was too easy. It was just a breeze. The crowd at the back of the line were all excited to see the first person pass so easily. In terms of physical fitness and specialized skills, they were much more powerful than the first person. Even the first person could pass. Why couldn't they pass? Congratulations on joining our Iron Blood Security. Li Fei was already numb at this moment. He couldn't even remember how many times he had said this. At first, Li Fei still maintained a smile and said some words of encouragement. Later on, Li Fei could only repeat this sentence mechanically. Chapter 52, another 900 talents arrive. Fast. This interview speed was simply unrivaled. The people who came to the interview thought that they would be interviewed until very late today, and there were many people who even brought their own dry food, thinking that they could have a bite when they were hungry. Who would have thought that people's Iron Blood security interviews could be so fast? Recruiting 900 people. It only took less than 2 hours before they were all filled. There were about 1,200 people who came to the interview, but there was no way that all of them could be interviewed. Just when the remaining 300 people were discouraged and ready to leave Iron Blood, Li Fei stood up and came to the group. Everyone, don't be discouraged. The fact that you weren't recruited this time doesn't mean that you aren't good. On the contrary, I think you are all very good. Next time, there will be another large-scale interview for Iron Blood, so everyone will come back then and fight again, Li Fei said slowly. The group of people were about to leave, but when they heard Li Fei's words, they all became excited. There would be another large-scale interview for Iron Blood next time? Well, hope was rekindled. After sending off that group of people, Li Fei came to the front of the newly recruited people. Looking at the group of talents he had recruited, the corners of Li Fei's mouth couldn't help but rise. Good. This kind of talent is the kind of talent I need for Iron Blood security. Look at these people. Standing without standing posture. Sitting without sitting phase. Simply a group of security guards and the rookie chicken. Rookie and the security guards. First of all, congratulations to everyone to join our Iron Blood security. I think you are also clear about our Iron Blood security salary as well as welfare treatment. Next, let's all go sign the labor contract first. After our Iron Blood security's labor contract is signed, it will be renewed every 3 years. As long as you don't make particularly big mistakes, Iron Blood security will not dismiss you. Li Fei purposely explained this to the new people, and the subtext was already very obvious. As long as you guys don't make any big mistakes, in Iron Blood, you guys can just mix and feel free to fish, even if you guys are trash. Iron Blood, will support you. Li Fei's words just finished. This group of newly recruited security guards collectively exploded. Everything is afraid of comparison. No comparison, no harm. Look at the other Iron Blood bosses approach, everywhere through a humane flavor. Unlike Manhwa, the boss will only suppress them at every turn and threaten them with wage deductions. Subsequently, all the newly recruited security guards went to sign the labor contract to go, recruiting 900 new security guards at once. Li Fei hurriedly called Zheng Tsong of the Conscience Canteen. You mean, you recruited 900 new security guards at once? Over at the Conscientious Big Eatery, the boss Zheng Tsong was simply stunned when he heard Li Fei's words. However, it was a happy shock. Another 900 people. Together there are already 1,500 people. 500 people. Every day is 75,000 meals. A year will be 27 million. The key is that people's Iron Bloods Mr. Li is very particular, and never pays first and eats later. This kind of fairy a father if let other people know, will not break the head to scramble to grab 27 million. What concept? At this rate, in less than a year, he can drive a luxury car and live in a villa. Expansion. Conscience Cafeteria must be expanded immediately. With the size of his current cafeteria, providing meals for 600 people is already very reluctant. Now all of a sudden upgraded to 1,500 people. The kitchen is already far from enough. Thinking of this, Zheng Tsong directly came to a store next to the Conscience Great Cafeteria. The store next to it was a fast food restaurant, and at first, everyone was still in a competitive relationship. However, now that he had climbed onto Li Fei's thigh, the Conscience Canteen had taken off at once. When Zheng Tsong arrived at the fast food store next to him, he met the boss who was fretting. Boss, didn't you say you were going to transfer this fast food restaurant a few days ago? How much are you planning to transfer it? Zheng Tsong asked. That boss looked at Zheng Tsong who walked in, and was also very mixed up inside. People are more angry than people are. In the beginning, we are all difficult. Big brother do not laugh at the second brother. Now, people Zheng Tsong directly embraced the thigh. It looks like Zheng Tsong is trying to disc their own this fast food restaurant? If the first person Iron Blood boss found was himself in the beginning, wouldn't he be the one taking off now? 250,000. The fast food restaurant owner quoted a price. Zheng Tsong smiled slightly after hearing this price. Deal. Although it was a little more expensive, it didn't matter. Now that his career was taking off, it was most important for him to hurry up and take over this fast food restaurant to satisfy the eating problem of the 500 people in Iron Blood security. Subsequently, Zheng Tsong directly recruited the chef of the fast food restaurant as well, and recruited a hotel chef from outside at a high price. Now, The Conscience Canteen could easily provide meals for 1,500 people. After making a phone call to solve the problem of feeding 1,500 people, Li Fei made another call to Xiao Mei from the housing agency. Yes, it's the apartment we rented last time. Now that our Iron Blood security has expanded by another 900 people, we still need 450 apartments, Li Fei said. Okay, Mr. Li, I will immediately contact the property manager over at the apartment building. They have a few other apartment buildings in other places that are also being rented out. You can rest assured that the conditions of these apartment buildings are the same as the previous ones. The agent Xiao Mei was simply overjoyed after hearing Li Fei's words. 450 apartments? As long as she took this order, she could get around 220,000 at once just from the commission. Hiss. The agent Xiao Mei directly sucked in a breath of cool air. This feeling of making money was too good. When she thought about it, Li Fei was just a client that the intermediary's sales title had transferred to her. She still thought that people were just a small client. Who would have thought that people could rent so many houses at once? Right now, she had already earned 80,000 to 90,000 dollars in commission by renting houses for Li Fei's Iron Blood security. This time, if she could also close the deal, it would be another 220,000 or so. Adding it all together would be more than 300,000 dollars. It's only been less than a month and you've directly earned 300,000? Terrifying. This is too terrifying. With the issue of food and lodging resolved, Li Fei came back to the logistics department. The manager of the logistics department, Ma Han, was currently in the office bored and fuming. When he saw his boss walk in, he immediately got up and pulled out the chair for his boss, and went to make a pot of tea. Ma Han, our Iron Blood has recruited another 900 people. Your logistics department must keep up with the supply of all kinds of supplies. If everyone needs anything during the week, the logistics department should also buy it in advance, so that you can just take it directly when it's time to use it. Li Fei opened his mouth and said, Mr. Li, but, Ma Han wanted to speak. What's the problem? Speak straight. In Iron Blood, everyone is family, Li Fei said with a smile. It's like this, because I've bought more things recently, there's no place to store them anymore. Mei Han said, there's no more place to store it? It wouldn't be better to just rent a warehouse. Well, this will cost an additional amount of money. This is simple. Later you rent a bigger warehouse in the neighborhood. The warehouse must be big because in the later stages, our Iron Blood supplies will become more and more. Things like birthday gifts for employees, clothes, shoes, mugs, water, drinks, and other supplies, all of these should be prepared in advance, Li Fei said. Chapter 53 Logistics Big Purchase. Employee birthday gifts, and water cups too? Ma Han was directly confused when he heard Li Fei's words. Nowadays, almost all of those security companies out there required the guards to buy security uniforms at their own expense. It was already very good to be able to buy security uniforms, shoes, water and drinks for the guards. What kind of company buys birthday gifts for their employees? Moreover, they have to buy water cups for the security guards? Originally, when the security guards go to work, they must bring a water cup. After all, a security guard without a water cup is soulless. So most of the security guards all by themselves spend a dozen or $20 to buy a water cup. Now, the boss said that the company was going to buy water cups for the employees? Yes, the birthday gift to buy a better. The standard will set 50 to 60 or so. I see Huawei's cell phone, laptop. These electronic products are good. You can buy more than 200 first. And water cups should also buy good ones. Buy expensive ones, Li Fei said. The birthday gift was still something that was brought up earlier when he was in the hotel. Later, after acquiring Iron Blood, Li Fei didn't think about it. Now his own system had sufficient funds, so it was time to come up with this method of spending money. Although Iron Blood had more than 500 employees, but the birthday gifts were not all distributed at once. Probably about 120 to 130 people had birthdays every month. So, by buying more than 200 first and using a little bit and then buying a little bit more, his system's funds were completely turnover. Regarding the employees' water cups, Li Fei's first thought was to go directly to the Bright factory to buy them. But then he interrupted himself. I intended to lose money. If I go to the Bright factory to buy it, is it not giving performance to the Bright factory? Can't do it. This kind of behavior can't be done. Hiss. After Ma Han heard his boss's words, he simply didn't know what to say. 5 or 6,000 birthday gift? Birthday gift can directly be worth a month's salary. If he did that, Iron Blood security would directly become a 13th salary. He didn't know if others were excited, but he, Ma Han, was really excited, because next week is his birthday. Since he grew up so big, he has not seriously had a birthday yet. Children in the countryside, the day of the birthday to eat a good meal, even if the birthday After his boss finished ordering all the things, Mahan took a few employees of the logistics department to go out to look for a suitable warehouse. Don't save money on finding a warehouse. Make sure to find a good condition, large area, and safe warehouse. Before setting off, the boss's words were still ringing in his ears. Manager Ma, where do we buy water cups? On the way, a logistics department employee asked. Of course it's easier to buy directly online, and it's cheaper online, another employee said. Mahan rejected this idea after a brief thought. To be a human being, you can't be so unleveled. The water cup is such an insignificant little thing. Why did the boss individually take out and say several words? He has heard that his boss recently acquired a new factory. That factory seems to be the production of water cups. Can there be such a coincidence in this world? By saying this, wasn't the boss implying that he should go directly to the boss's factory to buy water cups? Thinking of this, Mahan directly made a call to Tang Fair. Aha, okay, thank you Assistant Tang. After hanging up the phone, Mahan smiled. There, he got the address of the boss's factory. Wait, you guys go find the warehouse. Remember to follow the boss's requirements strictly. Afterwards, Mahan took a taxi to the Bright factory. Inside the Bright factory, Ma Liang sat in the factory manager's office worriedly. Originally, he thought that with his talent, it would be easy to be a factory director. However, he didn't realize that it wasn't so easy to be a factory manager. Now, the most important problem in front of the Bright factory is the production of water cups cannot ship especially the two newly opened production line. So far has produced more than 2,000 stainless steel insulation cup. These cups are not simple. I heard what Germany's what technology, in short, is very high, very expensive. A water cup factory price is as high as $180. Factory price of 180 cups of water. Others shall not retail price of more than 300? This kind of high-grade water cup, who dares to easily take to sell headache? While Ma Liang was depressed, the assistant walked in with a stranger. Hello, let's introduce ourselves first. I'm Mahan, the manager of the logistics department of Iron Blood Security. Mahan enthusiastically opened his mouth to introduce himself. Hello there. When Ma Liang heard that the other party was actually the manager of the Iron Blood Logistics Department, he hurriedly stood up to welcome him. He knew about Iron Blood Security. It was also the boss's industry. Was there something that the Iron Blood Security Logistics Department manager was here for? It's like this. Our Iron Blood Security wants to purchase a batch of high-grade water cups, and the boss gave me this heavy responsibility. I heard that our Bright factory is the one that produces water cups, so I looked for it directly. It didn't bother you guys, right? Mahan said. Purchasing high-grade water cups? No disturbance. No disturbance. After Ma Liang heard the other party's words, he was directly happy to the point of flying. Saved. Now the batch of high-grade water cups they produced could be sold. Afterwards, Ma Liang led Mahan to the warehouse. In the warehouse, there was the batch of high-grade water cups that had already been packed, a total of more than 2,200. Mahan casually took out one and looked at it carefully. He found that the workmanship of this water cup is not bad, but the style is not good. Put in the supermarket, not to mention $180 or $80 they have to consider. However, this is not another factory. This is their own boss's factory. Then the scrutinizing eyes naturally have to change. Good. The workmanship of this water cup is really quite good. And this style is also very innovative. I believe that the security personnel of Iron Blood will like it very much. Mahan smiled and said, let's do it this way. We'll take all of this batch of water cups for Iron Blood. Mahan said directly. When Ma Liang heard Mahan say that he wanted all of them, he simply couldn't believe it a bit. This batch of water cups honestly, the workmanship and style were not good, and he himself was thinking of ways to improve it. So, this batch of water cups was at best a batch of inferior products. Now, people even said that they want all of them, and the price is not even cut a bit. 180 apiece, not even a penny. 200 cups, that's a huge sum of $396,000. Gosh, $396,000. This was almost the biggest order Bright Factory had ever received since its inception. Let's sign the contract first. After signing the contract, the finance side will transfer the money over. Mahan said. Unlike the logistics of other companies, Iron Blood's logistics was just so pissy. The boss had said that their logistics department would go out and make purchases, and special things would be done. There was no need for layers of approvals at all, so they could directly ask for money from the finance. This feeling was just very cool. Chapter 54, Father's Day Gifts. Don't want to get up Li Fei lying in the soft bed of the hotel that is not good at all. Is really don't want to get up Here, hungry someone to send food, thirsty someone to send water, lonely, of course it is possible to go to chat with the staff for a while. This salted fish-like swinging life is his ideal life. However, the system task could not be left undone. Li Fei got up and after washing up, he came to the Iron Blood Security Company. Old Lu, are you going fishing at night? Today is Father's Day. Buy some more food to go back at night and drink a few cups with my dad. When Li Fei passed by the two security guards, he happened to hear their conversation. Today is Father's Day? Isn't this a good time to spend system funds? Afterward, Li Fei arrived at the logistics department office with great vigor. At this moment, the manager of the logistics department, Ma Han, was writing and drawing on top of his desk, not knowing what he was counting. Mei Han, today is Father's Day, Li Fei said with gusto. Father's Day? What kind of holiday was this? Mei Han was a bit confused. He only knew about the Spring Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival, Dragon Boat Festival and these commonly celebrated holidays. What was Father's Day? Let's do it this way. Today, your logistics department will work a little harder. Go out and buy some gifts for the employees, with a budget of 200 per person, Li Fei said. Ha, oh, okay. Mei Han was completely confused at this moment. Buying gifts for the employees again? However, of course, he wouldn't go against it, because he was also a part of Ironblood. He had a share in all the gifts. More crucially, only this would emphasize the importance of him as the manager of the logistics department. If the boss didn't need him to do anything, why would people still want to set up this logistics department? Simply cancel it directly. Later, you go and discuss with the finances Lin Xiaoma, and then tally it up. If the employees want cash, just give them cash. If the employees want gifts, you'll just give them directly. Right, there's also a little bit of all bad hotels, the Bright Factory, the holiday gifts for the employees over there. You guys also help send them out together. Li Fei continued. The Not Good at All Hotel and the Brightness Factory were also his own, so he couldn't favor one over the other. After listening carefully, Ma Han went to implement. Li Fei, on the other hand, returned to his office in a happy mood. Good, this is a very good beginning. Our panda country's festivals that can be a lot to go. In the future, all festivals, uniformly send 200 gifts or cash is not too much, right? Traditional Chinese New Year, Lantern Festival, Dragon Boat Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival, needless to say. Then like what Tanabata, Valentine's Day, Father's Day, Mother's Day, Labor Day, National Day, New Year's Day and so on should also be arranged. In addition, there are also what the Arbor Day, Embrace the Festival, Kiss the Holiday. These also want to. The host, please don't go too far. Arbor Day, Embrace Day, Kissing Day, these can be called festivals? This river? Is it like that? Is it good for the host? I'm sorry, system brother, not the ones in the back. Even if those festivals in the back don't count, those festivals in the front add up to a dozen. Calculated like this, with a budget of 200 per holiday, each employee could receive $2,000 or $3,000 a year just from holiday gifts. Iron Blood new training ground. Zhao Hu of the training department was standing in front of a group of newly recruited security guards, and across from him were 900 newly recruited weakling security guards. At the moment, they were standing in military posture under the hot sun. Although it was only about 10 o'clock in the morning, the temperature was still a bit high, and in a short while, the group of new security guards were all sweating. Unlike the security guards recruited before, all of them were tough and competent. This batch of security guards recruited by the boss himself, how can I say, 2ing weak. Zhang Long, the manager of the security department, was also very helpless. With this level of security guards, he was embarrassed to say that these people were from Iron Blood Security. So Zhang Long had to ask Zhao Hu to train these new security guards. Zhao Hu these days look at the other departments have work to do. On their training department all day to be more idle, has long been anxious. Now there is an opportunity to train this group of weak security guards. He did not hesitate to agree. That one who can't stand up after only half an hour? Zhao Hu saw that one of the security guards had already started to stagger, and immediately chided loudly. Weak. This group of security guards were simply too weak. He himself hadn't even gotten on the strength yet, and this group of people couldn't do it. The group of new security guards at the bottom heard Zhao Hu's chiding and had already started cursing in their hearts. Paralyzed. Yesterday, they were still happier than one another, and they felt happier than one another. After all, they had joined Iron Blood Security. Iron Blood Security, regardless of salary or welfare benefits, was the top existence in the same industry. However, who knows that this morning, they came over. They are directly by the training department of Zhao Hu to pull here to train, said to engage in a Wada ing 15 days of devil training. After the devil training, you think it's over? No, every month in the future, they have to take out a week to train, saying that they want to maintain the high level of status of all the security personnel. That's bull asterisk. I heard that now stand military posture is just the simplest training. In a few days there will be 400 meters obstacle course run. 5 kilometers of armed cross-country running, but also into what the water prison. In the mud pit to carry logs to do sit-ups. Is this what a human being can come up with? Torture. This is pure torture. However, since they have joined Iron Blood, everyone can only grit their teeth and persevere. After all, people's Iron Blood's treatment that is really fragrant. Time slowly passed under the double painful torture of body and spirit, and it was finally time to eat. Alright, go eat, Zhao Hu said. It's finally over. Paralyzed, my legs and stomach are trembling. 15 days of devil training. How can this pass? A group of people spat while quickly running towards the office building. Eating is not active. There is something wrong with the brain. This rice is so fragrant. Hiss, fragrant. There's also water and drinks. I heard to take them casually. I didn't expect it to be true. No one cared when I went to take them. And fruit. Brothers, take more. Don't grab the durian. Big brothers, leave me some. While the crowd was scrambling, Mayhan from the logistics department came over. Ahem, good news for everyone. Today is Father's Day. Our boss has specially prepared Father's Day gifts for everyone. The gift is worth $200. Of course, everyone who wants cash can just take cash. Just after Mahan's words, the crowd at the scene was directly shocked. Today was Father's Day? There were gifts or red envelopes for Father's Day? It was simply unbelievable. Afterwards, the employees of the logistics department began to give everyone a tally. Those who were willing to ask for a gift could directly go to the logistics department to get a gift, probably worth about $200. There were those who were willing to ask for cash, and the finance side directly gave out $200 in cash. Now, the pain of being tortured in the morning seemed to have faded a lot all of a sudden. Iron Blood is mighty. Iron Blood is domineering. It's not just that the training is a little bit bitter. It's not like we haven't suffered before. That's right. I show someone strongly request to increase the training volume. Subsequently, that shows someone directly by the crowd to cover the mouth. Chapter 55, Entering the Delivery Business. You guys think this is the end? No, this is just the beginning. Zhou Qiang, Wang Xin, and Yuan Gang stepped forward. Mahan said loudly. The crowd was still immersed in the joy of receiving their Father's Day 200 gifts or red packets at the moment. The 3 people who were called out by Mayhan stood out in a daze. Today is the birthday of the 3 of you, and our boss has prepared birthday gifts for you as well. The birthday gift is a certain Huawei cell phone or tablet PC worth 5 or 6,000. Of course, the boss said that if you guys would like to have cash or any other birthday gift, it's fine, Mayhan said again. Previously, the boss had planned to let himself go and buy 200 cell phones and tablets, but then considering that some of the employees preferred to want other gifts or just ask for cash, the logistics department would notify those employees who were about to celebrate their birthdays in advance and ask them to write a birthday wish list. With a buzz, the security staff underneath exploded. There were birthday gifts for birthdays? The key was a birthday gift worth $5,000 or $6,000. Iron Blood Security was too generous. His own boss was too generous. Previously in other security companies, not to mention the birthday gift, the birthday does not allow you to work overtime even if the boss open grace. In the future, on everyone's birthday, our boss will prepare birthday gifts for everyone. Any wish list you guys have, you can send it to me. Of course, the value should be between 5,000 and 6,000, Mayhan said. Originally, the group of new security guards were still complaining about the training in the morning. But now, when the other boss was treating them so well, do they still have the nerve to complain about the hard training? Bright Factory. The factory director Ma Liang was discussing the technical problems of the new water cup with a group of technicians. Right, here's how to change it. Okay, factory director. After sending away a few technicians, Ma Liang called in the only 2 salesmen from the factory's business department. Our new water cups have been altered. This afternoon you guys will take the altered finished water cups and go out to sell them. Okay, factory director. The 2 salesmen agreed. Afterwards, Ma Liang came back to the production workshop. When a water cup was produced, it had to go through multiple processes such as stamping, polishing, spray painting, packaging and so on. At the moment, Ma Liang was in the polishing department. Here, the machines were constantly roaring. The air was filled with iron dust. The working environment was very harsh. However, since the boss had given everyone a raise in wages and improved their benefits, the workers were all working very hard. Now, we can basically complete the target he set. Reach the target, the base salary of 5,000 full pay, exceeding the standard part. We can also get by piece commission. Yesterday he counted. Some drive fast. A month's salary can reach 8 or 9,000. If you add the nearly 2,000 welfare benefits, all broken 10,000. What is the concept of breaking through 10,000 wages? In the past, everyone's salary could be up to 4 or 5,000. Now, it's directly doubled. Therefore, even if the working environment in the factory was not good, the workers were all working feverishly. While everyone was working hard, Mayhan came again. This time, Mayhan directly brought Father's Day gifts for everyone. Since there was also a worker inside the factory who had a birthday today, Mayhan also brought that worker a birthday present. Li Fei stretched his legs after playing the game for a few hours. A 20,000 plus computer was just better than the 10,000 plus computer over at the hotel. There was only one day left until the system settlement time tomorrow. Li Fei looked at his system's available funds and found that he still had 50,000 to 60,000 left. Li Fei roughly estimated and realized that he had spent a lot of money these days. Why there are still 50,000 to 60,000 dollars left. However, the system only showed the available funds, but not the specific details of the funds. After thinking about it for a while, Li Fei didn't bother to double-check with the financial side. The only explanation should be that Bright Factory got some big orders, plus the property manager of the apartment gave himself a month's rent exemption. Calculating this way, the remaining 50,000 to 60,000 system funds were about the same. The last day of the mission is still tomorrow, and with 50,000 to 60,000 system funds, it's simply not too easy to spend them. This mission, the security company directly soared from 270 employees to 1,500 employees. The light factory side also had more than 50 employees. This time, one could get around 70,000 in salary alone. A salary of around 70,000. It made me happy just thinking about it. Now Li Fei had deeply realized the benefits that having more employees brought him. The more employees he had, the more his salary would be. Therefore, during the next mission, he decided to directly enter the takeaway or logistics industry. In terms of having more employees, no one would dare to say second when these two industries were said to be number one, right? Just take a second-tier city for example. A city's takeaway boy is at least 40,000 to 50,000 dollars. For those first-tier cities, there are even more than 100,000 takeaway boys. Considering that the logistics industry requires cross-province and cross-city logistics transportation, the trucks for transportation would have to be bought at least a dozen or so, and with his current system funds, he simply couldn't afford to buy that many trucks. So Li Fei decided that it would be better for him to enter the takeaway industry on his next mission. And as for the logistics industry, he would consider it after his system funds reached hundreds of millions. Previously, Li Fei felt that to enter the takeaway industry, he would have to invest at least a few billion or even tens of billion dollars. However, he didn't necessarily have to do it in the whole country. He could completely engage in takeaways only in Binjiang City. In this way, there is no need for so many system funds. Maybe a few million would be enough. Moreover, their own takeaway company to recruit the takeaway staff must be all the company's official employees. Sign labor contracts. All the benefits must have all. I believe that with this condition, want to recruit enough writers is not difficult. As for the number of takeout writers in his own takeout company, after Li Fei asked the system even directly gave him a quota of 50,000 people. 50,000 people. Li Fei straight away called out good guy. A security company of 20,000 people and a takeaway company of 50,000 people. This must not take off? This is only a city in Binjiang City. If the whole country is spread out, the number of their own employees shall not be several million? Thinking of this, Li Fei directly called out to Tang Fei and asked her to consult on what formalities are needed to open a takeaway company. After tomorrow was a new round of system missions. One had to prepare in advance. You want to open a takeaway company? Tang Fei was directly confused when she heard Li Fei's words. No, our Iron Blood security company was doing a good job. Why would we want to open a takeaway company? The current takeaway market had basically been dominated by the two giants, Kangaroo and Hummingbird. Other companies want to enter the takeaway industry. That is, there are tens of billions of dollars is not enough to see. Her own boss actually wanted to enter the takeaway industry? Couldn't figure it out. She really couldn't figure it out. Chapter 56 Price War directly convinced the opposite hotel. A new day started when Li Fei woke up in the soft bed of a not-at-all-good hotel. Today was the last day of the system settlement, and the time was cut off at 11 o'clock in the evening. This time, the task was much more difficult than the previous two times, and Li Fei was panicking in his heart. Boss morning. Good morning boss. Li Fei walked downstairs and came to the hotel lobby. Along the way, several hotel employees greeted him. Boss, good news. The Happiness Guesthouse across the street finally couldn't hold out and looked for it yesterday. Xin Qingzhu, the manager of the guesthouse, said happily. Oh, what did she say? Li Fei asked. These days the two hotels have been fighting a price war. Anyway, they have a money-losing system. Even if the price of the rooms is even lower, it doesn't matter. It seemed that the opposite Happy Hotel couldn't hold out any longer. Whether it's the degree of decoration or the service attitude, the Happiness Hotel is far worse than the Not Good at All Hotel. Moreover, it also provides guests with a free dinner, and the price is cheaper than the opposite Happy Hotel. No matter how to compare, the guests are prioritized to consider a little bit of bad hotel. These days, there is not a single guest in the Happy Hotel, and the landlord is so anxious that he has a mouthful of blisters. No more fighting, the opposite side surrendered. That landlord said everyone raise the price. If we continue to fight the price war, it's not good for everyone. Shin Xingju said with a light-hearted smile. Fine, just raise the price, Li Fei said. In the end, the price of the standard room of the Not at All Good Hotel was set at 128 a night, and the price of the big bedroom was set at 158 a night. What? Your guest house has increased its price? In the lobby of the Not Good at All Hotel, a few employees who came on business trips were directly confused after hearing that the prices here had increased. It was so hard to find such a cost-effective hotel, and now people have also increased the price. However, the standard room price of 128 a night, the two people share the words of each person is only $64, plus people pack a dinner, also still cost-effective. In the end, a few people still chose to stay here. 68 a night is cheap, but it is estimated that 68 a night is also the price of the hotel's pre-opening of the big reward, which can always be so cheap. Therefore, the crowd quickly accepted the standard room price of 128 a night. On the other side of the Happiness Hotel, the boss's wife Wei Xiaoli bitterly sitting at the front desk. At first squeezed out Li Fei by himself to open this hotel. Originally thought that can earn more money it. Did not think that the gross did not earn. He also backed up to buy second-hand furniture and appliances money as well as redecorating the floor of the money. That Li Fei don't know which tendon is wrong. Not at all good hotel is always cheaper than her Happiness Hotel $10, but also pack a dinner. How can this be compared? There is no way to compare. These days, the Happy Hotel guests to all run to the opposite side. It's very annoying. Finally really cannot help. Wei Xiaoli went to the opposite side to say a good half a day of soft words. Said he surrendered. Looking at the smug smiles of Shin Xingju and Zhao Chunmei, she was simply furious. Since they surrendered, everyone should not fight the price war. Therefore, Wei Xiaoli's Happiness Guesthouse standard room price was also raised to 128 a night, and the big bedroom price was also mentioned to 158 a night. From today onwards, we all have the same price, and each of us will make money according to our ability. But the new problem has arisen. People are not good at all hotel what grade? Her Happiness Hotel and what grade? Also dare and others a price? But did not do It is hard to convince the opposite side not to fight the price war. If she dares to bring down the price, the opposite side of the other people do not put her on the ground friction? Bitter, regret. I was really lard at heart. Good landlord not do. Open what hotel? Wei Xiaoli depressed sitting at the front desk, only hoping that there will be an unknowing person to her here to stay. Li Fei once again came to the bright factory. When he came here again, he felt as if it seemed to be a little different. How come the employees of the factory work so vigorously? He remembered that when he came here before, these employees were all lazy and worked slowly, but now it has all changed. Boss, you are here. After Li Bin, the workshop director, saw Li Fei, he immediately jogged over. Call a few workers over, go help unload the goods, Li Fei said. Unloading? Li Bin was a bit confused. Subsequently, Li Bin, the workshop director, shouted about 10 people and followed Li Fei to the outside of an unused warehouse. At this time, there was a large truck parked outside the unused warehouse, loaded with vegetables, cooking oil, high-grade rice, white flour, all kinds of spices, meat, eggs, and a lot of bottled pure water, fruits, drinks and so on. The truck was also loaded with a few kitchen freezers, as well as water and drinks in the kind of vertical freezers. The people had been working hard, suddenly called out to move things is very upset. They knew that their wages would be deducted if they failed to meet the target. However, once they saw that the person who asked them to move things was the boss, and it seemed that these things were bought for them by the boss, the crowd went to help move things directly and happily. I heard that our factory workers are not willing to eat in the cafeteria, so I bought these ingredients over and went outside to hire 2 chefs to come and cook for everyone, Li Fei said as he introduced the 2 chefs standing not far away. The 2 men were solidly built and appeared to be quite good chefs. At this moment, the factory manager, Ma Liang, also rushed over to help move up things, and after hearing Li Fei's words, he immediately said, "Yes, boss. The one who cooks for the workers now is the janitor old Li's old partner. The meal cooked by the aunt is really not too good. Everyone doesn't want to go to the cafeteria to eat. Now all of them are buying things outside to eat. Or else I'll sack them? No, just let the 2 of them be in charge of the doorman." and they don't need to do any other work. Wages will also have to go up. Let's go with $3,500 per person per month, and the benefits will be the same as the other workers, Li Fei said. He had heard that the old guard Li and his old partner not only had to watch the guard, but also had to clean the yard, also had to cook in the cafeteria, and sometimes when the factory needed help, they had to go and help. It can be seen that the two of them usually work is not easy at all. Not only is it not easy, the salary is also low, the two together only 5,000 yuan a month. The key is that other welfare benefits are not their share. Other employees who were carrying things heard the boss say so. All ate a shock. The boss is good to them workers. That is because they can make products for the factory, because they can create value. But now that the boss was being so kind to both old Li, the janitor, and his old companion, it was very heartwarming. The janitor Lao Li and his old companion were already in their 50s, and the two of them couldn't do any heavy work. At most they could only look at the concierge and cook for the workers. The general boss treats these people, simply will not even look at a glance. Now the boss was willing to give them a raise in wages and benefits, and even reduced their workload, which made the crowd very touched. At this moment, old Li and his old partner who heard the news also rushed over. When a worker came to tell them the news, they didn't believe it. At first the boss said to the factory staff guaranteed 5,000 wages, and nearly 2,000 various welfare benefits. The factory manager is not counting their old couple, because they are not engaged in the production of the factory. Just look at the concierge. Cooking. You have the nerve to take such high wages and benefits? They also know that they do not have that value. Naturally did not say anything more. Not to mention do not know how to go forward to question the factory director. But now, the boss personally came over and said that he would give them a wage increase and the benefits would be the same as the other workers in the factory. All of a sudden, old Li and his old partner almost cried out, "Boss, this, what do you want me to say?" Old Li and his old companion came to Li Fei and choked. "This is nothing, it was also my negligence before. I am now announcing that from today onwards, all the factory's welfare benefits as well as birthday gifts and holiday gifts are to be given to everyone, including the janitor," Li Fei said. Ma Liang listened to his boss's words and was in awe. Before, he only cared about benefits and value these things too, thinking that there was no need to take too much resources for employees who had no value. Now it seemed that he was wrong. The things were quickly moved and the freezer was put in the cafeteria. Those two newly recruited chefs directly showed their hand to the crowd and fried several dishes. Not bad, not bad. This braised lion's head has a high artistic component. This braised carp is also good. It's very valuable to study. At the dining table, the crowd chatted as they ate. The employees who came to move things this time, each of them will have a red packet of about 200. After finishing the meal, Li Fei opened his mouth. Those few employees who moved things were originally worried that if they came out to move things and delayed the production, they might have to earn a lot less money. Unexpectedly, they could receive a 200 red packet for coming out to move something. Li Fei still had 50,000 to 60,000 system funds before he came, and after buying so many things for the factory today, he had already spent almost all of it. Now, the system funds only had more than 2,000 left, just enough to give the employees who came out to move things a red packet of about 200 each. In order to spend all the system funds, there are more and less red packets, more than 223, less than 201 or so. After sending out the red packets, the system funds went to zero all of a sudden. The system funds returned to zero. Li Fei's mood was great. After leaving the bright factory, he directly returned to the not at all good hotel. Very well, just waiting for the system to settle. Chapter 57 Meta Takeout activated. Inside the not good at all hotel, there were still 5 or 6 hours before the system settled. Li Fei's mood at the moment was as steady as an old dog. That's right, before coming back to the hotel, he recruited those temporary workers again. This time, he even expanded the team of temporary workers and directly recruited a dozen people. Since there was nothing for them to do on this side of the hotel, Li Fei directly let the dozen of them temporary workers go to the bright factory to clean up. A total of 12 people, 300 per person. Now that more than 300 security guards have been hired away on the side of the Iron Blood Security Company, it is fortunate that the order settlement will not be issued until the 10th of the next month, which is the next system settlement cycle. It is not good at all for the hotel to live in a few more guests after raising the price. However, Li Fei has the almighty temporary workers, 12 people, each 300, adding up to $3,600. When the system is close to the settlement time, directly to the hotel's income all the transfer to the temporary workers can be. Therefore, Li Fei didn't panic at all on this side of the hotel. What Li Fei is most worried about now is the bright factory side. In case a big order suddenly came from the bright factory side, he would really have to cry to death. Now, Li Fei could only keep praying that the bright factory side would not show any big orders. Time slowly passed by minute, and Li Fei's heart gradually became apprehensive. 5 minutes before the system's settlement, Li Fei directly paid the hotel's turnover of $1,500 to a representative of the temporary workers. The representative was obviously not surprised by Li Fei's behavior and accepted the $1,500 frankly. As for the remaining $100, Li Fei would naturally transfer it to them the next day. Therefore, they didn't panic at all. The new temporary workers were also dumbfounded. There was still this operation? The Li Fei who hired them didn't look like a poor man, and he had to pay for $3,600 in installments? However, it's already very good that people pay such high wages to hire them, but let them do a little bit of soy sauce work. They naturally didn't dare to be more critical. System settlement 1 minute countdown. 59 seconds. 1 second. Ding. System settlement time has arrived. The system is in the process of settling. Current system remaining funds, 0. Congratulations to the host for completing this round of system missions. Congratulations to the host for receiving the full reward for this round of missions, 5,000,000. This round of tasks the host receives a salary, 63,000. The next round of tasks has been opened. Current system task, please ask the host to lose $20 million within 15 days. Remaining system time, 14 days, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Asterisk. Li Fei couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It worked. He actually succeeded again in this mission? He simply couldn't believe it a bit. Same as all the handsome guys here. Li Fei was also very fond of reading some online novels. Those protagonists in the novels, they wanted to lose money, and it was so hard. At the last moment, an old six would definitely jump out for backstabbing, and then the protagonist's mission would fail. But it was unbelievable when one succeeded 3 times in a row. With a ding sound, Li Fei picked up his cell phone and took a look at it, and sure enough, he found that there was 5,063,000 incoming. As of now, Li Fei's own funds already amounted to 7,08 million. We are also rich, Li Fei said happily. 7,08 million, not to say how rich, at least it is a middle class. It was another new day. Li Fei got up from his bed beautifully. The mission was successful again, filling his body with energy. Losing money. I like losing money. After washing up, Li Fei came to the hotel lobby. At this moment, the employees were already at work. Good morning, boss. Good morning, boss. There were constantly employees greeting Li Fei. Li Fei cheerfully responded to the crowd. When Li Fei arrived at Iron Blood Security, Tang Feier found him. Boss, the matter of the Takeout company is settled. Afterward, Tang Feier talked to Li Fei about the general situation. Generally speaking, the entire takeaway industry consisted of takeaway companies, riders, merchants, and customers. Taking Kangaroo as an example, it had already incorporated almost 90% of the merchants in the market into its territory, and the number of its app registrations was in the billions. What's more, Kangaroo has signed an exclusive agreement with many merchants, which means that you can't cooperate with other takeaway companies after signing an agreement with Kangaroo. Imagine, your new takeaway company, not even a few merchants. What makes people use your takeaway software? But considering that your own boss is only promoting it within Binjiang City, things are much simpler. Even if the Kangaroo is big, there must be a lot of small businesses that can't be noticed, as well as businesses that are too lazy to notice. These are the ones that one's takeaway company focuses on. On to the matter of setting up a takeaway company. It's easy to register a takeaway company and design a takeaway app. As for promotion, finding merchants to cooperate with, and recruiting riders, these are the things that need to be done afterward. Li Fei listened to Tang Feier's words. His face was deep, but inwardly he was already laughing. Perfect. Since it's so difficult to open a takeaway company, and it's also being suppressed by Kangaroo and Hummingbird, it must be 100% money losing. Wasn't this the perfect money losing project he was looking for? Not only can it lose money, it can also recruit more riders. It's perfect. This takeaway company, Li Fei, have decided to create it. Very well. Later on, you'll go to that lawyer Song Tangjing from before and ask him to help run the formalities of setting up a takeaway company. The price will be set by him. Li Fei said. Boss, what are we going to call our takeaway company? Tang Feier asked. Let's call it Meda Takeout. Li Fei responded indifferently. On Iron Blood Security's new training ground, Zhao Hu was training the group of newcomers again. Do you guys have no strength here? Do it for me. Do it hard for me. Zhao Hu chided loudly. The group of newcomers were doing push-ups in the mud pit at the moment. 78, 79. A few minutes later, Zhao Hu looked at the crowd of security guards who were paralyzed on the ground. and immediately gave another output. Is this the level you guys are at? Is this the best you guys can do? Keep doing it for me. Don't eat today if you can't do 200. Hearing that there was no food if they couldn't finish, the new people all became angry and directly started doing push-ups again. Bosses, this is our Iron Blood Security's daily training. These are just the new security staff. Their physical quality is not yet good. They still need to practice fiercely. Those old employees, there are many of them are some retired special forces soldiers. Later I will take you all on a tour. Near the training ground, Dynasty brought several old bosses who were visiting Iron Blood's daily training. In fact, when they said they were veteran general managers, most of them were property managers of some shopping malls or neighborhoods, and a few of them were general managers of hotels. Dynasty had also learned to be smart. Anyway, it was right to call the general in a big way. Chapter 58 Ironblood wants to raise prices. This is inflated. Good. Asterisk. Next, Dynasty took this group of veteran generals to watch a performance by a special forces squad. At that moment, each and every one of this group of veteran general managers all dropped their jaws. This Iron Blood security was so fierce? Why didn't they realize it before? Once the security team members with this kind of spirit were placed in their own neighborhood or shopping mall, the grade of that neighborhood or shopping mall came up at once. Originally, they wanted to continue to cooperate with Manhwa. However, the Manhwa security also do not know what is going on. The security personnel there is a more than a pull crotch. They had no choice but to find Iron Blood. I heard that Iron Blood security has been very hot recently. Very powerful. When they saw it today, it was true. Manager Wang, our neighborhood hires 10 people. Our shopping mall is also hiring 8. Give me 12 special forces like this as well. In an instant, the group of people directly placed their orders. Special soldiers are a bit more expensive. Dynasty said frankly, what we want is expensive. We don't want it if it's not. That old boss said with bravado. Well, everyone line up, one by one. Dynasty has long been happy at this moment. Finally, this marketing manager has made a little achievement. Boss, the registration of the Maida takeaway company has come down, Tang Feier said excitedly. After hearing this news, Li Fei was overjoyed. He had been waiting for the past 2 days and was dying of anxiety. Now that the Takeout company's registration had come down, he could proceed with the recruitment of writers. Unlike Kangaroo Company, they directly outsourced their writers, and the writers were directly packaged to a labor company. So, it's not an employment relationship between Kangaroo and the writers. Everyone just works together. It's convenient to do it this way. The writer, even if there is something, it has nothing to do with Kangaroo. If there is something, you go to the labor company. Li Fei didn't want to do that. The writers he recruited had to belong to his own takeaway company. Only then would he be able to get paid by the system. Tang Feier, wait, you go rent an office building. An area of a few hundred square feet is fine. In the future that will be our takeaway company's office. Su Xiaoxi, later you go release some recruitment information. Recruit some talents in software development, like project managers, UI designers, front-end development engineers, back-end development engineers, test engineers, etc. In addition, takeaway writers can also start recruiting. Let's start with 1,000. The salary of all the recruiters can be in line with the average salary of Binjiang City. Of course, welfare benefits are a must. Li Fei said. 1,000? The two were directly shocked after hearing Li Fei's words. The software hadn't even been developed yet, and the boss was starting to recruit 1,000 takeaway boys? This was too crazy. I heard that developing a software is not that easy, especially this kind of takeaway software development. Takeaway software includes the kind of software used by customers, on which you can see the information of various merchants. Customers can also buy things on the software. You can also see the information of the writer delivery and so on. In short, the function is very much and complex. Takeaway software also includes the delivery software used by the writer. This software is different from the one used by customers. Delivery software can see all kinds of order information in the order hall. The writer can also grab orders in the order hall. Of course, the system will also send some orders to the writer. The key is that the orders sent to the writer should be on the way. If the software is not done well, the order distribution is very messy. It is estimated that the writer will be sprayed to death. In short, the development of takeaway software can't be done without 3 to 5 months. But the boss is going to start recruiting writers now. It's just a bit too crazy. Even if the writers are recruited now, without the takeaway software, these writers simply don't have orders to deliver. Can't figure it out. Really can't figure it out. Li Fei naturally did not consider that much. He does not want to consider whether the writers have orders to deliver. As long as the writer is recruited, he can pay the writer's salary, and then he can receive the system's salary. No orders? It was better if there were no orders. Afterwards, Tang Feier and Su Xiaoxi started to go about their own business. Boss, just now, a few more old bosses came over and placed a lot of orders. This time, more than 100 security personnel have been hired for our Iron Blood security. While Li Fei was thinking, Dynasty from the marketing department walked in and said with a smile, more than 100 security guards have been hired again? Li Fei was instantly unhappy after hearing this. Right now, there were already more than 400 security guards employed by Iron Blood security. Moreover, this trend was intensifying. Maybe one day, all the security guards of Iron Blood security could be hired away. Li Fei was very speechless at this moment. No, he had to curb this trend immediately, otherwise how else would he lose money? Starting from tomorrow, all the hiring fees of all the security guards of Iron Blood security will increase in price, 500 per month. Of course, the security guards who have already been hired are even if they will increase next month, Li Fei said. To increase the price? Dynasty would not directly after hearing this. Big brother, Iron Blood security has opened up the situation with great difficulty, and you want to raise the price now? Doing so would be very unfavorable to Iron Blood security. However, Li Fei was the boss, and since the boss had decided, he could not say anything else. Dynasty walked out of the general manager's office worriedly. Everyone, Iron Blood Security's employment fee is going to increase by 500 per month from tomorrow. Those who haven't decided hurry up and decide. After returning to the office, Dynasty sent this notice inside the cell phone group. This group was the neighborhood property group that he added. Inside the group were all the properties of some neighborhoods. Price increase? Oh, wanting money is crazy. Rubbish Iron Blood. Just a little bit of improvement and want to raise prices, right? This kind of company's boss really does not have a little development vision. After returning to the hotel, which was not good at all, Li Fei laid down in his room. Small. The room is too small. How can he live in such a small house when he is now worth more than $7 million? Subsequently, Li Fei made a resolution. That's right, he was going to expand his guesthouse. Not good at all, the guesthouse was too small. His goal was to expand step by step into a 5-star hotel. Then, step by step, it would expand into a national chain of 5-star hotels. Meeting. Inside the lobby of the Not Good at All hotel, all 10 employees had arrived. This time, I called everyone over because I have something to announce to you. Next, our Not Good at All hotel is going to expand. And for the first step of the expansion, let's acquire a 3-star hotel first. Of course, after acquiring the hotel, everyone here will be the hotel's seniors. Li Fei's words had just finished. The employees underneath collectively exploded. To acquire a 3-star hotel? Didn't drink at dinner either. However, the boss seemed to say that he would be the patriarchal figure in the future. It still sounded relatively cool. For a time, all 10 employees were excited. Chapter 59, Departure to acquire a 3-star hotel. The news that Iron Blood Security was going to raise prices spread directly. Inside Far China Security, Song Jiwen was filled with disdain. I thought Iron Blood would be a threat, but I didn't expect that he would make his own death. These days, Far China's orders had dropped drastically. Song Jiwen was originally still very calm. With the volume of Far China's loss of this little bit of orders is like a hair of rain, but at the end of the day, the order volume of Yuanhua dropped more and more, and in the end, he directly panicked. Now, Iron Blood even made his own death to increase the price. Really, God bless Yuanhua. Notify the marketing department. We must take advantage of the victory, and take those wavering orders in one fell swoop. After hearing this, the assistant hurriedly agreed and jogged out to execute. Inside Anxia Security, the situation was astonishing. When the assistant told his general manager of this news, people even in the gamut, simply even lazy to raise their heads. I know. All day Iron Blood long Iron Blood short. Annoying. At the Iron Blood Security Personnel Office, Su Xiaoxi was releasing recruitment information. At this time, Li Fei walked in. How's the recruitment going? Li Fei asked. Boss, you can't believe it. I've only released the recruitment information in less than 2 hours, and now there are hundreds of people who have submitted their resumes, and there are many more who have called to inquire. Su Xiaoxi said with great excitement. When her boss first asked her to be a personnel officer, she was still very unsure. She was a freshly graduated college student majoring in finance and economics. Could she do a good job as a personnel? Unexpectedly, it was so simple. One could only say that this world was a straw man. In the past, when I looked at the personnel of those big companies, I felt that the other side was really powerful. Now they do the iron blood of the people after the fact to realize, just this? It was also too simple. How many have been recruited in total now? Li Fei asked. Inside the resumes that were submitted, there are a total of more than 300 people who replied that they could come for an interview. Su Xiaoxi said. Well, not bad. Don't recruit the rest yet, Li Fei said. Afterwards, Li Fei returned to his office. The reason why he decided this was because he thought of a better way. That's right, directly let people introduce and engage in the so-called old bringing in new people. An old man who brought in a new person would be directly rewarded with $500. In this way, wouldn't it be possible to spend more money? While Li Fei was fantasizing about his happy life in the future, Tang Fei walked in. Boss, the 3-star hotel you asked me to check on to transfer has a settlement. When Li Fei said to her today that she should keep an eye on the 3-star hotel to be transferred in Binjiang City, Tang Fei was very surprised. The boss wanted to acquire a 3-star hotel? This was too crazy. One must know that his boss had just vigorously expanded his security staff and acquired the Bright Factory. Now he also wanted to acquire a 3-star hotel? Tang Fei looked left and right. No matter how she looked at her boss, she didn't look like a rich second-generation However, she had heard that many rich second-generation people like to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. So maybe her boss was such a person. It seems that one has to pay more attention and observe it. Well, let's go take a look, Li Fei said. The people at the Maida takeaway side hadn't been recruited yet, and he didn't have anything to do right now, so he could just go to the 3-star hotel side to take a look. If it was suitable, he could acquire it himself. Subsequently, Li Fei brought Tang Fei and drove to the entrance of an old hotel in the city, Ruili Grand Hotel. This is a 3-star hotel? Li Fei asked in a bit of disbelief. Shabby. This was too shabby. A 3-star hotel. The appearance does not say how good it looks. At least it can't be so broken. How can we say that we are also worth $7 million, but also have $20 million of system funds? We found such a shabby hotel? However, Li Fei quickly adjusted his mindset. It's good to be shabby. Only when it's shabby can we spend more money. Li Fei kept comforting himself. How nice it is here. The key is that people are cheap, Tang Fei said. Previously, when she was in her old brother's company, she had gotten into the habit of buying things that must be cost-effective. Although this place was a bit broken, the 3-star hotel's frame was still there. After her boss took over, she could put it into operation with just a little bit of renovation, and she would be able to get her money back. How good is this? You are the hotel owner, right? Tang Fei said enthusiastically to the middle-aged man sitting at the hotel's front desk. You're the ones who called me just now, right? Are you the ones who want to buy this hotel? Hotel owner Wu Yu asked. Goodness, is this hotel of his finally going to be sold today? This was too much of a struggle. God knows what he had gone through these days. For the sake of selling this hotel, his hair was almost falling out bald. Let me show you the hotel first. Wu Yu stood up. Don't look at our hotel as shabby, but a casual renovation will bring back the glory of a 3-star hotel. Our hotel has a total of 80 rooms, as well as a laundry room, security room, conference hall, staff dormitory and so on. Buying is earning, isn't it? Wu Yu kept saying all the way. Not bad. Li Fei nodded after looking at it. Although it was a bit broken and old, but redecorating it could cost money. The most crucial thing was that this hotel even had a few luxurious suites. Although the area was only 80 to 90 square meters, a 2-room suite, but it was much stronger than a bad hotel at all. Good. Very good. How much is it? Li Fei asked. Boss, my intentions are obvious enough now, right? Now you still don't give me a hard price increase? Hurry, I can't wait. When Li Fei nodded his head while looking, Tang Fei had frantically and gently kicked her boss's heels to remind him. My boss, you're an even more neurotic existence than my own brother, right? Not to mention buying a hotel. Even if you go out to buy food, you also have to pick the other party's bad points more often, right? Only in this way can better bargain. You are good. Hate the other side of this broken hotel. Praise to the sky. People who do not know see you so boast. Thought this is a 5-star hotel. Hotel owner Wu Yu at the moment has been completely confused. What is the situation? He had already received several groups of people who came to see the hotel. Like Li Fei, he hadn't encountered them before. Since the other party liked it so much, now the hotel would not be worried about making a bid. Maybe they could even ask for a more satisfactory price. Boss, I forgot to introduce you. This is our boss. Iron Blood Security is run by our boss, Tang Fei hurriedly said. Of Iron Blood Security? Wu Yu was directly confused. No wonder people can be so frank. It turned out that his mom was the boss of Iron Blood Security. Iron Blood Security is the most popular security company recently. A city, the most cannot offend people inside. Those large security company boss must be inside. Although Iron Blood Security is not counted as a large security company, but that is also their own small shrimp cannot afford to offend the existence of Chapter 60, Picking up a 3-star hotel at a low price. 8 million. 8 million is really the lowest. Wu Yu whispered. Originally, he thought that Li Fei was a newbie who didn't know anything, but it turned out that he was the boss of Iron Blood. Now, the 8 million that was on his lips had directly turned into 5. 8 million, a loss of $2 million. However, even if the blood loss he decided to sell, getting the money now is the right thing to do. Li Fei couldn't believe it when he heard that the boss only sold it for 8 million. Afterwards, Li Fei glanced at Tang Fei. Really, if it wasn't for you, the other party would have asked for a higher price. But things were already like this. Naturally Li Fei wouldn't say anything more. The contract between the two sides was quickly signed, and Li Fei notified the finance to make the payment. Not long after, Wu Yu received the transfer. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation, Wu Yu said happily, finally getting rid of this burden. Ha ha. Afterwards, Wu Yu drove away from the hotel in a puff of smoke. The hotel acquisition was completed. Li Fei spent $8 million in one go and was in a very good mood. After sending Wu Yu away, Li Fei and Tang Fei began to scrutinize the hotel. Just a moment ago, they had only hurriedly looked at it, but now they were carefully checking it out. Boss, didn't we buy at a loss? Look, so many places in the hotel things are broken. Saying that, Tang Fei opened a guest room's TV and found another broken one. This was already the dozenth broken TV. Calm down. It's just a few bad TVs. Small problem. Li Fei was very calm. These things were definitely going to be replaced by himself anyway. Boom! Li Fei had just finished speaking when a sticker on the wall of the room directly fell to the ground. Where's the boss? Where's the boss of your hotel? Li Fei and Tang Fei heard the yelling and walked out to see a few people grumpily sitting on the sofa in the hotel lobby and yelling. This group of people was about 5 or 6 people, and they looked like punks. No wonder the hotel owner, Wu Yu, was so eager to get out of this hotel, and the price was so cheap. It turns out to be so. Several what brother? This hotel I just acquired. Now I am the boss here. Do you have something? Li Fei asked. It's not a big deal. We are from the Yunhai Grand Hotel next door. This hotel our boss has long been looking at it. The acquisition price of $3 million has already been negotiated. That is, we also do not want to talk more nonsense. 3 million deal. Let's make a friend. Or, their boss has long been on here next to the Yunhai Hotel. After the acquisition of this place, directly after the integration, set up a set of dinner, bath, accommodation is one of the integrated hotel. Before the owner of the Yunhai Grand Hotel cannot be less bad behind the scenes. Looking to take this hotel, did not expect to jump out of a Li Fei. Li Fei was directly speechless after hearing this. This is intended to eat hard? 3 million, want to fart eat. Although he sold 3 million, a direct loss of 8 million, looks good. However, we are the kind of people who eat boring losses. This hotel I spent 8 million to buy. You want to also can. 10 million sold to you, Li Fei said, paralyzed. Your kid do not know good and bad Today 3 million, tomorrow cannot be so high price. Boss with him waste what words Simply directly smash here forget. Illiterate you. Smashing things is against the law. Boss was very speechless. Boss, that's called being legally blind, not illiterate. A little brother corrected. Asterisk. Don't talk will die you. That boss directly slapped the talking little brother. Kid, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't agree, we have plenty of ways to deal with you. That boss was very arrogant. Li Fei was very depressed as he looked at these people. He just wanted to simply lose money. Why is it so damn hard? Now even this kind of thing has happened. That's right, paralyzed. It's your bad luck to meet us, a little brother said and came over to point his hand at Li Fei. I'm going to hell. Li Fei directly angry, flying up a foot directly kicked over. That little brother directly like a piece of broken sack, was kicked out 2 meters away by Li Fei, kneeling on the ground. Asterisk. Brothers on. That boss didn't expect Li Fei to be so brave. How did he dare? There were several people on his side. Saying that, several people directly rushed towards Li Fei. After Li Fei's first mission was completed, the system directly rewarded him with a bottle of body-strengthening liquid. The current Li Fei was not the same weakling Li Fei from before. Seeing the crowd rushing towards him, Li Fei picked up a chair and threw it directly towards the gangsters. The punks didn't expect Li Fei to be so fierce. The ing chairs that he threw even had wind-breaking sounds. Only, the front 2 people dodged over. The back 2 people were directly hit by the chair, immediately holding the legs and grunting. A group of gangsters totaled 6 people. By Li Fei kicked down 1, chair smashed 2, can still fight at once only 3 people. The boss panicked. He really panicked. The young man in front of him looked sunny and handsome. He thought that he was a weak and good son, but he didn't realize that he was a fierce man. Miscalculated. Retreat. He decided to go straight back and move for help. Little Thane, you're finished. You wait for it you. A group of punks retreated while clamoring. 10 minutes later, the punk boss directly brought over a dozen people to kill. This time, he was going to make a clean sweep. Boss, wait. I'm going to tell that little Thane to kneel down and sing Conquest to me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wait, if I don't slap him a dozen or 2 dozen times, I'll eat directly. Wait, I'll tell him to drill my crotch. Just like this. A group of people vastly killed to Ruweli Hotel. Little than brat, come out to your father. A group of gangsters stood at the entrance of Ruweli Hotel in a very imposing manner. Their momentum was called as sufficient. Soon, a group of melon eaters gathered around Ruweli Hotel. It's over. This hotel owner is finished. Hey, told him to buy this hotel on the cheap. Deserved it. Woo you. That slick guy ran really fast, directly handed this hot potato over to this young man. It's a pity. When Li Fei came to buy the hotel, they could see it clearly. I heard that Wu Yu sold the hotel for $5.8 million. However, cheap is cheap. This cheap as you can take advantage of? Just when a group of melon eaters were watching with great interest, a group of punks directly rushed in and began to smash up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Cool. A group of people directly soothingly screamed and smashed again. It had been a long time since they had been so cool. Before, they were still scrupulous and couldn't directly smash things, since Li Fei had already made a move to beat up their people. What the hell were they afraid of? Give me a hard smash, the gangster boss said freely. Relieved, very relieved. Chapter 61, Sky High Compensation. The group of punks of beating and smashing was already a little shabby Ruweli Hotel even more miserable. 10 minutes later, the group of punks smashed tired, a hand holding a stick majestic standing in front of the hotel. This is what happens when you mess with them. Just ask, who else? The punks looked at the crowd of eaters that had gathered in a circle, and the group of people one by one unconsciously lowered their heads. While the group of punks were planning to go out for a big meal to celebrate properly, a group of people came out from the street corner. A group of security guards of 30 to 40 people. A group of security guards wearing security uniforms. The whole team was silent without a single person shouting, but their actions were very neat and unified. Right when Li Fei was beating up a few punks, Tang Fei quietly called Zhang Long and told him what was happening here. There were punks causing trouble in the newly acquired hotel from the family boss? Zhang Long was directly enraged upon hearing this. Thus, Zhang Long immediately gathered a group of security guards and killed them. Only, Iron Blood surprisingly didn't have a single car, so the crowd could only go and take a taxi. Then there were those who took the wrong road, those who were stuck in traffic, and a few who didn't get a taxi and rode a shared bicycle directly over. After they arrived in the neighborhood, they realized that they were lost again. In the end, Li Fei personally went over to bring the crowd over. When Li Fei arrived with the crowd, he saw the smashed hotel and the group of punks standing in front of the hotel. You guys smashed it? Li Fei asked. This group of people is still strange good. This is to know their hotel to be renovated in advance to help themselves to smash a few walls? Although he didn't care about it, but if he just let this group of people go, where would he put his face? This is all a misunderstanding. That gangster boss directly panicked. A black pressurized group of people, a full 40 to 50 security guards. The key is that this group of security guards look like they are not to be messed with. You see this 1 by 1 inch head, cold eyes, all tendon meat, fist also have ing calluses. Misunderstanding Namavi. Zhang Long had long been out of anger, directly went up and kicked the gangster boss out several meters away. Afterwards, the group of security guards pounced on him like a pack of hungry wolves seeing a flock of sheep. Half an hour later, the cluttered hotel lobby. A group of punks were all kneeling on the ground with bruises and swollen noses. You are Mr. Li, right? Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. The one who spoke was Zhang Yuntian, the owner of the Yunhai Grand Hotel. Originally, he thought that the person who took over the hotel was a small rich kid, and with his own means, he could easily take the hotel at a low price. Unexpectedly, he had messed with the boss of Iron Blood. Bad luck. Really bad luck. Tell me, how do you want to solve it? Li Fei asked. Li Fei was also speechless at this moment. Originally, he happily took over this broken hotel, and then step by step, renovated it, bought all kinds of supplies needed for the hotel, recruited hotel staff, and then he could keep spending money. But suddenly this group of people came out and smashed his hotel. It seems that the other party is determined to pay him money. It was just very depressing. Compensation. All the things that were smashed, I'll pay for all of them. After hearing the other party's words, Li Fei looked up at Zhang Yuntian in depression. Okay, let's just leave it at that. Li Fei was just about to open his mouth when Zhang Yuntian spoke again. It was really because the look Li Fei had just given himself was too terrifying. Was this the oppressive feeling of a big brother? $1 million. In order to compensate for the loss of your hotel's turnover as well as the various labor costs, and the mental damages and so on, I will compensate you an additional 1 million. The sweat on Zhang Yuntian's forehead was running down. This sense of oppression was just too strong. If he didn't hemorrhage, could others easily spare him? After Li Fei heard Zhang Yuntian's words, he directly nodded his head and agreed. He was really afraid that if he didn't agree, the other party would continue to increase the compensation. Li Fei had already asked the system, and he couldn't use a single dime of the compensation money. System brother, why can't the compensation money go directly to me? All the things that the other party smashed were bought with system funds, and the compensation money is of course also counted as system funds. Understand? The hotel matter finally came to an end. Zhang Yuntian compensated Li Fei with $1 million and was responsible for redecorating the hotel. However, Li Fei directly rejected the other party's renovation. After the other party finished the renovation, how else would he spend the money? In the end, Li Fei directly asked the other party for $2 million. Li Fei was very helpless and returned to Iron Blood. Looking at the group of security guards each with their teeth bared and flowers smiling, Li Fei opened his mouth and said, all the security guards that came over this time, all of them will be rewarded with $5,000. Ha? 5,000? Asterisk 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 asterisk. The security guards were directly stunned when they heard Li Fei's words. They just went out for a walk and moved their muscles in the meantime. And there was a reward of $5,000? It was just pleasantly surprised and unexpected. When the group of security guards who didn't have time to go over earlier heard this, one by one, all of them regretted and wanted to slap themselves. See, our boss is just so benevolent and generous. In the future when the boss has something to do, I'll see who's still not on. Zhang Long glanced at the group and said, Manager, don't say it. If something happens to the boss in the future, I will definitely be the first one to go on. Count me in. Me too. The next day, Li Fei didn't go directly to Iron Blood, but first went to the renovation company that he had been to before. The one who received him as usual was the same receptionist from before. I'm still looking for that gold medal designer you have here, Li Fei said. Ha? After the receptionist was briefly confused, she quickly trotted off to call the gold medal designer. Tang evening ching, day. A sound of high heels hitting the ground came. Li Fei looked up, and sure enough, he saw the gold medal designer from before again. This time, I'm still going to renovate a hotel. However, the budget this time is $3 million. $3 million? It wasn't a lot, but it was quite a lot. Subsequently, Tang Evening Cheng learned about the Ruili Hotel in detail. 80 rooms, a $3 million renovation budget. Soon, a program was formed. Since Ruili Hotel was rather worn out, the interior needed to be completely renovated, but the exterior didn't need to be greatly moved. The exterior of the hotel just needs to be simply made old, which saves money and has a good effect. She was recently studying this design set that looked like a worn-out vicissitude on the outside, but the interior decoration was luxurious. Unexpectedly, the first experimental subject was Li Fei, and the internal decoration of the hotel does not need to use those expensive decoration materials, especially those very expensive big brand tiles, such as corridors, guest rooms and other places directly laid carpet can be. This is good looking and high grade, but also do not need to replace the hotel floor tiles. Then there is the hotel ventilation, lighting system, as well as guest rooms and bathrooms. These are to be well decorated. Finally, there is the hotel lobby, which is also the most important place. The lobby is the face of the hotel, and this is the place that needs her most serious design and decoration. Chapter 62 The Race to Draw Newcomers. In the Iron Blood Personnel Department, Personnel Manager Su Xiaoxi was signing labor contracts with several writers. Alright, your labor contracts are fine, Su Xiaoxi said. Yesterday, she had been promoted to personnel manager by her boss, who had also given her 2 henchmen. Su Xiaoxi looked at the 2 newcomers who had been smashed by happiness and had mixed feelings inside. Just a short while ago, she and the 2 newcomers were in the same state, full of curiosity and worry about the future. But in just a short time, she had become the personnel manager of such a large company. The key was that the boss didn't just put her in charge of Ironblood's recruitment, he also put her in charge of the recruitment of Meda Takeout, Bright Factory and Ruili Hotel. Did this mean that the boss was going to promote and reuse her? Excited, happy. Now, the technicians of Meta Takeout were all in place to start working. More than 400 takeaway boys have been recruited too. The Bright Factory wasn't expanding at the moment, so it wasn't hiring. At the Ruili Hotel, the boss told her to recruit 20 people. Now this kind of recruitment of 10 or 20 people, she was already numb. It was simply too pedestrian. When it was going to be a recruitment of several thousand people at once, she guessed that she would be shocked that much. The labor contracts of those few writers had also been signed, representing that they were official employees of Meta Takeout from now on. Meta Takeout paid 5 insurance and 1 gold for its employees, and there were many other benefits. For example, 1,000 supermarket shopping vouchers, 500 housing subsidies, 300 meal allowances, and 100 phone bill subsidies. If you live in the house, $500 is the full attendance award. If the food is managed, $300 is the excellent employee award. A delivery boy doesn't care about food or housing. It's meal allowance and housing allowance. Can you believe this? This is simply unimaginable in the past. The key is that the wages they receive from Midas Takeout are a guaranteed base plus commission model. Yes, a guaranteed salary of $5,000, and then a commission of $4 per order. Although taking into account that this is a new platform, the order will certainly not be a lot, but even worse can earn $6,000 or $7,000 per month, right? Not only these, the people Meta Takeout company also provide them with free uniforms, riding helmets, insulation box. The most exaggerated is that people even give them free electric car. These things add up to more than $3,500. If their electric car is out of power later, they can also change the electricity for free, because the company directly gave them a monthly card to change electricity. Now that there are so many power exchange cabinets in Binjiang City, it will be very convenient to exchange electricity. Just by changing electricity, they can save $380 per month. Moreover, the company is also responsible for buying them insurance every day. Although it was only the kind of insurance that cost $3 a day, it was about $100 a month. That's another amount of money that can be saved. How rude. The new company is simply too rude. God knows how much it hurt when they used to run a takeout business and were deducted $3 for the first order they received every day. Shocked. When they heard this, they were all stunned. They are all old birds of the delivery of takeaway. About the takeaway of those sets are very clear. Like some kind of loan to buy an electric car, and then make you sign a contract of some kind. Well, you just go slowly to pay back the loan to go. When they first heard the Meta Takeaway recruitment information, they thought it was another new type of fraud trick. When they really came over and saw it, they realized that it was shallow. It was their short-sightedness. People's Meta not only does not have any schemes, no matter the salary or welfare treatment, that is called a good. Our Meta Takeaway was going to directly recruit 1,000 people, but the boss decided to let you pull in the remaining 600 people. For every person you pull in, the company will reward 500. This is a special benefit from the boss. I hope you guys cherish it. Although the crowd had already walked out, the personnel's words were still as if they were ringing in their ears. Pulling a person rewarded 500? There is such a good thing? Doesn't that mean if they pull 10 people, they will be rewarded 5,000? The key is that the conditions of the Meta Takeaway are so good, but there is no worry that no one will come over. Not to mention letting them go and pull people in. Even if they casually reveal to others the information that they could join Midas through their own formal employees, those people would probably trample on the threshold of their house. The small group of friends who often deliver with them are still regretting that they were not hired. Ha ha, this time, you can be a saint in front of people. This time, not only can you get the 500 reward for pulling in new people, but you may also receive the favor fee that the small group of friends gave to you at the beginning. This is almost certain. There are just so many places. Who can come and who can't? Is the word for them, the new employees. You want to join Midas? I have a quota. Then it's not too much to show, is it? But now that there are only 600 places, the people are immediately not come. 400 people to pull 600 people. Obviously not enough for everyone to share. What to do? Of course it was first come first served. First to strike. I won't eat the meal first. I still have something to do. I'll leave first. Just in time. I also have some temporary things to take care of. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I went out and forgot to turn off the faucet. I have to hurry home too. Hey, Lee, let me tell you. What? You're still delivering takeout? Still delivering a gross takeout. Here's a heavenly riches. Do you want it? I'm telling you, if you can't grasp this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you'll definitely regret it for the rest of your life. On the other end of the phone, the takeaway boy called Little Lee was simply thrilled. There is this good thing? Give him a call. Is often chatting a takeaway old man. Did not expect. Did not expect. There is such a good opportunity. People can think of their own. This favor. Do not say. Later to see our actions. Subsequently, Lee directly a 180 degrees in situ drift turnaround. Electric door screwed to the end. Riding the car to the iron blood of the personnel office ran wildly. Race against time. Now this situation can only be called the life and death of the deliveryman. Those used to be downright pedestrian. Hello? Charlie was still able to answer the incoming call while riding his bike. Why am I riding in the opposite direction? Nothing. I'm not delivering your takeout. You can order another one. Complaint? Whatever. Kangaroo takeout. Master quit. Afterwards, Lee hung up the phone. Relieved. Simply too damn relieved. In the past, not to mention the customer said the word complaint. Is the customer tone a little heavier? He had to keep apologizing. Now, whoever you like, I do not serve. Finally, after a wild ride of more than 20 minutes, Charlie finally arrived at the Iron Blood Security Company. He was directly confused. How is this a security company? Wasn't it said to be a takeout company recruiting employees? Has he been cheated? Afterwards, Xiaoli hurriedly called the customer who had just made a compensation call. It should not be too late. Hear my complaint panicked? Oh, give master a whole laugh. You're just waiting to be complained about. Listening to the arrogant tone on the other end of the phone, Xiaoli's heart was simply like 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past. Afterwards, he could only walk into the personnel office of Iron Blood Security with a stiff upper lip. Chapter 63, Pure Money Losing Streamplay. Little Lee, here. Xiaoli looked up and saw the nice big brother in the crowd. It was with someone's invitation that he was able to come over. Go, follow me to the interview. As long as you are healthy and have no criminal record, applying for the job is the nail in the coffin. Xiaoli's heart was broken with excitement when he heard his good big brother's words. Just a moment ago, he thought he had been tricked. A takeaway company's recruitment was actually taking place inside a security company? Only after asking clearly did he realize that the takeaway company and the security company were owned by the same boss. Awesome! Does this mean that in the future, when they go to some neighborhoods to deliver takeaways, those security guards won't stop them? After all, we are all on our own. So you have the nerve to stop your own takeaway company's people? While walking and thinking, unknowingly Xiaoli was led by his big brother down to the personnel office door. At this moment, the personnel office entrance has lined up a lot of people waiting for interviews. Of course, all of these interviewees were introduced by official employees of Midas Takeaway. If there was no formal employee referral, they wouldn't want you at all. Old Xing, how many newcomers did you bring over? Why, not many, just 3. How about you? 3 isn't much? I only brought 1. Xiaoli listened to the chatting of these official employees of Midas Takeout, but inwardly, he was shocked once again. I heard that people directly let those formal employees to pull new people, and give them a reward of $500 for pulling one in. This is simply a proper company welfare. Not to say anything else, just this point alone is enough to prove the boss's atmosphere. The interview went quickly, and it wasn't long before it was their turn. The boss brought Little Lee to the personnel office. Manager Su, this is the newcomer I brought. Big brother boss said. Afterward, personnel manager Su Xiaoxi simply asked Little Lee a few questions before hiring him. This is the labor contract. You fill it out first. It has a detailed description of our Midas Takeout company's salary and various benefits, Su Xiaoxi said, and then recorded it in the old bringing in new form on the computer. Recruitment was complete. Who brought a few new people over, and what the rewards were, could all be seen in the form. Xiaoli was already filling out the labor contract at this moment. However, after he saw the various benefits and perks recorded in the contract that was almost half a page of paper, he only felt a happy dizziness. It was true. What Big Brother had told him was true. Before, they only knew that the conditions at Midas Takeout were good, but they didn't know exactly how good. Now, he knew. A base salary of $5,000, a delivery fee of $4 per order, and free equipment as well as an electric car, free electricity change, and free insurance premiums. What's even more exaggerated is that there are nearly 2,000 other welfare costs per month. Happiness, to be able to join Midas Takeout to deliver food. He simply felt too happy. Brother, nothing more to say. If it wasn't for you introducing me, I'd still be in Kangaroo suffering to deliver takeaways now. Tonight dinner bath sauna singing K1 Dragon. Please, boss, the 1,000 takeaway employees of Midas Takeaway Company have all been recruited, but our takeaway software will take another 4 or 5 months to make, at a conservative estimate. During this time, those takeout employees basically have no orders to take. Iron Blood Security. Inside the boss's office, Tang Fair was reporting to her boss. Just the second half of the sentence she didn't say. 4 or 5 months of time the takeout employees couldn't take orders, but the employees' wages and benefits the company was required to pay to people. Even if the software is done well in 4 months' time. In 4 months' time, the wages and benefits of 1,000 takeaway employees add up to nearly $28 million. 28 million just throw away for nothing? Anxious. His boss was too anxious this time. Even if you want to enter the takeaway industry, you have to wait until the software is ready before recruiting takeaway employees. But his own boss directly recruited 1,000 takeaway employees. Now that people have been recruited, either give employees 4 or 5 months of wages and benefits for nothing, or you can fire them and rehire them when the software is ready. Either way, it's a huge blow to the company. You have to know that the company has just signed a labor contract with these employees, and now if they are dismissed for no reason, it is impossible for the company to compensate them without hemorrhaging money. Li Fei listened to Tang Fair's report and smiled inwardly. Genius like me. Really genius like me. Good. Simply great. These 1,000 deliverymen were his own treasure. Just by placing them here without doing anything, they can steadily spend $7 million of their own money every month. That's what I call a ing money-losing stream of play. Not a dime of profit can be generated. Is pure loss of money? Just ask who else. Along this line of thought, Immediately after, Li Fei thought of a wonderful way. That's right, is to drag the production cycle of the takeaway software. Didn't you say the fastest time to finish is 4 months? Well, from now on, all those software engineers in the takeaway company are not allowed to work overtime. Didn't you apply for the expansion of all kinds of software engineers? Okay, application denied. I won't recruit a single extra person for you. Not only that, Li Fei also decided to go over there and mess up. If you can't do it here, change it. If it doesn't work there, change it again. This down Li Fei believe. This takeaway software without half a year or a year time do not want to do well. A year's time. Ha ha, I have to pure loss how much money ah. When the time comes, Li Fei decided to continue to increase the recruitment of takeaway staff. 1,000 people is far from the limit. 1,000 people is just the beginning. One must know that the system had given him a staff cap of a full 50,000 people. Well, I know. I'll take care of this matter, Li Fei said. Tang Fei was directly confused when she saw her boss not panicking at all. Do you have a mine at home or something? Even if there was a mine in your family, it wasn't such a playful way to take money and blow it away. However, she was just a small assistant. She had no right to interfere with her boss's decision. Soon, it looks like his boss is about to step into the dust of his own brother, Tang Tenji. A net loss of $28 million was a heavy blow even if it was placed on a large company. Not to mention a small company like theirs that was just starting to develop. Thinking of all this, Tang Fei walked out of the boss's office with worry. Chapter 64, Bright Factory Expansion. Things on the side of the takeaway company had come to an end for the time being. The security company had been growing very rapidly, but since Li Fei directly raised the hiring price by $500, the security company also went off at once. Ha ha, just very happy. Now Li Fei's focus has been put on Ruili Hotel and Bright Factory. The recruitment for the hotel was underway and the renovation would take a few more days. Therefore, Li Fei once again came to the Bright Factory. Boss, you're here, Ma Liang said with a smile. Li Fei nodded and began to tour the factory once again under Ma Liang's guidance. No, it doesn't work here. Not so good there either. Li Fei was shaking his head as he walked. The various facilities of the factory were too simple, especially the production workshop. The condition of our production workshop is too poor, Li Fei said. Boss, it can't be helped. When we manufacture stainless steel water cups, we have to go through multiple processes. There are some processes that are noisy, metal dusty, and harmful gases are harmful. These are all unavoidable. However, the factory has already purchased a batch of imported earplugs and masks, striving to minimize such hazards. Ma Liang replied seriously. These were all unavoidable. However, with the release of the boss's new wage model and working hours system, the employees were already feeling very happy. As for this little problem, the employees could still overcome it. If you casually visit other factories, everyone is like this. But are the wages in other factories as high as those in our Bright Factory? Do they have good benefits? Do they have double holidays? Can they work only 8 hours a day? Can they have such delicious food in the cafeteria? No, not at all. Those employees from other factories still have to work in them, right? They don't even dare to quit their jobs, because the situation in the next factory could be even worse. So now the employees of the Bright Factory were already very satisfied and content with the current situation. Li Fei naturally wouldn't consider this. He only wanted to lose more money. Just having masks and earplugs won't work. I heard that this metal dust is very harmful to one's body when inhaled too much. How about this? You find a way to contact those manufacturers of dust removal equipment. Buy some dust removal equipment and install it for the employees. The dust removal equipment must be the best. There's also the lighting equipment that needs to be changed. Inside the factory is so dark, the employees cannot see how to work. And the cooling and ventilation equipment must also be installed. Now that the weather is so hot, the cooling and ventilation equipment must be there. By the way, the employees have to go to the hospital once a month for a full body checkup. If there are any problems, we have to do early detection and early treatment, Li Fei said as he walked. Ma Liang on the side was directly confused after hearing his boss' words. How much would it cost to install these devices? And there was a free medical checkup for the employees once a month. Those large factories probably wouldn't treat their employees this well, right? Talking, the two came to the packaging workshop. Packaging workshop is not big, a few hundred square meters. Li Fei just walked in, immediately felt the stifling heat inside. Unlike the production workshop, the doors on both sides can be opened, and the ventilation is not bad. Packaging workshop has only one door, or a small door is not too wide. It is strange that it is not stuffy inside. At this time the packaging workshop employees see the boss actually came. All work more vigorously, cannot work hard. The boss gave them such a good salary and benefits. If they do not work hard, can they stand up to the boss? Good day boss. Good day factory director. Yu Feng, the director of the packaging workshop, rushed over to greet them. Do the employees usually work standing up? Li Fei asked. Yes, boss. Standing to work will be more concentrated. Work will be faster. Now the packing speed of our packing workshop employees is already 1.5 times faster than before. Workshop director Yu Feng hurriedly said. At the same time, he also secretly applauded himself. See, the employees of our packing workshop, each and every one of them has a good mental outlook, and they work at a fast speed. This does not show that I am the workshop director of strong ability? Show face. He this time but hard in front of the boss to show a face. Cool. Why stand when you can sit and work? Standing is too tiring. You know they have to stand for 8 hours a day. Let's do it this way. Buy a chair for all the employees in the packaging workshop. The chair must be bought good. In the future, all the employees in the packaging workshop will sit and work. Also, the packaging workshop should immediately install central air conditioning. It's really too hot here. At that time, you make a list. Tell me how much you need. I'll let the finance transfer money to you, Li Fei instructed. While Ma Liang listened to it, he took careful note of it. After the tour, it was just about lunchtime. Li Fei stayed and ate with the crowd. This was the second time Li Fei had eaten in the factory cafeteria. The first time was when he had just recruited 2 chefs. During the meal, Ma Liang reported the factory's recent situation to Li Fei. Boss, our latest stainless steel insulated cup has been successfully developed. This mug is very good in terms of appearance quality, practicality and so on. Just yesterday, we were just ordered a batch of the new water cups. Ma Liang said proudly. Could he not be proud? This was his first success since he became the factory manager. How many were ordered? Li Fei asked nervously. It's not much, only a few hundred. However, one of these water cups will sell for 200. Ma Liang said. Only a few hundred. Small problem, just a small problem. Li Fei immediately put down his heart. Probably just got lucky and happened to sell a few hundred of them. Where was success so easy? Those large-scale factories have been drilling for many years, and their networks have long been intertwined and deep-rooted. Other people's sales network has long been spread out. Tentacles also reached far away. Therefore, there is not much market share left for the Bright Factory. Bright Factory would just be eating some of the leftovers left by others. Thinking of this, Li Fei immediately put his heart down. Right, I almost forgot the most important thing about this visit. Expansion. Bright Factory is going to expand a few more production lines. Li Fei had eaten and drank his fill before he remembered the main thing. That's right, he didn't just come this time to improve the working environment for his employees. It was time for the factory to expand. Only if the factory expanded could he recruit more employees. If the factory didn't expand, the original 50 employees, plus the 20 or so new recruits this time, would already be the limit recognized by the system. Therefore, expansion was imperative. Chapter 65, Ma Liang is just the talent I need. The Bright Factory is going to expand. Just let the factory director Ma Liang depressed is that the boss only said the expansion, but did not say how to expand, in which direction to expand. Originally he wanted to ask, but his boss took a phone call and left in a hurry. When he left, he also said something about the expansion of the matter you see to it and so on. Let yourself decide? This responsibility is too big. Ma Liang felt very touched. What a great trust. Not to mention that he was just a newbie who had just become the factory manager for a few days. Even those old factory managers who had been working for 10 or 20 years, those bosses wouldn't give them so much power. Meeting. Thinking for a moment, Ma Liang said, although he himself was the factory manager, he could decide everything with full authority. However, after all, he had just become the factory director not long ago, and he still needed to listen to more opinions and suggestions that should be heard. Subsequently, the various workshop directors, office staff, and line leaders of the various production lines of the Bright Factory all gathered in the conference room. I'm sure you all know about the expansion of our Bright Factory this time, so let's all say what we think. Ma Liang opened his mouth and said, Factory Director, in my opinion we should still build a few more production lines for the new type of water cups. Li Bin, the director of the production workshop, suggested. No, shallow, the pattern is shallow. Now our factory's production of water cups is already not small, and the demand for water cups in the market is not very large. In my opinion, we can expand a few production lines for tableware, a young line leader said. This line manager was also promoted after Ma Liang became the factory manager. Named Zhang Feng. Tableware? The crowd was directly confused. Aren't we a water cup factory? Why are we going to make tableware? Yes, like stainless steel bowls and chopsticks, stainless steel dinner plates and so on. The market demand for these things is still very strong. Line leader Zhang Feng said. Aha, reasonable, very reasonable. After the crowd heard Zhang Feng's words, they all nodded frequently and thought deeply. Alright, the expanded few production lines will just produce tableware. Ma Liang directly decided on it. In fact, he had long had this idea. Right now, the market demand for this kind of stainless steel insulated water cups produced by the Bright factory really wasn't very big, because the price of this kind of water cup was high. The key was that it wasn't easy to break. It was normal to use a water cup for several years, so Ma Liang had already started to secretly examine the market of other industries, and the tableware industry seemed to be a very good choice. Factory manager, if we want to increase the production line, we don't have enough factory buildings, a line manager whispered. Yes, the previous addition of a few new production lines for new stainless steel water cups took up a lot of space. Our current workshop is already very crowded. Well, it is. Ma Liang also frowned slightly as he listened to the words of the crowd. This matter seemed to be really a bit difficult. Remove a few old production lines? Replan the layout of the production lines? Remodel the workshop and find a way to expand the size of the workshop? For a while, Ma Liang began to think about the most cost-effective method. What's wrong with that? Didn't our boss say that he left the matter of expansion entirely in the hands of the factory manager? If the workshop is not enough, wouldn't it be fine to just build another workshop? Zhang Fong said. Build another workshop? Young man, do you know how much money is needed to build another workshop? That's right, you think building a workshop is like building blocks. Just build it when you say so. All these cost a lot of money. Listening to the group of people talking, Ma Liang was also very headstrong. So, he decided that he'd better give the boss a call and ask. Although the boss said that he was going to let himself take full responsibility, but the matter of building a workshop was too big. He didn't dare to take such a big idea. Inside the Iron Blood security office, the workshop area is not enough to build a workshop? Li Fei almost pissed himself laughing after hearing Ma Liang's call. Sure enough, it was worthy of being his chosen talent. He only thought of a small solution like expanding a few production lines, but he directly suggested to himself that he might as well build a new workshop. Why didn't he think of it at that time? So, if you want to lose money, you still need to find the right person. Ma Liang is undoubtedly the talent he needs in this regard. No problem. Build me hard. One is not enough. At least 3 new factory workshops should be built. We need to prepare for future expansion, Li Fei said happily. Build 3 new workshops? Ma Liang was directly confused after hearing this. Originally he thought his boss would criticize him severely. Is this the level of this factory manager of yours? You only think of building new plants when there aren't enough plants? Do you know how much money it costs to build a new factory? Can't you think of other ways? Before he called, he was ready to be scolded by his boss. He didn't expect the ending to be like this. Not only did his boss not scold him, he even encouraged him to build a few more workshops. Just fantastic. Since all the decisions had been finalized, Ma Liang began to lay out the tasks. Zhang Feng, now I'm appointing you to be the director of the new cutlery workshop, and then you'll be in charge of getting the lathes for these production lines, Ma Liang said. Zhang Feng was simply thrilled after hearing Ma Liang's words. He was directly promoted to become the director of the new workshop as a small line manager. It's true that one person gets a government position. The one who got the way was Ma Liang, and the chicken dog that ascended to heaven was him, Zhang Feng. Then there is the construction of the new workshop. This matter will be handled by Director Li Bin Li, Ma Liang said. Li Bin also nodded after hearing this. Although our factory is going to build a few new production lines, the issue of water cup sales is also urgent. From now on, the people in the business department will work overtime and try to open up the sales of water cups as soon as possible. This time, I'll personally take you guys out to look for sales, Ma Liang said. Although the boss stipulated that the employees work 8 hours a day, but the business department is related to the survival of the Bright factory. At this time to work overtime, you business department should not be more pressed for anything, right? The business department several people heard after all are chrysanthemum tight. The factory director personally came over to supervise. Seems to be the factory director has been a little dissatisfied with their business department. This time, they had to fight for their lives. Otherwise, in the future, there will still be good fruit for their business department to eat? Damn it, this Ma Liang used to look at him with thick eyebrows and a squeaky voice. I didn't expect that after becoming the factory manager, the requirements for their business department were so harsh. After the things were ordered almost, Ma Liang dissolved the meeting and returned to the factory director's office. Chapter 66 Bright Factory seeks development in many ways. Zhang Fong left. Happily, he embarked on a journey to find a lathe for manufacturing tableware. Fellow as the factory director Ma Liang to find him on the tableware manufacturing is very good at a master. That teacher master immersed in tableware industry for more than 20 years, in all positions have done, can be said to be an all-round talent in this industry. This master was poached by Ma Liang from an old tableware factory in another city. Treating this kind of talent, of course, Ma Liang was not stingy, and a promotion and pay raise was inevitable. Now, the Bright factory was divided into 4 departments: production department, business department, finance department and logistics department. In the end, Ma Liang directly appointed the other party to become the manager of the production department of the Bright Factory, with a monthly salary of $12,000. He knew that the salary of the factory manager was only $20,000 per month. Ma Liang promoted the other party to become the manager of the production department and let him directly come over to take charge of the production department, which was already considered a very generous condition. The other party was only a workshop director, but after hearing the conditions given by Ma Liang, he jumped over without hesitation. How could a workshop director be compared to a production manager? The production manager was already considered a senior leader of a factory, but he was sitting in an office and blowing air conditioning. Unlike the workshop director, who has to run to the workshop day after day and is busy with endless worries, the production manager is already considered a senior leader of a factory. The key is, I heard that this Bright Factory and other factories are not the same. I heard that the Bright Factory only works 8 hours a day, with double weekly rest, and their wages and benefits are also very good. How could there be such a factory in the world? He didn't believe in it at first, but only after he really came to the Bright Factory did he fully believe in it. This time, he was very confident when he set out to look for a lathe. Other dare not guarantee, about this line of tableware, there is nothing he does not understand. Which lathe is good? Which lathe is cost-effective? He is clear. On the other hand, Li Bin had already found a not-so-big construction engineering company, Xinxin Construction and Installation Engineering Company. The reason why they didn't look for those large construction and engineering companies was because their Bright Factory was just a small factory, and they were afraid that people wouldn't be able to see this kind of small project. Moreover, looking for these small companies might even be able to bargain and get the other party to give them a little cheaper. If those big companies, you still bargain? They don't even bother to take care of you. The other side heard that the Bright Factory one time to build 3 workshops plant. The person in charge of Kong Long simply happy. This is a big order although each workshop is only more than 300 square meters, but people more directly to build 3 workshop is more than 900 square meters. The total cost of 900,000 you think it can? Kong Long said. The construction cost of 1,000 per square meter is considered a normal price. 900,000? No, a little cheaper. And we're building 3 at once. Li Bin's head shook like a rattle. How about this? 880,000? High. Still high. 850,000. That's really the lowest price. Boss, you have to look long term. Our Bright Factory's expansion won't stop here. This is just the beginning. Next, our Bright Factory will also expand greatly. And if we work well together, we'll ask your company to do all these projects in the future. Li Bin directly drew a big pie for the other party. Come on. 800,000. Any lower and there really isn't much profit, Kong Long said through gritted teeth. However, Li Bin's big pie was obviously still very productive. A small construction engineering company like them, if they could really embrace a big leg and find long-term stable projects, the rise would be sooner or later. Could the Bright Factory really become its own thigh? Throwing down the cluttered thoughts, Kong Long and Li Bin signed a letter of intent to cooperate. Li Bin is only a workshop director. He is not qualified to sign the contract. The contract has to be signed by the factory director Ma Liang. The cooperation will only come into effect after both parties sign the official contract. The marketing department side. A few people from the marketing department were sitting on the road teeth with a miserable face, while Ma Liang was standing in front of them with a heavy heart. Originally, he also wanted to sit down like the marketing department. He was really exhausted after running all morning, but when he thought about it, he is now the factory director. No matter when and where, he should have the appearance of a factory director. Factory manager, you also followed us out to run so many shopping centers and supermarkets. Now you believe us. Our marketing department really hasn't been lazy. This sales are really not good to open. The marketing department manager Xiao Feng bitterly spat out. Yeah, factory manager. People in these places usually have a fixed partner, and our Bright Factory is an unknown small factory, so it's not easy to open up sales. That's right. The key is whether or not we can get a small car for our marketing department. Nowadays, if you don't have a luxury car, people won't even bother to take care of you when you go out to talk about business. We don't want a luxury car, but a car that is around $200,000 is not bad. Ma Liang was helpless as he listened to a few people's tirades. How could he not know this? He also wanted to give the marketing department a car, but we don't have that condition. The boss had just given the workers of the Bright Factory a raise in wages and benefits. Now he wants to expand the plant and add a few new production lines. Which of these does not cost money? The boss spent money to acquire the Bright Factory, and then spent so much money to give the workers wage increases and expand the plant and production lines. Now that Bright Factory is still in the red, do you have the nerve to ask your boss for money to buy a car? If you have to ask the boss for help when you are in trouble, why would he hire them? After Ma Liang said his thoughts, several people from the marketing department obediently kept their mouths shut. Of course they understood the situation, and they also understood. What they said before was just a simple spat. After resting for a while longer, the few people walked into a small supermarket again. The big supermarket was definitely hopeless anyway, so it was better to come to the small supermarket and try their luck. This was the helplessness of small factories. Unlike those big factories, they don't need to run to the market by themselves. They have 1, 2 or even 3 dealers. After those big factories produce their products, they can directly send them to the first-level distributors. And then it's very convenient to make regular payments, which was like their Bright factory, where they still had to have their own business department employees to find sales. Boss, we are from Bright Factory, specializing in stainless steel insulated cups. This is the mug we produce. Take a look. Ma Liang opened his mouth and said, the water cup is quite good. How much do you guys charge for this water cup? The supermarket boss asked. To be honest, he also sold water cups here. There were several neighborhoods nearby, and only his house was selling water cups, so, the sales volume was still a little bit. However, he was taking the goods from a third-level distributor. The payment for the goods was higher, and the profit left for himself was inevitably lower. Listen to this group of people. They are from the factory. If he took the goods directly from the factory, will it be cheaper to take the goods? This water cup is a more upscale point. Using a lot of technetium technology, our factory selling price is 200, and these are ordinary water cups, priced at 59. The several models here are priced at 19. Ma Liang began to introduce them in earnest. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This cup has a nice texture and a beautiful shape. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is a pure titanium mug? And a key to open the lid? The supermarket boss picked up the 200 water cup and studied it, and was directly confused. Advanced. Too damn advanced. Such a water cup was only sold for 200? This was even better than the batch of high-grade water cups he had previously stocked, yet the price was much cheaper. Chapter 67 Carousel Lucky Draw. How about this? I'll start with 10 of these pure titanium high-grade mugs. I'll also take 10 of these mid-range ones, and I'll take 20 of these low-grade ones, the supermarket boss said. These cups are much cheaper than the previous batch of cups he entered under the same grade. He could buy some and try to sell them, and if they sold well, he could cooperate with them for a long time. It's only going to be this much, a salesman on the side spat out. We are not those third-level distributors. We are manufacturers. We don't force you to take hundreds at a time. You have to take at least a few dozen of each type, right? Now you take 10 or 20 of each type. Polite you? No problem, boss. You can first take some to try to sell. If it sells well, we can cooperate for a long time. Ma Liang hurriedly said, although the supermarket boss took less goods. But this is also a good start. There were a total of 40 water cups, with 7 or 8 styles in high school and low grade, and the price was $29.70. Because they came out this time only with the cup samples, so can only leave the contact information, and so back to the factory and then let the salesman to the door delivery. After Ma Liang asked the salesman to write it down, he left the place to head to the next mini-mart. Not bad, this is a good start. Next, your business department will focus all of your main efforts on these small supermarkets, Ma Liang said. Those big supermarkets were definitely out of the question. So let's adopt the strategy of encircling the city from the countryside and start with one small supermarket. Of course, these were all stupid methods. Next, he planned to recruit a few more salesmen. These newly recruited salesmen would specialize in finding online stores willing to cooperate as well as finding suitable distributors. After opening up the online market and finding the right dealers, Bright Factory would be able to get out of the dilemma and usher in its own development. Iron Blood Security Company. Today, Li Fei was very depressed. Originally, Li Fei was very happy when the Bright Factory said that they were going to expand their plant and add new production lines. As a result, early this morning, the system didn't know what to do and directly gave him a warning. The reason for the warning was because Li Fei had raised the hiring price of Iron Blood Security Company's security personnel. The reason for the warning was that Li Fei had raised the hiring price without authorization, disrupting the normal market order. System, why didn't you warn me at that time? Now that I've raised the hiring price, wouldn't it make me look like a clown to change it back? Li Fei asked irritably. Sorry, this system was under maintenance at the time. In order to compensate the host, this system exceptionally gifts the host with a lottery opportunity. Please draw as soon as possible and don't compare more than once. That's more like it. Li Fei was instantly happy. System, raffle. The lottery carousel is ready. The system is in the lottery. Stop. Li Fei stared tightly at the lottery carousel and shouted after silently counting 3 seconds in his heart. Congratulations to the host for receiving a cash prize of $1 million. Getting 1 million for nothing. Li Fei was practically pissing himself laughing. The first mission of the system. He had worked so hard for so long to obtain 1 million. Now an easy prize draw is 1 million? System, I hope you maintain it often so I can draw prizes often. The last time was purely an accident. Don't be paranoid, host. While Li Fei was happily chatting with Brother System with his brainwaves, Dynasty walked in. Boss, Looking at Dynasty's stammering appearance, Li Fei became anxious. Just say what's up. It's like this, boss. After our security company raised the hiring price last time, many of the clients who were originally interested in our security company have all chosen Manhwa and Anxia. The business volume of our security company has fallen off a cliff in the past few days, Dynasty said. At the same time, he was ready to be scolded by his own boss. Although the decision to raise the price was made by the boss, which boss would admit his mistake? There wasn't. Not only would the boss not admit his mistake, he might even pull a few people out to take the blame. And their marketing department, especially him, the marketing manager, is the best backstabber. However, he couldn't just stand by and watch Iron Blood, which had just come out of the predicament, step into the abyss again. That's why he summoned up the courage to find his boss. Li Fei quietly listened to Dynasty's report. A precipitous decline? Originally, this was a very pleasing thing, showing that the operation of raising one's hiring price could indeed be a good way to create a loss. Unfortunately, System Brother didn't give him a chance. If System Brother didn't intervene, Iron Blood Security's loss of money was solid. Well, I've already noticed this thing you said. How about this? The hiring price is still adjusted back to the previous price, Li Fei slowly said. Dynasty was directly confused. He thought that his boss would definitely be furious and scold him. However, even if he was scolded by his boss, he still had to stand up for himself. Unexpectedly, the boss had decided to adjust the price back? The boss was so obedient to persuasion? Afterwards, Dynasty went back with joy. These days, the market share that originally belonged to Iron Blood had been taken up by Yuanhua again, and he was in a hurry. He had to tell the leaders of those neighborhoods, shopping malls, schools and factories about this news. Not long after Dynasty had just left, Zhang Long walked in again. Good news, boss. Our security company's gun license has been issued, Zhang Long said excitedly. When did you guys go and get the gun permit? Li Fei opened his mouth to ask. He was confused when he unexpectedly didn't know anything about it. It's like this. Our security company's business has been slipping too badly these days, so Assistant Tang went with a few of our employees to apply for a gun permit. As long as we have a gun permit, we can take on those armed escort businesses, Zhang Long said. The market for armed transportation was huge. Banks, gold stores, jewelry stores, and some companies or private individuals would also hire armed escorts. Now that Iron Blood Security's gun license had come down, they could enter this market. Earlier, this market was firmly controlled by the Far East China and Anxia, and now Iron Blood can finally get a piece of the pie. Li Fei was directly speechless after hearing this. How could this happen? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have raised the price. Well, you guys did a very good job. Li Fei was already powerless to spit. Zhang Long joyfully listened to his boss's praise, his mouth cracking with laughter. See how happy the boss was to know, saying so many good things in a row. Chapter 68, Luo Shuai's Little Numbers. No panic. I'm not panicking at all. Li Fei kept giving himself mental hints. Isn't it just getting down a gun permit? Even with a gun permit, it wouldn't be much more performance. He himself had the big killer weapon of meta takeout. Thinking of the meta takeout, Li Fei realized that he had not visited it even once. Failure of responsibility. This was his own failure as a boss. Afterwards, Li Fei drove to the office building rented by Midas Takeaway. The office building was rented in a very busy area, which was full of high-grade office buildings. Li Fei looked at the busy street scene here, and was a bit lost in thought for a while. It's not a good hotel at all. In the city center village, Bright Factory, Suburban Industrial Park, Iron Blood Security, almost also count the suburbs of. Oneself has to hurry up and develop. One day in the future, one's own headquarters office building will have to be rented here. No, they have a system. Then directly buy a building as headquarters. Li Fei parked his car in the parking space and walked into this modernized high-grade office building. After explaining his purpose to the security guard and registering, the security guard politely swiped his card for Li Fei. After passing through the gate, Li Fei took the elevator to the headquarters of Meta Takeout. It was said to be the headquarters, but it was actually a leased office building. When Li Fei arrived, the programmers of Meta Takeout were knocking on the code. Everyone speed up a bit. Don't drink water if you can. If you drink water you have to go to the toilet and it will delay the process of our project. Project Manager Luo Shuai said. Manager Luo, we also want to speed up. The problem is that our manpower is just not enough. That's right, Manager Luo. Can you apply for another application to add a few more employees to our department? Hearing the words of the employees, Luo Shuai was also very helpless. He also wanted to, but his boss didn't agree. Boss, why are you here? At this time, Luo Shuai discovered Li Fei, who pushed the door in. I came over to take a look. Seeing everyone working so hard and not even having time to go to the restroom, I'm very self-conscious. I heard that you guys are still secretly working overtime to catch up with the progress recently? This is very undesirable. Our company's compliance is to refuse overtime and live happily. How can you make everyone work overtime? Li Fei said. Luo Shuai, on the other hand, lowered his head and looked like an aggravated man. Not working overtime? If you don't work overtime, you won't be able to finish this app in a few more months' time. I heard that the takeaway employees have all been recruited now, and they even recruited 1,000 takeaway boys in one go, but his own app is not ready to be put on the shelves. He is not ashamed to see others. I see that we have a pretty big place over here, so later you go buy some snacks, afternoon tea, coffee or something, and set it up over there. The employees can go over to eat something and take a break when they're hungry. There also needs to be an entertainment area. The employees work all the time and should take a break at the right time. Let's make an entertainment and recreation area over there. Things like billiards, board games, game machines, massage chairs, and so on should all be arranged. Isn't there an empty room over there? When the time comes, make a cat room, so that the employees can go jerk a cat and relax when they are resting, Li Fei said as he walked. Great. With these things, the employees would have less time to work. Then wouldn't the app's release date be delayed even more? Wonderful. Too wonderful. Project manager Luo Shuai was surprised while listening. Nowadays, all of them hated to break one day into two. The boss also gave them so many leisure and entertainment things. Wouldn't that delay the development of the app even more? It seemed that the suggestion that his ex-colleague had made to himself might be worth a try. A few days ago, he complained to his ex-colleague and talked about his situation. His ex-colleague suggested him to buy a ready-made app and introduced him to the other party. I heard that the other party was also a takeaway company. However, it was an app that specialized in delivering vegetables to the door. Kangaroo and Hungry Touch were also able to deliver vegetables, so that company wasn't very competitive. Coupled with the other party's insufficient funds, it didn't last long before closing down. Thinking of this, Luo Shuai immediately had an idea. Although the other party is an app that specializes in delivering vegetables, there are many similarities with Takeout. After acquiring the other party's app, as long as it is changed, it can be put into use directly. It was much faster than going to make it himself. However, he felt that it was better not to tell the boss yet, and it would not be too late to tell the boss after things were almost done talking. Thinking of this, Luo Shuai's tense brows stretched again. After sending his boss away, Luo Shuai directly drove to the other party's home. That's right, after the other party's company closed down, he directly began to swing by his home. You are? Luo Shuai knocked on the door a few times. The door to the room opened, and a middle-aged man with a haggard face asked suspiciously. He was the unlucky man whose company was about to go bankrupt and close down. Chen Yang, I'm the project manager of Meidai Takeout. My name is Luo Shuai. Luo Shuai introduced himself. Oh, it's Manager Luo. Please come in. Chen Yang hurriedly greeted Luo Shuai warmly and entered the room. His own company was definitely going to go bankrupt and close down, but this app was the entire effort of their entire company. He didn't want to let his heart and soul just die in obscurity. So, when he heard that Meta Takeout might possibly acquire this app of theirs, his entire body perked up. This is our app, with 70,000 to 80,000 registered users, and all kinds of functions are very complete. As long as it's slightly modified, it can become a very good takeaway software. Chen Yang began to show it off. Luo Shuai watched the other party very skillfully displaying the various functions of the app, and immediately felt heartfelt admiration for Chen Yang. They were both the same kind of people. Both of them were people who felt affection for the app that they had developed. Not bad. This app is very powerful and good. However, at the moment, our takeaway market is only limited to Binjiang City, so I'm afraid your 70,000 to 80,000 registrations are of little use to us, Luo Shuai said. This radish delivery app was a nationwide app, so these registered users were scattered all over the country. It looked like there were 70,000 to 80,000 users, but in fact, it was of no use to them. Meta Takeout. I know. As long as you guys are willing to buy this app, any amount of money will do. My only request is if I cannot change the icon of this app. Of course, if you are willing to take in these employees of our company, that would be even better. Don't you look at them as young. They are very energetic and creative talents. Chen Yang choked and said, these employees had come with a dream in the beginning, and now, they had ended up with the company going bankrupt and being laid off. I heard that many employees are still looking for jobs everywhere. if you are a big factory out of the staff, people may still be willing to take you. However, once they hear that you are laid off from a bankrupt company, they will not even give you an interview. The market is now a buyer's market, and programmers are not as popular as they used to be. So, it's not really easy to find a good job. Chapter 69, The Surprise Brought by Luo Shuai. Luo Shuai and Chen Yang talked about various details again. Finally, it came to the acquisition price. Chen Yang said that as long as Takeout didn't change the icon and was willing to take in employees who couldn't find a job, he was willing to offer this app for $200,000. It could be seen that Chen Yang really wanted to find a reliable buyer for this app of his. Okay, Mr. Chen, I will go back and report this matter to our boss. Luo Shuai stood up and said, saying goodbye to Chen Yang. Luo Shuai drove his car to Iron Blood Security. This was the first time he had come to Iron Blood, and at the same time, he became more and more curious about his boss. How could a boss who was in the security industry think of going into the takeaway industry? This span was also too big, right? Walking into Iron Blood Security, Luo Shuai saw that training seemed to be going on in the playground behind the office building, only to see a group of security personnel were doing sit-ups in a mud pit holding logs. While this group of people were doing it, there was someone on the side with a water hose rushing at them. This is too cruel, isn't it? Luo Shuai hurriedly withdrew his gaze and came to the second floor. After asking an employee, Luo Shuai found the boss's office. Boss, good news. I found an app that deals with vegetable takeout. The other party wants to sell this app for $200,000. I've looked at it. If we acquire this app afterward, we only need to make some simple changes. Then we can put it into use directly. However, the other party put forward a condition. It's that we can't change the icon and that we have to take over those employees of the other company who haven't found a job. Luo Shuai said happily. Li Fei was originally happily playing a game. As a result, Luo Shuai directly came in and gave him a big one. A thunderbolt from the clear sky. Li Fei's entire body went numb. These days, he had thought of many ways to delay the app production cycle. Now Luo Shuai directly told him that $200,000 could go and acquire a ready-made app? Doesn't this mean that the methods he thought of these days are grossly useless? Brother system, can I refuse? Li Fei asked with a fluke in his heart. Can't. Hosts can't intentionally obstruct the normal development of the company. Li Fei was speechless, meaning that as long as the employee brings it up and it's in line with the company's interests or development, he or she can't obstruct it? What a pit, but things have already happened. Li Fei could only agree. Yes, you go ahead with this matter, Li Fei said in a lifeless manner. After hearing this, Luo Shuai happily left. With this look on his boss, he must have been shocked and confused by his good news. There was also the fact that the employees hadn't been complaining that the company was understaffed these days. Very well, he himself would hurry to go and acquire Chen Yang's app, and then pack their company's staff together. In this way, wouldn't the problem of insufficient manpower be solved? Not only those employees of Chen Yang's company, he could completely recruit Chen Yang together as well. Other than that, in terms of technology, Chen Yang was much more powerful than himself. However, after recruiting over, Chen Yang is bound to be his own boss. Otherwise, I can't have him. Very well, this will go to probe this Chen Yang some. See if he has ambition. Li Fei turned off his computer and drove to Ruili Hotel. After Takeout acquired the other party's app, it was estimated that it could soon be put into operation. It seemed like he would have to find a way to spend more money from other areas. Ruili Hotel was undergoing a large-scale renovation at the moment. Although the exterior still looked as old as ever, it felt different from before. Before it was a kind of dilapidation, but now that it was renovated, it gave people a sense of vicissitude that had accumulated over the years. Li Fei walked into the hotel lobby again, only to see that the hotel lobby had completely changed. The hotel lobby now was just glorious, with the huge chandelier, brand new marble floor, brand new front desk, plus some green plants embellishment. The hall has been completely different. Taking the elevator to the second floor, one could only see soft carpets on the corridor floor and some very artistic tasteful paintings hanging on the corridor walls. Walking into a guest room at random, Li Fei found that the guest room was also greatly changed. Inside the room, expensive carpets were laid. The lighting and ventilation systems were also replaced and upgraded. Especially the bathroom was vigorously renovated. The entire bathroom was completely covered with marble tiles. The mirror in the bathroom even has a light, and the light is soft, so it's very high class. The wash basin was also done in a very advanced and textured way. Li Fei came to the toilet again and found that it was actually a smart toilet. He just got close and the toilet opened automatically. This toilet seemed to also have a toilet seat heating function, its own automatic flushing as well as a butt washing function. When he turned on the shower head, he found that there was even background music. The key was that one could also choose the music to play while taking a shower while listening to beautiful music. The main one is enjoyment. Advanced. Really advanced, Li Fei continuously marveled. Walking out of the bathroom, Li Fei noticed that the designer had designed a screen directly opposite the bed, a screen that separated the whole room into two areas. This side of the bed was the rest area, while the other side was the meeting area. Li Fei walked out of the room and checked the other rooms. It was found that most of the rooms had already been renovated, leaving only the rooms on the 6th floor to be renovated. According to Li Fei's request, all the rooms on the 6th floor were converted into offices as well as meeting rooms. At first, designer Tang Eveningqing was very surprised when she heard about Li Fei's decision. This hotel was in such a good location, and now that it was being vigorously renovated, the business would definitely be very good in the future. If it was any other owner, others would have hated to change all the rooms into guest rooms. Their decoration and design company had met a hotel owner before, who even asked their company's designers to design a corner into a guest room. That corner is about 4 or 5 square meters, originally intended to do a modeling there. I didn't expect the owner to quit, and insisted that their company turn it into a guest room. 4 or 5 square meters of the guest room can put a single bed, and then barely add a small bathroom, because it was so small. There was only a hair glass and a curtain between the bathroom and the bed. Now Li Fei put a whole floor of guest rooms do not want to change all into office areas and meeting rooms? However, Li Fei was party A. What party A said, she could only follow. When Li Fei came to the 6th floor, the decoration of the public area on the 6th floor was almost finished. There were more than 10 offices for the general manager, finance department, personnel department, logistics department, guest room department, security department and other departments. There was also a very large conference room, which was also about to be renovated. Chapter 70 Hotel employees collectively transferred to Ruweli Hotel. The hotel's renovation work was now coming to an end. Li Fei felt that it was time to add some things to the hotel. Although the hotel had been renovated, the things needed in the guest rooms had not been bought yet. The guest room needs a little bit of greenery, right? Otherwise, it would be monotonous. Also need to put a small safe, right? Otherwise, there is no place to put customers' valuables. You need to buy a small refrigerator, right? Otherwise, if you want to have a cool drink in summer, you can't even drink it. We need to buy an LCD TV, right? We are a 3-star hotel, not 70 to 80 inches to start with. Sofas and other natural must-have. Then there are mattresses and bedding. Before the small hotel are used is more than 8,000 mattresses. We are 3-star hotels. Mattresses must be at least tens of thousands of it. The rest is the bathroom supplies, like toiletries, towels, bath towels, disposable slippers, high-grade toilet paper and so on. These must also buy expensive. Then is the recruitment of hotel staff. This time in Ruweli Hotel, the system had given Li Fei more than 30 employee quotas. Then, waiter, front desk, cleaning, security, chef, logistics, finance, personnel, these positions must be there. Personnel, logistics can each recruit a person. The finance department has an accountant and cashier each. Front desk 4 people, 2 shifts, waiter 8 people, cleaning 8 people, security 5 people, 2 cooks and 3 backroom staff. So many people, just clothing to buy several kinds. Of course, each person would have to buy 2 or 3 sets for easy changing. Just thinking about these things, Li Fei's head got big. Not at all good hotel 10 employees. Li Fei decided to transfer all to Ruweli Hotel. How to say that this group of employees is also their own senior employees. Now Ruweli Hotel, this side of the conditions are better. Of course, they should give priority to transfer them to this side. Afterwards, Li Fei drove to the not at all good hotel. When Li Fei walked into the lobby of the hotel, the employees were gathering together to chat. I heard that the boss's newly acquired hotel is about to finish its renovation. I have heard that the conditions over at the new hotel are that good. Is that so? I wonder if the boss will let us pass over there. The boss is coming. I don't know which employee shouted out, and a group of employees all ran over. Li Fei was immediately surrounded by the employees. Boss, you're thirsty. Drink water. Boss, sit down. I'll give you a whack on the leg. I'll rub your shoulders. I know how to straighten bones. Let me straighten your bones. Li Fei looked at this group of employees speechlessly. Cough. I heard what you guys just said. I came here for this matter. Li Fei drank a mouthful of water and said slowly. The 10 employees of the not at all good hotel then all looked at Li Fei with anticipation. Ruweli Hotel is about to finish its renovation. Next, I am going to let all of you go to Ruweli Hotel. Are you willing to do so? Li Fei asked. Willing? Willing? 100 willing. The employees nodded their heads frantically, like little chickens pecking at rice. Good then. From now on Shen Xingju you will be the general manager of the new hotel. Zhao Chunmei will be the cleaning department manager. Zhao Peng will be the security department manager. Xiao Mei will be the front desk manager. and Zhang Xiaoxiao will be the guest room department manager. Li Fei began to arrange the personnel appointments. In the end, Li Fei transferred all of the accountants and cashiers of the not even a little bit good hotel as well as other ordinary employees to Ruili Hotel as well. Now, there was not a single employee left in the not good at all hotel all of a sudden. But Li Fei didn't panic at all. Just let Su Xiaoxi recruit 10 more employees. I believe that with his own so generous recruitment conditions, want to recruit 10 employees is not a thing. Ruili Hotel also has a vacant position for a catering manager and executive chef. Originally, Li Fei wanted to let the employees who are not good hotel at all to go up, but the system unexpectedly did not agree. It is estimated that because these people are not engaged in the catering industry, it cannot be helped. It seems that it can only go to recruit again. After finishing these things, Li Fei returned to Iron Blood Security. The first thing he did when he returned to Iron Blood Security, Li Fei went to find Lin Xiaomo. That's right, he decided to give the task of buying the things needed for the hotel to Lin Xinmo. There were too many things to purchase this time, and it would be too tiring if he went to buy them himself. Li Fei decided that it would be better to be lazy and leave it to Lin Xinmo to buy it. Xinmu, wait, you buy all these things online, Li Fei said. Buy things? Lin Xinmu's eyes lit up at the sound of it. She was about to die of boredom these days, and she didn't think that the boss would let her go shopping again. Buying things was what she was best at, and she very much enjoyed the marvelous feeling of picking out goods. Buy so many? Such expensive things? When Li Fei sent her the list of things to buy, Lin Xiaomo was directly confused. More than 10,000 mattresses, more than 70-inch LCD TVs, refrigerators, sofas, safes, high-end bedding, and so on. The key was that these things were to be bought in more than 70 sets at one time. There were also some bedding, toiletries, towels, bath towels, toilet paper, employee clothing, and so on, which were also a lot to buy at once. Boss, isn't this task too heavy? If I buy the wrong ones, then the loss will be too great. Lin Xiaoma panicked. If she were to buy several thousand or tens of thousands of dollars, she wouldn't even blink an eye. But the total value of the things to be bought this time added up to a terrifying $2 million or so. If anything went wrong, she wouldn't be able to afford it even if she sold it. I'm relieved that you're doing your job. Li Fei gave the other party an affirmative look. Buy the wrong one? It would be great if it was bought wrong. The system also recognizes losses caused by employee mistakes. It seems that another system loophole has been discovered. Li Fei became excited all of a sudden. After spending another 10 minutes or so to convince Lin Xiaoma, Li Fei left the finance office and came to the personnel office. Su Xiaoxi, wait, you post a recruitment message. The Not at All Good Hotel is hiring 10 people, and the Ruili Hotel is hiring another 20 or so. I've sent you the detailed positions for recruitment, Li Fei said. Okay boss. Personnel Su Xiaoxi hurriedly switched the computer screen and promised. So close, just now reading a novel was almost discovered by the boss, Su Xiaoxi said secretly. After explaining everything, Li Fei returned to his office. Now Ruili Hotel was just waiting for the complete renovation to be completed before it could officially open for business. The Meta Takeout side appeared to be going ahead with operations. Iron Blood Security's performance seemed to have picked up after the price was adjusted back. Then there was the Bright Factory side, where I heard that the construction of a new plant had begun, after which the new production line could be installed. It was estimated that it wouldn't take long for the new production line to be put into production. After thinking about it, Li Fei opened the system panel and inquired about the system's available funds. Chapter 71 Meta Takeout officially launched. Checking the current system available funds. Ding, host's current available funds, 10.8 million. When he saw that there were $10.8 million left in the system available funds, Li Fei was directly confused. However, he then thought that today was the 10th, and it was possible to pay the employees. With almost 1,600 employees, the wages added up to almost more than 10 million. It was estimated that after the payroll was paid, the system funds would almost be spent. It was also fortunate that he didn't have to pay the takeout workers this month, or else he wouldn't have enough system funds. To be honest, this mission required him to spend 20 million within 15 days. The difficulty of the mission was not a bit harder than the last time. Li Fei then began to organize the specific expenses. The first thing was that he spent 5.8 million on acquiring Ruili Hotel, 3 million on renovation, and 2 million on purchasing items within the hotel. However, he unexpectedly received 2 million compensation from the Yun High Grand Hotel, totaling 8 million. Then it is the installation of dust removal equipment, air conditioning equipment, etc. in the Bright Factory, costing more than $800,000. The Bright Factory built 3 new plants, costing $800,000. Purchasing a production line for 1 workshop cost more than $1.3 million. The reward for the old and new takeaway employees is $300,000. and the acquisition of the app costs $200,000. These expenses totaled $12 million. There are also 1,600 employees' salaries of more than $10 million. I'm not going to calculate the specific algorithms for employee salaries, but in any case, more than $10 million has already included wages and benefits, taxes, etc. In addition, there are more than 2 million employees' meals. Now Li Fei's total expenses have reached more than 24 million. The light factory and Iron Blood Security should have a revenue of over 4 million. So all things considered, there wouldn't be much left in his system funds after payroll. Shinmo, the employees should be able to be paid today, right? Li Fei came to the finance office. Yes boss, the payroll has already been done. I've already sent it to the bank side. It should be paid out today, Lin Xiaoma said. The bank that their company cooperated with was a local bank in Binjiang City called Binjiang Commercial Bank. When the bank's side learned that their company wanted to cooperate with the bank's president's mouth was about to split with laughter. The payroll of more than 1,600 employees, as well as intercompany transfers would all use their bank's bank cards. What did this mean? It would be a very exaggerated amount of running water. Not only that, the other person's company was still in the process of steadily expanding. I heard that another takeaway company has been set up, and the payroll cards of the takeaway workers will also use their banks. Security, takeout, factories, all of these are labor-intensive industries. By the time the payroll cards of thousands and thousands of employees all use their bank's performance will also be able to go further. While the two of them were chatting, there was a ding, and Lin Xiaoma's cell phone rang. Lin Xiaoma picked up her cell phone and saw that it was indeed the wages that had arrived. Hearing that the employees' wages had been sent down, Li Fei once again opened the system panel, and sure enough, he found that there was only more than $500,000 left in the system's available funds. Luo Shuai was too busy these days. After acquiring Chen Yang's app, he recruited Chen Yang and all those employees from their company, including personnel, finance, logistics and other departmental employees. Luo Shuai also received all of them in one pot. Now the various departments of Meta Takeaway have basically taken shape. Development department, testing department, operation department, marketing department, finance department, logistics department, personnel department and so on have all been complete. Of course, the position of the key department head Luo Shuai still let the employees of Meta Company to serve. After the integration was completed, the people went all out to modify the app. Delivering vegetables and delivering takeaways are similar, and the places that need to be modified are not many. The crowd also borrowed from Kangaroo and Hungry Touches products and made a lot of humanized designs. It's finally done, Luo Shuai said excitedly. Just now, their Meta Takeaway app had passed the test. Although there were still some minor bugs, they could be fixed quickly. Chen Yang was also excited at the moment. This app, finally, could see the light of day again. Afterward, Luo Shuai called his boss. He wanted to tell his boss this good news first. What? The app is ready so quickly? Li Fei couldn't believe it. This was too fast, right? Boss, do you think we should put the app on the market immediately? Luo Shuai asked over the phone. All right, Li Fei responded helplessly. He also wanted to stop it, but the system simply wouldn't allow him to obstruct the normal operation of the company. Boss, then how much do we set the drawback for merchants for this app? Luo Shuai asked. This was also one of the questions he was most concerned about. Dividend? Li Fei thought about it. The less the commission, the better. If the commission was too much, it would be harder for him to lose money. Let's set it at 5%, Li Fei said. If it wasn't for the fact that the system didn't allow it, he would have wanted to directly give merchants a free ride. 5% was already the lowest drawback allowed by the system. 5%? Luo Shuai couldn't believe it. This was too low, right? To know that Kangaroo Takeaway's draw on merchants had reached a horrifying 20% or so, but soon he figured it out. As a new takeaway software, it must be very difficult for Meta Takeaway to compete with Kangaroo Hungry Touch. If the commission was set at 5%, it would maximize the number of merchants that could be won over. With less commission for the merchants' profits will be higher. Moreover, the delivery fee of Meta Takeaway was not paid by the merchants. In this way, merchants can lower the takeaway unit price and make themselves more competitive. Customers can also buy cheaper takeout. Going on like this, I believe it won't take long for Midas Takeaway to gain a firm foothold in Binjiang City. Good news for everyone. The boss has agreed to put our app into the market. Luo Shuai looked around and announced. With Luo Shuai's announcement, the employees of Meta Company all applauded. Lu Hao was an ordinary employee in the marketing department of Meta Takeout. Today, a few of their marketing department employees were going out to expand the market. Do you guys think those merchants are willing to accept our Meta Takeout? One of the employees asked with a bit of lack of confidence. After all, their Meta Takeaway was just a small company that hadn't been established for a long time. And compared to a giant like Kangaroo Takeaway, It didn't even deserve to be mentioned in their shoes. For sure, another employee replied. To be honest, he was also very vain when he said this. That restaurant in front is quite famous. Let's go and ask. Lu Hao walked straight in. Chapter 72 Meta Takeaway Expands Business. Welcome, a few people inside please. Lu Hao's few people just walked into the restaurant, and the boss's wife warmly greeted the few people. Boss lady, we're from the Meta Takeout company, and we're here to talk to you about cooperation. Lu Hao opened his mouth and said, takeaway? We don't cooperate. Go go go. Hurry up. As soon as the boss's wife heard that they were from a takeaway company, she directly started to kick people out. Their store was an old store with some history, passed down to her husband's generation. It was already the third generation. This kind of store doesn't worry about customers at all. The previous Kangaroo Takeout and Hungry Touch Takeout people had already come several times. Originally, her husband had planned to give it a try. After all, with one more online sales channel, their store's turnover could be higher. However, those takeaway companies even dare to take more than 20% of their commission. Black-hearted. These people are too black-hearted. The various ingredients used in their store were all very elaborate, and their costs were a little higher than those of other stores. If they took another 20% draw for the takeout company, then their own profit would be much less. But if they lower the cost of ingredients, then their store's decades-long reputation will be ruined. Moreover, even if they go on the takeaway platform, most of the people who come to order will still be regular customers. After weighing the pros and cons, they simply refused to join any takeaway platform. Boss lady, our Meta Takeaway is a newly opened takeaway company. Here is some information about our takeaway company. You can take a look. Lu Hao remained undeterred and said, alright, put it down and you guys go. The boss's wife said impatiently. Alas, opening the door is unfavorable. Blasted out of the restaurant. Several people said helplessly. Expanding the market is like this. It's not that easy. Lu Hao said. The company gave them the salary of the marketing department staff but the base salary plus commission model. The more merchants signed, the more their commission. In Binjiang City, a variety of restaurants, hotels, snack stores, milk tea stores, fruit stores and so on, many businesses. These can all be their money. I believe that with the company's ultra-low commission of 5% want to sign these businesses. It is not very difficult. There's a snack store in front. I'll go take a look. I'll go to that fruit store. I'll go talk to that milk tea store. Afterwards, the few people split up into their own groups. Uncle Chang's ramen house. Chang DeBao, the owner of the noodle shop, sat on a chair with a face full of sorrow. Sorrow. The noodle shop had been open for half a year, and the business was getting worse and worse. His craftsmanship is not bad, but he can't help that his place is too remote, especially since there was only one old neighborhood nearby. There wasn't much traffic at all, and there were only a few people who came to eat noodles every day. DeBao, why don't we also join Kangaroo Takeout and open a takeaway store? The boss's wife said. You think I don't want to? But Kangaroo Takeout's commission is too high. Besides, even if we join, our ranking will definitely be at the bottom. If you want to rank high, you have to spend money on promotion. Cheng DeBao slowly said. Then why don't we open the store to the next neighborhood? People's stores over there have higher foot traffic. Cheng DeBao sighed again after hearing his wife's suggestion. He also wanted to, but his wallet couldn't handle it. The rent of the store in the next neighborhood is more than twice as much as this one. The key is that he still has to renovate the shop. All of these need money. While Chang DeBao and his wife were worried, Lu Hao walked in. Boss, we are from Meta Takeout. I wonder if you are interested in opening a store on our takeout platform. Lu Hao asked. Meta Takeout? What's your draw? Chang DeBao asked the question he was most concerned about. Our drawback for merchants is 5%. Lu Hao said. 5%? There are no other fees? Chang DeBao couldn't believe it a bit. Seeing Lu Hao shaking his head, Chang DeBao was very shocked inside. A 5% draw and no other fees too. You have to know that the other takeaway stores' draw is basically around 20%, so the price of those stores of theirs is a little bit more expensive than eating in the store. For example, the same bowl of noodles, eat in the store maybe 15 or 16 can, in the platform to go to the point then have to 18 or 19, or even 20. He owns a noodle shop, so he has been paying attention to the prices of other noodle shops on the Kangaroo takeaway platform. Those takeaway platform merchants, the price of the same bowl of noodles are at least $18 or more. If one's noodle shop opens a Meta Takeaway, due to the low drawback, then one's bowl of noodles may be sold at a price of $12 or $13 and still be able to make a profit. The price of $12 or $13, compared to the price of $17 or $18 in other people's homes, the advantage is very obvious. Heartbeat, he was very heartbeat this time. Originally hesitating to open Kangaroo Takeaway, I didn't expect a Meta Takeaway to pop up. Just very nice. Meta Takeaway, is it a new takeaway company? Cheng DeBao asked. He decided to learn about this Meta takeaway company first. If it was a regular takeaway company, he decided that his noodle shop would open a Meta takeaway online store. Yes, here is the introductory information of our Meta takeout company, Lu Hao said and took out a stack of information. Cheng DeBao looked carefully for a while and realized that Meta Takeout was really quite formal. The key was that the company's address was in Binjiang City. Isn't this kind of local company still trustworthy? Sign. I'll sign, Cheng DeBao said excitedly. DeBao, come over here for a moment. The boss's wife tugged on Cheng DeBao's sleeve at this time. What's wrong? You're silly. This Meta takeaway seems to be just established. It's estimated that there aren't many users, even if his draw is low. But there aren't any users that are that useless, Cheng DeBao's wife said quietly. Shallow, you are too short-sighted. Now there are no users. But according to this development, the users of other people's Meta takeaway will soon be more. Moreover, the more you join Meta in advance, the more favorable policies Meta will give. Cheng DeBao began to analyze. Aha, makes sense. Makes sense. His wife instantly understood. If you go to Kangaroo now, people will treat you like a human being? But Meta is different. Midas was a new takeaway company, and even if they were just a small noodle shop, Midas would still give them a lot of incentives. It's just a matter of time before they become rich. Thinking of this, Cheng DeBao and his wife excitedly signed the contract. Meta Takeout? What kind of trash takeout platform dares to find me here? I'm here with Qingxiang Milk Tea. The existence of the Kangaroo takeout platform's milk tea sales NO. 1. For a garbage takeaway platform like yours, if a big-name milk tea store like mine joins, it will only bring down our brand value. Inside the Qingxiang Milk Tea store, the owner said very contemptuously to the Meta takeaway salesman who came to expand his business. Chapter 73, Promotional Fee. This is not it? Inside the Qingxiang Milk Tea shop, just now a co-worker sent a message to Lu Hao, and at this moment Lu Hao rushed over. What kind of trash platform is Meta Takeout? It also dares to come to my store to promote for me to join? The milk tea store owner said with disdain. His store had the best sales within all the milk tea stores on the Kangaroo takeaway platform, and there was an endless stream of customers who came to the store to buy on weekdays. Therefore, he had the capital to be wild. Boss, I've downloaded it. Look. At this time, a sales clerk held his cell phone out to the milk tea store owner to see. Put. A takeout platform with only a few dozen downloads? The milk tea store owner almost pissed himself laughing. He thought that Meta Takeaway had at least a few thousand or tens of thousands of downloads, but as a result, there were only a few dozen downloads? These dozens of downloads were probably still downloaded by employees in the Meta Takeaway company, right? What's wrong with a few dozen? Our app has just been put into the market. When the number of downloads exceeds Kangaroo's one day, you'll regret it, a Meta Takeout employee said with a bit of irritation. Surpass Kangaroo? Ha ha, I can't, I'm going to pee myself laughing. The milk tea store owner snorted out a laugh. Let's go. What's the point of bothering with this kind of person? Lu Hao directly pulled a few co-workers out of the green fragrance milk tea shop. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't fool the youth. The co-worker just now is still sulking. Did you guys go to that milk tea store across the street? Lu Hao asked. Nope. Go, Lu Hao said and walked over. Diagonally across from Qingxiang's milk tea store was Guming's milk tea store. This was a newly opened milk tea store. Because it was newly opened and didn't have much popularity, there were very few customers who came here. If you want to drink milk tea, the first thing that comes to mind is green fragrance milk tea. Green fragrance milk tea was a traditional and long-established milk tea store with a reputation of more than 10 years, which Guming milk tea couldn't even compare to. Boss, that group of people went to the Guming milk tea shop across the street. The Qingxiang milk tea shop employee said. Doesn't matter. The owner of Qingxiang milk tea shop said indifferently. Wasn't it just a new takeout platform? Were there fewer takeout platforms that had closed down these days? With the two great Buddhas, Kangaroo and Hungry Touch, it was impossible for any platform to make it. Inside Guming's milk tea store, the owner, Gu Jia, was thinking about the next direction of the milk tea store. His Guming milk tea shop had just opened a few days ago, and he had imagined that his milk tea store would be a hit and be loved by consumers. As a result, the reality gave him a slap in the face. Opened a few days, the store customers are few and far between. It is really sad. While Gu Jia was worrying about this, a few people walked in. Welcome, what would the few of you like to drink? Gu Jia said with a smile. Boss, we are from Meta Takeout. Boss, is your milk tea store interested in joining our takeout platform? Lu Hao said. Meta Takeout? Gu Jia was a bit confused. It seemed like he hadn't even heard of it. He had thought about joining a takeaway platform before. However, the one he wanted to join was Kangaroo Takeout. However, after asking, he realized that Kangaroo Delivery was going to charge him a 25% commission, while the opposite side of the green fragrance milk tea shop's commission was only 18%. although he knew that the kangaroo takeaway would have some preferential treatment for these stores with high sales volume. But this is also too differentiated, right? With such a large difference in commission, his milk tea store had even less of an advantage. What is the drawback of your platform? Gu Jia asked. 5%, Lu Hao said. 5%? Gu Jia was a bit disbelieving. This was too low, right? He then looked into this Meta Takeout in detail. I'll sign. Finally, Gu Jia decided. Li Fei once again came to the Meta Takeaway company. This time he came over to spend money. Li Fei still had $500,000 of system funds that he hadn't spent yet, and now that Meta Takeout had expanded its staff, it was time to improve the working conditions for them. High-end coffee machines, afternoon tea, desserts and so on should all be prepared. There's also the chairs for the employees to be replaced, all of them to be replaced with those ergonomic seats. That way the employees won't feel too tired when they go to work. There's also that cat room that was mentioned last time. It also needs to be done urgently, Li Fei said as he walked. Well, that's good. These things would cost almost $500,000. Okay, boss. Luo Shuai followed Li Fei and kept nodding. I'll have the finance transfer 500,000 to you later. After the tour ended, Li Fei left with these words. After seeing his boss leave, Luo Shuai returned to the company. The takeaway company was now on the shelves, and the marketing department employees had already gone out to expand the market. There were even 1,000 takeout clerks who had long been ready to go, clamoring to take orders every day. Although the takeaway staff can get a base salary of 5,000 plus generous benefits even if they don't take orders, but who doesn't want to earn more when they can earn more? However, there are only a few dozens of client downloads for Meta Takeout. What to do? Of course is to vigorously publicize and promote. He decided to promote publicity when the boss came over to visit this time. However, the promotion of publicity is the need for funds. When Luo Shuai was worried about how to ask his boss for money, he didn't expect his boss to transfer 500,000 to the takeaway company. This 500,000 used to promote publicity just right. Meta Takeaway Company only promoted and distributed in Binjiang City. $500,000 for promotion and publicity was enough. Although the boss gave him this 500,000 was used to improve the staff office conditions, but the more important he is still distinguishable. If he really took this 500,000 to repair the cat room to buy ergonomic chairs, by then the staff office conditions are good. But the company development how to do? He now brings this 500,000 to prioritize the promotion. And when the company develops well, the office conditions of the employees will naturally be better. I believe that the boss, even after knowing their own choices, will certainly praise themselves. Employees like himself are the good employees who can solve problems for the boss. Thinking through all of this, Luo Shuai called in a few employees from the operations department. Immediately contact the major advertising companies and give me full promotion of the Meta Takeaway software, Luo Shuai said. Since Meta Takeaway was only promoted in Binjiang City, then the promotion was much simpler. Subway, shopping malls, buses and other hard advertisements, as well as various local new media advertisements are all good choices. After finishing all this, Luo Shuai quietly sat on the chair in the office, his eyes looking into the distance. The takeaway market in Binjiang City. It's going to change. Chapter 74, Delivery Man Online. Start grabbing orders. The off-work rush hour in Binjiang City was terrifying. Inside the subway station, there were huge crowds of people. There were countless social animals who would choose to take the subway home after work. Compared to taking a taxi, taking the subway was cheaper. Although it's a bit crowded. But is that a problem? Handsome guy, move over there. There's no empty space on this side either. Stop squeezing. The subway started and the carriages quickly quieted down. As a commuter, Gao Wu was also a member of this group. In the past, when there was an empty seat, he would definitely look down and play with his cell phone. Now that it was so crowded, he was too lazy to look at his cell phone. Just when he was feeling bored, an advertisement on the carriage attracted him. Meta Takeout? This is a new takeout platform? He then began to look carefully at the introduction of the advertisement. What with the better price, no delivery fee from the customer, extremely fast delivery and so on. Oh, these merchants nowadays really don't even have a face anymore. In order to open up the market, they dare to promise anything. That's right, the advertisement said above the sky is full of confusion. And so on the real download down to use the time to find to be more pit has more pit. Meta Takeout? It looks like a garbage software. Order takeout or look at the kangaroo or hungry touch. Not necessarily. See the introduction said only in Binjiang City put into operation. Download a try. If not good to use and then uninstall. Gao will listen to the surrounding crowd's discussion, slightly hesitated or downloaded this software called Meta Takeaway. As a social animal, going to work was already tiring, and after work he simply didn't have the energy to cook by himself anymore. Therefore, He usually orders a takeaway after work to make do. Originally, he had been using Kangaroo, but slowly realized that Kangaroo Takeout was getting more and more expensive. A meal that used to cost $18 now costs more than $20, and that's even after he used the coupon. With the current popular words, is the big data to kill. Originally he did not care about the $2 or $3, but the Kangaroo takeaway has many other bad places. For example, beyond a certain distance, customers need to pay the delivery fee. Stepladder 6th and 7th floors, no deliveryman is willing to take the order, and so on. Unluckily, his family lives on the 7th floor, or step ladder. If he orders a takeaway, he will not be able to eat it without 1.5 or even 2 hours. This is a big pain in the ass. The merchants have already done it, but no writer is willing to take the order, which leads to his delivery is often cold. He has to go to heat it up. What's going on here? After another 10 minutes he arrived at the station. Walking out of the subway station, he took out his cell phone. That's right, he ordered. Although he still had to ride for more than 20 minutes to get home, he ordered half an hour in advance, considering that no one was usually willing to take his orders. Opening the Meta Takeout software, Cao Wu noticed that it worked quite well. Afterwards, he began to rummage through the merchant information. Only 20 or 30 business information? This was too shabby, right? Although I understand that this is a new platform, but you only have 20 or 30 merchants stationed. How to look at it or all hold up a month to close down the player. Cao Wu casually rummaged around and found a Uncle Chang ramen restaurant. This noodle shop he had gone to eat and the flavor was very good. However, due to the distance from his home is a bit far, in the Kangaroo takeaway platform is not delivered to him at all. Want to order? You can only choose to help delivery. If you help send then it is expensive. Just the delivery fee will be more than $10. Cao Wu opened Uncle Chang's ramen restaurant, and then stared incredulously. $13. Can you believe that a bowl of noodles only costs $13? The most crucial thing was that people's Meta Takeout could deliver it to his home and there was no delivery fee. If he had ordered from Kangaroo Takeout, he wouldn't have been able to get down without $20. That $20 doesn't even include the delivery fee. Surprise! What a surprise! Afterwards, Cao Wu checked out the other merchants. Guming milk tea? Looks good. Order a cup. Only $12? Today's surprises were really one after another. Fill in the address and place the order. Afterward, Cao Wu swept a bicycle and prepared to go home. Ding sound. The cell phone rang. Cao Wu took out his cell phone and looked at it. He couldn't believe it. Received an order? A delivery man had taken his order. This is too fast. His heart is expected to be delivered within 2 hours even if you can. Did not think just order business is not yet out of the mealet. The Meta Takeaway will have a delivery man to take his order. Afterwards, Cao Wu joyfully rode his bicycle humming to his home. Today was the day that Meta Takeout officially put into the market and started operating. And at noon Meta Takeout's 1000 takeout clerks received a notice from the company. Open for business, open for business. A group of takeaways were thrilled. These days could have bored them to death. Families who understand new to the Meta Takeaway company but delayed to start work. Everyday white-collar salary is also too boring. For a while, this kind of Versailles circle of friends is very hot in their takeaway circle. Those who were not able to join Midas Takeaway saw the friend circle sent by them, and one by one, their teeth were gritted. We work our asses off every day to deliver takeaways, and it's only 5,000 or 6,000 a month. You people sit there every day. The salary and benefits are higher than us. Is there any justice in heaven? For a while, the high wages and benefits of Meta Takeaway had already spread in the takeaway circle in Binjiang City. The key is that people also easy now. The first thing that Binjiang City takeout workers do when they wake up every morning is to open the Meta Takeout recruitment website to check the recruitment information. Today is the day when the takeaway workers of Meta Takeaway start their work. Since the company has adopted a strict 8-hour workday, their batch of 1000 takeout workers are divided into 3 shifts of 8 hours each, from midnight to 8 o'clock. There are very few customers ordering food, so the fewest number of takeout workers are scheduled for this time period. From 8 to 1600 hours and from 1600 hours to 2400 hours. There are afternoon and evening peaks in these 2 time periods, so the most takeout workers are scheduled. Of course, the time slots are on a rotational system, rotating once a week. However, because midnight to 8 o'clock need very few takeaway workers, so everyone will only rotate once in a long time to this time slot. Not only does Meta Takeout have an 8-hour workday, but they also have double time off. 8 hours a day and double time off. The wages are high and the benefits are good. Originally, some people couldn't accept working night shifts, but when they heard that it would only be their turn to work night shifts once in a very long time, these people were instantly relieved. Here comes the order. A few Meta's takeout workers had just gone online when they saw that there were already a few orders inside the order grabbing hall. Holy, grabbing is slow. It's gone in a second. Ha, a takeout clerk said in a depressed voice. Chapter 75 Meta Delivery is fast. Hello, your takeout has arrived. Gao Wu was riding his shared bicycle towards his home, and had only ridden less than halfway when the takeout clerk called him to say that the takeout had arrived. This was also too fast. If it was kangaroo takeout, there wouldn't even necessarily be a rider to take the order at this point in time. The other person, Meta Takeout, would have already delivered it to his home. Oh, okay, please help me put it on top of the fire hydrant, Yao Wu hurriedly said. After hanging up the phone, he accelerated his writing speed. Returning home, Yao Wu really found his takeout at the fire hydrant. Taking out the takeout, he found that it was still a bit hot. Afterward, Yao Wu started to eat it with great gusto. After eating, directly a 5-star praise sent. Of course, this time, even the Meta takeaway was also praised. The Meta takeaway is fast. Inside Uncle Chang's ramen restaurant, the boss Cheng DeBeo is working hard to make ramen noodles. After joining Meta Takeout, the business of his ramen restaurant was surprisingly good. This was something he had never expected. Just now, there had been several orders from Meta Takeout. Although the unit price of these orders are not high, but the commission charged by the other Meta takeaway is also low. His store's takeout unit price is around $13 to $15, and Meta Takeout only collects about 60 or 70 cents of commission. This price is almost negligible. 60 or 70 cents. That's cheaper than even the cost of packaging. New order from Meta Takeout. While boss Cheng DeBeo was making ramen, a new order came in. Cheng DeBeo's mouth was cracking with laughter at the moment. Old Cheng, busy at work? At this moment, the owner of the store next door walked in. The owner of the store next door was surnamed Huang, slightly fat, and specialized in selling fried rice. Something wrong? Cheng DeBeo asked. That, Lao Cheng I also want to join Meta Takeout. Can you contact me? The next door boss smiled sarcastically and asked. Regret? Really regret? Obviously. A few days ago, the staff from the marketing department of other people's Meta Takeout found him and wanted him to join Meta Takeout, but he was really blinded by lard, and even wasted such a good opportunity. At that time, he even scolded those employees. Originally, he thought that Cheng DeBeo would not be able to make any waves even if he joined Midas Takeaway. Who knew that people's business could be so good? Previously, Cheng DeBeo's ramen restaurant didn't have much business at all every day, but since joining Midas Takeout, there were many more orders all of a sudden. Don't ask him how he knew. He was squatting at the door every day, and he had counted clearly how many Meta Takeout workers came to pick up food every day. The key was that Cheng DeBeo ramen restaurant's business wasn't just good on the first day alone. People were getting better and better. On the first day, there were only 10 or so orders, but today, it instantly skyrocketed to more than 30 orders. It's only been a few days. Horror. Simply too horrible. For this reason, he also specially downloaded the software of the Meta Takeaway. After opening the software and registering, Uncle Cheng's ramen restaurant ranked very high. Sure enough, this was the advantage of joining Meta Takeout first. Not to mention that Cheng DeBeo's ramen tastes very good. Even if it doesn't taste good, Meta made his family's ranking so high, there is no worry about sales. Thinking about this, Boss Huang really wanted to give himself 2 slaps in the face. Cheng DeBeo listened to the words of old Huang next door. Also felt very funny. What did you do earlier? Now you know you regret it. To be honest, he was also very apprehensive about joining Midas. However, People's Meta quickly gave him a satisfactory answer with their achievements. These days his family takeout orders every day skyrocketed. I believe it won't take long. His family daily orders will be able to break through 100. Although in Kangaroo those big merchants cannot be compared, but compared with his former self, he has been very satisfied. It's not impossible to contact Meta Takeout, Cheng DeBeo said slowly. After all, we were neighbors, so there was no need to make too much of a mess of this kind of thing. Besides, old Juan was making fried rice, and there was no competition with his ramen restaurant. Old Cheng, I knew you were the most righteous. Without further ado, tonight, let's get a few dishes high and low, and let's get drunk together, Boss Huang said happily. At this moment, the owner of Qingshan Milk Tea Shop was also staring at Guming Milk Tea Shop across the street. 38. The Green Fragrance Milk Tea Shop owner said in a deep voice. Boss, what 38? The employee asked in disbelief. The takeout orders from the Guming Milk Tea Shop across the street. The Qingxiang Milk Tea Shop owner said in a depressed voice. On the first day, the milk tea store across the street didn't have any orders yet. It's only been a few days, and the number of orders is rising every day. If this trend continued, it was very possible that the opposite side's orders would surpass his. But, who let himself refuse to join Meta Takeout in the first place? People's Midas takeaway commission is low, so the opposite side of the milk tea store's takeaway unit price will be even lower. When the unit price is low, more customers will be attracted to buy the same cup of milk tea. People only sell 12 or 13, but he has to sell to about 20. Customers are not stupid. They cannot distinguish between good and bad, but let him give up the kangaroo takeaway. Go to choose meta takeaway. That's not realistic. At the beginning, he signed an exclusive contract with Kangaroo Takeaway. His family's takeout platform can only be on Kangaroo. If he went back to Meta Takeout, the liquidated damages alone would be a large sum of money. It seems like the situation is out of control all of a sudden. Worry. At the same moment, in front of an open space in a shopping mall, dozens of takeaway boys were gathered. At the moment it was already around 2 p.m., just after the lunch rush, so everyone was clearing out. Among the delivery boys are Kangaroo deliverymen, Hungry Touch deliverymen, and a few Meta deliverymen. Since everyone often gathered here to wait for orders, and chatted together in their free time, they all mingled rather well. Little Lee, how many orders have you taken today? A Kangaroo takeout writer asked. Just 3 deliveries today. Little Lee, the newest takeout writer from Meta Takeout, said. You've made 3 trips. The remaining few takeout clerks exclaimed in shock. Generally speaking, they would take 7 or 8 orders at once, and some of the gods could take 11 orders at a time. These orders were all side trip orders, and with all 11 orders delivered, it was just 1 trip. Lee seems to be a newbie deliveryman, but he has already made 3 deliveries. Doesn't that mean he has already delivered 20 to 30 orders? How many orders do you take in 1 trip? Someone asked. I only take 1 order a trip. Our company requires that we don't take many. Xiaoli replied. Only 1 order per trip? The group of takeout workers next to him were all confused. Big brother, you only take 1 order a trip? 1 order per trip. I'm afraid I'm going to starve to death. Someone said. He's a Meta takeaway. You don't understand. Someone started to popularize the man. People's Meta takeout is a base salary plus commission model. 5,000 base salary plus $4 of commission per single. Not only that, the welfare of other people's Meta takeout is called a good one. Even if they only run a single order every day, they are not hungry. The man just heard directly sour. No wonder. He saw a lot of takeaway workers wearing Meta takeaway clothes on his way to deliver takeaway. And these people didn't look like takeaway deliverers at all. How can I put it? These people are very laid back. Whenever there is a red light, they will stop and wait for the red light. Even at crosswalks, these people have to stop to yield to pedestrians crossing the road. Moreover, these people ride their bicycles in a leisurely manner. People who don't know thought they were shopping. At that time, he also wondered, brother, we are a deliveryman. Not to say that the life and death speed, but all the way to the crazy speed, right? Take himself, encountered the peak order time. A one-time take 8 or 9 single. Tram throttle cannot wait to screw to the engine inside. Then all the way to the horn does not stop.